Chapter 1. I seek a dowry, and you present this scene? The year was 2010. On the Blue Planet, in Huagua, Jiangxi Province, there lay a small county beneath the city of Lu. Standing at the entrance of the bank, Lu Sheng wore a bitter expression, his right hand buried in his pocket, clutching a meager savings book. He had not anticipated becoming yet another member of the countless adult children reliant on their parents. Upon graduating from university with his girlfriend of 3 years, their families swiftly convened to discuss the arrangements for marriage, with the girlfriend's family promptly presenting their demands that a residence in the city was imperative, not too distant from the downtown area. The property must be registered in their daughter's name, and a vehicle had to be purchased outright in her name before the wedding. Ultimately, the dowry was set at 666,000 yuan, not a penny less. Their justification was that, as their daughter was marrying far from home, a substantial dowry was necessary for security. However, the girlfriend's family resided merely in the neighboring county, hardly qualifying as a distant marriage. Furthermore, it was evident that most of the dowry would likely be used for purchasing a house and a car for her brother. In other provinces, such demands might evoke astonishment, but here in Jiangxi, everything seemed to fall into place. Liu Sheng was merely a fresh graduate, hardly able to save money, and managing to live without relying on his parents was already quite commendable. He could not possibly amass such a fortune. His parents were but humble migrant workers, and it had been a considerable struggle to support his education. After acquiring a home and a vehicle, their life savings had dwindled to almost nothing, forcing him to cobble together the dowry from various sources, borrowing a bit from relatives. His current visit to the bank was to withdraw the remaining few tens of thousands from his parents' meager savings to piece together the dowry. Initially, he contemplated abandoning this relationship. A man should not fear a life without a wife. Yet, he could not resist his parents' wishes, who insisted he marry first. Upon entering the bank's lobby, he skillfully took a number from the staff and obediently seated himself in the designated area to wait. It was still morning, and the bank had just opened. Liu Sheng had taken a leave from work, rising early to queue, and he was number 3. Glimpsing the busy staff at the counters, he gauged the time and deftly retrieved his phone. Opening the chat interface with his girlfriend, and a plethora of green messages flooded his screen, yet no replies awaited him. With nimble fingers, he began to type a lengthy message, but hesitated, ultimately deleting it and slowly crafting a few words instead. I am at the bank. I still need the last few thousand for the dowry. The response was immediate. Really? Love you, darling. Seeing the emoji she sent, he would usually feel a rush of sweetness, but at this moment he was overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. Suddenly, the stainless steel security door crashed down, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Liu Sheng turned towards the sound to see 2 men, one tall and one lean. At the entrance, one brandished a gun while the other wielded a knife, their fierce gazes scanning the bank. Lobby robbery. Everyone, get down and cover your heads. As it was morning, the lobby was not overly crowded, but in the face of this sudden upheaval, chaos erupted as individuals scrambled in panic, their cries drowned out by the robbers' commands. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, abruptly silencing the once bustling bank lobby. All present stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. In a nation like Huagua, where firearms are strictly prohibited, there exists an innate terror towards such weaponry. One wishes to experience the agony of a bullet striking their flesh. There's a bank robbery. There's a bank robbery. Wah! The shrill sound of the alarm suddenly filled the air, echoing throughout the lobby. Clearly, a staff member had seized the moment to trigger the alarm. The expressions of the 2 robbers darkened instantly, yet they still managed to organize the crowd into a cowering huddle. Listen closely, everyone. I only want money, not lives. Be obedient, or else, if my gun accidentally discharges, don't say I didn't warn you. Also, turn off that alarm. It's driving me mad. Liu Sheng blended into the crowd, his gaze calm as he surveyed the scene. The absence of masks indicated that these 2 individuals were either ruthless fugitives or had no intention of allowing anyone to leave the bank alive. He preferred to believe the former, as the man wielded a makeshift firearm. With at least 10 people present in the bank, it would be utterly impractical to kill them all. This suggested that the 2 were indeed wanted criminals, here merely to make a quick fortune. However, this did not imply that there was no threat to life. Ruthless criminals need no justification to take a life. Everyone, Crouch down and raise your communication devices. We will collect them one by one. The crowd obediently lifted their devices with one hand. Sheng complied as well, but unlike the others, he remained remarkably composed. He was an ordinary university graduate, yet also a newly appointed auxiliary police officer. The choice of this seemingly unrelated profession stemmed from his admiration for the police force and the system. Name: Sheng. Position: auxiliary police officer. Strength: 0.9. Skills: none. Free allocation points: 0. Note: the average adult male has a baseline attribute value of 1. On the day of his graduation, he had unexpectedly awakened to this super police system. There was no manual, no system sprite, only a simple panel. Consequently, he briefly suspected he had developed a delusion that he took an online Davos cognitive bias assessment to self-evaluate and concluded that he was quite normal, thus resolutely stepping into the realm of auxiliary police work. Yet nearly a month into his employment, the system remained silent. Coupled with ongoing familial conflicts with his girlfriend's relatives, he had not devoted attention to the system. However, when a knife-wielding robber approached him to confiscate his phone, he suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, and his previously black screen lit up. A flurry of messages popped up on the screensaver. Well, who would have thought you were such a big fool? Sheng glanced at the messages on the screensaver, amused, and cast a sympathetic look at Sheng. Sheng chose silence, burying his head to conceal the shock in his eyes. Sheng refrained from saying much, merely assuming that the young man before them had been rendered speechless by fear, for such was the expected response of an ordinary person. Mission brief: subdue the 2 assailants and ensure the safety of all hostages within the bank. Mission compensation: 30-minute experience card for the Mighty Gorilla Fist. Mission reward: beginner level Mighty Gorilla Fist. Will you accept the mission? Gazing at the words displayed on the panel before him, Sheng felt a surge of excitement. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Yes. Chapter 2. Do not shoot. Allies, brother. Our time is running short. The police have likely received the alert and are en route, Sheng said, casting a glance at his elder brother, who was berating the bank manager. The bank's alarm was linked to the police network, and the moment it was triggered, the authorities would already be mobilizing. Understood. Once we secure the money, we shall flee in the van we just commandeered, replied Sheng, aiming his gun at the manager. Open the safe. We seek only wealth. Your cooperation is vital for your survival. Yes. The bank manager nodded vigorously, beads of cold sweat forming on his balding head. His suit drenched, yet his trembling hands dared not wipe away the perspiration. Anyone faced with the ominous barrel of a gun would likely exhibit such fear. Sheng circumvent the window and access the counter directly. Gather the cash inside, he instructed. The bank counter was constructed of multi-layered composite materials, breakable but not easily shattered, requiring considerable time and effort. Very well. After issuing the command, Sheng pressed the gun against the manager's back and proceeded cautiously toward the vault. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Sheng covertly observed the movements of the 2 robbers, mentally calculating his strategy. He was uncertain of the potency of the mighty iron fist, which offered a 30-minute trial. But he knew he must wield it judiciously. There was but a single opportunity, especially since the assailants were armed. Within a 10-step distance, a gun is quick. At 10 steps, it is both accurate and swift. Thus, his primary target was the armed robber. He must strike with lethal precision, positioned perfectly along the path to the safe. The robber was wholly focused on the bank manager, oblivious to the presence of anyone daring enough to resist them. After all, the combined deterrent power of firearms and verbal reassurance would dissuade any rational person from opposing them. No one wishes to be the scapegoat. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew clearer, Sheng assessed the distance and decisively activated the mighty Iron Fist trial card. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, causing his arm muscles to swell and unfamiliar memories to surface within him. He sprang forth with ferocity, like a fierce guardian, his fist striking with the force of a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing violently into Sheng's groin. It is said that under normal circumstances, a person can endure a pain level of 45, while a woman in labor may withstand up to 57, akin to breaking 20 bones. However, A man struck in the groin can experience pain levels soaring to 9,000, comparable to the simultaneous birth of 160 children or the fracturing of 3,200 bones. Such was the agony Xiao Xingwen now faced, as if every bone in his body was being mercilessly crushed, leaving him in a state of utter despair. The intense pain exceeded his threshold, and with a pain scream, he collapsed, unconscious. The makeshift firearm tumbled to the ground before Lu Sheng, emitting a dull thud. Exhaling deeply, Lu Sheng picked up the crude gun, his heart racing as it fell. He had nearly choked on his own anxiety, relieved that it had not malfunctioned at the critical moment. Although the accuracy of a standard shotgun may not rival that of a finely crafted firearm, its explosive power remains undeniably potent. Any flesh it grazes is instantly obliterated. Just as Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, having survived the ordeal, those around him were left in stunned silence, as if the very air had solidified. The transformation from a meek hostage to a master of violent retaliation occurred in less than 2 seconds, a swift turn of fate that surpassed their comprehension. One moment, they were timid captives. The next, they had become adept at dismantling their oppressors. Big Brother, Xiao Xingwu, shaken from his stupor, felt his mind roar in chaos. Instinctively, he shouted and lunged toward Lu Sheng, brandishing a dagger. With a resounding thud, Lu Sheng, still under the influence of his powerful technique, delivered a light yet effective kick to Xiao Xingwu's abdomen. The impact tightened his midsection, causing a tumultuous upheaval within him. He doubled over, akin to a prawn in a hot pan, and was propelled backward, skidding several meters along the ground before finally coming to a halt. The ferocity of Lu Sheng's technique was undeniable, showcasing a formidable force that could incapacitate an assailant in a single strike. Seeing that the two robbers posed no further threat, Lu Sheng produced his work ID and declared loudly, "I am Lu Sheng, an auxiliary police officer from the nearby Baiyin police station. These robbers have been subdued. Please assist in binding them." In China, auxiliary police officers do not possess formal police badges or numbers, only work IDs. Nevertheless, no one in the vicinity questioned his authority. In awe, the crowd realized that it would be a feat indeed for any actual police officer to subdue two such ruthless criminals with a single blow. Tears of relief streamed down their faces as they mustered their trembling legs, calling out in gratitude, "No problem. Officer Lu, you take a rest. We will handle this minor matter. Yes, yes. If it weren't for you, Officer Lu, we wouldn't know what might have happened." They expressed admiration, even inquiring if he had trained in a martial arts academy, praising his impressive skills. After the initial shock, the crowd began to sing Lu Sheng's praises, directly referring to him as officer. Bank staff soon arrived with ropes, and together they hurriedly bound the two criminals. During the process, some even took the liberty to kick the robbers. For despite their eloquent words, their violent actions during the hostage situation warranted such treatment. Now was the time to strike down the fallen. Outside the bank, the wail of police sirens filled the air as numerous patrol cars surrounded the exits, rendering escape impossible. Armed police officers were deployed, and snipers swiftly took up their positions. Negotiators emerged from their vehicles, brandishing loudspeakers, announcing, "Robbers inside, listen. The police have surrounded the area. Do not resist futilely. Release the hostages, and we can negotiate for leniency." Moments passed in silence within the bank, with no response forthcoming. The commander of the armed police inquired, "Can we ascertain the situation inside the bank?" "All windows are sealed. We cannot see what is happening inside," a tense officer replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. These criminals are undoubtedly seasoned offenders. They had even prepared their getaway vehicle in advance. This was a meticulously planned grand heist. Just as the negotiation expert was about to continue his dialogue, the bank's iron gate was suddenly raised. In an instant, all armed personnel sprang into action, with a multitude of firearms aimed at the entrance, leaving only the wailing of police sirens in the air. Bang! Two tightly bound figures were hurled out, and before the officers could react, a voice erupted from the entrance. "Don't shoot. It's one of us." Chapter 3. The Leader's Commendation. I am Lu Sheng, an auxiliary police officer from the Baiyin police station. The robbers have been apprehended by me, and there are currently no injured civilians. Lu Sheng spoke rapidly, swiftly identifying himself and recounting the circumstances of the scene. Had any of the officers become overly anxious and accidentally discharged their weapons, it could have resulted in immediate tragedy. Baiyun Police Station? The leaders from the Municipal Police Bureau looked at the officers behind them in confusion. Did any of the officers present recognize this young man? After receiving the alarm, a substantial number of police forces, including officers, were mobilized to secure the surrounding roads. Baiyun Police Station, being the closest, naturally had officers present. Soon, a middle-aged man in police uniform emerged. Director Luo, this young man is indeed a new auxiliary officer from our station. It's surprising that he happened to be inside the bank. Auxiliary officer? He is merely an auxiliary officer? The individuals present exchanged glances, each reflecting a look of astonishment. Lacking formal training from a police academy, it was akin to an ordinary university graduate facing two vicious criminals alone and ultimately prevailing. The sheer improbability of the situation was astounding. However, the reality was undeniable, and the officers present had no choice but to accept this fortunate outcome. Before long, under the director's command, the state of alert was lifted, and the two suspects were handcuffed and placed into a police vehicle. A significant number of officers began conducting a thorough investigation of the bank for potential security hazards, while negotiation and psychological experts provided emotional support to the civilians. Young comrade, do you know who these two suspects are? Director Luo inquired with a cheerful demeanor, clearly in high spirits. Such a heinous bank robbery typically draws the attention of higher authorities. The police bureau had successfully rescued the hostages and apprehended the suspects in record time. Lu Sheng, being from Baiyun Police Station, which falls under the jurisdiction of the city bureau, would undoubtedly receive commendation from a capable leader. Thus, Director Luo looked at Lu Sheng with increasing admiration. It would be disingenuous for Lu Sheng to claim he was not nervous, as he was merely an ordinary graduate who had never encountered such high-ranking officials in his 20 years of life. After a moment of contemplation, he began to analyze calmly. The robbers' methods were exceedingly proficient. They had initially sealed off all bank windows and had prearranged their escape vehicle en route. Armed with a makeshift firearm, they acted without a hint of panic, suggesting they had likely committed crimes elsewhere before. Director Luo exchanged a knowing glance with the officer beside him. Unable to resist giving Lu Sheng a reassuring pat on the shoulder, his expression filled with pride. Comrade Lu Sheng, your analysis is astute. You are indeed well-suited for our criminal investigation work. If you continue to strive, I have high hopes for you. These two robbers were fugitives from a bank heist in Xuanyang City a few years back, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury. An incident marked by unprecedented brutality, prompting the police department to issue a nationwide warrant for their arrest. Who would have thought that they would fall into your hands, Lu Sheng? This marks your inaugural success in the police force. Ha ha ha. As he spoke with enthusiasm, Director Luo delivered a few hearty pats on Lu Sheng's shoulder. All of this is thanks to your commendable leadership, Director Luo, and the rigorous standards set by Officer Li. Lu Sheng responded, eager to pay homage to his superiors. Satisfied, Director Luo recognized the young man's wisdom, courage, and understanding of the broader picture, qualities desperately needed in law enforcement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he excused himself under the pretense of attending to subsequent matters, departing in a police vehicle amidst the crowd's cheers. Master, what should I do now? Lu Sheng directed his gaze toward a middle-aged officer. This was Yu Tiangong, the seasoned officer responsible for mentoring him at the Baiyun Police Station. What should you do? Revel in your success. A third-class merit is assured. Prepare for your formal appointment at the year's end. Yu Tiangong mockingly chided, filled with envy. Yet, he understood that such accomplishments were hard-earned by Lu Sheng. These were level 1 fugitives, each one a desperate criminal stained with blood, and considering that these two were armed, a moment's lapse could lead to tragic consequences. A mere assistant officer earns little, and it is rare to find someone willing to risk so much. This young man is indeed a talent worth nurturing. With that thought, Yu Tiangong adjusted Lu Sheng's attire. Be cautious in the future. Always think of your parents at home. Come back to the station with me. But I took a day off today. Lu Sheng protested. You little rascal. I'll dock your leave. Make it up next time. Yes. Sir. As they settled into the vehicle, Sheng accessed the system panel to claim the rewards from this mission. The entry-level Diamond Fist. A sequence of martial arts forms materialized in his mind, as if he had practiced them countless times before. A flood of memories surged into his muscles, causing his previously slender physique to heat and swell. With his fascia rapidly strengthening, an overwhelming surge of power welling up within him. He realized this was merely an illusion brought on by the sudden increase in strength. Yet he felt confident that he could easily overpower two ordinary individuals. However, it seemed to pale in comparison to that 30-minute experience card. Evidently, the Diamond Fist in that state transcended mere entry-level proficiency. The Diamond Fist is a close combat martial art, emphasizing powerful strikes, strategic techniques, and practical application, characterized by a fierce and resolute demeanor, embodying the spirit of the wrathful diamond. The system categorizes it into 5 stages: entry-level, minor proficiency, major proficiency, peak, and perfection. Clenching his fist, feeling the power coursing through his fingertips and the gradual fortification of his muscles, Sheng could not suppress his delight. With the prospect of securing a permanent position and the recent apprehension of 2 highly wanted criminals, there is a likelihood of receiving a monetary reward from above. It can be said that the future appears promising. His gaze once again swept across the system panel. Name: Sheng. Position: auxiliary police strength, 11 skill. Beginner's Mighty Fist free allocation points. 0.2. The entry-level Mighty Fist skill has augmented his strength by 0.2 points. Just enough to surpass the average strength of an ordinary adult. One should not underestimate this increment. For Sheng, it equates to an instantaneous surge of 22 in strength. Coupled with the enhancement from his martial arts, his abilities extend far beyond mere numbers. However, could it be that these 0.2 free allocation points were derived from the 2 criminals, each contributing 0.1 point? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, having been in a heightened state of tension and neglecting it. He remembered that his girlfriend had sent him several messages earlier. Hey darling, my mother mentioned that the betrothal gift might increase a bit to 888,000. It's an auspicious number. Why aren't you responding? My mother only wants what's best for me, and it's only right given the sacrifices my parents made to raise me that we ask for a betrothal gift. Sheng, what do you mean by this? Asking for a betrothal gift, and you go silent on me? My mom says this is also a test of your love for me. If you don't reply soon, we might as well break up. Sheng furrowed his brow, meticulously reading through the stream of messages. After much hesitation, he ultimately distilled his myriad thoughts into a single word. All right. He set his phone down, releasing a sigh of relief as he leaned back in his chair to rest. In the face of life and death, he had come to understand many things more clearly. Chapter 4. He broke up with me at the Bayun police station in the office of the station chief. Chief Liwegua was languidly smoking, the ashtray on his desk nearly overflowing. He sighed deeply, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Across from him sat the station's instructor, Ji Ongwa. Old Ji, this situation cannot persist. Our station's assessments have been consistently unsatisfactory these past few years, and with the recent bank robbery in our jurisdiction, how will the higher-ups view me? Liwegua exhaled a puff of dense smoke. The resources allocated to the station had been dwindling, and it had been years since any fresh talent had been introduced. Yet this wasn't solely the fault of the higher-ups. After all, our station hardly resolves many cases throughout the year. The daily duties of grassroots police officers are not akin to the dramatized narratives portrayed in crime films. Rather, they primarily involve mediating various disputes, as the public's expectation is deeply ingrained. When in trouble, seek the police. The archives are filled with many old cases, but time has severed many leads. In summary, while there is always someone above us, there is also someone below. A small police station with limited personnel ultimately cannot cultivate true talent. Ji Ongwa chuckled wryly, gesturing dismissively. Let us not dwell on the impossible. This year, we've had a few young recruits join us. From my recent observations, they seem promising, diligent, and capable. It was not without a significant sacrifice of pride that I approached the municipal bureau, persuading the former leaders with both gentle entreaties and firm insistence. which ultimately resulted in the allocation of a few young recruits. However, only one of them is a bona fide graduate from the police academy, and he is preoccupied with preparing for his upcoming examinations, likely to remain with us for only a short duration. Li Weigua extinguished his cigarette with irritation and remarked, "This year, the Baiyun police station has received 5 auxiliary officers and 1 police academy intern, which is merely a drop in the bucket in addressing the manpower shortages at the grassroots level. Moreover, it remains uncertain how many will even choose to stay. After all, working at the grassroots is no easy feat." Qianengwo chuckled. "So, are you dismissing the new auxiliary officers?" Li Weigua candidly replied, "To put it bluntly, they are like misfits." He then filled the teacups of both men from the teapot on the table and downed his own cup in one swift motion. Typically, auxiliary officers are contractual workers. To transition to a formal police position, they must accumulate over 3 years of experience alongside a series of evaluations, with an astoundingly low pass rate. "Let us see how things unfold after these 3 years," he continued, "unless one manages to capture a fugitive, which could expedite the process." He chuckled at the thought. Fully aware of the challenges involved in apprehending a wanted criminal, a task that often eludes the police despite substantial resources, what could an auxiliary officer hope to achieve? Just as their conversation grew animated, the telephone on the desk rang abruptly. They exchanged glances, a shared sense of apprehension washing over them. Qianengwo voiced his unease. "This could be bad. A call at this hour must mean something has gone awry at the bank." "Allow me to answer," Li Weigua replied calmly, picking up the receiver and placing it to his ear. In mere seconds, his expression shifted dramatically. His pupils dilated as he sprang from his chair, inadvertently knocking over the teacup on the desk, his voice rising several decibels. "What? The bank robbery case has been resolved? The robbers have been apprehended?" Meanwhile, in a modest residential building at Shuayan County, room 308, Yi Rong cast a frustrated glance at her daughter. "As parents, we naturally wish for our children to lead prosperous lives. The dowry we request is intended to ensure your future security, preventing you from being bullied by that Lu Sheng character. Besides, after 3 years of courtship, if he is unwilling to part with a mere several $100,000 in dowry, how can we place our trust in such a man? Your father and I are not comfortable in trusting you to him. We have raised you with great effort, and you're soon to take the teacher qualification examination. Once you have that, suitors will line up from here to the city. Lu Sheng will find that the dowry demands will only increase." Her words flowed like bullets from a well-oiled machine gun, relentlessly targeting Zhao Li. "Mom," Zhao Li pouted, feigning a petulant tone, "I understand it hasn't been easy for you to raise me. I've already discussed the dowry with Lu Sheng. When will you buy me my car, though?" Zhao Zhe, seizing the moment, eagerly chimed in. He had long desired to purchase a Mercedes to flaunt before his friends. Yet upon graduating from middle school, his indolence left him financially destitute, perpetually residing at home and relying on his family. He had no funds for a vehicle and was merely biding his time, hoping to benefit from his sister's marriage dowry. "Once the dowry money is gathered, I will ensure your mother buys you a car outright," Yi Rong softly reassured him. "Mother, Zahadi intergested, had die satisfaction evident. Was it not agreed that the dowry would serve as the capital for our new home? If you use it to buy a car for my brother, Lu Sheng will undoubtedly be displeased. This money should be kept with us for now. When you and your husband require it, I will dispense it. For the time being, let your brother make use of it. He is, after all, your own flesh and blood. In due time, he will be your most steadfast support. It is only right that he benefits from it now." "Very well," Zhao Li conceded after a moment of internal conflict, ultimately yielding to the bond she shared with her brother, with whom she had grown up. Ding dong. At that moment, her phone, which had been resting in her pocket, emitted a notification sound. Zhao Li hastily retrieved it and opened the facing interface, revealing a message from Lu Sheng. "Good," she exclaimed, her mind momentarily blank, overwhelmed by a wave of confusion. "What does it say? Has Lu Sheng sent you a message? Have they gathered the dowry funds?" Yi Rong ignored eagerly, failing to notice her daughter's increasingly pallid complexion. "Does this mean I can buy a car right away?" Zhao Zhe also chimed in, his spirits lifted. With a forced composure, Zhao Li gazed at her expectant family, her voice trembling as she finally cried out, "Lu Sheng said he wants to break up with me. Woe is me. The conversation abruptly ceased, and they exchanged glances, each discerning a glimmer of disappointment in the other's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Rong slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "If he wishes to end things, then let him. We are a family of modest means, unable to even spare this meager dowry. Yet he dares to think of marrying my daughter. That scoundrel Lu Sheng will rue the day my daughter secures a teaching position." Beside her, Zhao Zhi quickly offered consolation. "He is merely a lowly auxiliary officer, without even a formal police position. We have no need for such a person." Chapter 5. The emergence of the motorcycle gang. What did you say? The perpetrators of the bank robbery have already been apprehended? Ye Angguo exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed incredulously at Li Weiguo, who had just hung up the phone. How much time had elapsed since the police were dispatched? By the timeline, the armed forces had only just begun to establish their positions. Even if the robbers were persuaded to surrender by negotiation experts, it could not have occurred so swiftly. Could it? Li, you cannot possibly have been deceived. Li Weiguo, in high spirits, sat down without regard for the disarray on the table and declared with a hearty laugh, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is news directly from the city's leadership, and the main contributors to this operation are from our precinct." From our precinct? Jiangua furrowed his brow, racking his brain in vain to discern which hidden talent resided within the Baiyun police station. "Very well. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer." Li Weiguo, without the slightest hint of disdain, consumed the tea in front of Jiangua, savoring its crispness before he spoke. "It's the new auxiliary officer, Lu Sheng, who joined this year. I've known all along that this lad is exceptionally talented." He then recounted the events narrated by Lu Sheng to Jiangua. With a single punch and kick, he had taken down 2 vicious robbers, a feat that seemed deceptively simple. However, both were seasoned criminals, fully aware of the inherent dangers. Had a gun misfired or his strength faltered, Lu Sheng might never have exited the bank alive. Chuckling, Jiangua, still in shock, couldn't he help but roll his eyes. Didn't someone mention that this year's auxiliary officers were all misfits? With a sudden clap on the table, Li Weiguo retorted, "Whoever said Lu Sheng is a misfit? I slap him dead. He is a true warrior of our precinct." Witnessing Li Weiguo's shamelessness, Jiangua could only roll his eyes in exasperation while retrieving a file from the table. Lu Sheng, male, 22 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Graduated from Jiangnan University. This lad may be slightly slender, yet he managed to overpower 2 armed assailants. He certainly possesses some skills. We must nurture this promising talent. Jiangwa smiled as he glanced over the details. Indeed. Moreover, these robbers are no ordinary criminals. The brothers Xiao Xingwen and Xiao Xingwu are quite formidable. The smile on Li Weiguo's face remained unwavering, seemingly affixed there. Jiangwa's body jolted, his gaze filled with alarm. Xiao Xingwen and Xiao Xingwu? It's actually those 2. A few years ago, they committed a major robbery in Xianyang City, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury, and then fled without a trace, leaving the city bureau in the dark. He couldn't believe they had been apprehended here. If Lu Sheng hadn't happened to be among the hostages, those brothers might have escaped before we arrived. Jiangwa sighed. To capture a top-level wanted criminal, one requires the perfect combination of timing, location, and personnel. Any one factor lacking could spell disaster. These individuals are exceptionally ruthless and cunning. Every crime is meticulously planned through months of reconnaissance and simulation, leaving the police with no time to react. Ha ha ha. This year, our precinct's performance cannot fall to the bottom again. The city bureau just praised us over the phone, which has certainly boosted my pride. As he entered the office, a thunderous applause erupted, startling Lu Sheng. Goodness! All his colleagues in the precinct stood, smiling as they gazed in his direction. Single-handedly, he had taken down 2 highly wanted criminals before Lu Sheng's return. Li Weiguo had already briefed the team on the events, leaving everyone astounded. What a fierce individual. Most of them would never dare to charge forward against armed men. The admiration in their eyes for Lu Sheng grew stronger. However, in the corner, Liang Feiguang displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. He is the only police academy intern among this year's new recruits, with a genuine background in the field, poised to become a fully fledged officer shortly. He should have been the most illustrious presence. However, his spotlight was stolen by the unassuming Sheng, which naturally stirred feelings of discontent within him. Had he been present at that moment, he too would have made the same choice. Yet, no one pays heed to Gu Liangfei's inner thoughts. Li Weiguo surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately settling on Sheng. He gestured lightly with his hands, and the scattered applause gradually subsided. Comrade Sheng. Sheng stood at attention, performing a precise military salute. Relax, relax, Li said with a genial smile. In our own home, there is no need to be so formal. The city leaders have already given me a heads up. You will undoubtedly secure a permanent position this year. Moreover, in a couple of days, the municipal bureau will issue corresponding honors and rewards, so just wait in peace. He was a pragmatic man, ensuring that deserved rewards would not be withheld. Even if the bureau failed to mention it, he would proactively request recognition from above. These are merely my obligations, thanks to your guidance and that of everyone else, Li. Sheng remained humble, acknowledging the necessity of maintaining interpersonal relationships. Li Weiguo regarded Sheng, his expression increasingly one of satisfaction. Rest assured, the higher-ups have approved a collective honor for us. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked upon Sheng with even more favorable eyes. What a rare young man, brave and tenacious, yet modest about his achievements. He has a promising future ahead. Thus, amidst laughter and camaraderie, this simple celebration drew to a close. That evening, on Huchuan Street, within the precinct of Baiyun Police Station, patrol officers were active as usual. Today was no exception. The one responsible for this area was Sheng's mentor, Yu Tiangong, with Sheng accompanying him to learn. Overtime was a requisite skill for police work. Sheng, as grassroots police officers, our daily tasks often involve intricate matters, such as mediating neighborhood disputes. This may contrast with the portrayal of police work in films and television, but it does not imply that the job is easy. Walking down the street, Yu Tiangong diligently imparted his insights to Sheng. First and foremost, we must enhance our approachability. We come from the community and must immerse ourselves within it, becoming more familiar with the terrain than the local residents. I know it may be challenging at first. Sheng nodded in agreement as he listened attentively. Observing Sheng's eagerness to learn, Yu Tiangong continued, although you have achieved such significant merit shortly after joining, do not become complacent. Such accomplishments are still quite rare in our jurisdiction, unlike in the criminal investigation team. Just as Yu Tiangong spoke, a sudden scream pierced the air from a distance. Robbery. Chapter 6. Add a bit more. The low rumble of a revving engine echoed through the street, causing Yu Tiangong and Sheng to instinctively turn around, their hearts racing with trepidation. A man clad in a black helmet roared down the street on a sleek black motorcycle, a bulging handbag hanging from the front, casting an unsettling glare amidst the illuminated surroundings. Behind him, a young woman sprinted in panic, her screams piercing the evening air. The streets, still relatively empty at dusk, provided little resistance as the perpetrator sped forth with a ferocious growl, cutting through the night like a bolt of lightning. How audacious! Sheng was taken aback. In broad daylight, right before their eyes, 1.5 police officers, this thief brazenly committed robbery. Yu Tiangong's expression darkened as he grasped his walkie-talkie, pulling Sheng aside to evade the chaos. Let us get out of the way first. I'll have Qian Shouwen dispatch the station's motorcycle. Sheng, unable to catch Yu Tiangong's words, swiftly accessed his system panel. Name, Sheng. Position, auxiliary officer strength, 11 skill, beginner's titan fist free allocation points. 02 He allocated the free points to his strength. Feeling his muscles warm and swell as if immersed in a hot spring, a surge of vitality flooding his senses. Boom! Sheng's toes dug into the ground, his leg muscles beneath the uniform bulging, veins protruding ominously, a terrifying power brewing within him. What are you doing? Sheng. Yu Tiangong, sensing a void where Sheng had been, felt a chill run down his spine as he watched Sheng stride into the street, seemingly preparing to confront the motorcycle head-on. His heart raced. Moments ago, this young man had appeared modest, yet now he seemed to swell with bravado. Did he truly believe himself invincible? In an instant, Yu Tiangong envisioned the dire consequences of Lu Sheng's reckless actions and felt a pang of guilt for not keeping a closer watch. Yet, it was too late to intervene. The motorcycle hurtled towards Lu Sheng with blinding speed, and the onlookers gasped in horror. What is this reckless youth thinking? This is disastrous. Unfazed, Lu Sheng's gaze fixed on the approaching motorcycle, its image magnifying in his vision. At the critical moment of impact, he pivoted sharply, unleashing a tremendous force from his feet, his black shoes exploding against the ground. The assailant turned, his eyes widening in terror as he realized that this officer was matching his speed. Boom! A powerful punch landed squarely on the helmet, akin to being struck by a speeding car. The thief's grip slipped from the handlebars, and he was sent tumbling sideways. The motorcycle, now uncontrollable, skidded forward several meters before finally coming to a halt, miraculously avoiding innocent bystanders. Lu Sheng gasped for breath, his heart racing like an overworked engine. His once dry uniform now drenched in sweat, white mist escaping from his pores, conspicuously visible in the crisp September air. Silence enveloped the crowd, including Yu Tiangong, who was still barking into his walkie-talkie, frozen in disbelief. "Hello, old you, can you hear me? On which street are you? I will immediately dispatch a vehicle. Hello, hello. Why are you silent?" The incessant calls on the intercom jolted him back to reality, and he hurriedly responded, No, it's fine now. A vehicle is no longer needed." After saying this, he rushed forward to check on Lu Sheng's condition. "Goodness, are you some sort of superhero? Have you trained for this?" Yu Tiangong felt Lu Sheng, and aside from a sheen of sweat, he could detect no injuries, leaving him both astonished and impressed. Truly remarkable. To intercept a motorcycle traveling at such speed, had this been a time of war, one might as well shoot down planes with a pistol. Yet, his expression soon turned serious. "While you accomplished something great this time, I must insist that you do not act so impulsively next time. You should have informed me beforehand. Such recklessness is perilous." Observing Yu Tiangong's concerned demeanor, Lu Sheng felt profoundly moved and repeatedly agreed. Applause erupted as the surrounding crowd snapped out of their stupor, their hands clapping vigorously, enveloping the two men in a thunderous ovation. One incredible police officer. Had I not seen the absence of a camera, I might have thought this was a scene from crime film. I was genuinely terrified. I barely caught the officer's movements before the robber was flung off the motorcycle. With such brave young officers, we, the nearby residents, feel immensely reassured. With a snap, Yu Tiangong approached the fallen motorcyclist and produced handcuffs to secure him, relieved that the helmet had spared him from severe injury. Lu Sheng also retrieved the handbag that had been hanging from the motorcycle and handed it to the breathless girl who had rushed over. Thank you. If it weren't for you today," she gasped. Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "This is our duty as police officers. Please remember to keep a close watch on your wallet in the future." The girl expressed her gratitude once more. Having apprehended the motorcyclist, the two had no reason to continue patrolling. They called for other colleagues to take over and escorted the perpetrator to the police station. After a thorough explanation from Yu Tiangong, a stir arose within the precinct, and henceforth, Lu Sheng acquired another nickname, Lu King Kong. In response, Liang Feiguang scoffed, deeming him merely a brash fool, asserting that if he encountered a real case, he would likely be utterly bewildered. In the interrogation room, the helmet removed revealed a face reminiscent of a punk, with green bangs obscuring half, a copper earring dangling from his ear, and an expression of defiance. With a thud, Yu Tiangong sat down, pulled out paper and pen, and regarded the individual with utmost seriousness. "Name? Hey, Wenbin, you already know it. This is my third time in here. Be serious. This isn't a joke. This time is different," Yu Tiangong admonished sternly. Surprisingly, Wenbin showed no fear, instead glancing at Lu Sheng beside him. "Bro, are you a martial artist? Your speed was like that of a cheetah." Ignoring the remark, Lu Sheng activated the system panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Position, auxiliary police officer. Strength, 13 skill. Basic King Kong fist. Allocated points, 0-1. He found himself lost in contemplation. It appeared that for every criminal apprehended, he would earn 1 allocation point. Only missions issued by the system would yield additional skill rewards. The reasoning behind the sole emphasis on strength attributes was quite straightforward. Those endowed with formidable strength are invariably robust, with well-developed muscles, and their explosive speed, driven by sheer force, would be impressive. Just like the moment he caught up with the motorcycle. Though fleeting and exhausting, without a solid foundation of strength, such an explosive burst would be unattainable. Even now, he felt his legs weaken, evidently a consequence of inadequate physical conditioning. Chapter 7. Fame. The following day, Lu Sheng rose early, practiced his martial arts, and had a quick breakfast before arriving at the entrance of the Baiyun police station, his face aglow with vitality. His strength points had escalated to 14, rendering him robust and vigorous. Coupled with the enhancement from the King Kong fist technique, his demeanor exuded a profound and solid presence, akin to a mountain. However, just as he was about to enter, he paused, taken aback by the scene within the station. Inside, cameras and microphones were directed at Chief Li Weigua. The incessant click of shutters filling the air. Enthusiastic journalists thrust microphones towards him, bombarding him with questions. "Hello, Chief Li. May I inquire if the recent bank robbery was resolved by the officers of Baiyun Police Station? I understand it was a newly appointed auxiliary officer who played a pivotal role. Is that correct? It is said that in a moment of crisis, this hero sprang forth from among the hostages, delivering swift blows to incapacitate 2 armed assailants. Is this true?" Amidst the barrage of inquiries, Chief Li, seasoned and composed, responded with poise, deftly handling even the trickiest of questions. No one reaches the rank of chief without possessing remarkable capabilities. Suddenly, a girl in her early 20s squeezed through the crowd, thrusting a microphone toward him. "Chief Li, would it be possible for us to conduct a brief interview with the heroic auxiliary officer?" Upon hearing this, the other reporters turned their hopeful gazes toward Chief Li. A direct interview with the officer would surely unveil more intriguing stories, such as the officer's mindset during the event or whether he was a martial arts practitioner. Any additional sensational details would be even more thrilling. Lu Sheng was taken aback and quickly maneuvered to the back entrance, pulling out his phone to message his master. "Yu Tiangong. Master, I prefer not to accept interviews at this moment. Kindly help me refuse the reporters. I am content just being a police officer." A prompt reply came. "No problem. I will speak to Chief Li. Your mindset is commendable and your awareness is impressive." The message was accompanied by a cheerful emoji. Lu Sheng smiled knowingly, stowed away his phone, and stealthily entered the police station. Fame can be a double-edged sword. If his image were to grace the screens of the public, everything would be magnified infinitely. Although he was not deterred by his handsome visage, the cacophony of opinions on the internet was inescapable. He was not a currency note, universally adored by all. Thus, he resolved to extinguish these troubles at their source. Moreover, he wished to spare his parents any worry. The tales of bank heists and armed robbers were not suitable for their aged years, and he wanted to shield them from such fears. After exchanging greetings with his colleagues, Lu Sheng commenced his day of diligent work. As noon approached, Li Weigua unexpectedly summoned him to the director's office. "Xiao Lu, we owe you a debt of gratitude for enhancing the prestige of our Baiyun police station." Li Weigua began, devoid of pretense, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Having transitioned from military service, his demeanor was straightforward and candid. "It's also thanks to Director Li and my mentor's wise guidance." Lu Sheng, uncertain of how to respond, could only humbly wave his hand. "Ha ha ha. I appreciate your cleverness. Here, this is from the county bureau." Li Weigua produced an envelope from his drawer, along with a certificate of honor and a medal, sliding them across the table to Lu Sheng. 50,000 yuan in prize money and a third-class merit medal. "Make sure to keep it safe for when you marry, ha ha." A flicker of joy crossed Lu Sheng's face as he saluted Li Weigua, expressing his gratitude for the organization's recognition and vowing to fulfill his duties. "Ha ha ha, you rascal." After a moment of joviality, Lu Sheng finally concluded his conversation with Li Weigua. Had he not adhered to his principles, the director would have insisted on introducing his niece to him. During the midday, Lu Sheng treated his colleagues to milk tea with his prize money and later took his mentor, Yu Tiangong, out for a meal. The atmosphere within the station became increasingly harmonious. Even among colleagues, relationships can vary in closeness. Given Liu Sheng's significant contributions to the recent bank robbery case, coupled with his apprehension of a motorcycle gang that very night, Li Weiwood decided to grant him a day off. One should not underestimate the value of this day as vacation. Grassroots police officers typically endure a year-round, unyielding schedule, often working late into the night. A single day off is a coveted prize for many. At that moment, in a residential building within the Huayuan community, Liu Sheng presented the 50,000 yuan prize to his parents. This is a reward from the police station for solving a case. You can keep it for now. I won't need it for the time being. The apartment in the city had only been partially paid for, and the family was currently supporting it together. Fortunately, with his newfound income, they were managing quite comfortably. Liu father and Liu mother gazed at the pile of red bills on the table, their eyes widening in astonishment. Bien Hohat set down the television remote and exchanged a glance with her husband, asking, "What case did you solve? Was it dangerous? What danger could there be? But for confidentiality, I cannot disclose the specifics. The station has also granted me a chance for permanent status by year-end." Liu Sheng waved his hand casually, his expression relaxed. Really? Upon hearing of the prospect for permanent status, their faces lit up with delight. This represented a stable position within the system, a veritable iron rice bowl in their eyes. All right, you have grown up. Just pay attention to safety at work. Coincidentally, this money will serve as a contribution to the betrothal gifts. Liu Xiaoyong did not inquire further. A mature eagle should be allowed to spread its wings. Liu Sheng, however, wore a calm expression, for I have already parted ways with her. What? Bien Hohat's voice immediately soared in pitch, her previous concern vanishing. A house, a car. The betrothal gifts have all been prepared for you. And now you suddenly announce a breakup? Did you two have a quarrel? Isn't it better for a man to be more accommodating? Mom. Liu Sheng glanced at his father and made a face, saying, "What is there to discuss now that we have broken up, especially since it was she who initiated it? You can't even try to soothe her?" Lu Mu erupted in anger, seizing a feather duster from the sofa, ready to strike Liu Sheng. Upon witnessing this, Liu Xiaoyong hurriedly calmed his wife and chided Liu Sheng. Indeed, it is natural for couples to argue. One cannot simply break up after a disagreement. What can I do? Their family demanded an increase in the betrothal gifts, all for the sake of supporting her parasitic brother. Therefore, I have no desire to proceed with this marriage, to avoid being drained in the future. Liu Sheng feigned a look of grievance, Mom. Let us return the betrothal money we gathered. Wouldn't it be better to save 10 or 20,000 for ourselves? After all, we already possess a car and a house. Hearing this, both parents calmed down. Bien Hohat sighed. You manage your own affairs. I shall no longer concern myself with your marriage. With that, she picked up her phone from the coffee table and headed to the bedroom. Chapter 8. How could it be him? Upon returning to her room, Bien Hohat's earlier fury had completely dissipated. She had long since devised a plan for her son's future, intending to arrange blind dates immediately after his graduation. Thus, she had joined several local matchmaking groups, unaware that her son had begun dating during university, only to inform them after graduation. Now that the marriage was off, it was the perfect opportunity to initiate her matchmaking plan. Skillfully, she opened the long-dormant matchmaking group, her fingers flying as she input Liu Sheng's personal information, a graduate of Jiangnan University, standing at 185 centimeters, weighing 65 kilograms. Currently serving as an auxiliary police officer with a guaranteed promotion to a formal police position by the end of the year. Lastly, she attached a candid photo of Liu Sheng. Instantly, the matchmaking group erupted in excitement. No way. Such a handsome young man is available for matchmaking? And he has a stable job? Truly handsome. If it weren't for my daughter's match, I would want to pursue him myself. Please share his contact information. My goodness, a perfect catch indeed. Based on your description, he's a rising star in the police force. Surely you're not exaggerating? Please get me his contact information for my daughter. Seeing some skepticism, Bien Hohat remained unperturbed, promptly sharing a photo of Liu Sheng's third-class merit award, which set the group ablaze with even more enthusiasm. A flurry of messages flooded in, with people clamoring for his contact information. With such looks, any combination is a winning hand, but remaining single is a dead end. However, coupled with a stable position, it is an absolute triumph in the matchmaking market. A pairing that guarantees success for both mother and daughter. Bien Ho Hot meticulously attended to friend requests, seamlessly transitioning into a warm conversation about dinner time. At the dining table, she inquired, "Son, I hope the meal suits your palate. You've been so busy lately. It's been ages since our family sat down together for a meal." Instantly switching to a nurturing demeanor, she never ceased to serve dishes into Lu Sheng's bowl. "Here, have a piece of this rabbit hind leg. It'll help you run faster when catching criminals. This pig brain is a great tonic. You officers need all the brain power you can get when solving cases, so eat up." Lu Sheng pondered whether pig brains could indeed enhance intelligence. Yet he was certain that no rabbit could outrun him now. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, he devoured the food with a ferocity akin to a whirlwind. Whether it was the effects of his intense training or simply the increased vigor he felt, his appetite had grown significantly, consuming enough to satisfy 2 or 3 adults at each meal. "Slow down, son. We're not in competition with you," his father remarked, picking up a piece of meat that Lu Sheng had dropped and placing it back into his bowl. Within 3 seconds, it was gone again. Lu Sheng continued to focus on his meal. "Ahem." Lu Sheng paused for a moment. His mother interjected, prompting him to halt immediately. Based on past experiences, whenever his mother called his name, it signaled something of great importance. His father turned his attention to her as well. Bien Ho Hot served both father and son a rib with a smile, saying, "This afternoon, I found a girl for you. When can you spare some time to meet and chat?" "Mom, I just broke up, and the police work is overwhelming," Lu Sheng replied. He felt that, as someone recently out of a relationship, he deserved time to nurse his emotional wounds. "It's just a meeting. You can make a friend. As the saying goes, the best way to move on from one relationship is to enter another," she countered, glancing at the towering bowl of food before Lu Sheng. "I don't see you suffering too much. You're eating even more than before your breakup." "I'm transforming my sorrow into appetite," Lu Sheng defended himself, aware that his sudden increase in food consumption might raise his parents' suspicions, but the gnawing hunger was unbearable. "Do as you wish. I'll send you the girl's information via FaceTime. You can get to know her online first and arrange to meet when you have time." Bien Ho Hot conceded with a wave of her hand. "No problem." Lu Sheng gestured affirmatively and resumed his fervent eating. In Sheng County, at Building 4, Apartment 308 of the Fondo community, Yi Shihua lay on her bed, idly scrolling through her phone, her long, pale legs restlessly shaking. "Impressive," she exclaimed, tossing her phone onto the bed and sitting up cross-legged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Shihua graduated last year from Jiangbei University with a degree in journalism. Due to her outstanding appearance and demeanor, coupled with her diligence, she quickly became a reporter at a renowned newspaper in Lu City. Having caught wind of a heroic tale involving a police auxiliary officer battling criminals at Baiyun Police Station, she rushed to Longan County's Baiyun Police Station, eager to interview the officer. The outcome was that, without even catching a glimpse of the person, the cunning director sent him away. He lingered at the entrance for an entire day without seeing anyone. Thus, he could only drive to his aunt's home in the neighboring county, Sheng. "Who would have left you in such a state?" Zhao Li, freshly emerged from her bath, curiously observed her beautiful cousin. In truth, she had always envied her cousin's beauty, academic excellence, and her subsequent position as a journalist at the city newspaper, resembling a proud swan. In contrast, Zhao Li herself was of ordinary appearance. She had, by sheer luck, gained admission to Jiangnan University, which, while not inferior to Jiangbei University, was ultimately a dead end due to her major, leading to immediate unemployment upon graduation. She had once taken pride in her handsome boyfriend, but now that they had parted ways, her feelings of inferiority only deepened in the presence of her cousin. "You have no idea." Yi Shihua animatedly recounted Lu Sheng's heroic deeds, mentioning how he had bravely emerged from among hostages to confront armed robbers with fierce punches and kicks. Speaking with fervor, "Is he really that impressive?" Zhao Li gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "He must have received quite a substantial reward, right?" "Certainly. It should be around 50 to 60,000, and at least a third-class merit." Yi Shihuai's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. But what truly matters is that this person has a promising future ahead. You see, the city police and the Public Security Bureau were closely monitoring the situation, which means this auxiliary officer will surely gain recognition from superiors, and, as it stands, his formal appointment is inevitable. Moreover, I heard that on that very night, Sheng also captured a member of a motorcycle gang, truly embodying the hero archetype. I must report on him. Who are you talking about? Zhao Li, bewildered, stared at the exuberant Yi Shihuai in disbelief, doubting her own ears. Sheng, what's wrong? Yi Shihuai asked, puzzled. Which police station is he from? The Baiyun police station in Rongan County. Zhao Li felt a wave of despondency wash over her, even allowing the towel in her hands to slip to the ground unnoticed, murmuring, how could it be him? How could it possibly be him? He was just a small auxiliary officer at the police station. Chapter 9. A case of missing persons? No, this is a serial murder case. On Monday, Sheng concluded his daily martial arts practice, took a shower, and donned his duty uniform before heading to the police station. Little Lu, have you had breakfast yet? His mentor, Yu Tiangong, passed by with a bag of steaming buns in hand, greeting Sheng. Good morning, master. I've already eaten at home. Every morning, Lu's mother would rise early to prepare breakfast for the family before heading to work. After his morning exercises, Sheng would simply heat up his meal. What a pity. These buns are from that shop on Yinshan Street. Although their dough could use some improvement, the meat filling is truly delectable, bursting with flavor with each bite. Is it from Shengji Bun Shop? How did they move to Yinshan Street? Yu Tiangong recalled the bun shop mentioned by Sheng, though since entering university, he had seldom visited it. The proprietor's mastery of meat filling was indeed exceptional, but was it truly as remarkable as claimed? Oh dear, I almost forgot you're a local from Rongan County. Yu Tiangong slapped his forehead, bemused, realizing he had unwittingly displayed ignorance in front of Sheng. Ha! Since embarking on my university journey, I only return home during the winter and summer breaks. I must admit, I am not as familiar with these local streets as you are. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiangong took a hearty bite of the fragrant meat filling, a look of delight gracing his face. Indeed, you are correct. As grassroots workers, we must ingrain the map of our neighborhoods in our minds. Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he still had much to learn from his mentor. Finishing the meat bun, Yu Tiangong cheerfully patted Sheng on the shoulder. This young man pleased him greatly. He understood when to be reserved and maintained a calm demeanor, though at times he could be a tad impulsive. Yet, isn't that the essence of youth? One must be spirited in their younger years. They had all traversed a similar path in their own youth. Enough of the flattery. Join me for a patrol later and witness the true essence of the streets. Ding, ding, ding. Yu Tiangong patted his pocket. I must take this call. You carry on, and reach out if you need anything. With that, he answered the phone and stepped outside. Afternoon arrived, and the Baiyun police station received an emergency call from a distressed individual claiming his son had been missing for 24 hours, urging the station to initiate an investigation. This immediately captured the attention of Station Chief Li Weigua. A minor's disappearance was a catastrophic event for any family. Consequently, the entire Baiyun police station was mobilized, with Yu Tiangong appointed as the primary investigator for this missing person case. On September 22nd, at 3 in the afternoon, the call had just come in. The caller was the father of the missing boy, an ordinary worker from an electronics factory, who reported that his son had not returned home since leaving school the previous evening. A call to the middle school confirmed that the boy had indeed departed the premises. Yu Tiangong cast a glance at the individuals seated in the conference room. Sheng, Liang Feiguang, and an experienced officer. The station placed significant emphasis on Liang Feiguang, the intern with formal training, ensuring he shadowed them whenever a case arose. Sheng, having distinguished himself in previous cases, had become quite popular within the station, necessitating little further mention. However, this also caused him some concern, as he felt he lacked competent individuals in his team. Even Sheng's impression was merely of someone audacious with commendable physical skills. In cases such as this, where time was of the essence, every second could mean the difference between life and death. An elder officer in the group inquired, "Have we ruled out the caller's relatives and classmates?" "We have," came a response. The caller, Zhang Chun, is a migrant worker from the countryside and has no relatives in the county. After the incident, he contacted each of his son's classmates, but none had offered him shelter. It is imperative to investigate the interpersonal relationships of the missing individual, Zhang Yuan. One cannot dismiss the possibility that personal entanglements may have led to this situation, especially considering the impulsiveness of today's youth, cautioned the seasoned officer. Indeed, this represents a viable avenue for investigation. Liang Feiguang cast a glance at the silent Lu Sheng and promptly raised his hand, suggesting a review of the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the school, as well as traffic cameras along the routes home. This approach is feasible. Upon receiving the report, we promptly contacted the traffic police, and they will provide us with the necessary footage shortly. Yu Tiangong nodded in agreement. As an experienced veteran, he instinctively considered various strategies at the onset. Receiving affirmation, Liang Feiguang stole another discreet glance at Lu Sheng, who, at that moment, had no inclination to entertain his subtle musings. Task announcement. Dream back to midnight. The butcher raises his cleaver high, viewing humans as mere livestock. Their lives as inconsequential as grass, unraveling a series of mysterious disappearances and bringing the hidden perpetrator to justice, ensuring they face the consequences. Task funding. Super olfactory experience. Task reward. Permanent super olfactory ability. Task deadline. 24 hours. Will you accept the task? This task surprisingly comes with a time constraint. Moreover, the funding does not specify the duration of the experience, implying that within the 24 hours of accepting the task, he would possess this newfound ability. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the mission. According to the system's prompt, this is not merely a case of a single disappearance, but rather a series of homicides. The perpetrator is undoubtedly a deranged and malevolent individual. Lu Sheng, what are your thoughts on this case? Yu Qiangong's inquiry interrupted Lu Sheng's contemplation. Liang Feiguang and the veteran officer also turned their attention to Lu Sheng. The former's skepticism was palpable. Such cerebral matters were better suited for someone with formal training, while Lu Sheng was merely a brash individual. Noticing Liang Feiguang's gaze, Lu Sheng hesitated but replied, "Before the traffic police provide the surveillance footage, I would like to review the case files of the missing persons in our area over the past few years." The case files are fundamental materials for understanding the entirety of a case, demanding absolute objectivity and factual accuracy in their documentation, devoid of any subjective bias. Do you suspect this is an organized human trafficking case? Uncertain, Lu Sheng shook his head. I need to examine the files before I can ascertain. He refrained from expressing his thoughts too boldly. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain himself. It would be untenable to claim that it was a prompt from the system, so he could only hope that the files might reveal some clues leading to further evidence. Not a problem. You can head to the archives and have a word with Old Wang. It seems we might need to work late tonight. The higher-ups are quite concerned, especially since it involves minors. Yu Tiangong rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Let's assign some tasks. Old Go, please investigate the interpersonal relationships of Zhang Chun and his son, looking for any enemies or conflicts Zhang Yuan may have had with classmates. Liang Feiguang, please stay back and watch the surveillance footage with me. Acknowledged. Chapter 10. Astonishing Revelations. Inside the archive room, Lu Sheng hastily finished his dinner, exchanged greetings with Old Wang, and began to examine the files of missing persons in the county over the years. On March 5, 2008, a woman named Li reported that her husband, Wu, had vanished while on his way to work. A review of the road surveillance footage revealed that Wu was last seen at the corner of Tianfu Road, and thereafter, no trace of him was found. Despite extensive investigations by the police, no witnesses could be located, and ultimately, the case was shelved. On November 3, 2008, a beggar named Zhang came forward to report that he had witnessed his companion, Xiao, being dragged away in a sack. However, due to the absence of surveillance cameras at the crime scene and the fact that the streetlights in the area were malfunctioning that night, no suspects were identified, and the case was similarly abandoned. As Lu Sheng reviewed these cases, a sense of unease washed over him. The fact that these missing persons had not been found after so many years suggested that their fates were likely grim. If this series of disappearances was orchestrated by a single perpetrator, where had these individuals gone? Or, perhaps more hauntingly, what had become of their bodies? He swiftly dismissed the possibility of human trafficking, noting that the first two missing individuals were male, with subsequent cases involving both men and women. In human trafficking scenarios, abducting males is typically a less lucrative choice, high risk with minimal reward. After all, who would purchase men without cause? Of course, organ trafficking could be an exception. Thus, a pressing question arose: how did the murderer dispose of the bodies? Generally speaking, a first-time offender would likely choose a familiar location for the crime, facilitating both the disposal of the body and a quick escape should they be confronted. Liu Sheng's mind swiftly constructed a mental map. Having lived here for over a decade, he was not intimately familiar with every street and alley, but he was well acquainted with the main thoroughfares. The corner of Tianfu Road meets Binren Road, an area that had once been part of the old city and indeed had limited surveillance. Furthermore, Junshan Road lay increasingly distant from Binren Road, suggesting that the perpetrator initially operated in the vicinity of Binren Road. However, if he could deduce this, surely the police officers handling the case at the time could have as well. Logically, they should have conducted a thorough investigation in the vicinity of Binren Road. Yet they had come up empty-handed. Liu Sheng fell into deep contemplation, pondering the efficacy of the task assigned by the system supersent. He glanced at the contact number of the first missing persons reporter, Li, and pulled out his phone call. "Hello, this is Li. May I ask who is calling?" A middle-aged woman's voice came through the line. The following morning, a group of individuals with dark circles under their eyes gathered in the conference room, exchanging intelligence. Yu Tiangong sat at the forefront, beside a pristine blackboard, while a plate of steaming meat buns lay on the table. Liu Sheng's nostrils flared, sensing something peculiar. "Let's summarize our findings from last night and make a brief report. Starting with Liang Feiguang," Yu Tiangong said, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration, his voice hoarse. Last night, he and Liang Feiguang spent the entire night poring over the surveillance footage of Zhang Yuan's usual route home from school. At 6 o'clock on the afternoon of September 21st, the footage confirmed that Zhang Yuan indeed left the school and headed directly home, a fact we also verified with Zhang Chun. Liang Feiguang, invigorated and brimming with excitement, cast a sidelong glance at Liu Sheng across the room. However, near Yuanfu Road, our surveillance footage revealed that Zhang Yuan encountered a man dressed in a windbreaker, wearing a black baseball cap, approximately 175 centimeters tall, and then he vanished without a trace. This man in the windbreaker is undoubtedly a key suspect. Unfortunately, the cameras did not capture the suspect's face. Liang Feiguang, somewhat agitated, adjusted his posture to one of authority and proposed two lines of inquiry. First, the person who could persuade Zhang Yuan to leave voluntarily must be someone familiar to him. Thus, we can systematically investigate Zhang Chun's social network to identify potential suspects. Secondly, we can search based on the man's clothing, though this hope seems rather bleak, as the windbreaker is of common style. Nevertheless, a combination of both approaches may yield results. Liang Feiguang's insights were astute. Yu Tiangong nodded in agreement, acknowledging his clear and methodical thinking, indicative of his professional training. However, I must add that the man's gait appeared peculiar, suggesting he might either be disabled or wearing height-increasing insoles. Now, that concludes our findings on this side. Lo Ye, please share your updates. Officer Lao Gu picked up his notebook and began to read. Yesterday, I contacted and visited Zhang Yuan's teachers, discovering that he was well-behaved in school, held in high regard by his classmates, and exhibited no signs of conflict with his peers. Moreover, having grown up in a farming household, no one dared to bully him. As for his father, Zhang Chun, his social connections here are quite sparse, with no relatives in sight. His only contacts are the landlord and colleagues from the factory, making it unlikely he has any enemies. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Tiangong felt a headache coming on. The absence of enemies indicated a lack of motive for the crime, suggesting it was likely a random act. Yet, the surveillance implied that it was indeed someone familiar. This is truly challenging. However, based on the comparison of Zhang Chun's social network, it seems the possibility of the suspect being a child has been largely eliminated. Liu Sheng, please share your findings. The three of them looked on with anticipation, especially given Liu Sheng's previous impressive performance. As a graduate of Jiangnan University, his logical reasoning skills should be commendable. In the realm of law enforcement, mere brute force and courage are insufficient. Liang Feiguang smirked, eager to see what folly this man might unveil. Being confined to the archives hardly lends itself to insightful observations. If anyone from any school could effortlessly excel as a police officer, what purpose would police academies serve? Are the studies in criminal psychology, logic, and investigative techniques mere trivialities? Liu Sheng appeared relaxed, his extraordinary constitution allowing him to remain vibrant and alert despite having stayed up all night. Indeed, there are certain revelations. My thoughts from yesterday were undoubtedly misguided. This is not a case of organized human trafficking. Yu Tiangong and Old Gu maintained serene expressions, awaiting Liu Sheng's elaboration, while Liang Feiguang endeavored to conceal a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his lips. Observing the expressions of the three, Liu Sheng gradually spoke. This is a protracted series of murders spanning several years. The revelation was thunderous, leaving the three present in a state of shock. This young man certainly possesses audacity. A serial murder case, the malevolence of which is beyond imagination. Chapter 11. Master. Silence. The serial murder case. Yu Tiangong pondered the weight of these words with a grave demeanor, fixing his gaze intently on Liu Sheng's eyes, stating, "This is not a conclusion to be drawn lightly. Initially uncertain, I have now been further affirmed in my suspicions by the clues you provided." Liu Sheng nodded emphatically, stating, "First, I reviewed the recent case files and discovered that since 2008, such cases have been on a rise. In 2009 alone, there were 5 recorded missing persons cases. And this is merely what is documented. The number not discovered by the police is likely substantial." Yu Tiangong's eyes widened, his knuckles cracking under pressure. If what Liu Sheng asserts is true, how many lives does this suspect bear upon his conscience? As for why I believe these cases are the work of a singular individual, there are 2 reasons. First, Liu Sheng raised a finger and remarked, "Among the missing persons documented, aside from the first victim, Wu, who was local, the others were either beggars or from out of town. This is rather too coincidental. Second, a beggar once caught a glimpse of the suspect's silhouette, and the description he provided aligns closely with what Liang Feiguang just mentioned, albeit with some discrepancies in height. I am inclined to believe what my master posited, that this individual wears height-increasing insoles. This indicates that the perpetrator is a local. The initial disappearance may have been accidental. However, for reasons unknown, it ignited a predatory instinct within the murderer, leading him to begin hunting with intent." Yu Tiangong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Hunting? Indeed, the perpetrator's behavior resembles that of a carnivore lurking within a steel forest, perpetually roaming and selecting its prey. If the earlier cases were random killings, it would be challenging to uncover his tracks. However, this time is different. He has revealed himself." Liu Sheng's gaze gradually shifted, ultimately resting on Liang Feiguang, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "We have overlooked a crucial point. Why can Zhang Yuan not have adult relationships? Of course, we can have Zhang Chun come over to identify the silhouette of the suspect in the surveillance footage. I am confident that he would not recognize it." Old Gu appeared contemplative, acknowledging that this indeed represents a blind spot. Nonetheless, the investigation should be relatively straightforward. We can easily identify the places Zhang Yuan frequents or the establishments he visits. Why are you so certain this is a serial murder case and not human trafficking or organ smuggling? Where are the bodies after the murders? Liang Feiguang seemed provoked by Liu Sheng's gaze, his eyes reddening with inquiry. "It's quite simple." Liu Sheng took a sip of the ginseng tea prepared by his mother and replied leisurely, "Would human traffickers target men of little value who are also difficult to subdue? Regarding organ trafficking, it is typically orchestrated by well-structured networks. The individual selected must undergo compatibility assessments. It is not merely a matter of abducting anyone at random. Moreover, the frequency of disappearances is alarmingly high, suggesting a lack of organization." Yu Tiangong interjected, albeit with lingering doubts. "How are the bodies disposed of? This is not just a single corpse. Even in cases of organ trafficking, the remains must be dealt with. It seems there have been no reports of such incidents in our jurisdiction over the past 2 years. Additionally, what is the motive of the perpetrator? Is it a case of psychopathic murder, or is there a specific objective? Lu Sheng also shook his head with a wry smile, expressing his own frustration over the whereabouts of the bodies. However, I have received a lead. Last night, I spoke with Li Liping, the reporter of the first missing person case. She mentioned that her husband's route to work does not require turning onto Binren Road. Does she not know the reason? She is unaware. Her workplace is in the opposite direction from her husband's. He is a taciturn individual who rarely shares trivial details with her. Well, the lead may have run cold, but is not entirely fruitless. I will request additional personnel from Li. This serial murder case necessitates more hands on deck. Yu Tiangong rose, addressing Lao Guo, urging him to continue investigating the relationship network of the father and son, particularly adults who have had close contact with Zhang Yuan, and to be vigilant for individuals of similar physique. After speaking, he tossed Lao Guo a somewhat blurry photograph. Liang Feiguang, you should visit the household registration office and inquire about residents from Binren Road in years past. See if any useful clues emerge. Due to renovations in the old city area last year, many residents have relocated from Binren Road. Lu Sheng, shortly, I will provide you with a few individuals. Take them to the streets to inquire if there were any witnesses on that day. After briefly assigning their respective tasks, Yu Tiangong declared the meeting adjourned, then proceeded to break apart the now-cold meat bun on the table, preparing to indulge. Master, wait! A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lu Sheng, prompting him to shout, causing the documents on the conference table to tremble. Even Liang Feiguang and Lao Guo, who were about to rise, were startled into sitting back down. The meat bun, which Yu Tiangong had split in half, slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, gathering a layer of dust. Are you trying to scare us to death? Lu Sheng, Liang Feiguang frowned. This fellow's physical prowess is indeed remarkable, even more so than that of a police academy student. His shout nearly sent him reeling. Yu Tiangong cast a probing glance at Lu Sheng. Ignoring the attention, Lu Sheng approached Yu Tiangong, crouched down, and retrieved the fallen meat bun, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, his expression darkening instantly. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the three, he began to tear apart the meat buns on the table, inhaling deeply with determination. Upon entering, he had sensed something amiss. An unusual odor had invaded his nostrils, which he initially attributed to his heightened sense of smell. However, at the moment Yu Tiangong split the bun, the scent became overwhelmingly pronounced. Now, he could finally confirm it. There is something wrong with these buns. What on earth is happening? Liang Feiguang muttered in dissatisfaction. Yu Tiangong glanced at the severely distorted bun and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue with this bun? Could it possibly be made from lymphatic tissue, or perhaps from the flesh of deceased pigs?" Lu Sheng slightly nodded, his demeanor gravely serious. "Master, did you purchase this bun from Xingji Bun Shop? I recall they possess a rather lacking skill in fermentation. Yet their meat filling has a commendable flavor. Indeed, I mentioned it to you just yesterday morning. If I remember correctly, they used to be located on Binren Road, right?" "Yes, but due to urban planning renovations last year, the owner relocated to Yinshan Street." Binren Road, how enlightening. Now I comprehend. Lu Sheng's expression turned increasingly cold, his lips muttering incessantly. "Master, we must promptly instruct someone to seal off Xingji Bun Shop. This could be human flesh buns." Buzz. The minds of the three individuals in the conference room momentarily short-circuited. Chapter 12. Ugh. Human flesh buns. Yu Tiangong's complexion drained of color, as if he had been struck by a sudden chill. Feeling the world spin around him, his stomach churning violently. Had he been consuming human flesh these past few days? Lu Sheng, refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. Liang Feiguang exclaimed loudly, his face reflecting palpable distress, evidently shaken. "Indeed, Lu, how can you ascertain that this meat filling is made from human flesh?" Yu Tiangong grasped at this lifeline, desperately struggling for clarity. "The scent," Lu Sheng replied solemnly. "From a young age, I have possessed an unusually keen sense of smell. Although this filling is heavily mixed with lard, Sichuan pepper, cooking wine, and various other spices to mask the odor, there remains an undeniable sweet, cloying scent, mingled with the aroma of decay. An average person would certainly be unable to detect it, but under my superior sense of smell, this sin is laid bare before me, stripped of all concealment. Of course, a definitive conclusion requires that we send these buns for testing. However, I hope we can take immediate action to control Sheng Bun Shop, as this concerns Zhang Yuan's safety. Whether it is indeed human flesh cannot merely be asserted without substantiation. We must present evidence for the police to conduct a legitimate search. Yu Tiangong suppressed his nausea and queried, "How does this relate to Zhang Yuan's disappearance?" We have consistently pondered how the perpetrator behind this series of disappearances has disposed of such a multitude of corpses without detection. Are you suggesting, precisely, they have turned them into human flesh buns? Yu Tiangong's legs felt somewhat weak. The mere thought of human flesh buns was already horrifying enough. But the crucial aspect was that he had consumed this filling. Lu Sheng cast a sympathetic glance at his master, Yu Tiangong, suspecting that he would now harbor a profound psychological aversion to buns. "Do you recall where the first disappearance occurred?" Lu Sheng pointed to the area map on the wall, ultimately pausing at a section in the southern city, Binren Road. The original Sheng Bun Shop was indeed located on Binren Road. Generally, a perpetrator lacking experience, coupled with a low psychological resilience, tends to act in familiar surroundings. The two disappearance cases in 2008 transpired near Binren Road, while it was not until 2009 that the crime scenes shifted to the northern city and even the outskirts. This concludes my reasoning. The results require further verification. However, I hope to swiftly gain control of the Sheng Bun Shop. With each passing second, the likelihood of Zhang Yuanqing's survival diminishes. The system has allotted him a mere 24 hours to solve the case, likely corresponding to the duration of the missing person's existence, and midday approaches rapidly. Yu Tiangong, unable to contain himself, began to retch violently, his demeanor suggesting he might expel his very innards. I approached Director Li to seek his guidance. "You must hurry to the Sheng Bun Shop," Yu Tiangong commanded, suppressing the rising bile. In extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary measures. Although such actions may not adhere to protocol, humanity must remain paramount, and he was prepared to shoulder any resulting consequences. The others straightened their expressions, steeling themselves before saluting. "Yes." In the director's office, Li Weiguo quipped, "What's the matter, old you? Does my face repulse you to such an extent that it makes you feel nauseous?" He lifted a thermos from the table, gently exhaling over it, jesting lightly. With the increasing sophistication of road surveillance, coupled with the fact that Zhang Yuan went missing during peak hours, the streets were certainly not devoid of pedestrians. By mobilizing the police force for inquiries, eyewitnesses were bound to emerge, and he held no doubt regarding Yu Tiangong's capabilities. Yu Tiangong resolved that upon concluding this case, he would visit the county hospital for a gastric cleanse. The sensation lodged in his throat left him utterly unsettled. "Old you, Li Weiguo remarca, sumawet irritata." This is becoming repetitive. Though I may be aging, surely it cannot be that bad. He produced an evidence bag, placing it directly before Li Weiguo. "This is the material set to be sent for examination." "Evidence?" Li Weiguo was bewildered. "Isn't that from your favorite bun shop?" "Enough of that, Director," Yu Tiangong interrupted. "Although it has yet to be tested, I am certain that given Lu Sheng's character, he would not jest about such matters. The Sheng Bun Shop is highly suspicious. There is a strong possibility of human flesh involved." With a sudden loss of grip, the thermos slipped from Li Weiguo's hand, crashing onto the table, hot tea splattering onto his skin. He did not cry out, but instead stared, wide-eyed, at Yu Tiangong's pale countenance. "Are you serious? This could be a sensational case. Human meat buns. This could shock the entire nation. Verification is still necessary. I have already sent personnel to search the Sheng Bun Shop." "This is against protocol, and we lack evidence," Li Weiguo interjected. "Director, I will bear all consequences. The missing Zhang Yuan might very well be concealed within the Sheng Bun Shop. Time is of the essence, which is why I acted decisively." Yu Tiangong's expression was grave. Li Weiguo felt a headache brewing, but quickly regained his composure. "Who told you this could involve human meat?" "Lu Sheng." "Lu Sheng?" Li Weiwu Siga. Do you believe everything that boy says? Have you not noticed the nickname he has earned around here? Lu King Kong? Perhaps he could handle physical tasks, but intellectual pursuits are not his forte. I have faith in him. Yu Qinggong replied, his tone resolute. Let's first send it for examination. Is the elderly gentleman from the station accompanying them? The youth lacks the steadiness required for such matters and may inadvertently escalate the situation. Lao Gu has gone along. Lao Gu, a veteran officer at the station, possesses more extensive experience than Yu Tiangong. However, his overly laid-back demeanor has resulted in him remaining in a stagnant position within the department. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Coming, Li Wei was stated calmly. Upon receiving a response, a female officer entered, greeted Li Weigua, and inquired, Li Chief, is there something amiss? Li Weigua, perplexed, responded with a question. It was I who summoned her, Yu Tiangong clarified to Li, then turned to the female officer, asking, have you verified with Zhang Chun? According to the report made by Zhang Chun, the missing individual, Zhang Yuan, did indeed visit Shengji's steam bun shop every morning to procure breakfast. Given his demanding job and the fact that his child has just entered junior high, he would provide Zhang Yuan with money daily to purchase his own breakfast. The female officer succinctly recounted the details of the recent phone call. Does this imply that the proprietor of Shengji's steam bun shop is a person of significant suspicion? Chapter 13. Is your nose canine? On Yanshan Street, at Shengji's steam bun shop, it was now midday. During lunchtime, the Chinese populace seldom consumes buns or similar wheat products, rendering the shop nearly deserted. The owner, Sheng Quan, sat at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. Noticing that no patrons remained, he began to tidy up the shop and prepare ingredients for the following day. This establishment had been acquired due to the urban redevelopment project last year. Although modest in size, it boasted a decent location not far from the experimental middle school, ensuring a steady flow of customers for a breakfast venue, especially given the renowned deliciousness of their fragrant meat buns. However, the quality of the dough had been criticized for its inadequacy. Now, in his 50s, Sheng Quan had raised a child who was now employed and on the verge of marriage. After a few more years of hard work, he anticipated retiring to enjoy a peaceful life. Officer Lao Gu, accompanied by several colleagues, was quietly strategizing nearby. Shall we simply enter? Liang Feiguang suggested. The other auxiliary officers expressed their agreement. Remaining here was not a viable option, especially with midday approaching and no search warrant yet issued. They could always rectify that later. However, Lao Gu, embodying a sense of prudence, replied sternly, while that may be true, if Sheng Quan firmly asserts that we cannot enter without a search warrant, we would find ourselves in a predicament. After all, we currently lack evidence to substantiate any claims regarding the quality of his meat filling. More importantly, we cannot ascertain whether this location is where he typically disposes of bodies. His ability to evade detection thus far indicates a level of caution. Acting recklessly might alert him. Thus, let us split up. Xiao Sun, take Liang Feiguang and the others to Sheng Quan's residence for a look. Sheng Quan has a son who may be at home. The youth may be more easily persuaded. If you adopt a firm stance, we might be able to issue a search warrant later, as it would align with proper procedure. Xiao Sun, whose full name is Sun Yuankai, is among the younger officers at the station, having received formal training, and he gets along well with Liang Feiguang. Lo Ye, being seasoned in the ways of the world, adeptly navigates the nuances of human interactions. No need for that. Suddenly, Lu Sheng interjected, his nostrils flaring as he detected a potent scent of blood, certainly not that of any animal, but emanating from the Shengji Baozi shop. A group of individuals glanced at Lu Sheng with an air of suspicion. Even old Gu could hardly contain himself. A large crowd had hastily gathered here at noon based solely on his words, and now he claimed to smell blood from Shengji Baozi? Were they being toyed with? At their current position, they were at least a street away from the shop. How could he possibly detect the scent of blood? Even a police dog would be less adept. Moreover, given the modest size of the Shengji Baozi shop, had there truly been a strong odor of blood, it would have been noticed by passers-by long ago. Lu Sheng, what nonsense are you speaking? Surely, you are not toying with us? Liang Feiguang immediately expressed his displeasure. Lu Sheng, this is not the time for jokes. Follow my instructions. Old Gu reprimanded. He understood the young man's eagerness to prove himself, but that did not justify treating the investigation lightly. Lu Sheng shook his head and sighed, noticing the disbelief in their eyes. Seeing that Sheng Quan seemed poised to close the shop, fearing for Zhang Yuan's safety, he pointed at Sun Yuan Kai and said, "Brother Sun, you had beef noodles for breakfast, right? With scallions, lettuce, and cilantro?" "Huh? How did you know?" Sun Yuan Kai responded, somewhat astonished. "And old Xiang, you had pork and cabbage dumplings for breakfast, right? Dipped in peanut sauce." Lu Sheng enumerated the breakfast choices of several individuals, causing their expressions to shift to one of intrigue. "Wow, Brother Lu, how do you know that?" "Yes, you even know what sauce I dipped." Lu Sheng pointed to his nose, indicating that he had simply smelled it. "Goodness, this is astonishing. From now on, you shouldn't be called Lu Jinggang, but rather Lu the Divine. That nose of yours is naturally suited for criminal investigation." Liang Fei Guang, who had just been displeased, stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word, merely watching as others praised Lu Sheng. Ultimately, Old Gu intervened, saying, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." With a clatter, Sheng Quan dropped the metal door, suddenly extending a hand to hold back the curtain. "Who is it?" Sheng Quan emerged, revealing a kind face. "Hello. Are you Mr. Sheng Quan? We are police officers from Baiyun Police Station, investigating a missing person case. We received reports from witnesses indicating that the missing person, Zhang Yuan, was seen entering and exiting with you. May we come in to search?" Old Gus said with a friendly smile. For grassroots officers, the greatest taboo is to adopt an aloof demeanor. Instead, they must engage with warmth when necessary and adopt a stern countenance when the situation demands. "Who is Zhang Yuan? Are you sure you have the right person?" Sheng Quan Raplia, Perplexa. "This is the individual," Lu Sheng said, holding up a photo as he pressed against the rolling door. "Oh," Sheng Quan exclaimed, his memory jogged. "I have a vague recollection. He is a student from the nearby school, correct? In the realm of business, one encounters a multitude of individuals on a daily basis. As age advances, the ability to recall details often diminishes. However, my acquaintance with this young gentleman is rather limited. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding," I chuckle softly. Lu Sheng observes keenly, harboring a deep admiration for Sheng Quan. Such talent in acting should not go unrecognized, as his facial expressions are perfectly attuned to the moment. "Is it true? I have heard that this child visits you every morning for breakfast, and you greet him with such warmth." "Ah, in business, one must nod and bow even when meeting unfamiliar faces." Sheng Quan maintains his ever-pleasant demeanor. "Indeed, ha ha ha." Old Gu then shifts the subject, inquiring, "Is it convenient for you to open the door so we may have a look inside?" "It is not yet the time for interrogation. Do you possess a search warrant?" "From what I've seen on television, police cannot arbitrarily search someone's home." The smile on Sheng Quan's face gradually fades as he sizes up the group. Old Gu produces his police badge and gestures towards the body camera on his chest, stating, "This is my police badge, and everything we do is recorded." Due to the urgency of the situation, the search warrant has not yet been issued, but we can provide it shortly. After a moment of silence, it is peak hour. Students and lunchgoers are bustling about, quickly noticing the unfolding scene. It is human nature to gather and observe, and soon a crowd forms around them, although they are unaware of the specifics. Trust in the police prompts the onlookers to cheer. Let them see. If you are innocent, you need not fear shadows. We are here to watch your back. Indeed, indeed. Chapter 14. Ruthless malice amidst the crowd-esque clamoring. A flicker of hesitation crosses Sheng Quan's eyes, yet he soon relents and waves his hand, saying, "Since you wish to investigate, please do so. After all, I have nothing to fear, but as a businessman, if you find nothing, I expect a statement from the police." With that, he relinquishes the doorknob, allowing Lu Sheng to push it open. The auxiliary officers, witnessing Sheng Quan's audacious demeanor, feel a twinge of apprehension. Old Gu, however, remains unfazed, activating the body camera and leading the group inside the establishment. As Sheng Quan had described, the shop is quite small, barely accommodating 3 sets of chairs, and it is easy to see the back a glance. Typically, during lunch hours, the shop sees little business. I merely manage to get by, preparing ingredients for the next day after the midday break. Sheng Quan points towards a folding bed in the corner, explaining. Sheng's bun shop is a long-standing establishment in Longan County. Lu Sheng recalls that it had been there since his childhood. The proprietor's signature style has always been subpar dough, often with a slight sourness. Yet the meat filling possesses commendable flavor, ensuring a steady stream of customers daily. However, Lu Sheng squints and surveys the small shop, suddenly asking, Boss Sheng, I'm a local, and I often enjoyed your buns in my youth. I recall you used to operate on Binrin Road, did you not? Indeed. Sheng Quan sighs, recounting the government planned to redevelop the old town, and when they initiated demolition, they allocated me this new shop. I recall that your previous establishment was rented, was it not? It is rather fortuitous that in 2008, I managed to acquire that very shop, only for it to be demolished the following year. Sheng Quan remarked with a chuckle. Ah, then you must have made quite a profit in 2008, which inspired your decision to take over the shop, Lu Sheng observed, his eyes sparkling with interest as he inhaled the myriad of aromas wafting through the air: flour, spices, ginger, and cooking wine, each scent meticulously discerned. Meanwhile, Old Ge had inspected the premises both inside and out, even scrutinizing the kitchen. Yet he found no trace of the alleged bloodstains that Lu Sheng had mentioned. Alas, seeing the unsuccessful return of the officers, Sheng Quan's expression bore a hint of smugness, and his tone unwittingly brightened, remarking that the money earned through hard work could never compare to the salaries of those who dined on public funds. Do you know Wu Tian? Wu Tian, the victim of the first missing persons case. Sheng Quan's hand trembled slightly as he looked up, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Wu Tian? Who is Wu Tian? As one ages, one struggles to retain memories. He was a regular customer of yours, having mysteriously vanished on Bin Run Road back in 2008. I was far too preoccupied with attending to my customers that morning to notice anything happening outside, Sheng Quan admitted, a hint of despondency in his demeanor. I never claimed he disappeared in the morning. Lu Sheng's voice cut in ominously. I was merely speculating. I typically only work in the mornings and early afternoons. Sheng Quan forced a strained smile. I see that you have completed your inspection, have you not? Old Ge inquired, directing his gaze toward Lu Sheng. With a smile, Lu Sheng asked, Sheng, your establishment seems rather small. Do you perhaps have a cellar or something of that nature? Absolutely not. Constructing a private cellar would be against regulations. Sheng Quan retorted vehemently, though his composure began to waver. Even the most composed of hunters finds it challenging to maintain their poise when on the brink of exposure. Is that so? Lu Sheng dashed towards the kitchen, and although Sheng Quan attempted to intervene, it was too late. Lu Sheng's foot came down heavily on the ground. The technique, known as the Great Diamond Fist, while a form of boxing, encompasses various close combat techniques, such as the interplay of punches and kicks and grappling maneuvers, characterized by its tremendous force. With that single step, he created a deep, dark hole in the floor. What is this? Lu Sheng pointed at the opening in the ground, directing his query at Sheng Quan. I have no idea. I only moved here last year. Sheng Quan stammered, his heart racing as he defended himself. Outside the shop, onlookers began to peer in. Why not join us and take a look? Lu Sheng suggested with a teasing glint in his eyes, addressing Sheng Quan. Upon hearing this, Sheng Quan's knees buckled, but fortunately, a nearby officer quickly supported him. If they could not discern the issues presented by this individual, their roles as police officers would be in vain. Old Ge immediately signaled for Sun Yuan Kai and two auxiliary officers to remain outside to maintain order. He then led Lu Sheng, Liang Feiguang, and the trembling Sheng Quan straight into the cellar. Descending the ladder, Old Ge took the lead, with Sheng Quan in the middle, flanked by Lu Sheng and Liang Feiguang behind him. The cellar was dimly lit, permeated by an enduring scent of disinfectant, intermingled with faint traces of blood. The odors of various blood types were distinguishable: the gamey scent of sheep's blood, the pungent smell of pig's blood, the acrid aroma of chicken's blood. While human blood bore a subtle briny tang, its color notably darker. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the darkness, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed, illuminating the entire cellar and revealing the grim scene to the officers present. In one corner stood a massive freezer, and along the walls hung an array of tools: polished to a gleaming shine. At the center, a large wooden table lay strewn with remnants of flesh and unmistakable human tissue, fingers, hair, and shattered bones. A hellish sight that caused the pupils of the three witnesses to constrict and their stomachs to churn violently, barely suppressing the urge to vomit. Such brutality. The abyss was desolate, and the demons roamed the earth. Seizing the moment of their stunned silence, Sheng, who had been quietly compliant, suddenly erupted into violence. In a few swift strides, he dashed to the wall, grasped a glistening bone-slicing knife, and lunged toward the nearest Liang Feiguang. "You force my hand." The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. One strike could easily result in a fatal outcome. Liang Feiguang was paralyzed with terror, his heart racing. Overwhelmed by an indescribable fear, his mind blank. Just then, in a moment of dire urgency, a large hand, akin to a fan, shot out, seizing Sheng Quan's wrist. Before Sheng could withdraw, Lu Sheng collided into him, delivering an elbow strike that sent him reeling, twisting his wrist and gripping his collar. His back arching slightly as his arm muscles tensed with sudden force. With a resounding thud, Sheng Quan found himself spinning disorientedly, crashing heavily to the ground. The knife slipping from his grasp and clattering on the floor. The entire sequence, a flawless combination of restraint and body slam, was executed with fluid precision. Chapter 15. A necessity to purge the stomach thud. Liang Feiguang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Despite the mingled sense of disinfectant and blood, he had never perceived the air to be so sweet. Gulping down saliva with great difficulty, his weakened knees barely supported him as he managed to utter, "Thank you, Lu Sheng." His words tumbled out in a rapid stream, and he quickly turned his head away, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear. Lu Sheng smiled lightly, remaining silent as he approached Sheng Quan, who lay groaning on the floor, and presented him with a pair of silver handcuffs. The inability to confirm Sheng Quan's crimes earlier was now irrelevant. The evidence was irrefutable, and coupled with his brazen assault on an officer, the police had sufficient grounds to restrict his freedom. Zhang Yuan must be hidden in that cupboard over there, right? Aside from the four of them, there was an unmistakable scent of another living person, clearly Zhang Yuan, whom Sheng Quan had kidnapped and had yet to harm. Sheng Quan remained silent, as if resigned to his fate. Upon hearing this, Lao Gu hastily opened the cupboard, revealing a child unconscious within. The child appeared unharmed, though somewhat dehydrated. After inspecting the little one thoroughly, Lao Gu turned to the shaken Liang Feiguang and instructed, "Call for an ambulance. We must transport the child to the hospital. Lu Sheng, escort the suspect to the station. Go and instruct Xiao Sun and the others to set up a perimeter and seal off the entire Shengji steam bun shop." "Understood. Sungo, could you explain what transpired below? Did you hear any commotion just now?" inquired a burly auxiliary police officer. The cellar was not particularly deep, and being fully enclosed, they stood close enough to hear the sounds emanating from below. It seemed to be Uncle Ji's voice, calling out Liang Feiguang's name. Sun Yuan Kai, though somewhat uncertain, quickly nudged the sturdy officer. "Lao Hu, please head over there and maintain order. Lao Xiang is overwhelmed by the workload. I will oversee things here." "All right, Sun Ge," Lao responded with a grin. As implied by their designation, auxiliary police officers assist in the duties of law enforcement. Sun Yuan Kai, being a formally appointed officer, naturally commanded respect, unlike everyone being as compliant as Lu Sheng. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached, and Lu Sheng soon emerged from the cellar, leading Sheng Quan. "Any discoveries?" Sun Yuan Kai asked, noticing the silver bracelet on Sheng Quan's wrist, his pupils narrowing in seriousness. Their mission was to investigate a heinous series of murders, and now all evidence pointed to Sheng Quan, the proprietor of Shengji steam bun shop. The implications of his appearance from the cellar were unmistakably grim. Indeed, Zhang Yuan has been located. This fellow even attempted to resist, so we had to cuff him. Lu Sheng indicated Sheng Quan, his expression far from pleasant. Anyone who witnessed the hellish scene in the cellar would hardly maintain a cheerful demeanor. Sheng Quan is in handcuffs. What crime has he committed? The gathered crowd, noticing the commotion, quickly spotted the silver bracelet on his wrist, sparking whispers and speculation. The town of Rongan is not particularly large. The usual crowd in the vicinity would certainly recognize Sheng, if not intimately, then at least by name. Meanwhile, Sun Yuankai contacted the station, realizing that the investigation and evidence collection at the scene, along with the necessary lockdown, could not be accomplished solely by their small team. At the Baiyun police station, in the office of the chief, Li Weiguo, who had been lecturing Yu Tiangong, picked up his cup only to find it empty. He glanced at his watch and realized it was almost mealtime. He decided to let Yu Tiangong off the hook, stating, "Now, old Yu, even though Lu Sheng has made significant contributions twice before, we cannot indulge him too much. Youngsters need to be tempered. If a complaint arises later, simply advise him privately. Let this serve as a lesson." Yes, yes. Yu Tiangong, having endured a morning of admonishment, could no longer withstand the pressure, compounded by his empty stomach, and ultimately capitulated. What should I do about the minced meat that I have already sent to the laboratory for testing? Let us wait for the results, as this is one possible direction. However, we must not act impulsively in our future endeavors. As grassroots police officers, we often need to maintain composure. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang sharply, interrupting Li Weiguo's impending lengthy discourse. Glancing at Yu Tiangong, Li Weiguo picked up the phone without hesitation. "Hello? This is Baiyun Police Station. I am Li Weiguo." "What did you say?" Li Weiguo sprang to his feet, a look of horror etched on his face, as his gaze toward Yu Tiangong grew increasingly unsettling. It seemed that Lu Sheng's words had indeed come true. Despite the sting of his bruised face, Li Weiguo secretly hoped for more such occurrences. Solving a serial murder case? This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere police station. "All right, no problem. You control the scene and ensure the area is secure." He hung up the phone abruptly, grabbed his neatly arranged cap, and rushed out the door, leaving Yu Tiangong in a state of bewilderment. "What happened, Director Li?" Yu Tiangong asked anxiously. Without turning back, Li Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. "A major case. It's about the Shengji steamed bun shop you mentioned. Follow me, report to the bureau, and summon the criminal investigation team immediately." In such criminal cases, the police station typically reports to the Public Security Bureau, which then assigns the case to the criminal investigation team. The station often plays a supportive role. It is exceedingly rare for a case to be solved directly by the police station and then reported to the bureau. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiangong's body stiffened. A wave of nausea surged within him, and his already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. "I can't take it. I must go to the hospital for a gastric wash after this case concludes." On Yinshan Street, as the ambulance arrived, the crowd of onlookers swelled like a rolling snowball. Zhang Yuan was swiftly placed on a stretcher and transported to the hospital for treatment, although the accompanying doctor assessed that there were no apparent issues. After being detained for nearly 2 days, it remained uncertain what physical damage he might have sustained. Sheng, who usually appeared rather simple-minded, surprisingly resorted to such cruelty against a child. What could he possibly want by kidnapping a child? Surely he doesn't have some sort of peculiar obsession? Ugh, don't say that. It makes me feel ill. Perhaps we should inquire with the police over there? The crowd, witnessing the scene, assumed that Sheng had abducted a child, never considering the gruesome layer of the human meat bun. At that moment, the sound of sirens filled the street. Looking in the direction of the noise, they saw several police cars with their sirens blaring approaching swiftly. Soon, the police vehicles came to a halt, and a line of officers poured out, erecting a cordon to keep the onlookers at bay. This commotion immediately silenced the curious crowd. What crime had Sheng committed to warrant such a significant police response? Surely it must be a homicide. This remark caused a momentary hush among the bystanders. Meanwhile, Li Weiguo had already rushed into the Shengji steam bun shop, calling out, "Where is Lu Sheng?" He had already acquired a general understanding of the situation. Lu Sheng, this young man, played a pivotal role in solving the case, and even saved Liang Feiguang, who was on the brink of death. Truly, he is a blessing for the Baiyun police station. His gaze swept across Sheng, ultimately settling on Lu Sheng behind him. Lu Sheng stepped forward and saluted. "Hello, Chief Li." Li Weiguo nodded, pointing at Sheng. "Is this the suspect in the case?" Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's affirmative response, The officers present adopted serious expressions. On their way here, Chief Li had already briefed them on the case. A series of gruesome murders involving dismemberment, culminating in the creation of meat buns, was undoubtedly a sensational case that would shock the nation. The fact that the perpetrator was uncovered merely by unraveling a missing persons report left the officers gazing at Lu Sheng with renewed admiration. A true genius. He is indeed worthy of being a distinguished graduate from Jiangnan University. Having only joined the station for a few months, he has already cracked 2 major cases in succession, something many of them would never encounter in their lifetimes. Li Weiguo patted Lu Sheng's shoulder with appreciation before turning his attention to the suspect, Sheng Quan. Standing no taller than 170 centimeters, he appeared robust and had a benevolent demeanor, making it hard to imagine that he was a murderer who committed dismemberment. This serves as a reminder that one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. As they spoke, a small bun shop was bustling with the arrival of Jian Zhenghua, the captain of the criminal investigation team from the Roman County Public Security Bureau. Listening to the introduction of this middle-aged man, Lu Sheng took note. Roman County is not particularly developed, and the police station does not have a dedicated criminal investigation unit. Only the county-level Public Security Bureau, classified as a department, has such a team, referred to as a brigade. City-level teams are called detachments, while provincial offices are known as headquarters. The brigade consists of around 30 members, and Captain Jian brought along 3 team members, as most of the case had already been solved, leaving primarily the interrogation to be conducted. After learning about the general course of the case from Li Weiguo, Jian Zhenghua was astonished. To think that a mere auxiliary officer could crack the case, transforming a missing person report into a series of gruesome murders. Truly, he is a person of great potential. He immediately approached Lu Sheng, extending his calloused hand. "You must be Comrade Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng clasped his hand in return, smiling. "Captain Jian, you flatter me. I am indeed Lu Sheng." Taking a moment to assess Lu Sheng, who was tall and sturdy, with sharp thinking and reputed agility, he remarked, "You seem to be a natural for criminal investigation. Would you mind sharing the details of how you solved this case? After all, you're the primary investigator." Lu Sheng nodded and recounted how he discovered clues within the case files, leading to connections with missing persons cases from 2 years prior, detailing the entire reasoning process for those present. "Wait a moment," Jian exclaimed, taken aback. "You mean to say you deduced the existence of a cellar beneath Sheng's bun shop solely by your sense of smell? Your nose must be sharper than a police dog's." He marveled at the fact that, separated by a road and a floor, Lu Sheng could detect the scent of blood and discern whether it was human or animal, though, in reality, it may not have been quite so exaggerated. Lu Sheng chuckled as he scratched his head, admitting that he had only realized the source of the scent emanating from underground after entering. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhenghua became even more convinced of his previous assessment. This young man would be a tremendous loss to the field of criminal investigation if he were to pursue any other path. He was a prime example of fate favoring the fortunate. It was rumored that the recent bank robbery case was cracked by an auxiliary police officer named Lu Sheng. Could it possibly be the same individual? In fact, Jian Zhenghua had already confirmed this upon hearing the name Lu Sheng. Given the small size of Roman County, it was improbable that 2 remarkably talented young individuals named Lu Sheng could suddenly appear. Indeed, it was I owe my gratitude to the teachings of Director Li and my mentor. After all, I am merely a recent graduate, Lu Sheng humbly replied. Jian Zhenghua's eyes brightened, and he continued down the slope, acknowledging that young individuals possess strong learning capabilities and a fighting spirit. Sometimes, they simply lack a suitable platform and a guiding figure. Upon hearing Jian Zhenghua's words, the seasoned officer Li Weiguo felt a sense of foreboding. True to his instincts, he inquired, "I wonder if you would be willing to join our criminal investigation team for some training, as we currently have a vacancy." Goodness. The other officers accompanying him rolled their eyes in disbelief. A vacancy, indeed. They had been in the team long enough to know whether there were any openings. Clearly, the captain was attempting to negotiate with the county bureau to create a position specifically for Lu Sheng. However, Lu Sheng was undoubtedly deserving of such an opportunity. Having successfully solved 2 major cases, he was already becoming a prominent figure in the police community, both within the county and the city. Sheng felt a sudden rush of anxiety, his mouth dry. At that moment, he was uncertain of how to respond. So he cast a pleading glance at Wei and, in an attempt to avoid the situation, adopted a posture of feigned ignorance. Ahem. Wei, noticing this, immediately expressed his displeasure. Are you really trying to poach my officers right in front of me, Jian? I am merely seeking to provide Sheng with a better opportunity for growth, Jian Zhenghua replied. Sheng, why don't you tell us if you wish to join our criminal investigation team? Having the spotlight unexpectedly turned on him, Sheng replied candidly, Captain Jian, I dream of joining the criminal investigation team, but I'm just a novice fresh out of school. My success in these 2 cases was largely due to good fortune. Thus, I prefer to remain by my mentor's side for further learning. After all, it is all in service of the people. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will certainly come to learn from the criminal investigation team. Upon hearing Sheng's words, Wei silently gave him a thumbs up. Jian Zhenghua, recognizing the situation, refrained from pressing further, patting Sheng on the shoulder with a smile. Very well. We shall take him with us for now, and I will communicate any developments regarding the case to you at the earliest opportunity. Once the results of the scene investigation and interrogations are available, and the evidence chain is complete, we will have a comprehensive understanding of the case. As Jian Zhenghua departed, Sheng followed closely behind the officers, cooperating with the technical personnel in conducting their work at the scene. Thus, the entire police station remained bustling until the late hours of the night. There is no way around it. The nature of this case is exceedingly heinous. If it were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous public uproar. The police must complete the entire chain of evidence before the situation escalates, in order to silence the murmurs of the masses. Thus, the criminal investigation team is working tirelessly to conduct interrogations. Chapter 17. The insatiable heart swallows an elephant at the Roman County Public Security Bureau in the interrogation room. The furnishings are sparse. The suspect, Sheng Quan, sits calmly in a specially designed chair, anchored to the floor, with a barrier locked between the armrests to prevent him from rising or escaping. Are you aware of the crime you have committed? We need not reiterate the rules here, do we? Jian Zhenghua, the captain of the criminal police team, personally leads the interrogation, clearly aiming to cut through the chaos and swiftly extract the details of the case from a suspect. I understand, Sheng Quan replies with a grim smile. Confessing brings leniency. Resisting brings severity. Although I have not received much formal education, I have watched countless episodes of television dramas. Aware that he is caught red-handed, he decides to confess to all the transgressions he has committed over the years. I remember it distinctly. It was March 5th, around 2008. I began my work early that day, around 4 or 5 o'clock. The weather was cold, and there were hardly any customers at that hour. Finally, around 6, the first patron arrived, asking for 3 large meat buns. Oh, right, that was the officer Wu Tian from earlier. This scoundrel, dissatisfied with my dough-making skills, merely scooped out the meat filling and discarded the bun skin. I was incensed. Having come from a humble background, I could not abide such wastefulness. We ended up in a heated argument, and his temper flared. In the scuffle, he accidentally struck his head against the corner of the table and lost consciousness. Not thinking much of it, I moved him to a small table in the back, intending to educate him upon his awakening. He appeared as if he were merely sleeping, and I continued with my business. However, by noon, as the flow of customers dwindled, I turned around to find he had not yet regained consciousness. Upon checking his body, I discovered he had grown cold. At this juncture, Sheng Quan became suddenly animated, exclaiming, "Who could have known? Who would have guessed that such a minor bump could lead to death? Calm yourself." Jian Zhenghua boomed. "What did you do with the corpse after the man died?" Sheng Quan, startled by the captain's commanding voice, regained his composure. I panicked. I had no idea what to do. I thought to myself that taking a life would surely warrant a hefty price. If the police found out, I would be in dire straits. Just then, a knife fell in the kitchen, startling me greatly. With hardly anyone on the street, I decided to hide the body, living in constant fear for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. When no one came to inquire, and the corpse was beginning to emit a foul odor, I began to contemplate how to dispose of it. At this moment, Sheng lowered his head, shrouding his face in shadow, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. I divided the meat into several large portions and meticulously separated the bones from the flesh. Coincidentally, I had not visited the meat processing plant to purchase pork during those days, so I decided to chop it into minced meat. Following my usual method, I mixed it into a filling, but upon tasting it, I found it bore no resemblance to pork at all. It seemed that, in a bid to vent the perverse desires that had long been repressed within him, Sheng elaborated in great detail about the entire process of preparing the meat filling and his subsequent experiments. The police officer taking notes beside him turned pale, and even his writing hand trembled slightly. Even a seasoned officer like Jian Zhonghua felt a surge of nausea upon hearing these descriptions. A bowl of lard and a bowl of Sichuan peppercorns were added, completely masking any taste of human flesh. It was indistinguishable from high-quality pork. Sheng suddenly lifted his head, the glaring lights shining upon his face, revealing an expression of rapture. Clearly, he had indulged in his own meat buns quite frequently. You killed once by accident. What about the subsequent incidents? Why did you begin to actively select targets? Jian Zhonghua, undeterred by Sheng peculiar demeanor, questioned sternly. Upon hearing this, Sheng abruptly calmed, shrugged, and replied, I didn't intend to. Ever since I started using human flesh in my buns, the business skyrocketed, earning twice as much each day as before. However, Wu Tian's body was soon exhausted, and the business plummeted. After much inner turmoil, I finally decided to experiment with a beggar. Jian Zhonghua understood that Sheng was not lying. According to previous accounts from Lu Sheng, the records indicated that the second disappearance case occurred in November, a considerable gap in time. So, did you plan 3 more disappearance cases in 2009? Sheng Shukalat. 3 corpses are hardly sufficient, officer. Jian Zhonghua's pupils dilated in shock, and the recording officer beside him trembled, marking a jagged line. Typically, a bun shop consumes around 50 pounds of pork daily, and given the booming business of Sheng's bun shop, the number far exceeded that. Even with a mixture of pork, 3 corpses were indeed insufficient to fill that void. I managed to secure 2 apartments for my son in the city with this bun shop and set aside hundreds of thousands for his betrothal gifts. How could 3 people suffice? Name, Lu Sheng position, auxiliary officer strength, 14 skills, beginner-level diamond fist, super smell free attribute points, 0-1 adhering to the principle of early enjoyment. Lu Sheng unhesitatingly allocated his newly acquired point to strength. The number rolled, and with a surge of 15 strength, a tingling sensation coursed through his entire body, instantly banishing the fatigue from last night's sleeplessness. He promptly began practicing the diamond fist technique in the park. It is said that mastering a fist technique requires 500 days of diligence. A novice cannot achieve proficiency in a short time. Although the system had directly bestowed upon him the fundamentals, adopting a haphazard approach would lead to regression in skill. With 15 strength augmenting him, each punch was remarkably powerful, imbued with a vigorous energy. After several rounds, he was soon drenched in sweat, his gaze growing ever more radiant. In Li Weigua's office, little Lu, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Li Weigua proactively poured a cup of hot tea for Lu Sheng, his face radiating warmth and kindness. Gazing at Lu Sheng with the adoration one would reserve for a cherished gem, a man of striking appearance and formidable capability. If it weren't for his daughter being of an age, he would have eagerly played matchmaker. Following an overnight discussion at the precinct, and with the Bureau's approval, it was decided that you would be promoted to formal status ahead of schedule. Li Weigua was indeed a man of integrity. This achievement was not merely a significant triumph. The serial murder case, if it were to become public knowledge, would undoubtedly wreak havoc on societal stability. Yet, the Baiyun police station managed to apprehend the suspect in less than 24 hours, minimizing the case's societal impact to the utmost. This alone was sufficient to elevate his standing among all police stations in Roman County. Furthermore, a collective third-class merit was assured for Baiyun Police Station, although the monetary reward was modest, with each officer receiving merely 1,000 yuan. What mattered to them as law enforcement officers was the honor embodied in the medals they wore. This honor was invaluable and could not be purchased. Not to mention, the key individual in solving this case, Lu Sheng, was one of his subordinates, nurtured under Li Weiguo's guidance. This would greatly aid his upward mobility in the future. The mere thought of this caused a broad smile to stretch across Li Weiguo's face. Chapter 18. Change of rank from this moment forth. You shall be designated as a second-class police officer. As he spoke, Li Weiguo pushed forward the third-class merit medal and certificate he had prepared in advance, informing Lu Sheng that the county bureau would soon send a notification for him to complete the oath-taking process, officially making him a people's police officer. In Huagua, police ranks are structured into 5 levels and 13 grades. Transitioning from an auxiliary officer to a second-class police officer not only requires a 3-year probationary period, but also a series of rigorous examinations, the demands of which are staggering to contemplate. Yet now, having achieved consecutive significant merits, Lu Sheng, who had only been with them for just over a month, was being promoted to formal status. Had it not been for his relatively short tenure, he might have even ascended further. Even so, this shattered the promotion record in Gan Province. Lu Sheng could now rightfully be hailed as a promising star of the police force. Director Li, as for my master, I am merely an assistant, Lu Sheng remarked, feeling the warmth of the medal in his hands, along with the substantial cash within the envelope, which he estimated to be no less than 5,000 yuan, eliciting a sense of joy within him. It was certainly not the money itself that brought him happiness, but rather the gratifying sensation of serving the people. Rest assured, that old rascal you will surely receive the third-class merit. Li Weiguo found himself increasingly admiring this young man. Maintaining humility in his pride, he appreciated that at such a critical moment, Lu Sheng was still considerate of his mentor, Yu Tiangong. Damn it! He lamented the passage of time, feeling the weight of age and the inability to consider having a second child now. A mischievous glint appeared on Li Weiguo's face, though he suspected that old Yu was likely preoccupied with matters beyond the third-class merit. My master. He asked for leave early this morning, saying he needed to go to the hospital for a gastric lavage. Otherwise, he would never find peace in the years to come. Lu Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. A normal individual, upon discovering that they had unknowingly consumed human flesh for an extended period, would likely succumb to immediate despair. Yet, Yu Tiangong's composure could be deemed remarkably resilient. Consequently, given the potential societal repercussions of this case, the higher authorities have resolved to seal the matter confidentially. Li Weiguo stated solemnly, over the course of 2 years, Shengji Steam Bun Shop has unknowingly sold countless large meat buns, with nearly half the population of Roman County having partaken. If this information were to be disseminated, the consequences would be unfathomable. Lu Sheng understood this gravity. So, does this mean the case is now resolved? The overnight interrogations combined with technical investigations have demonstrated that once the machinery of the state is set into motion, its efficiency is undeniably remarkable. Indeed, Sheng Quan has already confessed, Li Weiguo nodded. However, the crimes he has committed over these 2 years are certainly not limited to those recorded in the files. Are they? At these words, Li Weiguo's gaze visibly dimmed, and his tone grew somber. Besides the 3 local incidents in Roman County, his primary supply channels were from other regions, specifically targeting those living off the grid and beggars. He has even devised a culinary method, starving individuals for 3 to 5 days, allowing impurities from their diet to be purged, rendering the flesh more delectable. Lu Sheng suddenly grasped the implication. This explains why he did not kill Zhang Yuan immediately upon capture. Indeed, Li Weiguo sighed, attributing the success to Lu Sheng's timely insight, unlike his own haphazard approach. You're not just belittling me, he jested, eliciting laughter. At the Roman County Public Security Bureau, there are 3 police precincts, the North City Precinct, the South City Precinct, and the Baiyun Precinct, where Lu Sheng is stationed. According to annual performance evaluations, Baiyun Precinct has consistently ranked last. However, this year, with Lu Sheng's presence, things have changed. The resolution of 2 major cases has allowed Li Weiguo to hold his head high before the precinct heads in the south and north, dispelling his previous despondency. Lu Sheng gazed at the emblem hanging in front of the police building, feeling a sense of solemnity wash over him. He had received notification to attend the personnel office for a reassignment, signifying that from this day forth, he would be an official People's Police officer. Furthermore, due to the rapid resolution of this case, the Bureau has decided to hold a commendation ceremony for the participants involved. Let us go. What are you dawdling for? Yu Tiangong chuckled as he nudged the dazed Lu Sheng from behind. He indeed benefited from the brilliance of his apprentice. It is often said that young minds are agile. Had it not been for Lu Sheng's timely connection of multiple missing persons cases, they would have been unable to solve the case, let alone grasp Sheng Quan's trail, which might have languished as an unsolved mystery in the archives for years to come. Let us go, let us go. Lu Sheng promptly followed. Inside the conference hall, Lu Sheng sat attentively among the ranks, while leaders from both the municipal and county bureaus occupied the podium, with Li Weigua being a mere second-level officer without the privilege to join them at the table. This underscores the considerable impact that this serial murder and dismemberment case has had within the law enforcement community, with every word tantalizing the nerves of the investigative personnel. Recently, our county has been shaken by a horrifying series of murders and dismemberments, which has had a profoundly negative impact on society. Under the leadership of Comrade Li Weigua, the Baiyun Police Station has selflessly dedicated themselves to the greater good, steadfastly persevering through hardship and successfully rescuing the victims and apprehending the perpetrator in less than 24 hours. Initially, a summary of the case was presented, interspersed with formal rhetoric, as all present sat upright, not daring to exhibit any signs of complacency. Now, let us invite the officers from the Baiyun Police Station who assisted in solving the case to the stage for recognition. Officer Lu Sheng confidently navigated through the crowd towards the podium. In this case, the Baiyun Police Station was awarded a collective third-class merit, while both he and Officer Yu Tiangong received individual third-class merits. A quick glance at the commendation revealed two four-cornered stars, indicating that his mentor, Yu Tiangong, held the rank of first-class officer. Salute. Clap. The entire assembly rose to their feet, saluting. The audience's gaze was fixated on the officers from Baiyun Police Station, and Li Weigua felt a surge of pride, his posture noticeably more elevated. Assistant Officer Lu Sheng had previously distinguished himself during a bank robbery, single-handedly subduing two notorious criminals from Jiangxi Province, Xiao Xingwen and Xiao Xingwu, and later achieved remarkable success in the murder case, earning individual third-class merits on 2 occasions. Buzz. Receiving individual third-class merits twice in a row, the other officers below were enviously drooling, yet they understood the reality. Both the bank robbery and the serial murder case were won through sheer skill. However, the station heads from Chengnan and Chengbei felt a gnawing sense of imbalance. This batch of auxiliary officers had been the leftovers after their selection process, handed over to the Baiyun Police Station, only to reveal a hidden talent. They resolved to find a way to undermine Li Weigua's position after the meeting. In light of Officer Lu Sheng's exceptional contributions, it was decided, after discussions among various leaders, to promote him to second-class officer. Now, let us invite Officer Lu Sheng to the stage to take the oath. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated throughout the conference hall, with all eyes fixed intently on Lu Sheng on the stage. To be honest, Lu Sheng felt somewhat nervous, more so than when he encountered the crime scene. In all his years, he had never faced such a grand occasion, let alone speak before such a large audience. After calming himself, he raised his right fist. I am a police officer of the Republic of Hua, and I vow to resolutely support and dedicate myself to the noble cause of public security, remaining loyal to the people and serving the people. Chapter 19. Arranging a blind date for you tomorrow. Name. Lu Sheng. Position. Second-class officer. Strength. 15 skills. Big gorilla fist. Beginner. Super sense of smell. Free allocation points. 01. Seeing the additional free allocation point, Lu Sheng's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that a promotion would come with attribute point rewards, so he immediately allocated it, feeling a familiar surge of power that made him eager to demonstrate his martial arts skills right then and there. The young man was indeed quite robust. Feeling the muscles swelling beneath his palm, Lu Qingye was somewhat astonished. No wonder he could single-handedly subdue 2 fierce bandits. He possessed the flair reminiscent of my youth. Ha ha ha! Director Liu, you flatter me. I merely relied on a bit of rustic skill and luck. Lu Sheng humbly replied. As soon as the meeting concluded, he was seized by the director of the Southern Precinct, who insisted on engaging him in casual conversation. With the hierarchy of authority weighing heavily, and given that this was a veteran of the police force, he dared not refuse. Liu, do not embellish your past. When you were young, you could indeed disarm 2 armed assailants with your bare hands. How shameless! Li Weiguo approached from a distance, catching wind of the commotion. Now, Lu Sheng was the prized asset of the Baiyun precinct, and this old fellow would have to consider whether Li Weiguo would approve of any attempt to poach him. Upon seeing Li Weiguo arrive, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity to excuse himself, leaving the 2 men in the lobby to engage in a verbal sparring match. The nighttime atmosphere in Roman County was lively, albeit lacking the glitz and glamour of larger cities. Instead, one could observe elderly couples strolling leisurely, children playing joyously, and bustling barbecue stalls emitting tantalizing aromas. Lu Sheng's celebratory feast was modest. He shared a table with his master, Yu Tiangong, ordering barbecue and beer, indulging to their heart's content. However, many dreams now lay beyond reach, and even gathering a few friends proved challenging without the means. Clink! Lu Sheng raised his glass to clink with Yu Tiangong's, the white foam splattering onto the table. They exchanged smiles before draining their cups. I must say, you are the most perceptive disciple I have ever trained. Yu Tiangong, slightly inebriated, bit into a skewer of pork. After decades in the profession, having mentored only a handful of disciples, he had never encountered someone quite like Lu Sheng. It would not be long before Lu Sheng's rank surpassed that of this first-level officer. Such talent was destined not to remain at the Baiyun precinct for long. After all, shallow waters cannot nurture a dragon. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, prepared to express modesty, when the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted him. The caller ID read, Mother. Hello, Mom. What is the matter? I'm out having barbecue with my master. Although they lived under the same roof, their lives rarely intersected, and his mother seldom inquired about him, granting him ample freedom. You ask if there is something? It seems you have neglected the young lady I suggested to you. His mother's tone was evidently displeased, causing a knot to form in Lu Sheng's stomach. Why haven't you added her on Feishin? Have you grown wings and forgotten about me? Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's face instantly wore a sycophantic smile. I've just been busy lately, but I will definitely add her when I have the chance. Oh, by the way, Mom, I officially became a full-time employee today. At such a moment, direct confrontation was ill-advised. He opted for flattery first, then a diversion to shift her focus. After battling with his mother for over a decade, Lu Sheng had devised a set of effective tactics. So soon? Wasn't it supposed to be at the end of the year? As expected, his mother's voice brightened, her tone lifting several decibels. Well, this is because your son is exceptional, and the precinct decided to promote me ahead of schedule. Spare me your banter. Let me tell you, even if you're the director of the police station, you must still heed my words at home. Scolded Bien Ho Hot with a chuckle. Yes, absolutely. You are indeed the head of the family. Lu Sheng responded with a string of nervous smiles. The sycophantic display elicited a shake of the head and a chuckle from Yu Tiangong, who sat nearby, engrossed in his drink. Tomorrow, I have arranged a blind date for you at the Ruation Cafe in the New World District. I will send you the details. You can handle it from there. With that, Lu Sheng's mother unhesitatingly ended the call. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Lu Sheng's expression abruptly stiffened. The plot thickens. Yu Tiangong laughed heartily. You rarely find yourself in such a predicament. He took a hearty swig of beer and indulged in his barbecue. This kid can solve cases with his intellect and apprehend criminals with his strength. It certainly puts pressure on me as his mentor. Alas, having just graduated, my family has been incessantly urging me to find a girlfriend. Lu Sheng shook his head with a rueful smile, grabbing a skewer of grilled meat to enjoy. Since his romantic endeavors had faltered, his professional life had flourished. A relationship that had lasted over 3 years ended suddenly, and he found himself without the leisure to pursue blind dates. It would be more prudent to delve into case files. Perhaps he could resolve some long-standing mysteries. Parents. After all, always wish for their children to establish families and careers early on. I never understood this sentiment until my precious daughter was born. Perhaps you should wait a few years for my daughter. By then, I would feel more at ease in promising her to you, huh? Yu Qiangong's eyes twinkled mischievously as he began to tease Lu Sheng. May I inquire how old your daughter is, master? Lu Sheng asked playfully. Yu Tiangong held up 2 fingers. She is still in the 2nd grade. This is not merely a matter of waiting a few years. It could very well be a decade. Lu Sheng exclaimed. Enough of your jesting, master. Let's raise a glass first. I still hope to learn much from you. Laughter and clinking glasses filled the air, harmonizing with the surrounding ambience of smoke and merriment, creating a delightful atmosphere. Ding dong. Lu Sheng instinctively picked up his phone, expecting a message about the blind date from his mother. Lily, let's find a time to talk again. I don't want our 3-year relationship to end so ambiguously. Clicking the screen off, Lu Sheng chose to disregard it. It takes years to freeze 3 feet of ice. I'm not one to be overly sentimental. Some matters must be concluded decisively. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted. You wretched woman. We invited you to drink out of respect. Don't you dare show such insolence. The sound of fists pounding on the table resonated loudly, instantly capturing the attention of surrounding diners, including Lu Sheng and Yu Tiangong. They observed a square table surrounded by several young men with colorful hair, their bangs obscuring half their faces. Dressed in loose vests that exposed their dragon tattoos on their backs, they seemed to revel in the sweltering autumn heat. At the adjacent table sat 2 young women, seemingly in their early 20s, with bright eyes and white teeth, adorned in light makeup and stylish long dresses, embodying the appearance of fresh university graduates. At this moment, it was evident that she was thoroughly frightened, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, prompting nearby diners to wish to rush forward and play the hero. Chapter 20, A Second Bloom. Yet, no one dared to step forward. Young ruffians like these often acted recklessly. A conflict could easily escalate, leading to knives being drawn and bloodshed. Before long, 2 tables of patrons were surrounded by onlookers. Noticing this, the leading yellow-haired thug grew more arrogant, relishing the attention. His slightly inebriated gaze lewdly roaming over the 2 young women. Lu Sheng, with hands as large as a fan, parted the crowd and stood before the ruffians. Dressed in casual clothes, his formidable presence, coupled with his identity as a police officer, imparted an intimidating aura. What do you want? To play the hero? The yellow-haired thug suddenly stood up, his face twisted into a snarl, as a few of his drunken companions grabbed bottles from the table, hurling them straight at Lu Sheng's head. In society, drunken men and the young are the most unpredictable. They would act on impulse without hesitation. This sudden turn of events sent a wave of fear through the onlookers, relieved they had not acted rashly. The youth was in for a grim fate. A few bottles to the head would surely result in a concussion. This gang of thugs truly was a scourge, idling away their days and causing trouble. I have already discreetly called the police. The 2 girls behind Lu Sheng turned pale in an instant, instinctively screaming. Lu Sheng's gaze sharpened. He had just enhanced his strength and was eager to test it on these ruffians. His hand shot out suddenly, like a dragon emerging from the water, seizing one thug's wrist with immense force, swiftly subduing him and positioning himself protectively in front of the girls. The beer bottles shattered as they fell, turning into shards of glass. Ignoring the thug's cries, Lu Sheng tossed him aside, and with a sudden motion, his arm swung out, transforming a fist into an open palm, striking the faces of the others. With thunderous slaps, the thugs felt as if they had been struck by a grizzly bear, collapsing onto the ground, their faces swelling grotesquely. The Great Diamond Fist technique is renowned for its rapid succession of powerful blows, emphasizing distance and strikes, and the use of knees and elbows, along with grappling. At this range, had Lu Sheng not intentionally held back and avoided targeting vital areas, he could have incapacitated them in an instant. Silence. The surrounding crowd gaped in astonishment at the swift turn of events. The once menacing thugs now lay on the ground, covering their faces and groaning. To take down 5 with such ease. Goodness, where did this formidable individual emerge from? Though clad in ordinary attire, he had dispatched them effortlessly. Lu Sheng stepped forward, looking down at the groaning figures on the ground, pulling out his police badge. Police, disturbing the peace and resisting arrest. Get up and assume a crouch position with your heads down. To Lu Sheng, these young thugs were mere nuisances. Yet in their capacity to cause distress, they were unparalleled. Typically, their offenses did not meet the criminal standard, resulting in a few days of detention before release. However, the harm inflicted upon victims was often irreparable, rendering them a malignancy in society. Regrettably, the number of these individuals does not meet the legal criteria for classifying them as a gang. Yet their recent actions have undeniably led to a charge of assaulting a police officer. Upon realizing the presence of law enforcement, several intoxicated ruffians quickly sobered up and obediently crouched down. They were no strangers to the local police station. Typically, charges of public disorder or brawling would result in a mere 10 to 15 days of detention, at most incurring civil liabilities. However, assaulting a police officer is a criminal offense. At that moment, Master Yu Tiangong squeezed into the crowd, swiftly grasping the situation and promptly called the station to have these miscreants detained. Hello. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Two young women approached Lu Sheng, quietly expressing their gratitude. Could we exchange contact information? We'd like to treat you to a meal next time. We are teachers from County Number 1 High School. There's no need for formality. Serving the people is part of my duty. As for exchanging contact details, smack. Master Yu patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and remarked to the two girls, Here, this rascal's phone number is 187,548. All right. Thank you, officer. Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly noted it down, eager to search for him later. Master, you've really let me down. Lu Sheng's expression fell as he complained, Aren't you setting me up? Setting you up? I'm merely considering your personal affairs. A teacher and a police officer are a perfect match. With a heroic aura, finding romance would be a cinch. I can hardly manage those two. What are you thinking? Hoping to juggle two relationships? If you make personal mistakes, don't blame me for clearing the way. After receiving a thorough scolding from his mentor, Lu Sheng had no choice but to pay the vendor and board the arriving patrol car with the 5 delinquents. Just as he thought he could relax, he was once again disrupted by these ruffians. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Sheng took a day off from Liweigua and boarded a bus to the city. He was no longer the overlooked auxiliary police officer from a month ago. Liweigua treasured him like a gem, allowing him to take a day off with ease. Initially, due to Zhao Li's parents' request, they had ordered a car from a dealership, but it would take 2 months to arrive. The journey from Rome and county to the city was not long, merely a 40 to 50-minute ride. Taking advantage of the time, Lu Sheng pulled out his phone to review the information about his blind date. Yi Huai, a resident of Xuanyang City, standing at 170 centimeters tall, age 23, basic details with no photos, he wondered if his mother had forgotten to ask for pictures or simply neglected to send them. However, he wasn't particularly concerned, as he was merely going through the motions for the sake of the task. Ding dong. A message suddenly popped up on Feishin. Lu Sheng opened it to find a message from one of the teachers he had rescued the night before, named Shi Jiu. Lu Sheng, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you for a casual meal. Under Master Yu Tiangong's enthusiastic matchmaking the previous night, he had exchanged contact information with the two women. But he had not anticipated that Shi Jiu would not only be bold, but also possess a hint of affection. They are recent university graduates who, after passing through numerous elections, have secured teaching positions at Rongan No. 1 Middle School. Regrettably, I have a prior engagement today and may be unable to attend. As a message was sent, Lu Sheng suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Raising his gaze, he noticed a girl not far away, her expression troubled, scanning her surroundings until her eyes met his. Behind her, a middle-aged, balding man was inching closer, his right hand buried in his pocket, fidgeting incessantly. With purposeful strides, Lu Sheng approached the man, seizing him with an authoritative glare. Dare you act lewdly here? The girl, witnessing this, swiftly cast an appreciative glance in Lu Sheng's direction. What are you doing? The balding man protested, struggling against Lu Sheng's grip while shouting, Don't frame an innocent man. This is a society governed by law. And if I get hurt? Lu Sheng pointed to the surveillance camera in the vehicle, a silent yet knowing smile on his face. The balding man immediately shrank back, and the surrounding passengers grew animated, pointing fingers at him. Many were not lacking in goodwill, but merely awaited a leader to stand up. Officer, let's take this to the station. All right. Chapter 21. Can I tolerate this? After escorting the lecherous man to the police station and presenting his badge, Lu Sheng succinctly recounted the incident and was soon released. Officer Lu, I never expected to see you here. You're quite the celebrity in our Lusher Public Security Bureau. The investigating officer clasped Lu Sheng's hand tightly, a warm smile gracing his face. You flatter me. I'm still a novice and have much to learn from you. My esteemed senior, I hope we can collaborate on a case in the future. Lu Sheng waved his arms a few times, then gestured towards a taxi parked by the roadside, smiling as he said, Officer Wong, I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't delay you any further. No problem. You carry on. After exchanging pleasantries with Officer Wong, Lu Sheng opened the taxi door and climbed inside. Driver, please take me to Zinni Andy. Thank you. Navigating through the flow of traffic, Lu Sheng reopened the system panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Position, Level 2 Officer Strength, 16 Skills, Beginner's Mighty Fist. Super Smell Free Allocation Points. 0. Neither the 5 small rogues from last night nor the lewd man on the bus this morning had yielded him any attribute points. This indicated that only actions deemed criminal would reward him with such points. More serious cases would trigger tasks. Ruishing Coffee, with its understated decor, featured a few sets of chairs arranged in 3 rows. Checking his wristwatch, Lu Sheng noted it was precisely 11 o'clock, half an hour away from their scheduled meeting. He preferred to arrive an hour early rather than risk being late and inviting gossip. Punctuality is a sign of respect towards others. Hello. 1 velvet latte, please. After placing his order at the front desk, Lu Sheng casually selected a seat by the window. At this hour, the CAF was relatively empty, allowing for ample seating. 10 minutes later, he pondered, is this a blind date? As Lu Sheng sipped his coffee, an exuberant voice abruptly interrupted him. Clad in high heels, black stockings, and shorts, complemented by a white trench coat, she sported a cascade of fiery red hair. A pair of oversized sunglasses obscured half her face, and her lips were full and crimson. With a resounding thud, before Lu Sheng could fully comprehend the situation, the young woman tossed her designer handbag onto the chair and, without hesitation, seated herself opposite him. I hear you're in the system? Lu Sheng smiled. Hello. I'm Lu Sheng. Would you like something to drink? His warm demeanor and understated makeup revealed a handsome appearance. An iced latte will suffice. Xiao Jingting extracted a pack of women's cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and inquired, You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Not at all. It's your choice, Lu Sheng nodded. You light up and still ask? Seeing Lu Sheng's acquiescence, Xiao Jingting shifted into a more comfortable position. Since we're here for matchmaking, let's be candid. I'm 25 this year, likely still in the prime age for marriage, so I'm definitely here with that intention. She was quite pleased with Lu Sheng's looks. His fair and resolute features, prominent brows, and large eyes made him one of the most handsome individuals she had ever encountered. Although his appearance slightly diverged from the photo provided by the matchmaking agency, she dismissed it. After all, who believed those images, especially in her profession? Lu Sheng understood her perspective. Though matchmaking often garnered ridicule as an endeavor to pair a man unfamiliar with women with some of the most challenging partners, at least they shared a common goal, marriage. However, 25 years old, he distinctly recalled his mother mentioning 23. Was she counting in lunar years? I know that those in your system earn only a few thousand a month, so my expectations aren't exorbitant. I require a house in the city and a vehicle worth at least 200,000 for transportation, with a bride price to be discussed later, as the market dictates. Xiao Jingting exhaled a puff of smoke. Her expression relaxed. Had it not been for Lu Sheng's decent looks, she likely wouldn't have bothered with small talk and would have walked away. Women are naturally attracted to strength. Without some form of capital, how could she ever consider a downward match? It was only due to familial pressure to marry, coupled with her advancing age, that she found herself in this matchmaking scenario. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng was utterly taken aback by her demands. This was even more audacious than his ex-girlfriend's family's expectations, requesting a city apartment and a 200,000 vehicle right off the bat. Have you got a younger brother? He tentatively asked. No, I'm an only child, Qiu Jingting frowned, puzzled by Lu Sheng's inquiry. Oh. Lu Sheng decisively stood up, his expression devoid of emotion. I'm sorry, but I prefer women who have younger brothers. It's livelier with more people around. Qiu Jingting was instantly infuriated, her nose nearly crumpling from the indignation swelling within her. How dare he be so choosy when she had yet to express any disdain for his modest income? Your monthly salary barely covers a single set of cosmetics. Yet you put on airs? With your meager circumstances, I wouldn't even consider you as a potential partner. Initially, I thought you had some charm and was inclined to engage with you, but I earned thousands in mere moments. Simply being here is already a concession on my part, and yet you dare to be choosy. With a forceful thud, Qiu Jingting slammed her newly retrieved phone onto the table, hands on her hips, unleashing a torrent of insults akin to a brazen scoundrel, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Sheng's face. What is so remarkable about working in the system? A paltry monthly salary guarantees a lifetime of mediocrity, hardly enough to cover my trifling expenses. Her outburst quickly attracted onlookers. After all, it is human nature to indulge in gossip. Lu Sheng found himself in an awkward position, taken aback by the woman's fierce demeanor, completely disregarding any semblance of propriety. Although his justification was somewhat flimsy, did it warrant such a reaction? What kind of person had his mother introduced him to? Ding dong. At that moment, Lu Sheng's phone vibrated on the table, drawing his attention to a message notification. Beautiful lady, room 3306, Mingzhu Hotel, full service, high-end, expedite arrangements. Is there a nationwide emergency service available? Money is no object. It seemed this girl was not engaged in a legitimate profession. Withstanding such a barrage of insults was intolerable. Lu Sheng seized the finger that was nearly poking his nostril, swiftly twisting it behind her back and pinning her against the table. Qiu Jingting was taken aback. She never anticipated that this seemingly handsome young man would suddenly resort to violence. How could she endure this indignity? She immediately raised her voice. What do you think you're doing, you pathetic loser? What am I doing? Lu Sheng replied with a cold smirk, revealing his badge. You better cooperate. Yi Shihui. I now suspect you of involvement in a network of prostitution and solicitation. Please assist with the police investigation. Chapter 22. A misunderstanding? A major mix-up as she navigated through bustling traffic. Yi Shihui was in exceptionally high spirits today. After lingering outside the Baiyun police station for several days, she had yet to catch sight of the auxiliary officer involved in the bank robbery case. Lacking acquaintances in the Roman County Police, she had no way to arrange a meeting with Lu Sheng. However, a turn of events occurred yesterday. The marriage agency she had previously contacted called her, announcing that a quality single man was available for introduction. Initially, she intended to decline, having registered merely to appease her family. At this stage of her career, she was not eager to marry and have children just yet. However, upon hearing the details of the introduction, her mind shifted. Lu Sheng, male, 22 years old, a graduate of Jiangnan University and a police officer. Had she not learned through her cousin Zhao Li that this auxiliary officer named Lu Sheng was also a graduate of Jiangnan University, she might have been led to believe that the Baiyun police station had two young men by the same name. Rising early, she meticulously prepared herself and drove from Shuiyan County to the agreed-upon location in the city. The process unfolded smoothly. At 11:25 a.m., arriving 5 minutes earlier than the agreed time, I stepped through the doors of Ruisheng, only to find more people than I had anticipated, likely due to the impending end of the workday. You had better be honest, Yi Shihui. I now suspect you of being involved in an organized prostitution ring. Please cooperate with the police investigation. A booming voice echoed through the CF, and upon hearing my name, I was momentarily taken aback. Me, involved in prostitution? How had such a serious accusation been thrust upon me so suddenly? The situation, initially a simple confrontation between a suitor and a hostile woman, had inexplicably transformed into a police raid on a prostitution case. The bystanders struggled to comprehend the unfolding drama. Yi Shihui. Qiu Jingting's complexion paled as she erupted in anger. You bastard! Who the hell is Yi Shihui? I am Qiu Jingting. It dawned on her that she had mistaken the person. Her intended match was named Lu Sheng, an employee at the Water Conservancy Bureau, not Lu Sheng. Overwhelmed with despair, She never anticipated colliding directly with the police. However, admitting to such charges was out of the question. Being implicated in organized prostitution could lead to at least 5 years of imprisonment, and given the severity of their case, a decade behind bars was unavoidable. Confess and you may receive leniency. Resist and face harsh consequences. Qiu Jingting, you're not sure why? Lu Sheng's brow furrowed as he tightened his grip, pressing her firmly against the table. Yet, that would not alter the fact of your criminal conduct. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed for assistance. Hello, is this 110? I am Officer Lu Sheng from Baiyun Police Station, and we have apprehended an individual involved in organized prostitution. Although he was a second-level officer endowed with law enforcement authority, this was not within the jurisdiction of Baiyun Police Station, and he lacked the power to operate across districts. Slander. This is slander. Upon hearing that the police were en route, Qiu Jingting erupted in hysteria. I will sue you for defamation. Lu Sheng remained unfazed. The crowd around them began to gather, pointing and whispering about the two. Wow, this officer is impressive. He caught his blind date. Did you hear? She was the wrong match. If he apprehended the right person, he could earn a commendation for this blind date fiasco. Listening to this, I suddenly found myself consumed by envy. I was left dumbfounded. My intended match had been usurped, and the result was a madam. Truly a case of meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. The fortunes of individuals could not be more disparate. Officer Lu. Moments later, 2 officers arrived, one of whom was a familiar face. Officer Wang, good to see you again. Lu Sheng greeted as he handed the silver bracelet to Qiu Jingting to wear. Ha ha ha. Officer Lu, you are truly a lucky charm, delivering us 2 commendations in a single day. The bus groper from this morning was merely a minor infraction, but this case is quite serious. Such organized prostitution cannot operate without a network. From Qiu Jingting, we can delve deeper into the syndicate behind this, and the sums involved are likely to exceed hundreds of thousands. A commendable collective third-class merit indeed. Officer Lu handed over the mobile phone resting on the table, asserting that all evidence lay within this very device, urging them to conduct a thorough inquiry upon their return. Curiosity piqued, Wang Chung inquired, Officer Lu, how did you manage to apprehend her? He had heard whispers of Lu Sheng's exploits. First, being taken hostage by robbers in a bank, only to rise and subdue them, followed by cracking a shocking case involving human trafficking at a dumpling shop, all within the span of a mere week. Today, on his day off, he had crossed paths with Lu Sheng twice. He found himself perplexed, unsure whether to deem Lu Sheng unfortunate or fortunate. Lu Sheng offered a wry smile. What a fine mess this blind date has turned into. I had taken leave today for a rendezvous. The 2 officers, sensing the juicy gossip, exchanged glances, their professional instincts tingling. Is this your blind date? They inquired. Yes and no, Lu Sheng replied, shaking his head. The suspect mistakenly approached my table, and I mistakenly thought she was my date. We began conversing, only to uncover her criminal activities. The officers exchanged uncertain looks, unsure how to console him, merely patting Lu Sheng on the shoulder in sympathy. Well, Officer Lu, you should continue with your blind date. We shall not intrude further. With that, they escorted the tearful Qiu Jingting towards the police vehicle waiting outside. Take care, Officer Wang. Officer Li. Lu Sheng glanced at the time, 11:45. The crowd around him seemed to swell, with some already raising their phones to capture the moment for their social media feeds. Alas, it appeared that today's blind date was doomed. Navigating against the tide of people, Lu Sheng approached the front desk to settle his bill, intending to return home for a long-awaited slumber. Excuse me, are you Officer Lu Sheng? At that moment, a melodious voice called out to him. Instinctively, he turned to see a graceful young woman with gentle features and flowing hair extending her hand towards him, playfully smiling. I am Yi Shihui, your blind date for today. Chapter 23. Why take off your coat? Naturally, to save someone. As evening descended, the sun dipped low, painting the sky with hues of crimson as if a cascade of red leaves had fallen onto the dusty ground. Lu Sheng tilted his head, observing the charming lady beside him, a smile gracing his lips. Aside from the earlier mix-up, he and Yi Shihui had nearly traversed the entire itinerary of their blind date, dining, watching a film, and strolling through the park. She was indeed an admirable companion, and he had gleaned a fair bit about her background, a graduate of the prestigious Jiangbei University with a degree in journalism, 23 years of age, currently employed at a renowned newspaper in Lushi. Her demeanor was gentle, yet imbued with a distinct assertiveness, radiating personal charisma. Intrigued by his identity as a police officer, she persistently inquired about the cases he had handled, and Sheng, undeterred, understood the lens through which public servants, particularly police and military personnel, were often viewed. "Hey, Sheng, we spent the day together without exchanging contact information," she remarked, turning abruptly, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon her scattered hair, accentuating her fair complexion. Sheng smiled faintly, almost forgetting had it not been for the other S words. The two exchanged contact information through their phones. Having finished dinner, Yishihua, with a blush adorning her cheeks, suggested, "Shall we take a stroll and chat a bit?" Setting aside his professional aura, Sheng was indeed an exemplary young man, calm, wise, tall, and handsome. This moment stirred her heart, igniting a boldness within her to extend the invitation. It was evident that she sought to deepen their connection. "Sound great." Sheng readily accepted. They meandered together, casually stopping at a snack stall to grab a takeaway reminiscent of a sweet youthful romance. "Have you officially transitioned to being a police officer now?" Yishihua asked, popping a takoyaki into her mouth, her eyes brightening with satisfaction. Sheng chewed on a piece of chicken leg before swallowing and replied with a grin, "Yes, they initially planned to confirm my position by the end of the year. But having recently cracked a case, the department decided to expedite my appointment. The disparity between auxiliary police and officially appointed officers is stark, particularly in two aspects: the salary, which escalates from a modest 2,000 to 5,000 monthly, not to mention the annual bonuses amounting to several thousand. Additionally, there is the matter of law enforcement authority." Yishihua, sharp as a whip, grasped this immediately. "What case was it? I haven't seen anything in the news lately." Clearly, such an extraordinary promotion must be tied to a significant case. The nature of this case was too severe for public discourse. It would incite widespread panic, Sheng explained. The situation involved a human meat bun shop, reminiscent of Song Jiang's second wife in Water Margin. If publicized, it would certainly cause a stir. The police had already briefed the media to refrain from reporting on it. Meanwhile, Sun Wenkong lay on his bed, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed, and a knock echoed at the door. "Your delivery is here," he heard. Hastily donning his shirt, he jumped out of bed and opened the door. "Hello, my delivery." As he accepted the food, he pondered aloud, "Who is setting off firecrackers at this hour? The new year is still far off." The delivery person, equally perplexed, hurriedly left after requesting a 5-star review. Whatever, food is the priority. Sun Wenkong, his stomach growling, tore into the packaging. However, after just a couple of bites, he sensed something amiss. What was that burnt smell? Rising to investigate, he moved towards the window, limited by the security bars that obstructed his view. "Good heavens!" he gasped, startled by the sight, and shouted down the stairs, "Fire! There's a fire!" Without a second thought, he dashed downstairs, leaving his nearly untouched meal behind. "You managed to subdue 2 assailants with your bare hands. Have you practiced martial arts before?" Yeshua inmuted, intrigued. With a single punch and kick, he subdued 2 armed robbers, a feat that was not merely a test of skill, but a true examination of courage and calm judgment. Assessing the situation, he struck decisively. Such prowess is not easily summoned, even by seasoned law enforcement officers in critical situations. Moreover, the brothers Xia Xingwen and Xia Xingwu chose to commit their first crime in her hometown, Xuanyang City, and she was acutely aware of the heinous nature of these criminals. Observing the girl's inquisitive gaze, Sheng smiled and remarked, "I would say I have had some training. I practiced the Great Diamond Fist, an ancient style rooted in northern Shaolin martial arts." He refrained from elaborating further. Although he had received direct instruction from the system, he had also ventured to research the Great Diamond Fist, which indeed holds a significant place in traditional martial arts. As the two enjoyed their food and lively conversation, they soon found themselves drawn to the old town, where a crowd had gathered, captivated by a flicker of flames. A fire? Lu Sheng's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly dialed the fire department, maneuvering through the throng to assess the situation, with Yi Shihui following closely behind. Wait for me. Standing at 185 centimeters, Lu Sheng had recently grown taller, and after practicing the Great Diamond Fist for some time, his impressive strength made him appear almost like a towering iron figure. He easily carved a path through the crowd for Yi Shihui. The fire erupted from the third floor of a residence, thick black smoke billowing from the windows, with flames voraciously licking at the upper floors. From a distance, one could discern a small shadow prone on the ground of the balcony adjoining the living room. Some brave souls had rushed in to extinguish the flames and rescue anyone inside, but the ferocity of the fire rendered it nearly impossible to advance without proper firefighting equipment. How could this fire have ignited so suddenly? The autumn in the south is typically humid and rainy, hardly conducive to flames. I heard an explosion. It must have been a gas canister. Someone speculated. Isn't their child on the balcony? Another voice chimed in. Yes, but it's too dangerous to enter. The fire is too intense, and the balcony is secured with iron bars. We can only wait for the firefighters. By the time they arrive, the child may not survive. The onlookers buzzed with concern, one after another arriving at the scene, and someone had already contacted the fire department. Lu Sheng removed his jacket and handed it to Yi Shihui. Hold this for me. What are you doing? Yi Shihui instinctively clutched the jacket, her expression puzzled. Shouldn't he be wetting it to combat the flames? Why did it seem like Lu Sheng was preparing to go in unencumbered? I'm going to save someone. Lu Sheng grinned, heading straight toward the wall. Chapter 24. Like thunder, he strikes with fury. Like the clear waters of rivers, he rests in calmness. Yi Shihui was taken aback, nearly tossing aside the jacket she held. Save someone? How could he possibly do that? Though the building was not too high, the flames were fierce, blocking the main entrance and engulfing the windows. The balcony appeared somewhat better, yet was ensnared by a security grill. Even the only water pipe that could be climbed was severed by the raging fire. Truly, there seems to be no way forward or backward. Were it not for a certain understanding of Lu Sheng, one might assume he was merely attempting to impress the ladies. Name, Lu Sheng. Position, second level officer strength, 16 skills, beginner level King Kong fist, super sense of smell free allocation points. 01 Lu Sheng was taken aback. It seemed that Officer Wang's interrogation of Qiu Jingting was progressing well, with the suspect confessing in just half a day's time. To resolve the case would still take a few days, but that no longer concerned Lu Sheng. At most, he might receive some material reward or honorary acknowledgement later on. Allocate points. The numbers rolled, and 16 swiftly transformed into 17. The surge in strength was not overwhelmingly perceptible, given that it was merely a 6% increase from the base of 16. Nonetheless, his comprehension of the King Kong fist seemed to ascend to a new level. The name of the fist, King Kong, signifies a being of immense strength, embodying the very essence of resilience and fearlessness in this world. It symbolizes the pursuit of justice, the intimidation of evil, and the safeguarding of the land and its people. Lu Sheng's identity, mindset, and formidable power coincidentally aligned with the quintessence of the King Kong spirit. As the flames roared, Lu Sheng's mastery of the King Kong fist advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already achieved a modest level of success. The strength value rolled again, adding a straightforward 0.3 to make a whole number. An intense hunger surged within him, yet he paid it no mind. His strength flowed through his limbs like a mighty river. What did this young man intend to do? Young and reckless. If the flames engulfed him, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Observing Lu Sheng approach the wall, the crowd was bewildered, beginning to urge him with a cacophony of voices. The fire was too fierce. Yi Shihui, too, grew anxious as she watched Lu Sheng's movements, her delicate hands turning pale from the pressure. What he was about to undertake was truly remarkable. Boom! Lu Sheng slightly spread his feet, his knees bent, muscles rippling and swelling with power. Suddenly, he unleashed his strength, akin to a thunderous wrath, as an overwhelming force surged like tumultuous waves. The display of his 2 points of strength was nothing short of spectacular. He leapt into the air, securely grasping the balcony of the second floor. and began to scale the aluminum alloy security window. Such low-rise residential buildings typically feature security windows, with a height not exceeding 28 meters, and with Lu Sheng's arm strength and agility, he effortlessly overcame the obstacle. Goodness, this young man possesses lightness of foot. Dear heavens, this is called rock climbing. Lu Sheng, undistracted, swiftly reached the fourth-floor balcony, gripping the scorching security window with one hand. The child was nearly within reach. Assessing the situation, he was fortunate it was a hollow steel pipe. Grasping two adjacent iron bars with his arms, his back muscles expanded, and the contours of his forearms became exquisitely defined. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he forcibly twisted the iron window into a spiral shape, creating a clear opening. With one hand, Lu Sheng reached in. Fortunately, his remarkable arm span allowed him to grasp the child on the balcony, narrowly evading the encroaching flames, and he swiftly turned and descended. Boom! Using the security window of the second floor as a cushion mid-descent, he landed safely with the child in his grasp, his muscles relaxing as the surging energy gradually subsided. My word, who is this young man, so fierce and resolute, who leaps from the fourth floor at will and pries open the anti-theft net without hesitation? Robbery! What a remarkable young man! Someone shouted, and immediately the crowd erupted into applause, the sound echoing like thunder. This child still has a breath. Is there a doctor among you? Lu Sheng shouted urgently, disregarding everything else. Yi Shihuai quickly joined in, exclaiming, "A life is at stake. I'm a resident physician from the city hospital." Before long, a young man raised his hand and shouted loudly, and the surrounding crowd promptly parted to make way. After a brief examination of the child's condition, the resident physician's expression turned grave as he felt a thick, viscous substance at the back of the child's head. Instantly realizing the severity of the situation, everyone stepped back and allowed the patient ample access to oxygen. The crowd dispersed hastily, and the resident physician turned to Lu Sheng, asking, "Could you please move this child further away? The smoke here is too dense." Of course. Indeed, once relocated to a place with fresher air, the child's breathing gradually became more prolonged. However, this did not signify that he was out of danger. Everything still depended on the arrival of the ambulance. A few minutes later, the ambulance and fire truck arrived in succession, taken aback by the scene before them. But there was no time for further contemplation. Doctors and nurses swiftly lifted the child into the ambulance for intravenous rescue. Meanwhile, the firefighters and police methodically commenced their firefighting and rescue operations, quickly bringing the blaze under control and gradually extinguishing it. During this time, officers from a nearby police station also arrived, led by Officer Wang, an old acquaintance. "What a coincidence, Officer Wang. It's good to see you again." Lu Sheng approached him. If this Officer Wang were a woman, he would have surely taken her home by now. Such was the peculiar fate they shared. Wang Cheng was equally astonished, acknowledging the unusual coincidence. "Did you manage to crack the prostitution case at noon?" "Not yet. This afternoon, the suspect confessed during interrogation, implicating her accomplices, but no arrests have been made." Wang Cheng smiled, nodding towards Yi Shihuai. "Is this your matchmaker?" "Officer Lu is quite fortunate. There's still nothing set in stone. Please don't speak so casually, Officer Wang." Lu Sheng glanced at Yi Shihuai, noticing her crescent-shaped smile, which made him chuckle as well. Wang Qing looked up at the smoke-filled building and inquired, "What is happening here?" "They just received a report of a fire. We rushed to the scene," came the reply. They needed to determine whether the fire was deliberately set or an unfortunate accident. If it were the former, their work would be extensive. "Notify the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Department," Lu Xing commented, casting a solemn glance at the building above. This was a premeditated case of murder and arson. Ding dong. Suddenly, the system panel before him changed. Mission released. Evil deeds and wicked faces, the root of malice. Bring the true culprit to justice, to appease the souls of the departed. Mission funding. Pressure, 30-minute experience. Mission reward, pressure. Mission deadline, none. Do you accept the mission? From a moment he rescued the child, a sense of unease enveloped him. Aside from the smoke-induced coughing, there was a distinct mark on the back of the child's head, indicative of a blunt force trauma. Lu Sheng decisively accepted the mission. Chapter 25. The Tragedy of Annihilation, Murder and Arson. Wang Cheng and Yi Shihui were struck with shock, hastily inquiring, "How did you arrive at this conclusion? This is not an accidental fire. Rather, it is a heinous act of murder and arson, a starkly different nature." "Shihui, did you notice the child just now?" Yi Shihui momentarily froze, oblivious to the shift in Lu Sheng's address. Her attractive brows knitted in concern. It appeared that the child had sustained injuries that were not typical of a mere fall. Rather, they resembled the aftermath of a blunt object striking from behind. Wang Cheng was taken aback, pondering the cruelty inflicted upon a mere child. It was likely that two corpses lay above them. "Let's ascend and take a look. The firefighters are nearing the end of their work. We should be able to examine the scene." Indeed, as Lu Sheng had surmised, the firefighters and police soon approached them. Two bodies have been discovered upstairs. Yi Shihui did not follow, but remained behind, for charred corpses are not a sight easily borne by the average psyche. Without authorization from the Public Security Bureau, certain details of the case could not be freely divulged. Upon entering, one was met with a scene of devastation. A charred, smoky ambience permeated the air. The walls bore deep, blackened scars, with peeling plaster revealing exposed red bricks, and all belongings had been ravaged by the flames. Both bodies were found in the bedroom, one on the bed and the other in a corner. Both were reduced to charred remains, their forms indistinguishable, and the iron bars on the windows twisted grotesquely. One corpse had even succumbed to the flames, its abdomen ruptured, exposing internal organs, while its limbs were shriveled and blackened, seemingly devoid of moisture. The distinction between male and female was nearly obliterated. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, the faces of the onlookers turned pale. Even Wang Cheng felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. After all, his work at the police station primarily involved grassroots duties, and he had seldom encountered such grim realities. "Here, put this on." Lu Sheng produced a mask as if performing a magic trick, gesturing for Wang Cheng to don it. The acrid stench within was overwhelming. Lu Sheng, accustomed to tumultuous situations, managed relatively well. Fortunately, his superb sense of smell was an active skill. Otherwise, it would have been quite overwhelming, given the extent of the burns. Extracting blood for examination would be nearly impossible. Wang Cheng silently clicked his tongue. When he arrived, the fire had already been largely extinguished, and he had not witnessed the initial ferocity of the flames. Lu Sheng stepped closer, noting the deepening blackness of the two bodies. The flames around them appeared to have been particularly intense, clearly indicating that the fire had originated from the vicinity of the corpses, effectively ruling out the possibilities of suicide or accidental fire. After wandering the scene for a while, the city's criminal police arrived, accompanied by a forensic expert. Leading the group was Zhou Tianxiong, the deputy director responsible for criminal investigations at the Municipal Bureau, a kind-faced man with prominent brows and large eyes. Upon entering, he made a beeline for Lu Sheng. "You must be Comrade Lu Sheng, whom I've heard so much about. I never anticipated witnessing the talents of our police force so soon." Lu Sheng replied with a smile, "Director Zhou, you are indeed the steadfast anchor of our Lushur. I often heard tales of your legendary experiences when I first joined the police." This was no exaggeration. Zhou Tianxiong was a true legend within the Lushur police, having emerged from the drug enforcement team and solved numerous international drug trafficking cases. Later, he transitioned to the Criminal Investigation Department, instilling fear in the hearts of criminals throughout Lushur with his remarkable achievements. Just as Weigua had mentioned, he was indeed a promising individual. Zhou Tianxiong, with a calm demeanor, patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. He had already heard Lu Sheng's name from Chief Luo during the bank robbery case, and the subsequent grisly murder case at the dumpling shop had significantly elevated Lu Sheng's reputation. He held a deep appreciation for this young man, seeing reflections of his younger self in him. Lu Sheng, embodying humility, began to recount his observations at the crime scene. In earnest, he concluded, "I suspect this was the work of someone familiar with the victim, who likely set fire to the body to conceal the evidence." "Oh, what led you to that conclusion?" Zhou Tianxiong inquired, a hint of scrutiny gracing his features. From the scene, there were no signs of struggle, The deceased had been struck down without any resistance. Moreover, aside from the marks left by the firefighters breaking in, there were no indications of forced entry, suggesting that the assailant had been welcomed inside by the victim. Such circumstances provided a solid basis for investigation. Random killings or transient offenders would complicate matters considerably. Zhou Tianxiong nodded slightly, acknowledging Lu Sheng's deductions, and turned to a nearby officer, asking, "Have we identified the homeowner?" The officer retrieved his notebook and replied, following a brief inquiry and information from the police station. The homeowner is identified as He Aigua, residing with his wife, Li Qin, and son, He Zhong. The identity of the deceased still requires further verification, pending the forensic results, but it is highly probable that it is indeed the He family. The sole survivor is the homeowner's son, He Zhong, who has been rushed to the hospital. The doctors noted signs of blunt force trauma to the head, resulting in a comminuted fracture. It is feared. The officer hesitated, but the gravity of the situation was palpable. A comminuted skull fracture could lead to intracranial bleeding, risking the possibility of a vegetative state, especially considering He Zhong had inhaled a substantial amount of smoke. As the only survivor, He Zhong might have glimpsed the assailant's appearance, potentially becoming a crucial lead in the case. Director Zhou, I wish to participate in this investigation. Lu Sheng suddenly interjected, his expression earnest. I have long admired you and wish to learn more by your side. Not a problem, Zhou Tianxiong replied, waving his hand generously. I'll speak with Li Weiguo to arrange your temporary transfer. As night fell, Lu Sheng, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the time. It's already 21:50. I didn't realize we had been so occupied. I apologize for delaying your return home. Allow me to escort you. That would be great. I appreciate it, Yi Shihua responded, lifting her hand and beaming. Due to work commitments, she had rented a place nearby, and it was merely a short walk. Shall we head back? Absolutely. The shadows of the trees danced gracefully, while the moonlight cascaded down like a gentle stream, stretching the silhouettes of two figures into elongated forms. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng waved goodbye to Yi Shihua at the entrance of the community, only to receive a phone call from his mother as he turned away. Hello. So, how'd your blind date go today? I must tell you, this girl is a top student from a prestigious university, and she is tall and beautiful. Mom, why didn't you send me a photo? Lu Sheng suddenly recalled the earlier mix-up and couldn't help but complain. I didn't send you a photo? His mother was taken aback, scrolling through their chat history before finally responding. I must have forgotten. You rascal, you haven't told me how the blind date went. Chapter 26. Establishing a Special Task Force. The astonishment of the crowd. At the Baiyun police station, under the direction of Deputy Director Zhou, Lu Sheng successfully joined the special investigative team for the cremation case and received pertinent case materials. The victim, He Aigua, a 41-year-old male, had previously worked as an ordinary employee in various hotels before becoming a self-employed individual in the clothing and knitting trade. His interpersonal relationships were rather complex, and he had been involved in long-term usury. Upon reading this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. The case appeared quite straightforward, likely stemming from disputes with business associates. Moreover, neighbors described He Aigua as cunning and sly, suggesting that such a person could easily make enemies, making it highly probable that it was a vendetta that led to his demise. The second victim, Li Qin, also 41 years old, had a background similar to that of He Aigua, lying lifeless on the bed. According to the forensic examination, there is no trace of smoke or soot in the tracheas of either body, indicating they had been deceased prior to the fire. He Aigua exhibited 3 bruises on his chest and 2 contusions around his neck, yet no fingerprints or identifying evidence of the perpetrator could be extracted. A fierce blaze had nearly incinerated all incriminating evidence. Hey, Lugo, I heard you were temporarily reassigned to the city bureau. At that moment, a stout figure squeezed in beside him, curiously eyeing the documents in Lu Sheng's hands. This is the arson and cremation case that happened in the urban area yesterday. Isn't it? You know about this case too? Who? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback and glanced up at Hu. The news of the incident, which had occurred the previous night, had reached the county police station with astonishing speed. My family dabbles in a bit of business too. This He Aigua was a loan shark, and I have had dealings with him before. Hu, now intrigued, pulled up a small stool to sit next to Lu Sheng. Let me tell you, this guy was quite sleazy, thin, and scraggly looking, and I think he had polio as a child. He spoke without any tact, often cursing at everyone. And I heard he even had a secret mistress. Lu Sheng's interest was piqued. What was the mistress's name? I think it was something like June, but I can't recall the details, who scratched his head in thought. Just then, Lu Sheng intended to inquire further, but was interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone. He glanced at the screen and noticed it was Deputy Director Zhou's number, which he had saved just yesterday. Hello, is this Director Zhou? Lu Sheng tentatively asked. Please come to the Municipal Bureau. There are some matters that require your attention. Zhou Tianxiong's voice resonated through the receiver. Understood. By the way, Director Zhou, I have received some information regarding Hiaigua. He has an underground lover who might possess some clues. Zhou Tianxiong's eyes brightened at the other end of the line, instinctively sensing that this could be a significant breakthrough, and promptly decided to assign Lu Sheng to handle it. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Sui and his mentor, Yu Tiangong, Lu Sheng hurried directly into the city. In the conference room, prominent figures from the Municipal Bureau were gathered. The meeting was chaired by Deputy Director Zhou Tianxiong, with Lu Sheng seated at the end of the table. As a newly promoted second-level officer from the precinct, he felt somewhat overshadowed among the esteemed officials present. However, none dared to underestimate this young man, who bore the distinction of having his name associated with the Bureau, alongside two third-class merits. His future appeared exceedingly bright. Perhaps one day he would rise to become their superior. One by one, attendees greeted Lu Sheng with enthusiasm. So, you are the officer who subdued the bandits with your martial prowess? Truly a remarkable figure, they exclaimed. Lu Sheng reciprocated the greetings, feeling somewhat flattered yet astonished by the attention. As the meeting commenced, Zhou Tianxiong wore a serious expression, casting a shadow of unease over the seasoned officers present. The case involving the tragic demise of a family, where they were burned and murdered, has drawn considerable attention from the provincial authorities, he stated gravely. We are under pressure to solve this case expeditiously and provide the public with answers. Time is of the essence, and I urge everyone to cooperate fully in the investigation. The attendees nodded in understanding. Zhou continued, the higher-ups have decided to assign a journalist to provide real-time coverage of this case. Please welcome Ms. Yi Shihuai. What? Yi Shihuai? A journalist? Lu Sheng was taken aback, instinctively clapping as he beheld the enchanting figure entering the room. To his surprise, he encountered her once more, and in such a formal setting. Yi Shihuai acknowledged the officers present, and as she passed by Lu Sheng, she winked, eliciting an immediate sense of intrigue among the officers nearby. Upon Yi Shihuai taking her seat, Zhou Tianxiong resumed. I trust you have all reviewed the findings from the crime scene. The perpetrator's fire has obliterated all evidence. Our only lead is that the assailant was acquainted with the deceased family, which allows us to explore their social connections. Is it true that Officer Lu Sheng rescued the child, Hezhong? Did he see the assailant's face? An investigator inquired. Zhou Tianxiong's expression grew somber as he replied. Hezhong is currently in a coma following emergency treatment. Whether he will awaken remains uncertain. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the officer's eyes betraying a shared sorrow. He is but an 8-year-old child. The perpetrator is utterly devoid of humanity, even sparing no thought for a child. Lu Sheng and Yi Shihuai exchanged a silent glance, each reflecting the pain they discerned in the other's eyes. Anyone who witnesses a life igniting with hope before their very eyes, only for it to be extinguished in an instant, would undoubtedly find it difficult to contain their emotions. Regaining his composure, Zhou Tianxiong surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze upon Lu Sheng, and promptly declared, I hereby announce the formal establishment of the investigation team for the case of murder, arson, and annihilation of a family. After discussions with the Municipal Bureau, it has been decided to appoint Comrade Zhou Tianxiong as the team leader, with Lu Sheng and Tang Kaixian as deputy leaders, each to lead 5 team members in the full pursuit of this case. A palpable shock rippled through those present, as if struck by lightning. They were left speechless. Lu Sheng appointed as deputy leader, while Zhou Tianxiong's leadership was unsurprising given his position as the second-in-command at the Municipal Bureau. and Tang Kaixian's involvement was equally accepted due to his extensive experience in the police force. The inclusion of Lu Sheng, a mere recent graduate, temporarily transferred from a rural precinct, was unexpected. Although he had recently resolved 2 significant cases, those in attendance regarded his future with optimism. Yet it remained just that, hope for the future. Even Lu Sheng himself was taken aback. He had merely come to observe, having accepted a system task. He presumed that even if he was not a primary investigator, merely participating would suffice for task completion. To his astonishment, he was directly appointed as a deputy leader. Although it was a temporary position, it still left him feeling restless. Director Zhou, someone eagerly raised a question. Execute the orders. Zhou Tianxiong responded firmly. There was no need for further explanation. As police officers, obeying orders was their paramount duty. Lu Sheng, Dan Gai Su Seng. Zhou Tianxiong looked at the two with significant meaning. Do not disappoint the Bureau's expectations of you. With a sharp salute, the two stood at attention, affirming, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Chapter 27. Major suspect in a serious crime time was of the essence, and the urgency of the task compelled Lu Sheng to set aside any hesitation, immediately assigning specific duties to his 5 team members. Based on the existing clues, they preliminarily determined the case to be a revenge killing stemming from economic disputes. You two are responsible for seeking individuals who had financial dealings with the deceased, Hiaigua, particularly those with lending relationships. Li Ge and Cheng Ge. You will conduct peripheral investigations, focusing on those who had contact with the He couple on that fateful day. Though it was broad daylight, and many residents were absent due to the workweek, there would inevitably be nearby neighbors who might have seen suspicious individuals entering or exiting the crime scene. Wu Ge, accompany me. I have a crucial lead that requires further investigation. With the tasks assigned, Lu Sheng exited the conference room. Hey, fancy meeting you again. Yi Shihuai playfully tapped Lu Sheng on the shoulder from behind. Lu Sheng tilted his head and smiled. You've swiftly transformed into my superior. I did not see that coming. I'm here to supervise you on behalf of the people. Haha. Hearing Yi Shihuai's ringing laughter, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity. Would it be possible to invite you, Director Yi, to dinner? I could then update you on my progress today. Just dinner? Yi Shihuai responded with a twinkle in her eye. Certainly not. Zhang Xiaojun, a woman of 40, finds herself in a precarious situation. Her husband, a compulsive gambler, is currently incarcerated at the local police station due to illegal gambling activities. Together, they have a 17-year-old son, and the family's livelihood rests solely on Zhang Xiaojun's shoulders. 2 years prior, she became acquainted with the deceased, Hiaigua, and subsequently became his clandestine lover. Could this be a crime of passion? Wu Ziyuan and Lu Sheng emerged from the residence of Hiaigua's brother, He Chunsheng, armed with the information they had just gathered. It was plausible. They decided to pay a visit to Zhang Xiaojun. Soon, they arrived at an aging residential building on the outskirts of the city. According to the details obtained from the police station, Zhang Xiaojun resided in apartment 301. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Sheng took the lead, rapping on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice called from within, presumably that of Zhang Xiaojun. Lu Sheng replied in a measured tone. Hello, may I inquire if Ms. Zhang Xiaojun is at home? I am a police officer seeking information regarding Hiaigua. With a creak, the old wooden door, shedding a few specks of dust, swung open to reveal the weary visage of a middle-aged woman. You are police officers? Zhang Xiaojun asked, her skepticism dissipating as they displayed their badges. Please come in. As she stepped aside to allow them entry, it became evident that the room was tidy, albeit showing signs of age. The paint on the walls had begun to peel. A worn-out sofa and an antiquated television adorned the living area, suggesting that Zhang Xiaojun's financial circumstances were less than favorable. Ms. Zhang, you are aware of the situation concerning Hiaigua's family, are you not? Once seated, Lu Sheng produced a notepad, his gaze penetrating, as if he could see into her very soul. I am aware, Zhang Xiaojun replied, smoothing her hair behind her ear with an air of calmness. I visited his home once before the incident. What was the specific time of your visit? Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, during dinner time. Lu Sheng exchanged glances with Wu Ziyuan, recalling that forensic experts had determined the fire's occurrence at 6:30 that evening. Thus, 2 possibilities emerged. Either Zhang Xiaojun was the perpetrator, or she had shared the same time frame with the actual assailant while at Hiagwa's residence. Did you have any particular business at Hiagwa's home? I want to borrow money. Borrow money? Yes, my husband was jailed for illegal gambling, and I needed to pay a bail of 14,000 to secure his release. You had previously sought a loan of 40,000 from him, correct? Why would he lend you money? Lu Sheng inquired, aware of Zhang Xiaojun's impoverished condition, which rendered her unable to repay even high-interest loans. Her living conditions were dire. The very apartment they occupied had been lost to her gambling husband, and she was burdened with a monthly rent of 1,000. Given Hiagwa's frugal nature, it seemed implausible that he would engage in such unprofitable transactions. Because Zhang Xiaojun's expression shifted, her hand clenched tightly on her thigh, knuckles paling, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth. Because that bastard threatened me. If he didn't lend me the money, I was going to report him to the police. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the rumors surrounding Hiagwa's reluctance to part with his money were misguided. The assumption of a romantic involvement between the two was evidently erroneous. Did he ultimately lend you the money? No, Zhang Xiaojun shook her head. Did you kill his entire family out of anger? Lu Sheng suddenly bellowed, his gaze authoritative, akin to a descending deity. Zhang Xiaojun, taken aback by the intensity of his glare, felt her heart race and sprang to her feet, her pupils dilating in distress as she exclaimed, "No, I did not kill him." Beside her, Wu Ziwan was equally startled by Lu Sheng's abrupt action, causing his pen to slip and draw an errant line across the page. "I apologize for startling you just now," Lu Sheng said, momentarily dazed as he glanced at Zhang Xiaojun, then attempted to soothe her frayed nerves. After a moment of recovery, Zhang Xiaojun finally spoke. "Actually, I visited him the day before. He mentioned that a manager from a company would repay him 30,000 yuan the following evening and asked me to come by to collect the money. So, the next day, I went there with my son, but before we even entered, his wife informed us that the man had not yet repaid him, so we left empty-handed." "That means you didn't linger long. What time did you leave?" Lu Sheng inquired. "It takes about half an hour to get to Hiagwa's home from mine. I recall we set off just after 5 o'clock. Did you hear anything unusual at that time?" According to Zhang Xiaojun's account, the assailant should still have been inside Hiagwa's house. "Yes, I distinctly heard Hiagwa arguing with a man. Their conversation revolved around the overdue loan, and the man was unable to repay his debts." Lu Sheng pondered this information, then asked, "Did Hiagwa mention the name of the manager who was supposed to repay him?" Zhang Xiaojun lowered her head in contemplation, hesitant to meet Lu Sheng's gaze. After a lengthy pause, she replied, "I believe he was a manager from a construction materials company in the city. His name might be Xie Guanghui or Xie Yufei." As they exchanged pleasantries, time slipped away unnoticed. "Thank you, Ms. Zhang, for your cooperation today. We will reach out via phone if we need any further information," Lu Sheng stated, sensing that they had gathered enough information and subsequently departed Zhang Xiaojun's residence. Downstairs, one of the officers remarked, "Captain Lu, Zhang Xiaojun possesses both the motive and opportunity for the crime. She should be considered a major suspect for interrogation." Chapter 28. Identifying the suspect? An unexpected turn at the hospital name. Lu Sheng position. Level 2 officer strength. 2 skills. Great diamond fist, minor mastery, super smell. Pressure, 20 minutes. Free allocation points. 0. The experience of exerting pressure lasts for 30 minutes, allowing for 3 uses, each lasting 10 minutes. During their conversation, Lu Sheng had already employed the pressure technique on Zhang Xiaojun, which caused her to lose her composure and, without the ability to fabricate a lie, unconsciously revealed her most genuine thoughts. Regaining his focus upon hearing Wu Ziwan's inquiry, Lu Sheng acknowledged, "She indeed has a motive. However, it is evident that the manager from the construction materials company mentioned by Zhang Xiaojun poses a greater suspicion. This shall be our primary investigative direction. Screen all construction materials companies in the city to see if there is anyone named Xie Yufei or Xie Guanghui." "Understood." At the Shaka Island restaurant, a voice called out, "Hey, Xiaoyan, look over there. There's a handsome guy. Hurry up and greet him. You might just get a chance." A sense of hesitation lingered within me. Why not assist me in procuring a contact number? After work, I shall treat you to a meal. Coward. No wonder you remain single. You wouldn't want me to take the initiative. This is undoubtedly the most handsome person I have encountered in my 20 years of life, especially with that remarkable demeanor. Two waitresses whispered to each other, occasionally nudging one another, their gazes drifting towards the entrance. Lu Sheng stood beneath the sign at the door when he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure waving at him. Arrived so early? He hurried over and took a seat opposite Yi Shihui. I just got here too. What would you like to eat today? It's on me. A reward for our great contributor. Yi Shihui had petite hand grande. Then I shall feast upon you. Lu Sheng rubbed his hands together, a mischievous expression crossing his face. With a soft laugh, Yi Shihui countered, that depends on your work performance today. All right, I'll be sure to provide an excellent report to our esteemed reporter later. Lu Sheng chuckled, waving to a nearby waitress. Excuse me, could you please bring us a menu? Thank you. Certainly. Please hold on. Xiao Yin replied with a smile, a flicker of disappointment evident in her eyes. So, he has a girlfriend. Yet, they truly make a fitting pair. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, the atmosphere became increasingly jovial, leaving both slightly tipsy. A rosy hue graced Yi Shihui's fair complexion, her eyes sparkling like a clear spring, exuding charm and grace that left Lu Sheng momentarily entranced. What are you staring at? Yi Shihui lowered her gaze, a hint of bashfulness surfacing, her lips curled in a playful smile, her expression a blend of reproach and delight. Admiring a beauty, Lu Sheng blurted out, instantly regretting his words, wondering if he had come off as too frivolous. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. After a pause, Yi Shihui quickly shifted the topic. Weren't you supposed to report on your work progress? Do share, and I'll embellish it when I report. At her words, Lu Sheng's demeanor turned serious as he recounted the information he had gleaned from Zhang Xiaojun that day. So, you suspect that the manager of the building materials company, surnamed Xie, has significant criminal implications? Yi Shihui carefully chewed a piece of beef. Indeed, Lu Sheng nodded. We have both motive and timeline. Once we consolidate the information at tomorrow's meeting, it will be even clearer. Then I shall await Officer Lu's grand performance tomorrow, Yi Shihui said with a playful smile. Just wait. Their delightful dinner came to a swift conclusion amidst cheerful conversation. Following the usual custom, Lu Sheng accompanied Yi Shihui downstairs, reluctantly bidding farewell to one another. Their relationship was quietly blossoming. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng set off once more from the Baiyun police station, arriving at the city bureau's conference room. The atmosphere there was quite serious. The members of the case team wore somber expressions, evidently lacking any valuable leads. Upon Lu Sheng's arrival, Zhou Tianxiong gestured for him to take a seat and commence the meeting. Let's discuss the discoveries made by your two teams yesterday. Tang Kaixian cast a glance at Lu Sheng and then rose to speak. I am responsible for 3 lines of investigation. One line is dedicated to a thorough re-examination of the scene, where I discovered a partially burned memorandum containing records of Hiagwa's loans. It has been forwarded to the technical department to see if it can be restored. Another line involves conducting detailed home visits with the neighbors above and below. On that day, being a weekday, there were relatively few people in the building, and given the complex social relations of the Hiagwa couple, few neighbors were willing to engage with them, leading to no unusual findings. However, their downstairs neighbor, Sun Wenkong, who is unemployed, reported that around 5:45, he heard 2 men arguing from the floor above, followed by the sound of a child screaming mommy. He assumed it was the He family disciplining their child. Thus he paid little attention at the time. Zhou Tianxiong, upon hearing this, began to jot notes on the whiteboard, suddenly interjecting, "Have you checked the corridor surveillance? Who entered the He family's residence between 5:30 and 6:30? Unfortunately, the surveillance system had fallen into disrepair and no footage was preserved." According to the investigation results provided by Tang Kaixian, there were 2 significant leads. First, the partially burned memorandum that records Hiagwa's loan dealings, which may allow for a systematic examination. Second, Hezhong, based on the information from downstairs neighbor Sun Wenkong, they could ascertain that Hezhong had undoubtedly seen the face of the murderer. The most prudent course of action would be to wait for Hezhong to regain consciousness, at which point the truth would naturally emerge. Of course, the police could not remain inactive. Necessary procedures must be followed, though they now had a contingency plan. I have a noteworthy lead. Lu Sheng raised his hand. Through the overnight information consolidation, he had begun to ascertain the direction of their investigation. Zhou Tianxiong turned to Lu Sheng, nodding for him to continue. In investigating the social relations of the He Aigua couple and significant economic interactions, we discovered a woman named Zhang Xiaojun. Previously, He Aigua had lent her 40,000 yuan, and rumors suggest she was his mistress. However, the truth is that He Aigua had previously subjected her to exploitation, and Zhang Xiaojun attempted to extort money from him by threatening to report him. Zhou Tianxiong and the officers present furrowed their brows. In cases like this, where there was no immediate report to the police and no evidence afterward, law enforcement would be powerless. So you believe Zhang Xiaojun had a motive? To seek revenge for failed extortion? No, Lu Sheng shook his head. From the strangulation marks on the victim, it is evident that the assailant was an adult male. Zhang Xiaojun provided us with crucial information. When she went to the He residence, she only lingered in the corridor for a brief moment before leaving. This coincided with just after 5:30, and she overheard He Aigua arguing with a man in the living room. This aligns with what Sun Wenkong reported. Zhang Xiaojun indicated that the man arguing with He Aigua was likely a manager surnamed Xie from a local construction material company named either Xie Yufei or Xie Guanghui. We, the police, merely need to conduct a thorough investigation of all the building material companies throughout the city to identify the manager with the surname Xie. Oh, and Officer Tang, once the technical department has restored the memorandum, we can look into individuals with loan amounts exceeding 30,000. The name mentioned by Zhang Xiaojun may not be entirely accurate. A thunderous silence enveloped the room as everyone present stared at Lu Sheng in astonishment. In just a single day, this young man had already narrowed down the list of suspects. If fortune favors us, and if Zhang Xiaojun's claims hold any truth, summoning and interrogating the suspect might lead us directly to the resolution of the case. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Zhou Tianxiong's phone sliced through the tension. He cast an apologetic glance at Lu Sheng before answering. It was the officer stationed at the hospital to monitor He Zhong, likely bearing news of his awakening. Hello, is that you, Xiao Zhong? Has He Zhong regained consciousness? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Zhou Tianxiong's eyes widened in shock, and he slammed the still-connected phone onto the table. Monstrous. Utterly monstrous. Chapter 29, Declaration of Death, The Killer's Disappearance. Director Zhou. What has transpired? He Zhong has been murdered in the hospital and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. A wave of disbelief washed over the gathered officers, their expressions a mix of incredulity and horror. The audacity of the criminal was unfathomable. Was this a direct provocation against the police? The perpetrator must be mad to dare commit murder under the very noses of law enforcement. This is an affront to our authority. Zhou Tianxiong's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling with rage as he surveyed the conference room. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "This case must be solved with utmost urgency, and the criminal brought to justice." His countenance was grim, yet he understood that with the only eyewitness, He Zhong, now deceased, the complexity of the investigation had escalated significantly. Nonetheless, progress was not entirely absent. Lu Sheng had offered a plausible direction. Dan Gai Su Seng, lead your team to inspect every building material company across the city, meticulously scrutinizing all managers with the surname Xie. We must apprehend the suspect. Lu Sheng, accompany a team to the hospital and see if you can uncover any evidence left behind by the perpetrator. Understood. Both Tang Kai-Xian and Lu Sheng wore expressions of grim determination. The actions of the murderer were akin to dancing on a grave, a severe challenge to the authority of the police. Should they delay further, they risked failing to meet the expectations of their superiors. Lu Sheng and his team swiftly arrived at the hospital. After exchanging pleasantries with the staff, they made their way to the inpatient department, where a young auxiliary officer named Yu Weiming was on duty. What happened? Lu Sheng inquired as he paused at the entrance of the emergency room, his gaze scrutinizing. Yu Weiming appeared anxious as he stammered through the sequence of events. This morning, there weren't many patients in the ward. A nurse came in to change He Zhong's foredrip. I didn't pay much attention at the time, and since I urgently needed to use the restroom, I stepped away. When I returned, I saw that the nurse was hastily leaving. His expression grew troubled, and anxiety etched across his features. If Zhong could be saved, that would be fortunate. However, should he succumb, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Lu Sheng patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him to proceed with his account. In retrospect, I now realized something was amiss. The nurse replaced the 4 bottles she had just changed. Not long after she departed, Zhong's expression morphed into one of sheer agony as he began to scream, and by the time the doctor arrived, his arm had turned a deep purplish hue, his body exhibiting a crimson shade. Are you suggesting that the nurse might be involved? Yu Weiming nodded in affirmation. Were you able to clearly see the nurse's face? Was it a man or a woman? Lu Sheng inquired. At that moment, she wore a mask and cap, revealing only her eyes, but from her physique, I am certain she was a woman, Yu Weiming asserted confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng asked, which room was Zhong in? Show us to it. Certainly. The group arrived at room 301, surveying the vacant space. Lu Sheng approached Zhong's bed directly, donned gloves, and opened a half-filled 4-bottle. Activating his acute sense of smell, he perceived that the scents within the room were meticulously arranged, as if suspended in the air, each one easily discernible to him. A faint hint of bitter almond wafted into Lu Sheng's olfactory awareness, instantly capturing his attention. Cyanide poisoning? He glanced at the 4-bottle in his hand and then handed it to Wu Ziyuan. Give this a sniff. Why does it have a bitter almond scent? Wu Ziyuan frowned, his expression turning grave. Cyanide. This substance is highly toxic. Any contact is akin to a death sentence. If Zhong was infused with this. Wu Ziyuan shuddered involuntarily. A 10% chance of survival. Cyanide? Yu Weiming appeared perplexed. You've seen Conan, right? Lu Sheng elucidated. Cyanide is a highly toxic compound. Inherently colorless and odorless, it reacts with water to produce hydrogen cyanide, thus acquiring the bitter almond aroma. If Zhong was administered this substance, it would be exceedingly difficult to pull him back from the brink of death. With that, he sealed the 4-bottle in an evidence bag. Li Yi, could you kindly deliver this to the technical department for analysis to corroborate our suspicions? The rest of you accompany me to the hospital security department. Perhaps the surveillance footage will capture the assailant's entry into the hospital. Understood. In the security office, several police officers and security personnel congregated alongside the hospital administration leaders as the surveillance footage flickered constantly. Stop, Yu Weiming shouted, pointing at a nurse who stealthily entered through the main entrance on the first floor. That's her. The nurse who came to change Zhong's medication. From the surveillance images, it was indeed a woman. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow as he turned to the hospital leader. Director, is this nurse part of your hospital? Can you identify her? No, I don't recognize this nurse. She is not from our hospital. Director, he hastily denied the claim. He had already reviewed the surveillance footage and was certain she was not one of their staff. Otherwise, it would be a grievous medical mishap, placing the hospital at significant liability. Continue the footage. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the recent poisoning incident at the hospital, which suggested 2 possibilities. Firstly, the perpetrator was not acting alone. There was likely a female accomplice involved. Secondly, the assailant could be an exceptionally strong woman, as Iagwa's mobility was severely hindered by polio, making it relatively easy for an adult female to overpower him. Consequently, Zhang Xiaojun emerged as a prime suspect, as she had not been alone during her visit. Her son could easily serve as an accomplice. Lu Sheng had previously exerted pressure on her, and under such circumstances, an ordinary individual would be unlikely to respond so flawlessly. Deep down, he had initially dismissed Zhang Xiaojun as a suspect. However, the faint scent of perfume lingering in the ward reminded him of Zhang Xiaojun, coupled with the figure captured on the surveillance footage that bore a striking resemblance to her, rendering the case increasingly enigmatic. In the surveillance footage from the 3rd floor, a nurse had entered Zhong's room twice, subsequently covering her face with her sleeve before departing. It was evident that she had come prepared. Although there were no substantial findings, Lu Sheng instructed the security personnel to provide a copy of the footage to the police. Just then, a disturbing piece of news arrived from the hospital. Zhong had been declared dead due to ineffective resuscitation efforts. The most reliable lead had been completely severed. Chapter 30. What more is there to say? As usual, team leader Liu arrived at the city bureau to oversee the progress of the investigation. A colleague from the technical department rushed over, clutching a stack of reports. Liu Sheng halted in his tracks and approached him. Have the test result come in? Li nodded, adjusting his crooked glasses. Yes, they have. The vial indeed contained potassium cyanide, and the autopsy confirmed that Sheng died from cyanide poisoning. Have any fingerprints been detected on the vial? Liu Sheng inquired. Li nodded again, meeting Liu's gaze. Yes, fingerprints and palm prints were found, preliminarily identified as belonging to a female. The presence of fingerprints immediately sparked suspicion in Liu Sheng's mind, given the cautious nature of the perpetrator. It seemed unlikely that such obvious evidence would be left behind. Nonetheless, this was a significant lead. If the fingerprints matched someone in the database with a prior criminal record, they could swiftly identify the culprit. Yet, Liu Sheng sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Team leader Li said, looking at him earnestly, the next crucial step is to conduct a database comparison to find a match for the fingerprints. The truth will inevitably come to light. Indeed, Liu Sheng nodded. We must request our colleagues in the technical department to expedite the comparison. We need to ensure the deceased can find peace in the afterlife. Time is of the essence. Understood. The following day, at noon, Liu Sheng emerged from the conference room, his face weary. After reviewing the results, it became apparent that both Zhang Xiaojun and her son were significant suspects. The bureau chief promptly issued orders to summon them to the police station for fingerprint comparisons. However, the database comparison conducted the previous day revealed no matches for the suspects' fingerprints, indicating that they were not individuals with prior convictions. Meanwhile, Tang Kaixian continued the investigation in the old city. 6 managers from construction material companies with the surname Xia were identified. However, upon interrogation and analysis, it became evident that none of them bore any culpability, necessitating their release. Consequently, Zhou Tianxiong resolved to broaden the scope of the investigation, incorporating all construction material companies within the urban district. At this juncture, as team leader Liu wore a troubled expression, Yi Shihuai approached with 2 boxes of takeout, inquiring if he had not eaten throughout the lengthy meeting. Surprised by her presence, Liu Sheng accepted the boxes she offered, although Yi Shihuai was the journalist covering this case. Her attendance at every meeting was not obligatory. She could easily contribute a report later for the final summary. With a playful pout, Yi Shihuai chuckled, and over the course of their recent interactions, their rapport had become increasingly comfortable, occasionally indulging in light-hearted banter. Welcome, esteemed reporter, to oversee the progress of our work. I merely wish to ensure you didn't tire yourself, Liu Sheng said, unwrapping his chopsticks with a grin. Oof. Yi Shihuai replied with a soft scoff, her lips curving in a subtle smile. Enough with the flattery. You should eat before your meal cools. At your command. Liu Sheng, dispelling the shadows of worry from his brow, eagerly opened the takeout and began to eat heartily. Solving a case, after all, would not be hastened by impatience. Every step leaves a trace. Colleagues passing by observed the playful exchange between the two, sentimentally remarking on the vigor of youth. What are your plans for the afternoon? Liu Sheng inquired, having tidied up the takeout packaging after their meal. Plans? Yi Shihuai hesitated, glancing at Liu Sheng. Aren't you busy with the case this afternoon? Indeed. Liu Sheng nodded. I need to visit the first high school. A suspect requires summoning. Because it involves a minor, I prefer to handle it discreetly, so I intend to go alone. Dressed in his uniform, Liu Sheng proceeded to the school with Yi Shihuai trailing behind. After presenting their police and press credentials, they were promptly introduced to the head of the Academic Affairs Office. The director, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, had a few stubborn strands of hair neatly encircling his hairline. Wang Tsang, the director expressed evident surprise, as he was a notable student, consistently ranking in the top 3 of his class. Why would the police seek him? Please do not misunderstand. Teacher, Liu Sheng replied with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively. We simply wish to inquire about a few matters. I cannot divulge specific details of the case. Reluctantly, the director acquiesced and summoned Wang Tsang. The young man entered, tall and thin, clad in loose school attire, with a short patch of stubble on his lip and a look of confusion in his eyes, clearly puzzled about the reason for the police's visit. "Hello, Wang. I am Officer Lu Sheng from Baiyun Police Station. I wish to discuss a few matters with you." After signaling for the director to leave the office, Lu Sheng greeted him with a smile. Wang Tsang nodded, appearing composed. "Feel free to ask. I will share everything I know." Under the directive of Zhou Tianxiong, the police swiftly mobilized and summoned Zhang Xiaojun to the municipal bureau. Name? Zhang Xiaojun. Gender? Female. Residential address? "Do you know why we have summoned you here?" Zhang Xiaojun nervously shook her head, uncertain, recalling that an officer named Lu had previously visited her home for an interview. Indeed, Li Hu nodded, confirming that he was the deputy leader of their investigative team. "I ask you, where were you on the evening of September 25th at 6 o'clock? I went to borrow money from Hiaigua, but I returned home directly." Zhang Xiaojun reiterated her earlier statement. "Were you alone?" Li Hu fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Xiaojun, seemingly attempting to extract a crack in her demeanor. Zhang Xiaojun shook her head. "My son was with me." "Did both of you return together? Did you not part ways, even for a moment?" "No," Zhang Xiaojun replied resolutely. "Does he know about your relationship with Hiaigua?" Li Hu's tone suddenly softened. "Officer," Zhang Xiaojun forced a bitter smile. "He is still a child. How could I let him know about such matters? Why did you take him to Hiaigua S that day?" "He had taken a sick leave due to a cold, and I thought it would be good for him to get some fresh air. After all, high school can be quite stressful." Li Hu nodded in understanding, then engaged in a bit of small talk about family matters, casually discussing his child's academic performance. Being an experienced police officer, he had his own set of interrogation techniques. Mere intimidation was insufficient, for the balance of tension and relaxation was the true strategy. When a suspect lets their guard down, that is when they reveal their vulnerabilities. "I heard from the leadership at your chemical plant that you were an hour late yesterday morning," Li Hu suddenly inquired. "It was just that the weather got cold, and I overslept." "Overslept?" Li Hu scoffed. "You have worked at the chemical plant for so many years. Not only have you never been late, but you have also rarely taken a sick day, correct? Your supervisor even mentioned that you sometimes come to work ill, consistently being a model worker in the factory." A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Xiaojun's face. "I am human, not a machine. I am bound to make mistakes sometimes." Just then, a knock echoed on the door of the interrogation room. A document was handed to the two investigating officers, causing Zhang Xiaojun's nerves to tighten instantly. "Bang! Zhang Xiaojun, what else do you have to say?" Chapter 31. A shocking turn of events. The document that Li Hu slammed onto the table contained the fingerprint comparison results between Zhang Xiaojun and the crime scene perpetrator from the hospital. The facade of calm that Zhang Xiaojun had forced crumbled, her face turning ashen, while Li Hu rose from behind the interrogation desk, casting a cold glance at her. The evidence was irrefutable. The murderer had been unmasked. "What is this?" "Officer, I do not quite understand." Zhang Xiaojun bit her lip, her face pale as her body began to tremble involuntarily. "Do not understand?" Li Hu slammed his hand on the table, his voice stern. "Are you not going to confess what you have done? Confession brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. This principle should not elude you, should it?" From the moment he received the report, he had already determined that Zhang Xiaojun was the mastermind behind this massacre. Zhang Xiaojun lowered her head, and the interrogation room fell into a profound silence. To Li Hu, it appeared that Zhang Xiaojun was engaged in a final struggle, and his role was to become the last straw that would break her resolve. "You just mentioned that you have a son currently attending the first high school of the city, correct? His grades are commendable, and he has prospects for entering a prestigious university. Are you aware of the consequences your actions might impose upon him?" Li Hu's tone softened as he gently urged her. "Moreover, do you not wish to witness your son successfully gain admission to university, embark on a career, and eventually marry and have children? If you confess sincerely and demonstrate a good attitude, the court may consider a lighter sentence for you. There are ample opportunities for leniency through active rehabilitation in prison." Each of his words pierced directly to the core, relentlessly shattering the shackles within Zhang Xiaojun's heart. Finally, she raised her head, tears streaming down her face, and with a hint of determination, she sobbed, "I am the one who killed him. Does that mean you did not return home with your mother that day?" Lu Sheng inquired, frowning. Yi Shihui was taking notes nearby. Yes. Wang Song nodded in surprise, exclaiming, "You don't suspect my mother of being the murderer, do you? Please remain calm. We are merely in the phase of analysis and evidence collection. We will neither wrong an innocent person nor overlook a guilty one. After you separated from your mother that day, what did you do?" Wang Song's face flushed with anger as he lowered his head and muttered, "I want to meet my girlfriend. You must not tell my mother or the teachers." The first high school of a city is a key institution that strictly prohibits early romantic relationships. Moreover, Zhang Xiaojun had always regarded her son as her hope. Standing at a critical crossroads in life, she surely would not want early love to hinder his academic performance. Should she discover this, both parties would likely force a breakup. Lu Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Shihui, a smirk on his face. I understand. We have all been students. Do you know where your mother went after parting ways with you that day?" "She went home. Where else could she go?" "Are you aware of the relationship between your mother and Hiagwa?" Lu Sheng suddenly interjected, locking his gaze onto Wang Song's eyes. "I know." Wang Song did not exhibit the rage one might expect. Instead, he remained surprisingly calm. "Do you not desire revenge?" Haha, I have looked into it. So much time has passed that the opportunity for evidence has long since slipped away. Initially, I intended to deal with that scoundrel directly. But reason tells me that once I grow up, there will be ample opportunities for revenge, all without violating the law. While speaking, Lu Sheng noticed Wang Song's subtle expressions, confirming he was not lying before he finally stood up. At merely 17 years old, one wonders whether to commend your calmness or to label it as cold-blooded. Thank you for your cooperation this time. You may return to your classes now. All right. Watching Wang Song depart, Lu Sheng sought out his girlfriend to verify that he had indeed gone on a date that day. Thus far, all clues pointed unequivocally to Zhang Xiaojun. With both a motive for murder and an absence of an alibi, coupled with the hospital surveillance footage that closely resembles the figure of the nurse and Zhang Xiaojun, along with a lingering scent of perfume left in the ward. If I recall correctly, Zhang Xiaojun is a worker at a chemical factory, making it seemingly effortless for her to acquire potassium cyanide. As he exited the school, dusk began to settle. Lu Sheng found a place to have a meal with Yi Shihui, and after ensuring the latter's safe return home, he made a beeline for the municipal bureau. His instincts hinted that the case was far from simple. Suddenly, he recalled the records that had been sent to the technical department that documented every loan transaction. "Good evening. Team Leader Lu." "Team Lu, good evening. Lu, have you had dinner yet?" Upon entering the municipal bureau, the officers exchanged warm greetings with Lu Sheng, each face aglow with joy. Lu Sheng seized Wu Ziyuan, who was about to greet him. "Wu Gu, what good news has unfolded in the bureau? Why is everyone so cheerful?" "Don't you know?" Wu Ziyuan replied, somewhat astonished. "It's because the case has been solved. That heavy burden has been lifted from everyone's hearts, naturally bringing a sense of ease." "The case is solved? Who is the murderer?" Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind. It wouldn't be Zhang Xiaojun, would it? Indeed, it seems she was not truthful during our visit that day. Wu Ziyuan remarked with a knowing smile. "Young man, you must continue to learn. Some criminals are exceedingly cunning. As law enforcement, we must approach every suspect with a healthy dose of skepticism." He had long been perplexed as to why the bureau's leaders appointed such a young individual as Lu Sheng to the position of deputy team leader. Despite his remarkable abilities and consistent achievements, he was still, after all, merely a youth. While leadership is commendable, command often requires more experience. Initially, Lu Sheng was the first to dismiss Zhang Xiaojun's suspicions, and now he found himself facing the consequences of that misjudgment. It was likely that the people in the bureau were eagerly anticipating his embarrassment. Feigning ignorance of Wu Ziyuan's veiled criticism, Lu Sheng inquired, "Has she confessed? Has she detailed the crime and the methods used?" "Not yet. She has only admitted to the massacre, and we are still interrogating her regarding the specifics." Wu Ziyuan indicated towards the interrogation room, but it will be soon, as her fingerprints matched, and the subsequent investigation is merely a matter of time. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and strode purposefully towards the interrogation room. "Lu Sheng, what do you intend to do?" Wu Ziyuan presumed it was merely youthful arrogance compelling him. "Speak plainly. How did you murder Hiagwa's family? What was the weapon? Once you clarify these details, we can conclude the case smoothly." You have already confessed. There is no need for this futile resistance, is there? Hearing the voices from within the interrogation room, Lu Sheng smiled and pushed the door open. Save your breath. She cannot recount the details of the crime, for she did not kill Hiaigua and his wife. Standing before Zhang Xiaojun, Lu Sheng's gaze was imposing as if it were that of a judge. Isn't that so, Ms. Zhang Xiaojun? Chapter 32. Who is the true murderer? At these words, Zhang Xiaojun's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. I killed him. I harbor a deep-seated loathing for that wretch. Not only has he wronged me, but when I sought to borrow a modicum of money, he rebuffed me with excuses. Observing him and his family reveling in their bliss fills me with rage. Why must fate be so unjust, bestowing upon me a husband ensnared by the vices of gambling? Why has my life devolved into this ghastly semblance of existence?" Zhang Xiaojun struggled violently against the interrogation chair, her eyes bloodshot and wild, resembling a desperate gambler on the verge of ruin. "Lu Sheng, what did you mean by your earlier words?" "Zhang Xiaojun is not the murderer," Li Hu inquired hastily. After an extensive interrogation, all evidence pointed to Zhang Xiaojun as the culprit, and the sudden claim of her innocence left him dissatisfied without an explanation. Unfazed, Lu Sheng picked up the fingerprint comparison report from the table. "What's your hurry? I merely stated that you are not the perpetrator of the corpse-burning case. I did not assert that He Zhong, who is in the hospital, is not your victim." A thunderous realization struck Zhang Xiaojun, leaving her bewildered as she gazed at Lu Sheng. Her expression morphed into one of malevolence. "You speak nonsense. You're lying. I am the one who killed him. I wanted to ensure that Hiaigua's family faced utter ruin. They must pay for their actions." At this moment, Li Hu comprehended the situation. It became apparent why Zhang Xiaojun readily confessed, yet faltered when discussing the details of her crime. Lu Sheng let out a cold laugh and subtly activated his skill, pressure, an overwhelming sense of oppression bearing down upon her. "You must understand, once judged for the crime of annihilation and corpse incineration, you would at least face a death sentence. Surely, you are aware of this?" Zhang Xiaojun trembled, clenching her teeth, resolutely turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Each encounter with this young officer brought with it an inexplicable weight. She feared that a careless utterance might betray her innermost secrets. "Are you attempting to protect someone?" Lu Sheng pressed further into her psychological defenses. "Is it a relative of yours?" Zhang Xiaojun's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of terror flooding over her, drowning her rationality. "You lie. I am a murderer. Hurry and arrest me. Execute me at once." Witnessing her descent into madness stirred a sense of discomfort within Lu Sheng. Yet thoughts of the 8-year-old, He Zhong sharpened his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "You wish to safeguard your son's future. Yet why do you not consider He Zhong? He is merely an 8-year-old child. What sins has he committed? This is a living, breathing life. Motherly love can be profound. Yet at times, it veers into selfishness." Zhang Xiaojun, upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, felt as though she had been struck awake, slumping back in her chair. Her spirit seemingly drained, her lips paling visibly. Witnessing her plight, Lu Sheng hesitated to reveal the harshness of the truth. "The true murderer is not your son." Zhang Xiaojun's eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being rejuvenated as if spring had returned to a withered tree. Her gaze became almost frighteningly bright. "Is that true?" Lu Sheng had never witnessed such a profound emotional transformation up close. This was an expression of raw, unfiltered feeling that no actor could replicate, for it was the truest outpouring of the heart. "Are you not concerned about the possibility of receiving a death sentence?" Beside her, Li Hu finally sensed something amiss and could not help but inquire. Zhang Xiaojun shook her head and then nodded. Just moments ago, driven by concern for Wang Tsong, she had faced death without fear, determined to safeguard his future at all costs. However, now that the crisis had subsided, she began to feel fear of not witnessing her son's entrance into university, his embarkation into the workforce, his marriage, and the birth of his children. She feared the possibility of affecting her son's life, burdening him with the stigma of being the son of a murderer. Fear indeed. Lu Sheng could clearly perceive the regret etched upon Zhang Xiaojun's face, yet he felt no sympathy. Team leader Liu, please elaborate, Li Hu urged, motioning for a nearby officer to bring a stool for Lu Sheng to sit upon, his countenance beaming with a smile. He truly could not fathom how Lu Sheng arrived at such a remarkable conclusion. Lu Sheng cast a glance at the encircled interrogation room, leisurely settling down. It's quite simple. From the outset of my investigation, I was convinced that Zhang Xiaojun was not the murderer. However, in the hospital ward, I detected a faint scent of perfume, reminiscent of a fragrance I had encountered at Zhang Xiaojun's residence. Detected? The officers present exchanged bewildered glances, including Deputy Director Zhou Tianxiong, who wore a perplexed expression. The hospital was inundated with countless visitors daily, a blend of individuals. How could one possibly identify a perfume belonging to Zhang Xiaojun amidst the throngs? This seemed almost miraculous. It had long been rumored that this young man possessed a sense of smell more acute than that of a bloodhound, and it appeared that such rumors had underestimated his capabilities. Zhou Tianxiong exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, appointing Lu Sheng as deputy team leader was intended to provide an opportunity for a promising young talent to hone his skills with modest expectations. Little did he anticipate such a colossal surprise. Amidst the crowd, Wu Ziyuan felt parched and flushed with heat. This young man truly possessed remarkable abilities. Coupled with the surveillance footage showing a nurse resembling Zhang Xiaojun administering poison, it was difficult not to draw connections. However, why would she do such a thing? The motive for the murder of He Zhong was singular. He Zhong had seen the face of the killer. Thus, Zhang Xiaojun's motivations could be twofold. Either she herself was the murderer, or the killer was someone with whom she was intimately acquainted, a logical deduction of normal human reasoning. Li Hu nodded in agreement. After Zhang Xiaojun's confession, he had entertained similar thoughts. I therefore visited her son at school, and indeed, he possessed a motive for the crime. However, he had an alibi. At the time of the incident, he was on a date with his girlfriend, a fact he concealed from Zhang Xiaojun, leading her to mistakenly believe that the perpetrator of the massacre was her son. A buzzing sensation enveloped Zhang Xiaojun's mind, leaving her dizzy and blank. Was it all merely a misunderstanding? No wonder her son had exhibited nervousness when questioned about his whereabouts after their separation. It turned out she had misinterpreted his intentions. Waves of regret washed over her, and she could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears within the interrogation room. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. It meant that, amidst a web of misunderstandings, Zhang Xiaojun, in her quest to protect her son, had unwittingly sent He Zhong to his demise, while the true perpetrator of the massacre remained at large. Liu stared blankly at Lu Sheng. Where is the other perpetrator now? Chapter 33. Threads of evidence. Upon hearing this, dozens of eyes both inside and outside the interrogation room fixated on Lu Sheng. That will depend on what the technical department has to say, Lu Sheng replied with a subtle smile, raising the phone in his hand. He had already established contact with Li from the technical department on his way there. Make way! Make way! Suddenly, Li's voice emerged from the crowd outside the interrogation room, prompting everyone to instinctively step aside and allow him passage. Once he squeezed in, Li handed a fragmented memo to Lu Sheng. As the onlookers remained perplexed, Li, panting, exclaimed, Team Leader Liu, as per your request, we have filtered the list of individuals with the 30,000 yuan debt. This lead was obtained from Zhang Xiaojun. Little Liu, we have already investigated this, Zhou Tianxiong interjected as he strolled into the interrogation room. Lu Sheng, undeterred, swiftly scrolled through the names until one caught his eye. Li Guoqing, indebted for 220,000 yuan, with the first payment due on September 24th, amounting to a total of 310,000 yuan, including interest. Has the Igua mentioned how much the manager owes? Lu Sheng inquired, directing his attention to Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang, lost in her own sorrow, was oblivious to Lu Sheng's question. Ahem. After several nudges from the surrounding officers, she finally responded, Huh? What did Officer Lu just ask? Lu Sheng reiterated his question. No. Fang Xiaohun replied decisively, shaking her head. Do you know Li Guoqing? I do not. Upon receiving the answers, Lu Sheng turned to Zhou Tianxiong. Have you investigated this individual? Zhou leaned in for a closer look and nodded. He has an alibi. Lu Sheng's expression stiffened. Great. The case has hit another dead end. Director Zhou, may I view the interrogation videos of these individuals? Lu Sheng asked. The police regulations mandated that all interrogations be recorded for the sake of fairness and for the opportunity to retrospectively analyze any discrepancies. Certainly, you can check with the technical department, Zhou Tianxiong replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Zhang Xiaojuan's involvement had significantly escalated the complexity of the case. First, the sole eyewitness, He Zhong, was murdered, and then a false confession muddled the police's investigation. If Lu Sheng had not discovered this in time, the situation could have escalated further. Who knows what might have transpired had the police taken longer to react. By then, the criminals could have vanished without a trace. Inside the video room, Lu Sheng replayed the interrogation footage. The manager, surnamed Xie, had dealings with He Aigua involving amounts exceeding 30,000 yuan, with a total of over a dozen individuals. Each video segment lasted over half an hour. Watching them one by one would require him to stay up all night. Resolute, Lu Sheng decided he would spend the night in the video room. His instincts told him the murderer must be among these individuals. Time flew by. Before long, it was deep into the night, and the video room remained brightly lit. Lu Sheng's eyes were red, fixated on the surveillance footage, absorbing every word, expression, and movement. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. He pressed the pause button and removed his headphones, saying, "Come in." Wu Ziyuan entered in response. "You're still here, Lu?" He approached Lu Sheng with a cup of hot tea, a smile on his face. Sighing, Lu Sheng gestured towards the computer screen. "The recording isn't finished yet." Wu Ziyuan shook his head, sipping his tea. "The interrogation is conducted by seasoned detectives. Their experience surpasses ours combined. If there are any issues, they would be noticed by now." "That is not necessarily true," Lu Sheng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Ziyuan. "Some individuals can easily be blinded by their so-called experience. As law enforcement officers, we must avoid falling into the traps of dogmatism and empiricism." He resumed, watching the playback, disregarding Wu Ziyuan's alternating expressions. This old-timer relished wielding his seniority. When he felt generous, he would call you Wu Gu, but otherwise, you were nothing. Lu Sheng rummaged through the list provided by the technical department, confirming that both Li Guowei and Wang Tao had financial ties to He Aigua. No, Li Guowei is Li Guoqing's brother, and Wang Tao is an employee from their company. When summoned, Li Guoqing was not home. It took several hours for them to arrive together. Despite his stubbornness, Wu Ziyuan was diligent in solving the case. "So, the police did not summon these two at the time?" Wu Ziyuan nodded. Understanding dawned on Lu Sheng as he continued watching the footage. Hours passed. Wu Ziyuan had long departed the recording room, while Lu Sheng's eyes grew bloodshot from fatigue as he meticulously analyzed the footage. He discovered a peculiar inconsistency among the three individuals. Their testimonies were remarkably uniform. Any recounting of an event, after processing through the mind, would exhibit variations. This was the essence of the saying, "Three men make a tiger." Moreover, given that the incident occurred days ago, how could they remember every detail so precisely? As if it were a meticulously rehearsed script? Lu Sheng's instinct as a police officer alerted him. These three individuals were undoubtedly suspicious. He promptly called Zhou Tianxiong to relay his deductions, and Zhou immediately authorized a late-night reinterrogation of Li Guoqing and the others. The reinterrogation proceeded smoothly. By the time Li Guoqing and Wang Tao sat in the interrogation room, it was already 3 in the morning, and they appeared bleary-eyed and irritable. The three were interrogated separately, with Lu Sheng taking the lead and Wu Ziyuan responsible for the documentation. "I say, officer, why have you summoned me again? Is it because my sleeping posture was inappropriate?" Li Guoqing surveyed his surroundings, exuding confidence. Lu Sheng smiled. "Don't be so cocky. Wang Tao has already confessed to your collusion. What else do you have to say?" "Impossible." Li Guoqing's facial muscles twitched with intensity, his pupils suddenly constricting. Yet within a moment, he regained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips as he asserted, "Are you attempting to deceive me? I have been with them the entire day. Reflect on this alone. Consider the phrase confess for leniency, resist for severity. Just moments ago, we received a call from the hospital. He Zhong has regained consciousness. Our colleagues are currently rushing to the hospital. With that, Lu Sheng beckoned Wu Ziyuan to exit, leaving Li Guiqing alone in the empty interrogation room. His earlier drowsiness completely dissipated. Chapter 34. The revelation, was it truly that simple? Wu Ziyuan trailed Lu Sheng out of the interrogation room, his mind swirling with questions. Lu Sheng flicked the brief record sheet with confidence, smiling. This is sufficient. The rest is for him to ponder. Moving to the other two interrogation rooms, they employed the same tactic on Li Guowei and Wang Tao, successfully sowing seeds of doubt among them. Once the seeds of suspicion take root, they grow wildly, much like weeds. After all, for Li Guowei and Wang Tao, they had not materially participated in the crime and might not even know what had transpired. There was no reason for them to endure imprisonment. Lu Sheng paid them no mind, opting instead for a cup of instant noodles as a late-night snack. The three men endured the night, riddled with unease until dawn broke. When Lu Sheng resumed questioning Wang Tao, his narrative had shifted dramatically. "Officer, I have no idea what Manager Li did that day. He merely claimed he had been drinking and got into a fight, injuring his eye. He said the police would come looking for him and wanted us to provide false testimony. You know, I'm just a worker. He is my superior. How could I refuse? So, I hurriedly gave a statement and went to the police station. Refusal was not an option." Lu Sheng's gaze remained calm, though it seemed that reluctance was not the only factor at play. Perhaps financial incentives were involved. "Yes, Li Guiqing promised me 3,000 yuan, which is an amount I could scarcely earn in a month." Wang Tao lowered his head despondently. Defending himself, "I was initially deceived by Li Guiqing, thinking it was merely a simple brawl, never anticipating it would escalate to murder and incineration." Upon preserving the record, Lu Sheng rose to question Li Guowei, receiving similar responses. Consequently, he and Wu Ziyuan returned to Li Guiqing's interrogation room. "What is the verdict? Have you reached a conclusion?" Lu Sheng inquired with a smile. Sitting across from Li Guiqing, it was evident that he was undergoing tremendous inner turmoil. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and his face bore the marks of fury and regret. "Do you have a cigarette?" Li Guiqing responded. Lu Sheng turned to Wu Ziyuan. Despite not being a smoker himself, understood that many officers relied on cigarettes to alleviate the stress of long hours. Wu Ziyuan promptly retrieved a cigarette and lighter, igniting one for Li Guiqing. After inhaling the dense smoke, Li Guiqing slowly began to recount his criminal experiences. "I indeed lied previously. I have not repaid the over 30,000 yuan debt to Hiaigua. When the repayment deadline arrived, Hiaigua sought me out several times. Eventually, I had no choice but to visit him in person to explain my situation and request an extension. During our conversation, Hiaigua proposed two matters. First, he asked me to help him sell 2,000 yuan worth of videotapes, and second, the issue of the debt. I engaged in a negotiation, hoping for a few more days' grace, as I was experiencing financial difficulties." At this point, Li Guiqing took a deep drag from his cigarette, the thick white smoke enveloping his face and obscuring his furrowed brow. "I suggested repaying at the end of October, but he did not agree. After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly said, 'If you can't repay, you can lend me your wife for a few days.' I thought I had misheard him and asked again, only for him to respond, 'Or maybe your son instead?'" Li Guiqing suddenly shouted loudly, "Officers, you are men too. Do you think I can endure such humiliation?" In that heated moment, I swung my fist at him. Due to his previous bout with polio, he was unsteady on his feet and fell to the ground. He crawled into the living room and grabbed a fruit knife. In that moment, I acted without thought, kicking him in the groin, causing him to cry out in pain. I approached him, restrained him, seized the knife, and stabbed him several times. His wife, sensing the commotion, emerged from the side room, cursing. In my bloodlust, I attacked her with a few stabs as well. Finally, there was his son, Hezhong. I randomly picked up a wooden stick and struck him violently on the back of the head until he fell silent. Hiaigua was remarkably resilient. Despite receiving numerous stab wounds, he did not die immediately. I then mounted him and strangled him with my hands until he finally breathed his last. At this point, Li Guiqing seemed to calm down. After the murder, I felt no panic. It was akin to killing a pig. I contemplated how to dispose of the scene. Ultimately, I chose to incinerate the body. I discovered 6 kilograms of gasoline and a bottle of cooking oil in Hiaigua's home. which I poured over the corpse and throughout the corners of the house. I then opened the gas cylinder, punctured the hose, turned on all the electric heaters and hairdryers, and discarded my blood-soaked clothes at the scene before fleeing to a nearby park for the night. Lu Sheng remarked. You were quite clever. Had it not been for the collusion, I might not have uncovered your tracks. The electric heaters and capacitors will automatically shut off at a certain temperature, and they will restart in lower temperatures. By that time, the gasoline and liquefied petroleum gas inside had reached explosive concentrations. When the heaters ignited, an explosion would naturally occur. If you had deliberately created an alibi during that time, you could have easily deceived everyone. In the duty room, Lu Sheng, who had been sound asleep, was suddenly awakened by someone calling him. Groggily opening his eyes, he was startled by the sight of a round face looming before him, causing him to exclaim in shock. Lu Sheng swiftly retracted his fist, turned over, and stood up straight to salute. Good morning, Director Zhou. The duty room was crowded with colleagues from the Serious Crimes Unit, each wearing a distinctive expression that made him feel uneasy. Director Zhou, everyone here is. Zhou Tianxiong waved his hand and said, Li Guoqing and the others have confessed. The details of the crime and the results from the scene investigation are consistent, and the evidence chain is complete. We can file a public prosecution now. I heard about last night's events from Xiao Wu. You did well. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tianxiong praised. Initially, there was little hope, but unexpectedly, this young man found clues from the tiniest details and broke the deadlock in just one night. Indeed, Officer Lu's insight is truly remarkable. The police officers nearby chimed in with laughter. When will team leader Lu teach us these skills? We find it hard to believe you aren't a police academy graduate. They all laughed. With such talent at a young age, having repeatedly impressed the leadership, it's likely he will soon be transferred to the city bureau to work alongside them. Establishing good relations in advance is undoubtedly wise. Lu Sheng humbly acknowledged their praise. In truth, it was not that the older officers had failed to notice. Rather, they had been misled by Zhang Xiaojuan's words from the outset, believing that the murderer did not share the surname Xie and had no connection to Xie Guanghui or Xie Yufei. Once a notion is accepted, the mind can easily fall into a peculiar loop, making it difficult to escape. Chapter 35. A great turmoil at Baiyun Police Station. Lu Sheng gazed intently at the system panel before him, unable to suppress a smile. Name, Lu Sheng. Position, Level 2 Officer Strength, 22 Skills, Mighty Fist, Minor Mastery. Super Smell, Intimidation Free Allocation Points, 0 in the murder and corpse burning case. 2 perpetrators were captured, granting Lu Sheng 0. 2 attribute points, which he allocated to strength, instantly feeling invigorated as if a surge of energy coursed through him. However, aside from causing a momentary daze in suspects during interrogations, the intimidation skill had little other utility. Lu Sheng considered it a beneficial addition. After all, it posed no harm to him. Brother Lu. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. He jumped in surprise, turned to see Liang Feiguang, who had appeared silently behind him. Oh, it's you, Brother Liang. You startled me. How do you walk without making a sound? Since the case of the human meat bun, perhaps due to a sense of gratitude for saving his life, Liang Feiguang had shown him considerable respect, addressing him as Brother Lu throughout the day. I've been right behind you. When I saw your silhouette, I felt as if I were looking at a high-ranking official and dared not make a sound. Liang Feiguang replied softly, taking him at his word. Lu Sheng assumed this was due to the aura he had acquired during his recent time at the city bureau. Lu Sheng was taken aback, realizing that the intimidation skill also enhanced his presence. Ah, almost forgot, Liang Feiguang exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Director Li asked you to come to his office. He said some leaders from the city bureau have arrived. Leaders from the city bureau have come? Lu Sheng was somewhat taken aback. Only looking for me? Of course. Liang Feiguang chuckled. I heard that Brother Lu has recently cracked a significant case for the municipal bureau. Surely, a promotion or raise is on the horizon. When you strike it rich, don't forget your little brother. Previously, he had held a certain disdain for Lu Sheng, a non-professional, believing that his past achievements were merely due to luck. However, after skirting the line between life and death, his resentment faded into boundless gratitude, and his words were laced with goodwill. Ha ha! Indeed, I shall make my way to Director Li's office first. In the director's office, Li Weiguo sat upright, a smile gracing his face as he poured tea for Zhou Tianxiong, attending to him dutifully. Weiguo. Zhou Tianxiong sipped the warm tea, a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. This year, your precinct has made quite the name for itself in the city. Made a name for ourselves? Li Weiguo's expression shifted, unable to suppress his inner doubts. Despite their lackluster performance in previous years, consistently ranked at the bottom among the city's precincts, this year's results were not yet determined. It seemed their past impressions had cast a long shadow. Indeed, you've successfully solved 2 major cases, and most importantly, you've nurtured such a promising talent in our ranks. Zhou Tianxiong expressed his genuine relief. Having been Li Weiguo's superior for some time, it pained him to witness Baiyun Precinct's continual underperformance. You must be referring to that young lad, Lu Sheng? Li Weiguo exclaimed joyfully, casting aside his earlier apprehension, and waved his hands dismissively. It is indeed his exceptional insight that has brought us here. I heard he even assisted the municipal bureau in cracking a case. Which is why you are visiting us today. Ha ha ha. Precisely. I just happened to be coming to the county bureau to take a look, and I thought I would bring along Lu Sheng's commendation. Zhou Tianxiong began to rummage through his belongings, producing a medal and a substantial envelope. 3rd-class merit. Li Weiguo was both astonished and elated. The surprise stemmed from the fact that, amidst the collective effort of many, Lu Sheng was awarded a personal 3rd-class merit. His joy, of course, was rooted in the pride of having Lu Sheng as a member of Baiyun Precinct. The swift resolution of the case was largely attributed to Lu Sheng's significant contributions. Zhou Tianxiong understood that the case's resolution was inevitable. Yet achieving it within the designated time frame set by leadership was unlikely, not to mention the considerable obstacles faced. This personal 3rd-class merit was indeed well-deserved by Lu Sheng. I shall call for Lu Sheng at once. Li Weiguo rose, smiling as he approached the telephone on his desk. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Sheng rapped on the door, and upon receiving permission, he entered. Upon seeing Zhou Tianxiong conversing amiably with Li Weiguo, he straightened, a sense of seriousness washing over him as he quickly approached and saluted. Director Li. Director Zhou. Very good, very good. The 2 men regarded Lu Sheng with satisfaction, praising him enthusiastically before instructing him to sit. Comrade Lu Sheng, Zhou Tianxiong stated directly, I am not one for superfluous words. So let us get straight to the point today. In light of your remarkable performance in the murder and body incineration case in Lusher, along with your exceptional contributions to the investigation, the City Bureau has unanimously decided to award you the 3rd-class merit medal. Zhou Tianxiong paused for a moment and then stood up with gravity. Li Weiguo and Lu Sheng, though somewhat bewildered, followed suit. It is not customary for a leader to stand while subordinates remain seated. Following the Bureau's decision, Comrade Lu Sheng has exhibited outstanding merit during his tenure, achieving remarkable results and displaying exceptional performance. Thus, he is awarded the rank of 1st-class police officer. 1st-class police officer. Both Li Weiguo and Lu Sheng stood frozen in place, astonished. They did not expect such unconventional hiring practices from the Bureau. Lu Sheng had only recently joined, yet was already on par with his mentor, Yu Tiangong. Goodness! Li Weiguo himself was merely a 2nd-class police inspector, albeit with hopes of being promoted to 1st class by year-end. He never anticipated that this young lad was already closing in on his rank. Keep up the good work. Zhou Tianxiong adjusted Lu Sheng's collar and smiled, saying, You have the potential to develop in the direction of a criminal investigator. I have high hopes for you, young man. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the organization. Yes. Lu Sheng saluted once more. Soon, the news of Lu Sheng's promotion to 1st-class police officer spread throughout the Baiyun police station like a stone cast into still waters, creating an uproar. 1st-class police officer. My goodness, how did Brother Lu become so formidable? We all joined at the same time, yet he's already a 1st-class officer, while I remain a mere auxiliary officer. Why should I compare myself to him? Don't even think about it. Even I, a veteran officer, am enviously drooling. They're not exaggerating. Grassroots work is challenging. Most of it involves dealing with trivial matters and opportunities to crack major cases and achieve significant merits are exceedingly rare. Want to be promoted? Sure, just bide your time. Never has anyone, like Lu Sheng, ascended through the ranks relying solely on a series of third-class merits. However, there was no envy in their hearts. They understood that he was earning his keep through sheer talent. Meanwhile, Yu Tiangong, returning from duty, found this news absurd. Just days ago, Lu Sheng was his apprentice, and now they stood as equals. Surely, he thought, I must have inadvertently traversed time. Chapter 36. A reckless individual, how did it go with that girl you went on a blind date with? At the dinner table, Lu's mother casually inquired as she placed a piece of rib into Lu Sheng's bowl. Quite well, Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly, as he deftly separated the meat from the bone, quickly scooping up more beef to stuff into his mouth, filling his cheeks to the brim. The beef not only provided an abundance of protein, but also contained creatine, which could enhance athletic performance. As Lu Sheng trained in martial arts, he required these nutrients to replenish his energy. Regardless, he consumed all manner of nourishing concoctions, from revitalizing soups to deer antler and bull penis, filling his stomach like a fearsome grinding machine, extracting these nutrients to be transformed into robust energy coursing through his limbs. Yesterday, he underwent a medical examination at the hospital, standing at a height of 188 centimeters and weighing 75 kilograms. Both figures reflected a significant increase compared to before. His physique was robust, appearing slender in clothing yet well-defined without it. His scapulae and back resembled a fitted suit of armor, sharp and angular. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks, swift as lightning, landed on the rapidly moving ends of Lu Sheng's chopsticks. Eating so quickly? Have you just been released from prison? Upon lifting his gaze, Lu Sheng met his mother's piercing glare, and he instantly understood. I truly have not lied. We have met several times already. Really? Lu's mother beamed, adding a piece of braised pork to Lu Sheng's bowl, and gently inquired, what progress have you made? Have you confirmed your relationship? When do you plan to introduce her to us? Lu Sheng glanced at the food in his bowl, swallowing hard. How could it be so soon? They had barely known each other for a few days. Lu's father quietly continued to eat, ignoring the exchange. Is that so? Lu's mother retrieved the piece of pork she had just placed in Lu Sheng's bowl. You ungrateful child, when I pursued your father. It took mere days to have him completely devoted. At this remark, Lu's father buried his head even deeper. The sophisticated hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. After dinner, Lu Sheng reclined on the sofa, content as he turned on the television. He flipped through several channels, all filled with melodramatic soap operas. Forget it. This wretched television. Not even a dog would watch it. What did you say? Lu's mother seized Lu Sheng's ear, twisting it clockwise. I adore watching these. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Sheng feigned pain, repeatedly begging for mercy. I was wrong. Since he had honed his golden giant fist to a minor mastery, his muscles had become hard and well-defined. This gentle tug was far less painful than a mere slap. Suddenly, the phone rang, providing a timely reprieve for Lu Sheng. Noticing this, Lu's mother released her grip with a huff, casting a sidelong glance at him. Despite their playful banter, she was resolute that it would not interfere with her son's obligations. After all, he held a stable position. Lu Sheng offered another round of apologies before answering the call. Hello, Master, is there something you need? Typically, at this hour, there would be duty personnel at the station, and important matters rarely intruded upon their rest. Lu Sheng. Yu Qinggong's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Tomorrow, a leader will be visiting for an inspection. We've just received a notification instructing us to ensure the security within our jurisdiction is properly managed, so we need to work overtime. If you don't have anything urgent, please come by. It will enrich your grassroots experience. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Issues of local security generally pertain to theft and the occasional presence of wayward women selling milk tea. As the year drew to a close, the police station needed to demonstrate some achievements, necessitating a firm crackdown on the prevailing atmosphere within the district. 30 minutes later, Lu Sheng boarded the police vehicle, the sirens blaring. One of the purposes of the siren is to secure priority passage on the road. It would naturally be silenced as they approached their destination, lest the criminals flee at the first sound. This is my first experience participating in such a crackdown on vice, and I must say, it promises to unveil some rather amusing scenes. Interestingly, during these operations, the methods employed by those attempting to evade capture are often quite inventive. Has anyone ever leaped from a window? Surprisingly, not yet. Typically, those caught face mere detention for a few days and a fine of several thousand yuan, followed by a little embarrassment for their families. The prospect of jumping from a height, risking severe injury or death, is a choice that few possess the courage to make. These individuals are quite adept at distinguishing between social and physical demise. The officers in the vehicle share light-hearted banter, enthusiastically exchanging experiences. Such operations rarely pose any significant danger, allowing for a relatively relaxed atmosphere among the team. Attention all units. Attention all units. Suddenly, the radio crackles to life, and the demeanor of those inside the vehicle shifts to one of solemnity and readiness. They are on the verge of reaching their destination, poised for action. Repeat, we are about to arrive at our destination. Remain prepared for action. At the Imperial Business Establishment, a fleet of police vehicles is stationed outside as Sheng and his colleagues disembark in an organized manner. Other officers surround the various exits, vigilant against any attempts by individuals involved in illicit activities to flee. Action. Sheng leads a group of auxiliary officers, swiftly subduing a security guard who attempted to alert others, before making a direct advance into the premises. The Imperial Business has 3 floors, and according to prior arrangements, Sheng's team is tasked with searching the 3rd floor. Typically, they have already assessed the situation and wait for the right moment to strike decisively when performance metrics demand it, ensuring their actions are swift, precise, and forceful. Based on insights gleaned from elderly informants, establishments with a high level of business clientele often include illicit services among their offerings, commonly referred to as room princesses. Everyone, hands on your heads, sit down, and cooperate with the inspection. With a resounding clap, the officers swiftly disable the sound system and illuminate the space, exposing couples in compromising situations. Each private room falls silent under police control. Sheng flings open the door to one of the rooms, his presence commanding respect as he barks, "Everyone, hands on your heads, crouch down for inspection." His booming voice drowns out the previously blaring music, causing the individuals entangled within to shudder in fear. "Damn it!" a man exclaims in frustration, hastily pulling on his trousers before leaping through the window. Good grief. This is the 3rd floor. Sheng feels an unsettling flutter in his eyelids. Surely, jumping out of a window to evade a few days of detention is unnecessary. Without hesitation, he too leaps towards the window, leaving behind the astonished room princess. Desperate patrons encounter equally determined officers. Chapter 37. Is he really a fugitive? Zhang Tai, upon witnessing the police burst through the door, momentarily freezes before quickly regaining his senses. Fully aware of the charges he carries, he resolves that he cannot afford to be taken to the police station. Should his identity be revealed, it would not merely result in a few days of detention. Beyond being a patron, he is also a wanted fugitive. Without hesitation, he yanks open the window and leaps from the 3rd floor. Thud! Observing the police car stationed below, Zhang Tai rolled down from above, dissipating most of his momentum, and suddenly struck the ground, creating a pit that triggered the police sirens blaring. He quickly steadied himself, feeling a swell of pride, and instinctively glanced towards the window above. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, filled with dread. Good grief! Are these officers truly reckless? Having previously attended a martial arts academy and endowed with a naturally robust physique, he had the audacity to leap from the window and flee. Little did he expect that this small county would harbor such fearless policemen. Fleeing was paramount. Noticing Sheng vaulting through the window, Zhang Tai dared not linger any longer, turning to sprint away with all his might. If he were caught on the street at this moment, he might well find himself embroiled in a perilous confrontation, leaving the young officer with an unforgettable lesson. However, at the current scene of the raid, any prolonged engagement would attract a swarm of officers, and he would soon find himself overwhelmed and apprehended. Zhang Tai was not willing to take that gamble. His years of evading capture had relied on his cautious approach. Lu Sheng, observing the unfolding situation, sensed something was amiss. Could this fellow possibly have a murder charge hanging over him? He crashed into the pit created by the police car, rolling adeptly and landing gracefully, the shock absorbed, before he sprang up and sprinted toward Zhang Tai. The officers, drawn by the commotion, merely caught a fleeting glimpse of two figures in pursuit. He must run towards a crowded area. Zhang Tai, having circled the police for years, possessed a repertoire of counter-tracking techniques, and in an instant, he devised a plan. With an initial advantage and his sturdy physique, he estimated it would not take long to shake off the pursuing officer. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, a voice pierced the air, chilling him to the bone. Thinking to flee upon seeing the police? What crime have you committed? Spinning around, he was startled to find Lu Sheng, dressed in his uniform, running alongside him, composed and devoid of any signs of fatigue. What on earth? Zhang Tai exclaimed, just as he spotted an alley ahead and darted into it. Lu Sheng followed closely behind. The alley was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for two people, and it ended abruptly in sight. This meant that to escape, he would first need to subdue the pursuing officer. Zhang Tai cursed his ill fortune. After years of restraint, he finally sought some reprieve, only to encounter police conducting a raid. To add insult to injury, the officer invading his private space was a stubborn one. Generally, those who attempted to flee would call for backup, not leap down after him. Stay back. Zhang Tai, resolute, drew a short dagger he carried, its gleaming blade reflecting the faint light from the street lamps outside, casting a chilling gleam. Come any closer, and you may rue the day. His voice was fierce, yet he softened his tone to reason with Lu Sheng. You're just a young officer, likely unmarried and childless. Why pursue a conflict with me? It would be wise to return and seek support. Lu Sheng smiled. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be prudent. On the very first day, an experienced officer remarked that engaging in combat with criminals requires not only courage, but also wisdom. Sometimes, it is prudent to retreat when cornered. This is the wisdom of grassroots law enforcement. It appears that the individual before me has had considerable encounters with the police. However, Lu Sheng chose not to engage in idle chatter, propelling himself forward with a burst of speed, the wind howling around him. Zhang Tai's face turned a shade of iron. His curses unending. Damn you. I dread encountering such a young cop, whose head is filled with nothing but bravado. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he lunged forward with a short dagger, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Lu Sheng halted, advanced a couple of steps, and deftly grasped Zhang Tai's wrist, leaving him in a state of shock. You shall fall. Lu Sheng chuckled softly, channeling his strength, which landed with a resounding thud against Zhang Tai's soft abdomen. Zhang Tai's eyes bulged. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as pain coursed through him, causing him to grimace and relinquish his grip on the dagger. His body collapsing to the ground like a broken doll. What kind of martial arts have you mastered? Your strength is excessive. Zhang Tai cried out in agony, feeling as though his insides were twisted. He could only curl up in a ball. Lu Sheng remained silent, retrieving a pair of silver handcuffs from his belongings and swiftly securing them around Zhang Tai's wrists. Moments later, a throng of officers surged into the alley, with several police vehicles parked on the street. At the forefront was Master Yu Tiangong. What has transpired? I heard you jumped from the third floor with a client? He chided. I've told you, in such situations, do not play the hero. If you encounter a vicious criminal, they might draw a knife. As he spoke, he shone a flashlight into the alley. Upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Master, this man attempted to escape through the window upon seeing me and tried to stab me. He must be involved in something nefarious, perhaps even a fugitive. Lu Sheng produced an evidence bag, carefully placing the dagger inside before handing it to Yu Tiangong. How did you subdue him? Yu Tiangong asked, bewildered. Although Zhang Tai appeared quite disheveled, it was evident that he was a robust individual, standing nearly 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and stout, suggesting significant physical strength. In contrast, Lu Sheng's physique was noticeably less imposing. Yu Tiangong understood that while Lu Sheng was capable, his skills were typically effective against opponents of similar stature. Of course, I use my fists, Lu Sheng shrugged. Let us take this man back to the station and check the system. He might yield some merit. Ha ha ha. You want to encounter a fugitive so easily. This fellow likely committed some petty theft. Yu Tiangong chuckled, shaking his head. Zhang Tai lay on the ground, too distressed to respond, merely groaning helplessly. At the Baiyun police station, they discovered an ID card on Zhang Tai, which upon further inspection turned out to be a counterfeit, raising suspicions among the officers. Fingerprint analysis was conducted on Zhang Tai, which was subsequently compared within a national police database, yielding immediate results. Zhang Tai, a 30-year-old male, is a wanted fugitive, having committed a heinous crime of rape and murder of a woman in Lushan City while under the influence of alcohol. What a truly elusive criminal. Yu Tiangong gazed at the results on the computer, exchanging glances with several officers. This fellow seems to have an extraordinary stroke of luck. Tasked with a routine inspection, he uncovers a wanted criminal instead. Chapter 38. Inspection interrupted at 10 o'clock in the morning. Director Luo Zhiyong of the Municipal Public Security Bureau alighted from his official vehicle, followed closely by the upper echelons of the Lusher police system. Accompanying them were members of the county criminal investigation team and several key leaders from the county bureau. The entire staff of the Baiyun police station had assembled outside to welcome the delegation. As part of an inspection of subordinate county-level departments, Director Luo chose to commence his visit at Baiyun police station, which had recently gained considerable prominence. After a formal exchange of pleasantries at the entrance, Officer Li invited the municipal leaders inside. Due to his consecutive achievements and the attention from Li Weiguo, Lu Sheng was positioned at the front of the reception line. His remarkable height and appearance, combined with an imposing presence, rendered him particularly striking. Goodness, one could easily mistake him for a leader if one were to view him from behind, standing alongside Li Weiguo. His demeanor exuded an air of authority, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Is this young man Lu Sheng? After settling into the conference room, Director Luo suddenly pointed at Lu Sheng and inquired, I believe I have seen you during that bank robbery case. His eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration. Li Weiguo, thrilled by this recognition, promptly introduced Lu Sheng. Indeed, this young man is quite remarkable, having solved several major cases, and last night he apprehended a wanted fugitive. A wanted fugitive? Director Luo turned to the county bureau leaders behind him. Jian Zhengwa stepped forward, smiling as he explained, his name is Zhang Tai. He committed a rape and murder case in Lushan province and had evaded capture for 4 years, having utilized skills learned at a martial arts academy. It is surprising he was hiding in our small county. We have already contacted the police in Lushan province, and he will soon be returned. Director Luo chuckled indeed. A youthful hero. How did you manage to discover him? Please share your account. Li Weiguo gestured towards Lu Sheng, who stepped forward to recount the events. As he described, leaping from the 3rd floor, the leaders in the conference room felt their hearts race. That was the 3rd floor, with a height of approximately 3 meters. Jumping from a window must have been a drop of at least 7 or 8 meters, even with police cars below to cushion the fall. Such a leap could injure anyone severely. It was said that Lu Sheng had previously been an ordinary university student, yet his physical prowess was astonishing. The struggle itself was rather straightforward, concluding swiftly, leaving those present exhilarated. They too had once been public security officers, engaging in a battle of wits and courage against criminals. And Lu Sheng's narrative rekindled the bold spirit of their youth. Excellent! Luo Zhiyong exclaimed thrice with enthusiasm, striking his thigh emphatically as he remarked, such skills are far too valuable to squander on grassroots work. It would be far more fitting for you to accompany Captain Jian Zhenghua to the county bureau for criminal investigations. His admiration for Lu Sheng grew with each passing moment, reminiscent of his own youthful vigor. After swiftly resolving the bank robbery case, Lu Sheng had garnered unanimous approval from the bureau's leadership, reigniting hopes for Luo's political aspirations. Consequently, he found Lu Sheng increasingly agreeable. The other leaders, upon hearing Luo's endorsement, joined in with enthusiastic applause. Li Weiguo readily concurred, having long anticipated that Lu Sheng would not remain at the Baiyun police station for long. After all, a dragon cannot thrive in shallow waters. With Lu Sheng's abilities, a promising future awaited him. and as his former superior, Li felt a sense of pride in his success. The remaining officers at the Baiyun police station cast envious glances at Lu Sheng, particularly Yu Tiangong, who felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of his apprentice departing after such a brief mentorship. Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset, recognizing that one should aspire to greater heights, and he ought to be pleased for Lu Sheng's advancement. Indeed, I am grateful for Director Luo's recognition of my work. Lu Sheng responded, momentarily taken aback, but standing at attention. Just as laughter and camaraderie filled the room, a sudden, urgent ringing of a telephone disrupted the atmosphere, causing everyone to instinctively turn towards Jian Zhenghua, from whom the sound emanated. Jian quickly retrieved his phone, excused himself, and stepped outside. "Hello, this is Jian Zhenghua." The nearby city bureau leaders jested about the increasing frequency of calls for the seasoned officer, whose responsibilities overseeing county criminal investigations were understandably demanding. Luo waved his hand dismissively and inquired about the county bureau's plans for the upcoming year. After a brief interlude, Jian Zhenghua re-entered the conference room, his expression grave. "Director Luo, I must excuse myself. A body has been discovered in a nearby township, and the local police are uncertain how to proceed. They have requested our criminal investigation team to assist. A murder case." The conference room erupted in chaos as the attendees were taken aback. Such an incident was indeed serious. The police adhered to a strict protocol that mandated resolution of all homicide cases, invariably involving higher echelons of the public security authorities. However, the countenance of the county bureau leaders darkened considerably. The clearance rate was a crucial evaluative criterion for the police force. The mention of a murder immediately captured the attention of those present. Let us conclude today's inspection here. We should proceed to assess the capabilities of the Rong'an County Criminal Investigation Team, Luo Zhiyong declared, rising and gesturing. With this turn of events, the prospect of further inspections held little interest. It was far more prudent to gauge the team's effectiveness in addressing this grave matter. As Lu Sheng stood there, a series of words gradually materialized before him. Task posted. Unknown body. Bizarre case. Intricate and complex. Justice prevails. The law's net is wide. Task funding. Energy potion X3. Task reward. Energy. Task deadline. 5 days. Will you accept the task? Qianan Township, one of the sub-townships under Rong'an County, lay approximately 18 kilometers from the county seat, a mere 20-minute drive away. Several police vehicles swiftly converged, establishing contact with the local precinct. The leaders from both the county and city bureaus followed closely behind, with Jian Zhenghua leading a team of detectives, among whom was Lu Sheng. Although no formal personnel procedures had been initiated, the opportunity to partake in the investigation hinged solely on a word from Director Luo. Soon, they arrived at the scene alongside their colleagues from the criminal investigation team. The corpse had been discovered in a desolate farmland, within a dilapidated well that was slightly larger in diameter than a basketball, where a significantly decomposed, naked male body lay. The officers from the precinct had already collaborated to extract the body. However, the face was so grotesquely decayed that identification was nearly impossible. The seasoned officers present felt a chill in their hearts at the sight. Given the extent of decomposition, it was evident that the individual had been deceased for some time, and with the face in such a state, confirming the identity of the victim would prove to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. In Chapter 39, the criminal investigation team was summoned. Director Luo gestured for the forensic expert, the head of the Qianan Township precinct, and several officers to approach, greeting the assembly. Out of respect for the gathered leaders, they dared not exhibit any negligence. Director Luo, they acknowledged. Luo nodded and inquired, Wang, what is the status of the scene? Officer Wang, an unremarkable middle-aged man with a straight posture and a subtle beer belly, picked up the freshly prepared scene report and began to explain. The deceased is male, aged between 30 and 40 years, standing at 183 centimeters and weighing 90 kilograms. The preliminary cause of death is believed to be a fatal fracture resulting from a severe blow to the back of the head, though a detailed autopsy is required for confirmation. The leaders nodded in understanding. Forensic experts are a rare commodity, and since Qianan Township did not have one, this specialist had been dispatched from Rong'an City. Their ability to provide an initial assessment so promptly was indeed commendable. The estimated time of death ranged from 3 months to a year ago, with the body discovered at 9 o'clock this morning. The precinct had already begun preliminary checks for missing persons in the vicinity, but the identity of the deceased remained undetermined. A hatchet was found at the scene, devoid of any fingerprints. In just a few succinct phrases, Officer Wang elucidated the current leads in the case. Director Luo turned to Lu Sheng and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Xiaolu?" Noticing Lu Sheng's contemplative expression, he could not suppress his curiosity. This case occurred within the jurisdiction of Rongan County, and it was important to assess the insights of the young detective he had recently promoted. The victim, a robust male in his 30s to 40s, suggested that the perpetrator was likely a capable young adult. The choice to dispose of the body in such a remote area, with the corpse discovered months later, indicated that the assailant was at least familiar with the surroundings, making it highly probable that they were either a local resident or someone who had been residing in the area for an extended period. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng grasped the crux of the matter. The nearby officers were taken aback by his clarity of thought. Jian Zhenghua, as the captain of the criminal investigation team, considered that articulating such reasoning would be effortless for him, granted his years of experience. Yet, this young man had only joined the force a couple of months prior and exhibited such keen insight. It truly seemed as if fortune favored him. The thoughts of Director Luo and his colleagues echoed those of Jian Zhenghua, yet their expressions remained inscrutable. The victim lay completely naked, devoid of any identifiable belongings, suggesting a prior acquaintance between the perpetrator and the deceased. Thus, tracing the origin of the body became a crucial aspect of the investigation. Lu Sheng turned to Officer Wang and inquired, "May I take a look at that axe?" Wang glanced at Lu Sheng, unfamiliar with him but intrigued by the confidence displayed by this first-level officer in the presence of numerous influential figures. He exchanged a questioning look with Director Luo and instructed his subordinate to bring forth the axe. The tool was a type of work axe, markedly different from a standard household axe. This implement was likely not intended for domestic use, but rather procured from a hardware store, suggesting a need to investigate the hardware shops in Qianan Township. As Lu Sheng spoke, he activated his heightened olfactory senses and began to stride toward the abandoned farmland. Director Luo and his team were astonished. They had not anticipated that Lu Sheng would uncover a lead so swiftly. They immediately followed in his wake. The scent of blood lingered in the air, though it had faded considerably due to the rain. Suddenly, Lu Sheng crouched down, scooped up a handful of soil, and inhaled deeply. The passage of time had rendered even the scent of blood nearly imperceptible, let alone any trace of human presence. This location was likely not the primary crime scene. Based on the bloodstains present, it seemed the murderer had transported the body and inadvertently spilled some blood here. Officer Wang, listening intently, felt a slight shift in his demeanor. The leaders, observing Lu Sheng's cryptic musings, could not restrain their curiosity. According to forensic analysis, the victim's time of death was at least 3 months ago. Surely, you cannot discern anything merely by scent? Director Li, indeed. Some villagers reported seeing dark red substances resembling blood around March of this year, Wang admitted sheepishly. He had not anticipated Lu Sheng's keen sense of smell after several months. One would expect even the most pungent odors, such as those of excrement, to have dissipated entirely. The southern region is frequently drenched in rain, capable of washing away such traces entirely. Director Luo gazed at Lu Sheng in astonishment, then waved his hand decisively. "I see you possess remarkable abilities, little Lu. Henceforth, you shall be in charge of this case, as you are now effectively part of the county's criminal police team." Lu Sheng hesitated, instinctively glancing at Jian Zhenghua, the head of the criminal police team. "Do not look to me. I have other cases to attend to," Jian Zhenghua chuckled, adding, "Director Luo, our Rongan County criminal police team comprises 60 officers, divided into 3 groups. I will assign an additional 20 personnel to Lu Sheng to oversee this case." "Agreed. It is settled," Director Luo affirmed, eager to nurture Lu Sheng's potential. Rongan County Public Security Bureau, Criminal Police Team. Conference Room. "Hello everyone. My name is Lu Sheng, the leader of our group. The situation regarding this case is quite urgent, and both the county and city officials are taking it very seriously. I shall refrain from excessive formalities, as this case was discovered during an inspection. The county leaders are understandably anxious, fearing that Director Luo might question the capabilities of the Rome and County Public Security Bureau. Naturally, they hope for a swift resolution. Before my arrival, Jianjinghua had briefed me on some of our more seasoned officers, who are well equipped to handle this situation adeptly. Brother Sheng, please take a few individuals and collaborate with Qian and Township to investigate the recent missing persons cases. We must ascertain the identity of a deceased as swiftly as possible through comparison. Since we already know that the murderer was acquainted with the victim, we can trace the source of the body to include the perpetrator in our inquiry. Brother Wang, take 2 officers to record a statement from the informant. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. We cannot dismiss the possibility of the informant being a suspect, as many deranged killers enjoy returning to the scene to admire their handiwork. Although, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely, I prefer to be meticulous in my approach. One team will conduct a systematic examination of the crime scene, while we expedite the autopsy to determine the final cause of death. You all should visit the hardware stores in Qian and Township to inquire about the tools used in the crime. With all these tasks assigned, the criminal investigation team promptly sprang into action. Chapter 40. A burst of inspiration. Autumn brings forth death and decay, as all things wither away. The autumn in Jiangnan is always bleak and cruel, with a biting chill in the air. It is only early October, yet the leaves of the maple trees along the roads have mostly fallen. Sitting in the police car, Lu Sheng gazed at the passers-by, lost in thought. Under pressure from Director Luo and perhaps his own psychological burdens, the County Bureau has set a deadline. We must solve the case within 5 days, which weighs heavily on his mind. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 vials of green liquid, the funds provided by the system for this mission. The energy potion, when consumed, allows one to remain awake all night while feeling invigorated, with no harmful side effects, making it a boon for night owls. Lu Sheng instinctively ran his fingers through his thick hair, relieved that the Lu family lacks the gene for hair loss, allowing him to worry not about his mane. His mind began to ponder the clues surrounding the case. Every action leaves a trace. Every murder has a motive, whether it be for wealth or beauty. Even in crimes of passion, there is typically a justification, and in moments of panic, the perpetrator will likely employ various methods to conceal their actions, which often leads to revealing flaws. As the saying goes, the more one does, the more mistakes one makes. From the evidence at the scene, it appears that the victim suffered a fatal craniocerebral fracture from being struck on the back of the head with an axe. Whether the victim engaged in a fear struggle, or if there are remnants of the murderer's skin under the victim's fingernails, will require further examination by the forensic team. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the criminal police responsible for identifying the deceased relayed their findings. In the vicinity of Qian Township, a total of 15 individuals have gone missing. However, upon comparison with the deceased, none were found to match. This indicates that the deceased were not local residents of Qian Township. Consequently, the pursuit of identifying the perpetrator through the search for a corpse has proven futile. At this juncture, Chao Chi, who had been tasked with visiting hardware stores, returned. Team leader, he reported, after visiting all the hardware shops in Qian Township, we discovered that only one store sells this type of tool axe. Lu Sheng nodded, recognizing that such tool axes have limited applicability, and few are inclined to stock them. As anticipated, the store owner mentioned that he received a shipment on February 20th of this year, acquiring a total of 10 axes, but could no longer recall to whom he sold them. Given that the stock arrived on February 20th, it suggests that the incident occurred sometime after that date. Correlating this with the earlier discovery of bloodstains, it appears the incident indeed transpired around late February to early March. Were all the individuals local? Lu Sheng suddenly inquired. In the southern regions, 10 miles may yield different customs, and 100 miles may reveal varied dialects. Even within the same county, accents can diverge significantly. Additionally, it is uncommon for residents of rural towns to converse in Mandarin, especially among individuals in their 30s and 40s, many of whom possess limited educational backgrounds, with numerous individuals having not completed the 9-year compulsory education. Chao Chi cast a surprised glance at Lu Sheng. Realizing that the team leader possessed considerable insight and must not be underestimated, I inquired further with the store owner, who remarked that, based on their accents, the buyers were all locals. Locals. This raised an intriguing question. Did a local person kill an outsider? Were they acquainted, or did they exist outside each other's social networks? Suddenly, Lu Sheng's demeanor shifted as a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Zheng, do we have a detailed list of the missing persons from the surrounding townships? Please show me. Zheng Qian, perplexed, handed over the documents. Through comparison, we had already ruled out the possibility that the deceased were locals. Yet Lu Sheng smiled and remarked, "Who says the missing individuals must be victims? They could very well be the perpetrators fleeing from guilt." The group collectively gasped in astonishment. Indeed, how had they overlooked this possibility? Who decreed that the missing individuals were necessarily victims? With this revelation, the seasoned detectives regarded Lu Sheng with newfound respect. Recognizing the remarkable acuity of his thought process, Lu Sheng began to peruse the files regarding missing persons in Qinan Township and its neighboring villages, swiftly identifying a suspect. Among the 15 missing individuals, 2 disappeared this year, one of whom went missing in March. Luo Jihua, a 32-year-old divorced farmer, stood at a height of 160 centimeters and had incurred substantial debts prior to his disappearance, which remain unpaid. Zheng Qian leaned closer to examine Luo Jihua's file. I've seen this individual's information before. The height and weight discrepancies between him and the victim are too vast. It seems implausible for him to commit murder. A slender Luo Jihua, measuring only 160 centimeters, could hardly be expected to overpower the victim, who stood at 183 centimeters and possessed a robust physique. Even a surprise attack from behind with an axe would likely fail to accurately strike the victim's occiput, wouldn't it? Lu Sheng glanced at the information below, somewhat astonished. This individual had amassed a considerable amount of debt prior to his disappearance. Yet he had purchased a car, and it remains at the repair shop, unclaimed? In this relatively underdeveloped town, owning a car is an extraordinary affair. It is surprising that he would abandon his newly acquired vehicle at the repair shop. This implies that his escape was not premeditated, but rather a sudden occurrence. If it were a crime of passion, where he fled in haste fearing that the car's license plate could reveal his identity, it would be somewhat understandable. However, Lu Sheng was determined not to overlook this potential lead. Let us go. We must inspect the vehicle. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. With the identity information at hand, Lu Sheng and his team swiftly located the repair shop where the car was parked. The owner was absent, leaving only 2 young mechanics in the establishment. You mean the red Santana that was brought here in March of this year? One of the young workers inquired, surprise evident on his face, which quickly transformed into resentment. That guy said he would come to collect it in a few days. Who would have thought that more than half a year would pass without a trace of him? If it weren't for his local accent, we would have sold it long ago. March? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. What had the man said when he left the car here? The young worker, sensing Lu Sheng was of similar age, yet emanated an air of authority, felt slightly anxious. He asked us to clean the car inside and out, and to touch up the paint. Oh, right, when he brought the car in, it was covered in mud, making the cleaning quite a chore. Lu Sheng raised his hand to interrupt the young mechanic's rambling. Bring a few people to examine the vehicle. After a thorough search inside and out, they found no useful information. It was evident that the washing process had erased any traces. Team leader, look what I found in the trunk. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Chapter 41. Unexpected discovery, is this blood? Lu Sheng picked up a leaf stained with faint red marks from the trunk, pressing it gently with his fingertip. It remained soft, unlike the rest of the leaf. Could it be paint? One of the criminal investigators queried. This Santana is red. It's indeed possible that the workers got paint on it while spraying. However, if it were paint, this area would have hardened within 10 minutes. Given the time that has elapsed, the substance on the leaf has not hardened, and Lu Sheng took a deep sniff, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood. This can be sent to the forensic department for analysis. Saying this, Lu Sheng took an evidence bag from a nearby officer and placed the leaf inside. This bloodstain is quite small, and, considering the time factor, extracting a complete sample might prove challenging, Zheng Qian remarked as he accepted the evidence bag, a hint of concern in his voice. He frequently interacted with the forensic team and understood the intricacies involved. Sheng patted his shoulder, stating, "The Bureau has issued a strict directive. This at least provides a semblance of direction. Moreover, Luo Jihua is highly suspected of involvement in the crime. Naturally, we must not overlook this year's other missing persons case. Brother Chow, I entrust you with a task. Monitor the hardware store owner for a period and observe any peculiar behaviors." "Understood, Captain," Zhang Qian responded, nodding before questioning. "Do you suspect the hardware store owner?" "Not exactly suspicion, merely a standard investigation, considering the tools of the crime originated from his establishment," Sheng clarified. "Zhang Qian, proceed with inquiries at the next location, and pay particular attention to Luo Jihua's social connections to ascertain if he has any enemies. Additionally, back up all communication devices and social media chat records from before Luo Jihua's disappearance to uncover any potential clues." "Yes, Captain Liu." After succinctly assigning the tasks, Sheng drove back to the county town. Captain Liu. After lunch, upon entering the office of the criminal investigation team, he spotted Officer Zhao Qing, responsible for the on-site investigation, arriving hurriedly with a forensic expert, a stack of reports in hand. Sheng rushed towards them. "Has the detailed autopsy report been finalized?" "Indeed," Zhao Qing gasped, giving Sheng a thumbs up. "Captain, you are remarkable. The time of death aligns perfectly with your prediction." "Oh," Sheng raised an eyebrow. "The estimated time of death was around March of this year?" The forensic expert nodded as he bypassed Zhao Qing. "Correct. Furthermore, we have made a significant discovery during the autopsy." He raised a thick stack of reports, addressing Sheng. "The estimated time of death was around early March 2010, resulting from a severe blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, leading to fatal fractures. The body exhibited no obvious external injuries, indicating no fierce struggle. After comparing blood samples and the wounds, we confirmed the murder weapon to be the tool axe left at the crime scene." Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging the findings were consistent with previous examinations. The victim was ambushed from behind without any defense, suggesting the assailant was an acquaintance, which aligned with prior conjectures. Additionally, the absence of fingerprints on the victim indicated the perpetrator exercised extreme caution when handling the body. In a fleeting moment, Sheng swiftly constructed a profile of the assailant in his mind. A male, approximately 175 to 185 centimeters tall, of robust build, with a close social connection to the victim. However, what was the significant discovery? Sensing Sheng's curiosity, the forensic expert quickly elucidated. "During the autopsy, we found a small amount of human tissue beneath the victim's fingernails. After considerable effort, we successfully extracted a complete sample." "Excellent." Sheng's eyes lit up. "Was there a successful comparison with Luo Jihua?" "Alas, no." The forensic expert shook his head. "Upon comparison, the human tissue does not belong to Luo Jihua." "Not belonging to Luo Jihua," Sheng pondered. Regardless of physique or strength, Luo Jihua starkly contrasts with the suspect depicted by Sheng. This suggests that the perpetrator is likely to be two individuals. "Has any blood from Luo Jihua's vehicle been extracted?" Following Sheng's line of reasoning, "The bloodstains on that red Santana should belong to the deceased." Zhao Qing raised the report in his hand. Colleagues from the technical department, after 4 rigorous attempts, finally managed to extract complete human tissue components, which, upon comparison with the body, confirmed to be undeniably the same individual. Upon hearing this, Sheng's body quivered slightly. At last, the case has revealed a clear thread. Based on the existing clues, even if Luo Jihua is not the murderer, he has undoubtedly participated in the transportation of the body, with the red Santana serving as the vehicle for this grim task. Workers at the repair shop mentioned that when Luo Jihua brought in the car, it was caked in mud. Who, after purchasing a new car, wouldn't handle it with utmost care? Furthermore, although the local economy is not particularly prosperous, the main roads in the county and towns have been well paved with concrete. It is inconceivable for them to be so muddy. That evening, the members of the Major Crimes Unit, after a day of investigations, finally returned with promising news. First was Zhang Qian. Through interviews with Luo Jihua's ex-wife and parents, it was revealed that Luo Jihua had a reputation for being lecherous, yet in daily life, He was timid and conflict-averse, often complaining behind closed doors. The reason for his divorce was his infidelity and his failure to provide financially. Moreover, as the couple approached their 30s without having a son, their marital relationship deteriorated, prompting them to seek divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for any grudges, his ex-wife and parents shook their heads in denial, stating that Luo Zhihua appeared quite amiable in public, though deceitful behind the scenes. Lu Sheng perused the interview report without raising his head. Did his ex-wife mention who the third party was that disrupted their marriage? Zheng Qian smiled wryly and shook his head. According to Luo Zhihua's ex-wife, he frequently engaged with numerous women. Who knows how many? Indeed, a person of his timid disposition would hardly dare to seduce a married woman or flirt publicly. Spending money is the simplest way. However, there was a significant discovery in the call records prior to his disappearance. Zheng Qian handed Lu Sheng a stack of printed phone records, revealing that Luo Zhihua had frequent communications with two individuals from Jin province shortly before his disappearance. Chapter 42. The suspect captured individuals from Jin province? Lu Sheng had reviewed some of Luo Zhihua's background. He had primarily been a farmer and only recently transitioned to odd jobs as the economy improved, but there were no records of him having traveled to Jin province. Lu Sheng meticulously examined the call records, starting 3 months before his disappearance. He had multiple conversations with these two individuals from Jin province at regular intervals. Let us investigate the identities of these two individuals from Jin province. Being outsiders aligns perfectly with Lu Sheng's previous assessment of the victim's identity. Zheng Qian chuckled, stating that upon receiving this news, he immediately instructed his team to search the system for the identities of the two individuals, and indeed, a significant discovery was made. A significant discovery? Was one of them missing? Lu Sheng continued to sift through the records and found that the three had communicated only 3 months prior to the incident. And as the timeline was pushed back, there appeared to be no connections. Zheng Qian, somewhat astonished, nodded in agreement. The moment we received the information, we promptly contacted the police in Jin province to obtain statements from the families. The two individuals from Jin province were named Zhuo Dafei and Qi Lei. They hailed from the same hometown and had traveled together to a southern city for work. According to Zhuo Dafei's family, he had left for work with Qi Lei in December of the previous year, after which he had vanished without a trace. However, in May, Qi Lei had returned briefly to inform them that Zhuo Dafei was not with him but had gone to work in another city alone. Due to their shared hometown, Zhuo Dafei's family had not suspected anything amiss, assuming he had not yet settled into the unfamiliar city and lacked the time to contact them. Yet, as the national day approached, Zhuo Dafei remained incommunicado. Lu Sheng was elated. This implied that Zhuo Dafei was likely the deceased. Zhao Qing. Compare the information of Zhuo Dafei with the body. At this point, if those present had not yet grasped the significance, then the police's efforts would have been in vain. Everyone was urged to work overtime, gathering information on the suspects, and once the comparison results were in, an immediate arrest operation would be launched. This way, we could solve the case within 3 days. Lu Sheng stood up, leaning on the edge of the table, his face brimming with excitement. Having consumed an energy booster earlier, he felt invigorated, ready to endure several sleepless nights without fatigue. The deadline given by the municipal bureau was 7 days. But the county bureau could not simply adhere to that. They aimed to reduce the time frame to 5 days. If they could successfully crack the case within 3 days, it would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the criminal investigation team in Rong'an County. With hearts filled with anticipation, everyone proceeded methodically with their tasks. In the late hours of the night, the technical department worked diligently and finally completed the sequence comparison. Zhuo Dafei was, in fact, the deceased discovered. Thus, Qi Lei was rightfully identified as a major criminal suspect. The arrest process went smoothly. Qi Lei was apprehended at a construction site in Yancheng, where he was blissfully unaware of the impending police arrival while sleeping in the dormitory. During transport to Gan province, he exhibited a cooperative demeanor, showing no signs of resistance, as if he were already resigned to his fate. This news invigorated Lu Sheng and his team. All signs indicated that Qi Lei was undoubtedly linked to the death of Zhuo Dafei. Furthermore, Chi Lei's identity details had been dispatched to the detectives assigned to the case. Chi Lei, male, standing at 178 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms, was currently employed as a laborer at a construction site in Yangqing. The case had begun to take a clearer shape. The deceased, Zhu Dafei, was conspired to be murdered by his fellow townsman, Chi Lei, and the local resident, Luo Jihua. As for who the mastermind is, who the accomplice is, and what the motive for the murder was, these matters will only be clarified once Chi Lei provides his account. Chi Lei was escorted to the Public Security Bureau of Rongan County in the afternoon, where the criminal investigation team promptly commenced the interrogation. Now, it is the afternoon of the second day since the case's deadline. The leaders within the Bureau are closely monitoring the situation and have immediately assigned the most skilled interrogators from the criminal investigation team, expressing confidence in Lu Sheng's work. Young Lu, it is no wonder that Director Luo and Director Zhou hold you in such high regard. Your abilities are indeed renowned. Director Wu Mo, the head of the County Bureau, particularly commended Lu Sheng, personally sitting outside the interrogation room to observe the surveillance. Lu Sheng fixed his gaze on Chi Lei's expressions within the interrogation room, remaining utterly still. Although Chi Lei appeared willing to cooperate, any minor fabrication on his part could steer the entire case in a misguided direction. Lu Sheng had already experienced this in the previous murder and corpse-burning case. I had long anticipated this day would eventually arrive. I should not have been so foolish. Had I not been greedy for that 100,000 yuan, I would not have fallen into this predicament. Now I have lost both my wealth and my freedom, ending up imprisoned, Chi Lei lamented. His head bowed in despair as he sat in the chair, wallowing in self-pity. He had realized, after regaining his composure, that such a day would come. He just did not expect it to arrive so swiftly, only a few months having passed. Indeed, in his haste to dispose of the body, he should have dismembered and incinerated it. These past few months had not been easy for him. He had barely slept soundly, plagued by nightmares night after night. Now that he had been apprehended by the police, it could be seen as a form of relief. Name. Upon witnessing Chi Lei's fluctuating emotions, the interrogating officer suddenly barked, startling him into alertness. Cautiously, he inquired, "Officer, if I confess everything, will my sentence be lighter?" The interrogating officer responded with a gentle smile, "Of course. Honesty is rewarded with leniency, while resistance is met with severity." "All right, I will confess everything." Chi Lei's countenance visibly lightened. Old Zhang's interrogation skills remain as astute as ever. "Ha ha ha." Director Wu Mo chuckled, evidently in high spirits due to the impending resolution of the case, which would allow him to shine in the city. Lu Sheng joined in the laughter, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Where had Luo Jihua gone? Was he fleeing from justice? Had he escaped abroad? From March until now, half a year had passed. He could have easily attempted to smuggle himself away by now. If that were the case, why had he not contacted his family? Moreover, the phone that had previously been in contact with Zhu Dafei and Chi Lei was now completely powered off. These questions would remain unanswered until the interrogation results were revealed. Chapter 43. The truth revealed. The unfolding of these events begins with Luo Jihua. Under the glaring lights, Chi Lei recounted the intricacies of the matter. I, along with Zhu Dafei and Luo Jihua, became acquainted while working in Yangcheng, having crossed paths at the same construction site. Over time, we developed a casual camaraderie. He hailed from Jiangxi province, relatively close to home, and after spending a year or two in Yangcheng, he returned to his roots. Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Chi Lei's narrative aligned closely with the information the police had gathered. Luo Jihua was a person of indolence, unwilling to toil as a farmer at home, seeking to work in Yangcheng instead. However, he soon discovered that laboring away from home was far more arduous, prompting his swift return. Chi Lei continued, "Last year, just before the new year, Zhu Dafei and I were already in our hometown in Jin province to celebrate. However, Luo Jihua called us, and without a second thought, we hastily informed our families and rushed over here." "What did he say in the call?" Detective Zhang inquired with intent. "What else could it be? Naturally, it was about money. He told us about a lucrative deal worth 100,000 yuan and asked if we were interested." "You believed his dubious claims so readily?" "He was destitute. Where would he procure 100,000 yuan for you?" Chi Lei sighed. "Initially, we were skeptical, but he sent us a photograph of the stacked cash. Such a significant sum was hard to resist. So you just came over without even inquiring about the specifics of the deal? Detective Jean pressed. Faced with that mountain of cash, who would ponder the nature of the business? I had never seen so much money in my life. Had I questioned the nature of the deal beforehand, perhaps I would have thought twice before coming. Upon our arrival, he revealed that he wanted us to kill someone and promised us 100,000 yuan for our services. Initially, we were reluctant upon hearing the word murder, but having come this far, the temptation of his offer was too great to ignore. As Chi Lei spoke, his voice grew softer, evidently reflecting on how their misfortune in the police station stemmed from their own greed. Who was the target? Detective Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing there was indeed a victim involved. It was a man from a neighboring county named Qian Chengyun. We never completed the act. The fellow was remarkably resilient. We tampered with his brakes, yet he emerged unscathed, plunging into the water without a scratch. We staged a drunken driving incident by colliding with him, and he only sustained minor injuries. In the end, Luo Zhihua increased the stakes, and we attempted several methods, but to no avail, and we had to abandon the plan. Detective Zhang exhaled in relief. I've heard Luo Zhihua is quite honest. Why then did he resort to hiring you to kill Qian Chengyun? At this, Chi Lei couldn't help but chuckle coldly. If he were truly honest, there would be no unruly individuals left in this world. His earnings from working at the sheep farm went straight to those selling milk tea in the back alleys. Whenever he received his wages, he would indulge recklessly. Why did he want Qian Chengyun dead? Isn't it obvious? He had an affair with the man's wife and plotted to eliminate him to claim her as his own. A hushed silence fell upon the detectives outside the interrogation room, taken aback by the shocking revelations hidden beneath this murder case. Why then? Was there a sudden urge to eliminate Zhuo Dafei? This perplexed everyone. Old Zhang voiced this inquiry on behalf of the group. This perverse individual, witnessing our inability to eliminate Qian Chengyun, devised a sinister plan. Chi Lei, with gritted teeth, recounted how Luo Zhihua, that scoundrel, suggested that since they could not kill Qian Chengyun, the two of them should engage in mutual combat. Whoever survived would claim the wealth. So, you proceeded with it? Indeed. Chi Lei nodded, recounting that Zhuo Dafei initially dismissed it, thinking Luo Zhihua was jesting, yet he took it seriously. His heart raced, and he seized the axe he had previously purchased, striking Zhuo Dafei on the back of the head. Zhuo Dafei collapsed at his feet, convulsing briefly before falling silent. The crowd was astonished. They had just seen Chi Lei's expression of hatred towards Luo Zhihua, unaware that it was his own greed that had led him to commit the murder of Zhuo Dafei. At that moment, Zhao Qing entered the room. Team Leader Lu, the comparison results are in. The skin tissue found under the fingernails of the deceased, Zhuo Dafei, belongs to Chi Lei. Director Wu, standing nearby, shuddered at the revelation. This meant the evidence chain was now complete. Once they received the full interrogation transcript, they could initiate prosecution against Chi Lei. The police could announce the case solved. In less than 2 days, the police department of Rome had cracked this headless case. This was accomplished in the presence of the city bureau leaders. Of course, Director Wu was well aware that this was largely due to Lu Sheng's efforts. Contemplating this, he instinctively glanced at Lu Sheng, only to find him wearing a troubled expression, prompting him to ask Xiao Lu, "The case has been resolved? Why the long face?" "I apologize, Director Wu," Lu Sheng replied, looking apologetic. "I was just pondering, since Zhuo Dafei is deceased, where has Luo Zhihua gone? Most likely, he has fled in fear of retribution." Director Wu waved his hand, somewhat cheerfully. "At that point, a warrant will be issued. Even if Luo Zhihua flees to the ends of the earth, he will ultimately be apprehended." "I do not share that belief." Lu Sheng shook his head. "So much time has passed, even if he has evaded capture across the nation. It's improbable that he has not contacted his family at least once. In fact, he has." Zheng Qian interjected suddenly. "A few months ago, Luo Zhihua sent a text message to his family and some acquaintances in the village from his phone, which had been turned off." Lu Sheng fell silent, contemplating this. Wu Ju laughed, patting Lu Sheng on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Your ability to think critically illustrates your meticulous and astute nature. Did Luo Zhihua pay you afterward?" The work in the interrogation room continued. Yes, but he only provided 30,000 yuan, stating that the remaining funds would serve as compensation for the disposal of the body. He handled the body? Yes, after I killed Wadafe, I panicked and called Luo Jihua. He assured me that he was familiar with the area and would certainly find a secluded location for the disposal. Did you not pursue him for the remaining funds afterward? Of course I did. Chile's voice suddenly rose, yet he resolutely refused to comply, nearly escalating to a physical confrontation between us. So you killed him? Lao Zhang's expression turned ominously dark. Caught off guard by the question, Chile quickly shouted like a furiously agitated feline. No, I didn't kill him. If I had, I would own up to it. Chapter 44. Something is amiss. I oppose closing the case. After a prolonged struggle, Lao Zhang finally managed to pull Chile back from the brink of emotional collapse. Chile understood that although he had killed Wadafe, he could argue it was a crime committed under duress, and with a good attitude toward confession, he might negotiate a sentence of commutation. However, if he were implicated in the murder of Luo Jihua, the death penalty would be inevitable. You claim you did not kill Luo Jihua. Then how do you explain his disappearance? Lao Zhang's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a cold blade, piercing directly into Chile's soul. I don't know. Chile's face turned pale, shaking his head as if caught in a drum roll. After our falling out that day, I took 30,000 yuan and went to Yangcheng for work. I haven't been in contact with him since. Did he say anything to you before you left? We had already had a serious quarrel, almost to the point of drawing knives. Would he have said anything to me? Naturally, we parted on bad terms. Although he was more robust than Luo Jihua, after killing Wadafe, he was already terrified, too afraid to continue committing murder. He is not lying. Lu Sheng suddenly interjected, having closely observed Chile's expressions and movements. When a person lies, the muscles around their eyes tense, their gaze widening as they seek answers in the other's eyes to fabricate their narrative, often revealing flaws in their demeanor. For instance, a sudden straightening of the shoulders or a raised chin in an attempt to present a convincing facade. In Chile, Lu Sheng only perceived fear and anxiety. The veteran officer beside him nodded in agreement. Wu bureau chief slapped his thigh. A complete chain of evidence had been established, leaving only the apprehension of the suspect. Luo Jihua. Lu Sheng did not object, yet he felt a lingering sense of unease. Wu bureau chief was too eager for a resolution, which he understood, given the case occurred during a leadership inspection, placing immense pressure on the head of the Roman Public Security Bureau. After leaving the monitoring room, Lu Sheng sought out Zhang Qian. Do you have the specific content of the messages Luo Jihua sent when he disappeared, in contact with the villagers? What's the matter? Team leader, are you still skeptical about Luo Jihua's fate? Zhang Qian rummaged through his phone and handed it to Lu Sheng. Previously, when I interviewed Luo Jihua's family, his parents mentioned this matter, so I casually took a picture with my phone. Good observation, Lu Sheng remarked lightly. Brother, I've encountered some issues and might not return home for a while. Everyone need not worry about me. I am quite safe. The message's content seemed entirely normal, fitting the tone of a fugitive. Zhang Qian, having preconceived notions, assumed Luo Jihua had fled in fear of punishment and thus paid little heed to this message. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng harbored an inexplicable feeling. Was this message intended for his peers? Not entirely. Zhang Qian shook his head, suspecting it to be a mass message, as those receiving the text shared identical content. The salutation was also precisely the same. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qian affirmed, indeed, in that case, Lu Sheng had already formulated a plan in his mind. In Shuiyan County, Qin Chengyun had established his home in the county town. With his own business and a satisfactory income, Lu Sheng found it perplexing why Qian Chengyun's wife was attracted to Luo Jihua. He had neither wealth nor good looks. Following the address, Lu Sheng arrived at Qian Chengyun's residence and gently knocked on the door. With a click, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with an exquisite appearance. It was evident that she placed a significant emphasis on maintaining her figure. Police? May I ask who you are? The woman hesitated for a moment, partially closing the door to reveal only half of her figure. Lu Sheng smiled and presented his credentials. Hello, is this the residence of Qian Chengyun? I am from the criminal investigation team of the Roman County Police Department, and we have a case that may require your husband as cooperation. Judging by her age, it was clear that this woman was Qian Qingyun's wife. However, were they still married? Did Qian Qingyun remain unaware of Luo Jihua's existence? Or was he willingly playing the role of cuckold? A case? Wang Xing's eyes widened, as if she suddenly realized something, a flicker of panic flashing across her gaze, which was quickly masked. Yet, Lu Sheng keenly detected it. Please step aside. This officer may come in and sit for a while. Old Qian is busy, but I'll call him to return, she said, moving aside. Once inside, Wang Xing invited Lu Sheng to take a seat and poured him a cup of hot tea. In front of him, she dialed Qian Qingyun. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qian Qingyun returned, a robust man standing around 175 centimeters tall. His demeanor, however, was somewhat sullen, and he appeared rather taciturn. Hello, I am Lu Sheng from the criminal investigation team of the Roman County Public Security Bureau. I wish to inquire about certain matters. Lu Sheng displayed his police badge and introduced himself to Qian Qingyun. Hello, Officer Lu, Qian Qingyun responded with a calm expression, shaking Lu Sheng's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Sheng got straight to the point. A few months ago, I heard that you had experienced several accidents, even requiring a hospital stay. Qian Qingyun nodded, confirming the events. However, Wang Xing's countenance appeared somewhat uneasy. Why did you not report these incidents? Lu Sheng inquired, puzzled. He had checked with the local police station and found no record of Qian Qingyun filing a report. Under normal circumstances, one would seek police assistance immediately upon encountering such unusual events. Yet, this individual seemed to swallow his grievances. Nonetheless, Qian Qingyun's expression seemed even more perplexing. Report? ISNT, that just an accident? Driving into a river, being struck by a drunken driver. Would you call this an accident? Lu Sheng scrutinized the man before him, still unable to discern any inconsistencies. His pallid complexion and unchanging expression gave little away. Huh? Lu Sheng suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the back of Wang Xing's hand. What happened to your hand? Due to the inclement weather, Wang Xing donned a long-sleeved attire, and as she sat down, a portion of her wrist was exposed, revealing a small bruise to the open air. Oh, this. Wang Xing's expression turned uneasy as she tugged her sleeve downwards, having inadvertently been struck a few days prior. Beside her, Qian Qingyun maintained an impassive demeanor, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. His apparent indifference to his wife's injury piqued Lu Sheng's understanding, finally clarifying how Wang Xing had become entangled with Luo Jihua. Mr. Qian, I have heard that you operate in the local funeral industry. Chapter 45, Assault on the Police. Prior to his arrival, Lu Sheng had already initiated an investigation. During his time in hiding, Luo Jihua had sent out a single mass message and had not turned on his phone again. Furthermore, his bank cards and identification had not recorded a single transaction. Thus, the pressing question arose, what had he consumed? How had he sustained himself? What means of transport had facilitated his escape? A person in exile requires financial resources. Without money, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. Lu Sheng astutely perceived the underlying issues, leading him to approach Qian Qingyun, the man at the epicenter of this case. Indeed, I've been managing the funeral business here for over a decade. Qian Qingyun nodded, his countenance remaining as frigid as ice. Long-term dealings with the deceased invariably engender certain physiological and psychological peculiarities. Qian Qingyun exemplified this. His naturally taciturn disposition further dulled. Are all the deceased from the nearby towns brought to your crematorium? In Huagua, to prevent exploitation by criminals, the cremation of an individual necessitates adherence to stringent protocols. In cases of unnatural death, a death certificate is required from the police. For natural deaths due to illness, a cremation certificate must be issued by the village committee. It is not a matter of simply transporting anyone to be cast into the cremation furnace. Yes, I essentially oversee the entire funeral business in Shuan County. Lu Sheng smiled subtly. Might I request to see the list of those cremated in March of this year? According to police investigations, Luo Jihua had likely gone missing in early March. If he had indeed been murdered, his time of death would correspondingly align with that month. What had become of his remains? Given the passage of time, it would be improbable for a body to have remained undiscovered. Upon learning of Qian Qingyun's profession, it was difficult for Lu Sheng not to draw certain inferences. Certainly, Qian Qingyun spoke sparingly, displaying no signs of resistance during their conversation. One could discern his adeptness in managing his expressions. He turned to retrieve the list of cremated individuals from March, along with the relevant documentation, and handed it to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng received the documents and scrutinized them. After a considerable pause, his questions remained unanswered, only deepening his confusion. For every individual on the list possessed complete cremation documentation. Could it be that Qian Qingyun was genuinely unaware of Luo Zhihua's assassination? Deep within, he had already accepted the grim reality of Luo Zhihua's demise. From that text message, it is evident that even in a mass send, one cannot refer to their own parents as brothers, especially when the recipients include some elders. This defies the logic of human relationships. He felt a twinge of reluctance and inquired once more. May I take a look at the list of cremated individuals from the past year? At this moment, a flicker of hesitation clearly crossed Qian Qingyun's face. I can, but I need to rummage through some things at home. It's a bit disorganized. As he spoke, Lu Sheng fixed his gaze on Qian Qingyun's eyes for a moment, until the intensity made him feel somewhat unsettled, prompting him to mumble. Is there anything else you would like to ask, Officer Lu? No more questions. Thank you for your cooperation. Lu Sheng offered a gentle smile, rising to shake hands with Qian Qingyun in farewell. Please contact me as soon as you locate the personnel list. Qian Qingyun's hand was icy cold, slightly damp in his palm. All right, I will expedite this. The tension within Qian Qingyun finally eased, and he managed to muster a rather awkward smile. In the end, Lu Sheng left them a business card before descending the stairs alone. Hello, is this Officer Luo? Once inside the car, Lu Sheng dialed the local police station in Shuiyan County. Could you kindly arrange for someone to keep a close watch on Qian Qingyun? No problem. A cheerful voice responded from the other end. As he drove along the road, the night enveloped the landscape like water, with the county still aglow with lights. The traffic was sparse, and through the window, one could still see traffic police in their uniforms. To stave off fatigue, Lu Sheng consumed a tube of energy supplement, instantly feeling invigorated and his mind clear. Just past a traffic light intersection, he spotted two vehicles being pulled over by the police. The traffic officer produced a breathalyzer, only to have it knocked from his hand by an arm extending from the car window. Shortly thereafter, Lu Sheng heard little of the ensuing conversation, but noticed several swaying figures in black clothing emerging from the back seat, surrounding the traffic officer with an intimidating demeanor. Are they attempting to assault an officer? Lu Sheng found the situation perplexing and quickly pulled over, stepping out of the car. What is going on with the police? Are the police so impressive? Let's ask around Shuiyan County. Who doesn't know my name? Zhao Ritian. I drove after drinking today. What are you going to do about it? Several men in black approached, shoving the traffic officer and spewing insults. I warn you, your actions are seriously obstructing official duties. You are ordered to cease immediately. The traffic officer stood tall, his voice firm. Well, look at you. A little traffic cop trying to act tough? The men in black, with flushed faces, dismissed the officer's words and began mocking him. Call the command center. Call the command center. Noting their overwhelming numbers, the traffic officer pulled out his radio to request backup, stating, "This is Junshan Avenue." Before he could finish, a hand shot out, snatching the radio and forcefully smashing it to the ground. With a resounding crash, the radio shattered into pieces, components scattering across the pavement. The traffic officer was immediately filled with rage, trembling as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" This group of intoxicated men displayed a blatant disregard for the law, daring to assault a police officer in public. A few of them, slurring their words, reached out to strike the traffic officer. Suddenly, a firm hand grasped the wrist of one man in black. "What do you intend to do? Assaulting a police officer?" Lu Sheng's voice boomed, icy and imposing. The drunken men glanced around, startled, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, their inebriation dissipating somewhat. Inside the vehicle, Yi Rong began to feel anxious, wanting to roll down the window to observe the situation outside, but was restrained by Zhao Zhi beside her. Now we can gauge their family's influence. Marrying my sister requires more than just wealth. However, Yi Rong hesitated, sensing that a quarrel was unfolding outside. Today, They had brought their daughter Zhao Li to a matchmaking event organized by a matchmaker, and both parties had made a favorable impression, indulging in a few drinks. Little did they expect to be stopped by the traffic police shortly after leaving. "Relax, my brother told me Zhao Ji's family wields considerable power locally. Dealing with a traffic officer should be a trivial matter." Zhao Zhi waved his hand dismissively, attempting to placate Yi Rong. Zhao Hao, the son of a local building materials company manager, had some connections and was known for his domineering ways. If he could establish a rapport, he would thrive effortlessly. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, seated in the front passenger seat, nervously adjusted her seatbelt, unable to discern the events unfolding ahead. Chapter Kurkalte, Reunionai, thwarts. Let go of me. The burly man in black howled, swinging a fist in retaliation. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Lu Sheng executed a swift maneuver, effortlessly overpowering him. A surge of strength flooded forth, leaving the man feeling utterly powerless, and he collapsed. Witnessing Lu Sheng's effortless takedown and the earlier authoritative shout, the intoxication in the eyes of the onlookers vanished entirely. "We've landed ourselves in trouble." Zhao Hao exchanged panicked glances with his companions, all realizing the gravity of their actions. Impeding official duties and openly assaulting a police officer would lead to detention, even if his father were to intervene. A mere building materials company manager did not wield enough power to shield him from such consequences. The scene stabilized momentarily. The traffic officer, visibly relieved, turned to Lu Sheng in his uniform and remarked, "Brother, which unit are you from?" "We owe you one." Lu Sheng from the criminal investigation team of Roman County. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Sheng produced handcuffs, securing the men together. After the earlier commotion, the men recognized the officer's prowess and complied, extending their hands without further resistance. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from a vehicle behind, hurriedly questioning, "What is the reason for handcuffing them?" The streetlights cast a dim glow, and coupled with the fact that Lu Sheng had only met Yi Rong once, he momentarily failed to recognize her. Although her voice struck a chord of familiarity. "What do you mean by what's the reason?" The traffic officer let out a cold laugh, gesturing towards his chest where the law enforcement recorder was capturing every moment. Reckless driving, obstruction of justice, assaulting an officer. Any one of these charges would be inescapable. Yi Rong, merely an uneducated woman, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. All she knew was that Zhao Hao had previously boasted at the dining table, promising that should he marry her daughter, the betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan would remain unchanged. Additionally, there was a vehicle worth over 500,000 yuan registered under Zhao Li's name. This filled her with a sense of pride for quite some time. Breaking up with that boy Lu Sheng had indeed proved to be a wise decision. Although her daughter mentioned that he was doing quite well now, what did that matter? Could he afford the 880,000 yuan betrothal gift? No matter how well he was doing, he was still just a poor little policeman, wasn't he? However, as she approached, her demeanor shifted drastically upon seeing Lu Sheng standing nearby. "What are you doing here?" It dawned on her suddenly, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Sheng. Her eyes flashed with indignation. "So it was you who orchestrated this? Did you hear our Zhao Li was going on a blind date and deliberately came to disrupt it?" Lu Sheng, though surprised, chose to ignore her outburst. Instead, he addressed the traffic officer. "Please call a few people to take them away. I have some matters to attend to and regret that I cannot assist further." "Officer Lu, if it weren't for you, I might have faced a beating," Zhao Hao remarked, his voice laced with apprehension. The traffic officer's assertion sent chills down Zhao Hao and his companion's spines. Had Lu Sheng not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. "Do not concern yourself with me. I do not know them," Lu Sheng waved dismissively. "Not know them?" Yi Rong retorted sharply, her voice rising. "So you squandered my daughter, Zhao Li's youth for years, and now you claim not to know her?" "We have already broken up," Lu Sheng replied, frowning as he took a step back to avoid her spittle. "Furthermore, I am currently performing my duties. I kindly request that this lady remain calm and not obstruct us." "Broken up? What about my daughter's youth? How do you intend to compensate for that?" Yi Rong glared, her eyes wide with aggression. "Annie, you are misunderstanding," Zhao Hao tentatively interjected. "That's him." Yi Rong shot a disdainful glance at Lu Sheng. The impoverished policeman I mentioned who broke up with my daughter. I recall you saying he had just graduated from university? Yes, he graduated this July. A collective gasp escaped the others. Even the traffic officer stood dumbfounded. They were not as naive as Yirong. The insignia on Lu Sheng's uniform clearly indicated his rank as a first-class officer. To don such attire right after graduation suggested either a privileged background or extraordinary capability, or perhaps a combination of both. Whichever the case, he was someone Zhao Hao, a mere thug, could not contend with. "I'm sorry, but I do not know you," Lu Sheng stated firmly. Yirong was left in shock. Earlier, her son Zhao Zhe had boasted about Zhao Hao's impressive connections, claiming his father was a person of considerable stature, generous in his dealings. Just moments ago, Zhao Hao had bragged at the table that there was nothing he could not resolve in the entire jurisdiction of Sheng County. Now how could his attitude shift so drastically? "Mother," after a prolonged absence, Yirong finally returned, accompanied by her family, who emerged from their vehicle. Zhao's father, ever the compliant one, stood quietly to the side, overwhelmed by the situation. Zhao Li, feeling somewhat awkward, softly called out, "Lu Sheng, why didn't you answer my call earlier?" Lu Sheng responded with a cold smirk. "What? Are you calling to demand compensation for lost youth?" Zhao Li was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling quite flustered. Observing her discomfort, Lu Sheng chose to disregard her completely. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and his companions, along with the traffic police, remained silent, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, as they awaited in the biting cold. After a brief interval, additional traffic officers arrived. Lu Sheng greeted them and then drove away into the night. Exiting the police station, it was already late. Fortunately, Zhao's father, being the designated driver and having maintained a low profile at the table, had not consumed any alcohol, so there were no significant repercussions, and after completing the paperwork, they left promptly. The chilly wind stung as it brushed against the family, prompting Yirong to tighten her clothing, feeling the night as coldness particularly piercing. Her mind lingered on the earlier remark from the traffic officer. Officer Lu Sheng is a well-known figure in the city, recently having cracked several major cases. His future prospects are indeed promising. Stumbling slightly, she opened the car door, and a sense of unease settled over them all. At that moment, Yirong suddenly turned to Zhao Li, asking, "Do you think there is still a chance if you try to reconcile with him?" Zhao Li remained silent. Zhao Zhe, too, had ceased his earlier outbursts about the police. Chapter 47. The counterattack from the Green Hat. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng was roused from slumber by a series of urgent ringtones. Groggily, he answered the call, only to hear an enthusiastic voice on the other end. "Officer Lu, the suspect Chen Chengyun you asked me to monitor attempted to flee last night at the train station, but we apprehended him." At this revelation, Lu Sheng felt a jolt of excitement, his eyes widening with clarity and joy. Finally, the truth had surfaced. "All right, Officer Luo, I'll be right there to bring him back." After hanging up, he quickly freshened up, donned his clothes, and hurried to the county bureau. Upon entering the office, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of colleagues. "Lu Ge, Director Wu wants you for a meeting. They're preparing to close the case today. The leadership is sure to commend you." Indeed, Team Leader Lu has just arrived, and already the leadership's reputation has soared. Amidst the chatter, Lu Sheng locked eyes with Zheng Qian, grabbing his hand and urgently advising, "Tell Director Wu that there has been a new development in the case. Don't rush to report it. Chao Qi, come with me to the neighboring county." Without looking back, he pulled Chao Qi towards the parking lot, leaving the others in a state of confusion. The case had already clarified. What new developments could there possibly be? However, Zheng Qian, sensing Lu Sheng's conviction, dared not delay and promptly made his way to the director's office. At the Sheng County Public Security Bureau, Lu Sheng followed Officer Luo into the detention center, where they brought out a disheartened Qian Chengyun. "Good to see you again, Mr. Qian." Lu Sheng greeted him with a smile. Qian Chengyun responded with a rather indifferent HM. Then, without looking back, he slipped into the back seat of the police car, where Chao Qi had long been waiting. Could this fellow truly be the key figure in the case that Brother Lu mentioned? Chao Qi observed Qian's pale complexion with a hint of surprise. "Officer Lu, there are still some matters I must attend to, so I shall not see you off Officer Luo remarked as he handed a file folder to Lu Sheng, smiling. This is the list of cremated individuals from the funeral home over the past year that you asked me to help locate. Lu Sheng accepted it, glanced through the contents briefly, and after confirming its accuracy, he firmly grasped Luo's hand. Thank you very much, Officer Luo. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. This list was indeed the crucial evidence that could convict Qian Qingyun. Otherwise, even if they apprehended him, his staunch denial would leave the police with no recourse. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Next time, I will ensure to feast you well. Officer Luo replied with no hesitation. Aware that Lu Sheng was a highly regarded star officer in the city, he understood the importance of fostering a good relationship for potential future opportunities within the municipal ranks. At the Public Security Bureau of Rongan County, in the director's office, Wu Mo displayed a rather grim expression. Zhang Qian, tightly pressed against his trousers, felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, regretting not having brought Captain Jin along. The pressure exerted by the director was indeed formidable. Officer Lu mentioned that the case remains unresolved. Has he shared any specific details with you? Wu inquired. Zhang hesitated slightly, his words faltering. No, but I suspect it may be to confirm the whereabouts of Luo Zhihua, perhaps? Wu's gaze sharpened as he questioned the implications regarding Luo Zhihua's whereabouts. Isn't he a fugitive? Subsequent investigations revealed that at the time of Luo's disappearance, Qi Lei was at the sheep farm, providing a perfect alibi, thereby exonerating him from any suspicion of having harmed Luo Zhihua. The police department was already considering issuing a warrant for Luo Zhihua. Yesterday, team leader Lu mentioned that Luo Zhihua might have met with foul play. However, he currently lacks evidence. Perhaps he fears you wouldn't believe him, so he opted to investigate independently. Wu Mo mused, feeling somewhat helpless. He appreciated talented, young individuals. Yet these capable individuals often harbor their own agendas, leaving him both exasperated and amused. This young man, he sighed, shaking his head, will certainly need a stern reprimand upon his return. Even if Luo Zhihua's whereabouts remain elusive, this case can essentially be deemed solved, albeit not in an entirely satisfactory manner. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Wu called out. A female police officer entered. Director Wu, team leader Lu has returned and requests your presence in the interrogation room. Wu Mo was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Zhang Qian, both uncertain of what Lu Sheng had in mind. Could there be a lead so soon? Inside the interrogation room, Lu Sheng tossed the file folder onto the table before Qian Qingyun and took a seat, while Chao Qi uncapped his pen, ready to take notes. Speak up. If you confess honestly, perhaps I can advocate for leniency in court. Qian Qingyun's eyelids fluttered, his heart raced violently, and a hint of flush crossed his pale face. Confess? Would he still remain obstinate? Lu Sheng chuckled, only to be caught red-handed during his escape. Bravado proved futile. Do not presume that incinerating Luo Zhihua's remains absolves you of responsibility. Boom! Qian Qingyun's mind exploded in turmoil, his features quivering in terror as he stammered. What are you babbling about? What Luo Zhihua? We handle cremations with all due protocol. There is no record of a Luo Zhihua. Seeing his obstinate denial, Lu Sheng resolved to be unyielding, ruthlessly stripping away his fade. You are aware that Luo Zhihua hired someone to kill you, aren't you? Without waiting for Qian Qingyun's rebuttal, Lu Sheng continued. The scars visible on your wife's hand reveal a history of domestic abuse. However, my prior investigations indicate you are generally an emotionally stable individual, lacking such violent tendencies. The only conceivable catalyst for such a drastic personality shift, aside from your wife's infidelity, eludes me. Moreover, your first instinct following a string of misfortunes was not to report it, but to conceal the truth. Additionally, the text messages sent from Luo Zhihua's phone bear a uniform salutation. In the rural areas of Gan province, even the local ruffians would not dare address their elders as brothers, thus indicating that this so-called safety message could not have originated from him. Of course, all of this is merely my personal deduction. The pivotal evidence lies right here. Lu Sheng pointed to the evidence bag on the interrogation table, observing Qian Qingyun's face grow increasingly pale. He remarked with a smile, I just glanced at the records. Why is Qian Ziyuan? who was sent to the cremation furnace on November 8, 2009, been cremated once more on March 10, 2010. Pray tell, can a person truly die twice? At this proclamation, Qin attempted to rise, but was thwarted by the security chair beneath him, resulting in a violent struggle. His neck veins bulging as his roar echoed throughout the interrogation room. Damn it, that dog was killed by me. He dared to put a hat on me and intended to take my life. Chapter 48. Vigorous cultivation at last. Under Lu Sheng's relentless pressure, Qin Qingyun confessed to the murder of Luo Zhihua and the subsequent cremation of his remains. Outside the interrogation room, Wu Mo and the team of detectives reveled in the joyous news. Thus, the case of the corpse dumped in the dry well was resolved satisfactorily. Though the journey had been fraught with challenges, a favorable outcome was ultimately achieved, prompting Wu Mo to generously grant Lu Sheng a 2-day leave to recuperate. After all, Lu Sheng had led the major crime unit through trials day and night, and Wu Mo had observed every effort. Lu Sheng readily accepted. Although invigorating pharmaceuticals were at his disposal, the mental fatigue remained hard to dispel, making a brief respite most welcome. As for the ongoing work related to the case, he need not concern himself. Upon stepping out of the police station, Lu Sheng suddenly felt a surge of vitality, his muscles beneath his clothing shimmering with an effulgent sheen, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. The system interface before him shifted once more. Name: Lu Sheng. Position: First-class officer. Strength: 22 skills. King Kong fist. Minor achievement. Super sense of smell, pressure, vitality, freedom. Allocation points 0.3. Lu Sheng understood that by apprehending Qi Lei and Qin Qingyun, he would earn 0.2 attribute points. Previously, upon being promoted to first-class officer, he had also received 0.1 point, which he had overlooked and thus never utilized. He immediately allocated it to his strength, and an invigorating warmth surged through his limbs, enhancing his imposing gaze. Inside the chief's office, Captain Jianjinghua of the Criminal Investigation Unit was perusing the case file while engaging in light conversation with Director Wu. Ha! Director Wu was in high spirits, personally pouring a cup of hot tea for Jianjinghua, steam rising gracefully. This young Lu possesses genuine talent. Indeed, Jianjinghua replied, shaking the file in his hand. From the very first encounter, I sensed this lad had potential, a natural for criminal investigation. It was unfortunate that Officer Li was reluctant to release him at that time. He had never doubted Lu Sheng's abilities. Initially, he had unraveled a seemingly straightforward missing person case, eventually exposing a gruesome human trafficking scandal. His meticulous thought process and clarity of reasoning made him an exceptional candidate. It was hard to believe that a fresh graduate could achieve what even seasoned detectives might struggle to accomplish. As he pondered over the case file, Jianjinghua grew increasingly astonished, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This document encapsulated the investigative approach from inception to conclusion, outlining the motive for the murder and the logical framework that supported the case's resolution. The police were also tasked with establishing an unassailable chain of evidence to prevent the perpetrator from denying involvement. Otherwise, even if they brought the case to court, it could ultimately be dismissed outright. What a cleverly solved case. He glanced at Director Wu, who was savoring his tea. Had this been someone else, they might have closed the case at Qi Lei's juncture, he mused. He had visited the scene himself. Due to the passage of time and the absence of eyewitnesses, the clues left for Lu Sheng were scant, and even the victim's identity was unconfirmed. Yet, Lu Sheng managed to forge a new path, employing reverse tactics to unearth the culprit ahead of others. He reiterated his earlier sentiment. Lu Sheng was undeniably a prodigy in criminal investigation. Ha! Director Wu drained his cup and laughed heartily. This sentiment has been echoed by Director Luo in the city. It seems we must truly invest in nurturing this young man. You've been grappling with that case lately. Why not involve Lu Sheng? He might just work wonders. What is the fastest way to cultivate a criminal investigator? Certainly, it is through the continuous acquisition of experience from various cases. However, Lingen County was merely a small locale, lacking the multitude of homicides necessary for Lu Sheng's development. There were, however, some long-standing cold cases accumulating dust. These cases had been challenging to solve even when they were fresh, and given the passage of time, much evidence had eroded away, making revival exceedingly difficult. That case? Jian Jinghua pondered for a moment before nodding. It could indeed serve as a worthwhile trial for him. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, who was on leave, remained blissfully unaware of the department's intentions to cultivate his talents vigorously. After a busy morning, I picked up the newly arrived car from the dealership. Just in time for lunch, I received a phone call from Yi Shihui. What? You're in Roman County? Lu Sheng was somewhat surprised. Yes, came the cheerful response from the other end, accompanied by a melodic laughter reminiscent of bells. I happen to be here on business, and thought I'd drop by to see our police star. What police star is that? Lu Sheng, unfazed by the playful banter, replied, Since you're here, I must extend my hospitality. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Of course not. I was waiting for you, Officer Lu. Excellent. Let us meet at the Sichuan Chongqing Hot Pot Restaurant at Genie Plaza. Genie Plaza is a modest shopping center in Roman County, unlike the larger malls such as Wanda and Tianhong, which are located in the city center and Wu Ti choose to establish themselves in a small county. Upon exiting the dealership, Lu Sheng promptly drove toward Genie Plaza. He had initially planned to rest for the afternoon and evening, but since Yi Shihui had come, he felt it would be impolite to abandon her. Besides, he had recently acquired the skill of energy, which kept him invigorated and alert. This skill is nothing short of miraculous for a police officer, as long nights spent working on significant cases are often unavoidable. If one lacks energy, efficiency inevitably suffers. Furthermore, as a member of the Roman County Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team, he rarely found himself with spare time. Most of his colleagues were perpetually busy. Being granted 2 days off, aside from weekends, was a testament to the esteem in which his superiors held him. Having parked the car securely, Lu Sheng proceeded to await Yi Shihui at the designated hot pot restaurant. The autumn breeze was crisp, the weather teetering on the edge of coolness, making an ideal time for hot pot. As a native of Jiangxi province with a penchant for spice, the renowned Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant was undoubtedly the preferred choice. Hello, how many in your party? A young girl greeted him as he entered, her gaze shy yet inviting. With prominent brows and large, expressive eyes, Lu Sheng's handsome features, coupled with the confidence instilled by his profession, were undeniably captivating to the fairer sex. It echoed the sentiment often shared online. Those deemed unattractive can scarcely fathom how proactive women may be. After exchanging pleasantries with the waitress, Yi Shihui arrived shortly thereafter. Inquiring about her tastes, Lu Sheng ordered a Yinyang hot pot base along with an assortment of meats and vegetables, then handed the menu to Yi Shihui. She graciously accepted it, immersed herself in selecting dishes, and casually asked, What have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you call me. I was just transferred to the county's criminal investigation unit and got assigned a case, so I've been quite occupied, Lu Sheng replied with a wry smile, picking up a pair of chopsticks to bring a handful of greens to his mouth. Have you solved the case? Yi Shihui titet had elegantnik, gazing at him in surprise. It had only been a few days. How could a case be resolved so swiftly? Yes, Lu Sheng nodded affirmatively. The unfolding narrative of the case left Yi Shihui utterly captivated, for the tale was fraught with unexpected twists and turns, truly igniting one's imagination. The case had already been resolved, and the details would soon be published, as it was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Thus, Lu Sheng was more than willing to recount the events, although he refrained from passing judgment on the situation. He could not help but feel a deep sympathy for Qian Chengyan. The betrayal of his wife was one thing, but the audacity of the paramour to resort to hiring a hitman was another. Anyone who learned of this would surely feel a tempest of suppressed rage. In terms of emotional understanding, Lu Sheng empathized with Qian Chengyan. Unfortunately, the law is unforgiving, though it was likely that leniency would be exercised in court, considering that Luo Jihua's infidelity preceded the act of hiring a killer. The law may be rigid, but humanity is not. As the narrative unfolded, the oil in the pan was already bubbling, and with a harmonious blend of ingredients, the two wielded their chopsticks with remarkable speed, indulging in a feast that left their mouths glistening with grease, entirely unconcerned with appearances. Although both were strikingly handsome, they typically disregarded trivialities. Yi Shihui, in particular, chose to forego makeup to avoid having her face marred by the heat of the kitchen, allowing her to eat heartily and joyfully. After a lively exchange of toasts and cups, they found themselves satiated and content. "Are you on holiday these past couple of days?" Upon hearing that Lu Sheng was free, Yi Shihuai's eyes sparkled. "How about we take a leisurely stroll this afternoon?" Suddenly recalling something, she quickly added, "Oh wait. You've been working on the case, and Haven Tea had much rest. Perhaps you should head home to recharge this afternoon. I'll still be here tomorrow." Despite her perception that the case had been resolved rather effortlessly, she was astute enough to notice that Lu Sheng had not slept in several days, which stirred a pang of concern within her. "It's no bother," Lu Sheng replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Observing her caring demeanor, he playfully lifted his eyelids with his fingers, exclaiming, "Look, there isn't even a hint of red in my eyes." Yi Shihuai, caught off guard, leaned closer to examine his eyes. In that fleeting moment, their fair faces were mere inches apart, their warm breaths mingling in the air, sending a thrill through Lu Sheng. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, he instinctively began to count her eyelashes one by one. Remarkably, there were indeed no red veins. "How is it possible?" Yi Shihuai exclaimed in astonishment. Logically, having slept less than 6 hours over the past 2 or 3 days, one would expect not just fatigue, but also bloodshot eyes. After her exclamation, she regained her composure and found herself locked in Lu Sheng's gaze, feeling an electric current surge from her spine to her scalp, causing her to avert her eyes suddenly. After a prolonged silence, Lu Sheng broke the tension, suggesting, "Shall we go for a stroll?" Yi Shihuai nodded gently, her cheeks still flushed with shyness. As she rose and brushed past Lu Sheng, just as she set a foot onto the walkway, a small boy dashed toward her. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped hers, warm and firm, sending her heart racing. He took my hand. Lu Sheng, seemingly unfazed, stood up and led her out of the store with a confident grip. The meal expenses had discreetly been settled by Lu Sheng while he was in the restroom. The secret to engaging with girls lies in not being excessively rigid. One must seize the moment and create casual physical contact. As long as a girl does not dismiss you outright or display overt annoyance, it indicates a mutual affection. Naturally, emotions should unfold organically, as if by the flow of water. Confessing one's feelings is not akin to sounding a charge, but rather a celebration following victory. Lu Sheng, having taken psychology courses during his university years and studied criminal psychology at the police station, understood these principles well. One afternoon, as they strolled together, their unspoken understanding allowed them to hold hands tightly, palms growing warm and sweaty, reveling in their shared joy. It was now 5 o'clock. Nearby office workers had finished their day, and the streets were bustling with groups of 3 or 5, casually discussing dinner plans, whether to indulge in milk tea, and what television shows to watch that evening. Lu Sheng and Yi Shihuai blended into the crowd, resembling a young couple in love. Suddenly, a man emerged from the throng, brandishing a gleaming white blade, lunging toward Lu Sheng's neck. Unaware, Lu Sheng felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Instinctively turning, he found the blade mere centimeters from his throat. The autumn breeze had not yet stirred, but danger was palpable. A crisis loomed as Lu Sheng faced imminent death, while a gleeful expression spread across the assailant's face. With a swift motion, the blade pierced flesh. Yet Lu Sheng's grip was like iron, clamping down on the weapon, preventing the blade from advancing further into his throat. In that instant, cold sweat poured down his back, soaking it thoroughly. Where had this criminal come from? Thoughts raced through his mind, but his feet remained steadfast. He thrust his knee forward, striking the man in the chest. The force of the blow left the assailant gasping for breath, crumpling to the ground in agony. "Ah, you're hurt," Yi Shihuai gasped, her face draining of color as she noticed the blood streaming from Lu Sheng's hand. She hastily released his grip, using her other hand to examine the wound. In mere moments, the situation escalated dramatically, creating a tumultuous scene. The surrounding crowd, caught off guard, instinctively erupted into a chorus of screams. A murder! Panic spread like wildfire, sending the crowd scattering in all directions. During peak hours of foot traffic, the risk of a stampede loomed, threatening to culminate in tragedy. Sheng, fully aware of this peril, disregarded the crimson flowing from his hand and shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. I'm a police officer." His authoritative voice reverberated, invoking a calming effect on the previously chaotic crowd, which swiftly regained its composure. "Is that a police officer? The one who was stabbed is a police officer. Call 110 immediately." "Oh no, wait. First call for an ambulance. Everyone, please be careful and avoid trampling. Just moments ago, I was nearly paralyzed with fear as a knife was thrust directly against a man's body, my heart racing to the point of bursting. Unbeknownst to us, we inadvertently encircled the entire scene, creating an impenetrable barrier." Yi Huai, on the verge of tears, had blood splattered across his hands, yet he promptly dialed for an ambulance. Several young women who had been walking beside Sheng approached with concern, inquiring if assistance was needed. Sheng gently declined their offers, instead contacting a colleague at the police station. "Hello, is this Zhang Qian? Please come to Genie Square at once. There is an individual wielding a knife in public." "What? A knife-wielding assailant?" Zhang Qian leapt to his feet, nearly overturning his chair in shock, sending ripples of alarm through his colleagues. "Hold on, Team Leader Liu. We are on our way." Though the temporary major crimes unit had been disbanded following the resolution of a case, Zhang Qian instinctively addressed Sheng as team leader. Upon hearing of such a brazen incident occurring in broad daylight, he quickly summoned a few colleagues and rushed toward Genie Square. Meanwhile, Sheng finally had the opportunity to assess the man writhing on the ground. He was portly, with flared nostrils and a pair of beady eyes, currently gritting his teeth and drenched in cold sweat. In the face of such a dire situation, Sheng unleashed nearly all of his strength. With a formidable force of 25, enhanced by his golden mighty fist, a single kick could feasibly fracture the assailant's sternum. The ambulance was not summoned for him, but rather for the fallen assailant. Sheng was perplexed as to why this man had suddenly attacked him. Initially, he assumed it was retaliation from a criminal's relative dissatisfied with his handling of a case. In law enforcement, it is inevitable to offend someone. Some narcotics officers even go so far as to sacrifice their own safety to protect their families from harm, keeping their struggles hidden from the public eye. However, as he regained his composure, a sense of unease settled in. He had only dealt with a handful of cases, and none involved such a figure. Moreover, he had no recollection of any personal vendettas. Yet, this incident awakened him to a harsh reality. While he had no fear of confronting criminals directly, what if an adversary launched a surprise attack from behind? Or worse, what if they were armed? As he advanced in rank, he would inevitably confront increasingly dangerous and cunning foes. In an instant, the self-assuredness he had derived from solving a few cases dissipated entirely. A thought struck him. If the system could endow him with extraordinary abilities, might there be even more profound martial arts to discover? The Golden Bell Shield? The Iron Cloth? He did not aspire to craft nuclear weapons, but he yearned for the means to defend against blades and swords. With this in mind, Sheng felt a surge of determination. It was essential to crack more cases. In a few days, he would delve into the archives, seeking ancient files in hopes of triggering a new mission. Suddenly, the wailing of two police sirens pierced the air. As the crowd witnessed the arrival of both police and ambulance, they parted like the tide, creating a wide passage. "The police have arrived. Everyone step aside." The city of Rongin is rather small, situated in a bustling area. Were it not for the peak hours, the pace might have been even swifter. "Team Leader Liu, what has happened to your hand?" Zhang Qian arrived with several officers and was taken aback to see Sheng bleeding profusely. Previously, Sheng had not provided detailed information over the phone, leaving them somewhat in the dark about the situation. Instinctively, Zheng glanced around. Where was the victim? He had only been informed that Sheng had acted heroically and received a knife wound in the process. Sheng pointed to himself, a bitter smile on his face. "What?" Zhang Qian nearly thought he had misheard. Although Sheng was quite capable, he had only been on the force for a few months. How could he have made such a formidable enemy? Was there another accomplice from the previous bank robbery case? Or perhaps a loose end from another investigation? I don't know. Sheng shook his head, equally confused. In broad daylight, coupled with the current state of the assailant, he found it difficult to conduct any inquiries. Let us take this individual back. Lu team leader, you should go to the hospital. The remaining matters shall be handled by us. Zheng Qian observed Lu Sheng's palm, where the wound was deep and still oozing blood, revealing red muscle beneath. Let him go to the hospital first. I can manage a simple treatment here. It's nothing serious, Lu Sheng insisted, gesturing toward the handcuffed assailant. However, Yi Shihuai beside him grew anxious. How can we not go to the hospital? The blood is still flowing. Just as Zheng Qian was about to intervene, one of the officers restraining the assailant exclaimed, Team Leader Lu, this person seems to be severely injured. Zheng Qian was startled and turned to follow the sound. He saw the assailant, pale as a sheet, his jaw clenched tightly, trembling all over, with tears streaming down his face, clearly in considerable pain. He immediately looked at Lu Sheng. Did you strike him? I lost control for a moment. Lu Sheng nodded. You were stabbed, and you nearly incapacitated the assailant in the process? Must he be so fierce? They all had no choice but to board the ambulance together, leaving behind a crowd still in heated discussion. That young officer is incredible, just like a scene from a cop and robber film. Among the three young women who had been walking alongside Lu Sheng, one appeared somewhat dazed and turned to her companions. Don't you think that assailant looks somewhat familiar? At the Rongan County Public Security Bureau, Lu Sheng's hand was wrapped in thick bandages. As the adrenaline faded, pain surged like a tide. He sat in the interrogation room, taking notes. Across from him were Zheng Qian and Chao Qi. Name, age, place of origin. Lu Sheng could only respond with a resigned expression. Lu Sheng, 22, from Lushi, Jiangxi Province. A flicker of amusement crossed the eyes of the two officers, but they quickly resumed their serious demeanor. Do you have any idea why he suddenly attacked you? I don't know. Lu Sheng shook his head. At that moment, I was simply walking down the street when someone suddenly emerged and lunged at my neck with a knife. Lu Sheng recounted the incident succinctly. He truly felt helpless, never anticipating he would find himself in such a position, recording a statement. Chao Qi listened intently while jotting down notes. You only kicked him? Zheng Qian exclaimed, astonished. After the assailant was transported to the hospital, imaging revealed that he had suffered a comminuted fracture in his chest, which had subsequently compressed his lung. After several hours of intensive care, he was finally out of danger. The doctors even approached to inquire whether the patient had been struck by a heavy blunt object. Now, you suddenly assert that you merely delivered a kick? Chapter 51. It's all your fault for being so handsome outside the interrogation room. Director Wu Mo. Chief of the Criminal Investigation Unit Jian Zhenghua, the injured Lu Sheng, and several other police colleagues gathered, their eyes fixed upon the images displayed on the monitor. Upon hearing that a promising young officer from their department had been stabbed by a criminal, Wu Mo and Jian Zhenghua were immediately filled with urgency. They had intended to nurture Lu Sheng's career, and a premature demise would represent a significant loss for the Jiangxi Provincial Public Security. Moreover, Lu Sheng was a favored individual under the close watch of higher authorities. If anything went awry, they would have no justification to offer. Fortunately, upon seeing Lu Sheng's injuries, their anxious hearts were somewhat eased. They now regard the matter with utmost seriousness. A violent attack in broad daylight, targeting an active police officer. Such a heinous act was unfathomable. Wang Anji, male, 32 years old, from Lushi, unmarried, a school dropout with a history of bipolar disorder. The assailant's information was laid out plainly before them. Lu Sheng perused the details, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He could ascertain that he had never crossed paths with this perpetrator, not even professionally. Was this merely a case of a deranged individual committing a random act of violence? And was he simply the unfortunate chosen one? Did Wang Anji have a criminal record? Lu Sheng inquired quietly to Zheng Qian, who stood nearby, while reviewing the assailant's personal information. No, but his brother has some issues, Zheng Qian replied, shaking his head. There was an ongoing court case regarding a brawl, yet Wang Anji maintained that his brother had a history of mental illness. In Huahua, individuals with mental disorders are not held fully civilly responsible and, after committing crimes, are subject to civil compensation instead of criminal penalties, followed by mandatory treatment enforced by the government. If relevant proof is provided, the court may absolve them of criminal responsibility. However, such documentation cannot be issued lightly. Some individuals suffer from intermittent mental illness and must prove that they were diagnosed at the time of the violent act to be exempt from liability. Was this hatred towards the police stemming from his brother's circumstances? Sheng found himself perplexed. Meanwhile, the interrogation room had reached a critical juncture. It was still old Zhang at the helm. Given the high level of attention from the department leaders, it was only fitting to deploy this interrogation ace. Why did you attempt to kill Officer Sheng? At this point, although Wang Anji had evaded immediate danger, he had endured significant trauma and appeared exceedingly pale, having danced with death. In response to old Zhang's inquiry, he weakly replied, "So that person's name is Sheng? You don't recognize him?" Old Zhang's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had reviewed Wang Anji's file prior, and, although the latter claimed his brother was a mental patient, Wang Anji himself was of sound mind. Was this a case of societal retribution? There exists a possibility. At the age of 32, unmarried, and currently unemployed, it is inevitable that one's emotions may become unstable, leading to a distorted psyche. But why did you resort to violence in public? Initially, he was not my intended target. However, regrettably, just as I prepared to act, my resolve suddenly faltered. At these words, the crowd fell silent, intrigued by the convoluted tale that lay beneath. Just as the listeners leaned in, Wang Anji nonchalantly remarked, "Who told this fellow to be so handsome, with such a stunning girlfriend? What? Too handsome? Is that the reason you chose to wield a knife in the streets? I have encountered envy of wealth, but this is the first instance of envy directed towards beauty." Director Wu and the others instinctively turned to Sheng, who stood tall, with pronounced brows and large eyes, indeed possessing a certain charm reminiscent of their youth. Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Bang! Old Zhang slammed the table, the resounding thud echoing throughout the interrogation room. "Be honest. No need for your slick tongue here." Although it was true that this lad, Sheng, was rather handsome, to suggest that one would suddenly desire to kill a stranger simply for their looks was utterly absurd. According to their investigation, Wang Anji had not suffered any emotional trauma, nor had he ever been in a romantic relationship. However, while writing a novel requires logic, reality often operates devoid of it. Noticing old Zhang's growing anger, Wang Anji grew timid, exclaiming, "I swear it's the truth." A mere overweight man, naturally submissive, he quickly softened under old Zhang's commanding voice, confessing everything without reservation. It turned out that Wang Anji's original target was Ranan, an intern lawyer at the Genie office building, who had taken over his brother's case. Although they had provided the hospital with a report, the woman insisted the timing was off and demanded a re-examination. Wang Anji seethed. That fight was instigated by both brothers. However, the other party did not recognize him. So they dragged his brother, who suffered from intermittent psychosis, into the fray, hoping to evade a prison sentence. Little did they know, the law does not offer loopholes for them to exploit. After hanging up the phone, they found themselves restless, unable to sleep. Consequently, they searched online for the lawyer's information, planning to visit the firm the following day to clarify their situation. Yet, the thought of their brother being subjected to an examination loomed ominously. At this juncture, old Zhang abruptly interjected, "Isn't your brother mentally ill? Why fear a hospital examination? Of course it's a ruse," Wang Anji declared triumphantly, only to suddenly clutch his chest in pain, unable to suppress a cry. The more I pondered, the less I could sleep. I'm over 30 now, living a life so repressed, unable to marry or find work. His expression grew increasingly sorrowful. The next afternoon, I sold my phone and electric scooter, spending every last penny at the lottery shop, thinking that if I won, I would abandon this endeavor. Alas, when I emerged from the lottery shop, I found only enough money left to purchase a knife. Thus, I found myself lurking beneath the Genie office building, awaiting the departure of that attorney, Ranan. Here I was in my 30s, unmarried, contemplating that perhaps if I could ensnare a beautiful woman before my demise, I might even forge a ghostly union in the afterlife. Upon hearing Wang Jian's tale, the crowd exclaimed in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of it all. This fellow was a quintessential embodiment of a vengeful spirit. After a considerable wait, I finally spotted the lawyer as she finished her work. I maneuvered behind her, amidst a throng of people who remained blissfully unaware of my presence. Just as I prepared to make my move, my gaze was drawn to a striking young man beside me, tall and handsome, holding the hand of a stunning beauty. In that moment, a surge of rage welled within me. Here I was in my 30s, never having touched a woman's hand, while this man effortlessly embraced a lovely lady. Why did he have to be so handsome? My fury eclipsed my rationality, and I lost sight of my original intent. Consumed by a singular thought, to stab this fellow. Little did I know, he was a police officer, and his reflexes were astonishing, almost sending me away with a swift kick. Chapter 52, The Eye of Justice. Outside the interrogation room, the onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lu Sheng's injury stemmed from being too handsome. Momentarily at a loss for words, they exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Sheng equally surprised. After filing the report in the archives, the police conducted investigations and discovered that the facts aligned with Wang Anji's account. Following this incident, Lu Sheng's name swiftly circulated throughout the entire Lu City police system. Who would have imagined that someone could be targeted by a criminal out of envy for their looks and subsequently suffer such an attack? Upon learning of the significant cases Lu Sheng had handled recently, many individuals sought various means to introduce him to potential partners. However, that was a story for another time. Due to the conspicuous bandages on his hands, Lu Sheng found himself required to stay away from home for a while, fabricating tales of major cases at the police station to spare his parents from worry. As for Yi Shihui, she took a leave to care for Lu Sheng for a few days, but upon realizing he was out of danger, she was compelled to return to her duties at the newspaper, spurred by her editor's insistence. In the director's office, Director Wu, good day. Lu Sheng saluted sharply before turning to the side to address Captain Jian Zhenghua. No need for such formality, Xiaolu. Please, take a seat and enjoy some hot tea. Wu Mo warmly urged Lu Sheng to sit down, taking a place on the main sofa with a kindly demeanor. How is your wound? It's healing well. I'll be going to the hospital in a few days to have the stitches removed. Lu Sheng was somewhat taken aback after Wang Anji confessed and faced justice. He had once again gained attribute points in the system. Upon utilizing them, his strength attribute had reached 26, although the system panel reflected only the strength attribute. Lu Sheng distinctly felt that with the increase in value, his overall attributes, constitution, agility, explosiveness, had also seen varying degrees of enhancement. Consequently, his wound healing speed was naturally 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. Fortunately, his considerable strength had allowed him to grasp the blades swiftly, avoiding damage to the tendons. What would take an average person 2 weeks to heal, he managed in about 4 to 5 days. That is well and good. While work is indeed important, one's health must take precedence. Should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to report it. The organization will not allow its heroes to suffer in silence. Wu Mo, a refined individual, engaged in conversation with Lu Sheng while simultaneously boiling water and brewing tea. His movements fluid and graceful, filling the air with the delightful aroma of tea in an instant. Many frontline officers, however, find it difficult to appreciate such beverages. In the midst of their busy schedules, a can of Red Bull or a cup of coffee would serve them better. Even the finest tea offered to them is akin to a cow chewing on peonies. Lu Sheng lifted the teacup and drank it all in one go, responding, "Wu Bureau Chief, you flatter me. Everything is done in service of the people." He dared not consider himself a hero, although he had indeed handled several cases quite admirably after decades of service. Which veteran officer had not managed a few significant cases? He merely enjoyed the advantage of youth, which made his achievements seem particularly notable. One must be cautious not to take leadership words too literally. Wu Mo chuckled, shaking his head, and poured another cup of tea for Lu Sheng. Sometimes, being overly mature is no surprise given such meticulous thinking. Youthful yet rounded, retaining an edge. What leader wouldn't he appreciate such qualities? Suddenly, Wu Mo slapped his forehead and produced 2 envelopes, placing them before Lu Sheng. This one contains the reward for your assistance in apprehending those involved in the organized prostitution case. They instructed me to convey it to you. The other is a bonus from the previous case. Prostitution? Lu Sheng paused, recollecting that during his last visit to the city for a matchmaking event, he had unexpectedly encountered a madam and had passed the information to Officer Wang. He anticipated the case would ultimately be solved. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "I owe much to the colleagues in the criminal police team. Rest assured, the Bureau will not neglect any individual who has rendered service. I have already applied for a collective third-class merit award," Wu Mo remarked with a smile. After a brief conversation among the three, Wu Mo exchanged glances with Jianjinghua and then spoke up. Before Lu Sheng could respond, Wu Mo walked directly to his desk, retrieved a formal document, and handed it to Lu Sheng. "The reason I called you here today is primarily concerning a case." Wu Mo's expression had turned serious. A few days ago, the Public Security Bureau received a report from an individual claiming that his sister and brother-in-law had mysteriously vanished from their home. Following an on-site investigation, we opened a case, but to this day, we have no leads. Therefore, we would like to invite you to assist in solving this matter. Typically, for missing persons cases, the first 24 hours are crucial for resolution. Dragging it out to this point greatly diminishes the likelihood of survival for the missing individuals. Was Captain Jian previously occupied with this case? Lu Sheng inquired, surprised. Originally, the case involving the body found in the dry well was to be handled by Jianjinghua, but he seemed preoccupied with other matters. Sensing that Director Luo was subtly pushing for Lu Sheng to take over, it was then assigned directly to him. Jianjinghua, an experienced detective, had been working on cases for so long without progress, which made Lu Sheng somewhat apprehensive. "If your health does not permit, you may decline. After all, the burden on your shoulders has already been considerable." Wu Mo's gaze fell upon the bandage adorning Lu Sheng's hand. Although he had not witnessed the perilous situation firsthand, it was evident that Lu Sheng, a young officer with merely a few months of experience, had endured far too much. Wu Mo felt a pang of concern for him, fearing he might not be able to bear the weight of such trials. If this promising talent were to be ruined under his watch, he would be guilty of a grave transgression. Noticing the exchange of glances between them, Lu Sheng squared his shoulders and declared, "I will take on this case." Immediately, the system interface before him updated with new information. Task accepted. New task. Investigate the mysterious disappearance. Task funding. Eye of Justice. Task reward. Eye of Justice. Task deadline. 3 days. A gentle reminder. Eye of Justice can identify criminals within a certain range, promptly capturing vital information related to the case and providing early warnings of imminent dangers. The timeline for the three of them was pressing, yet the rewards were substantial. The mere capability of early warning was sufficient motivation for him to accept this task. Had he possessed such an ability a few days prior, he might have evaded a near-fatal encounter. Furthermore, the other two functionalities were quite practical, although police investigations hinge on evidence. Having advanced knowledge of a person's potential criminal behavior would greatly facilitate the process of tracing leads and reverse reasoning. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and nefarious individuals do not emblazon their intentions upon their foreheads. Chapter 53. On-site investigation upon opening the official document. It was not a case file, but rather an account of the events surrounding the incident, along with the identities of the missing individuals. Sheng, male, 36 years old. Wang Shanfang, female, 35 years old. The missing persons were a married couple who owned a tile distribution store in the county and were of modest means. They had disappeared from their home a week prior, accompanied by photographs from the scene and statements from the informant. The informant, Wang Defa, who is Wang Shanfang's brother, reported that he had arranged a time to procure goods, but was unable to reach them. From the truck driver, he learned that the couple had been unreachable since approximately 3 p.m. the previous day. Consequently, he visited their home and inquired with relatives and friends, ultimately confirming their disappearance and contacting the police. Investigations into Chun Yimin's whereabouts on the day of his disappearance revealed that a neighbor had seen the couple engaged in activities in their yard around noon. It was largely determined that their disappearance occurred sometime between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day. Jing Zhenghua furrowed his brow. The on-site examination revealed no signs of struggle, nor were there any indications of forced entry. Yet, the couple had vanished without a trace. Additionally, an analysis of their social connections showed that they were well-liked and had no known enemies, thus ruling out the possibility of a revenge killing. The couple owned a van, which also went missing after the incident. Through surveillance footage review, the vehicle was located in the outskirts, but the perpetrators had been cautious, pushing the van into a pond, leaving no traces of skin or fingerprints. Thus, the clues reached an impasse. Sheng pondered for a moment, the only sound in the office being the rustle of turning pages. Captain Jian, I wish to visit the scene. Despite the detailed account of the case provided in the documents and the objective analysis conducted, Sheng felt compelled to investigate the site personally, as different perspectives could yield new revelations. Longhu Village is a subordinate village of Roman County, housing over 100 families predominantly residing in single-story homes, with no surveillance cameras installed in the streets. The couple, Chen Yimin and his wife, own a storefront in the county, dealing in tiles, and usually reside in the village. Behind Sheng, several criminal investigators and colleagues from the technical department arrived at the scene of the disappearance, which remained cordoned off. The front door stood intact, showing no signs of forced entry. After donning his gear and ensuring that he would not disturb the scene, Sheng cautiously maneuvered past the barricade. The structure was a typical single-story dwelling. Suddenly, just as Sheng was about to step over the threshold, the eye of justice flickered with a sense of urgency. His gaze sharpened as he probed the gap in the threshold for some time, leaving the nearby team members perplexed. During their initial examination of the scene, a thorough search had already been conducted, making it implausible for any evidence to remain hidden. Moreover, the threshold fit snugly. It seemed impossible for anything to be concealed within. Li Wei, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Captain Liu, we've practically overturned every inch of this place inside and out." Sheng remained unperturbed, for in criminal investigation, one must not overlook any potential clue. Internally, Li Wei simmered with frustration. Rumors had begun circulating about the criminal police team planning to promote a deputy captain. At 30 years of age, he was in the prime of his career, and this position should rightfully be his. However, Sheng's sudden emergence, tackling significant cases and garnering appreciation from Director Luo of the Municipal Bureau, left him feeling uneasy, thus fostering a subconscious animosity towards Sheng. Suddenly, Sheng noticed the inability to reach further below and brushed away the dried mud from the threshold, revealing a gap that contrasted starkly with its surroundings. There lay a cigarette, but it was quite possible that the murderer, while waiting for the door to open, had inadvertently dropped it into the crevice, and that mud from someone else's shoe had inadvertently smudged it afterward. "Zheng Qian, come here," Sheng called out. "Do the Chen couple smoke?" "No," Zheng Qian replied without hesitation. "I recall it didn't rain on the day they disappeared, did it?" Sheng instinctively stroked his chin, only to remember he was wearing gloves and abandoned the gesture. On the day the report was filed, which was the second day of their disappearance, it was indeed pouring. Zheng Qian stated. Aside from the police, the only other person at the scene was the brother of the missing couple, who was in a rush to find them and naturally had no time to smoke. "Collect that item. It's likely left by the murderer," Sheng asserted. Moreover, given that this cigarette was nearly finished before it was discarded, we can infer that the perpetrator may not be affluent, suggesting the possibility of a robbery. Only Li Wei, standing aside, felt a sudden flush of heat on his face as the slap came too swiftly. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The competition for the position of deputy captain was an internal matter, yet when facing criminals, any police officer with a sense of integrity would unite in solidarity against the common foe. The crowd gazed at Sheng in astonishment. It was hard to believe. Many among them had traversed the scene no less than 3 or 4 times and had failed to find the cigarette, but no wonder this young man had garnered such esteem from the leadership. Sheng the Divine. Indeed, their only wrong names, never a misnomer. After all, as both belonged to the same county, some emotional connections were inevitable, and thus Sheng's reputation had spread. One should not underestimate this seemingly trivial cigarette, but at this juncture, where the case had reached a deadlock, it might very well serve as the key to unraveling the mystery. Upon entering, Sheng noticed an electric bicycle parked in the center of the courtyard, its key still in the ignition, with a laundry basin resting atop it, containing several garments soaking in water. The police had thoroughly inspected the electric bike inside and out, but nothing unusual had been discovered. Lu Sheng activated his super sense of smell, but detected no scent of blood in the courtyard. The presence of undried clothes suggested that Wang Shanfang had been interrupted while hanging laundry. Surveillance footage indicated that during the time of the incident, Chen Yimin had driven the vehicle to the outskirts, yet there was no evidence of the vehicle returning. However, Wang Shanfang did not leave on the electric bike. How then did she exit? Had she been picked up by another vehicle, or was the murderer driving their own car, thus lowering her guard? This implies that the sequence of disappearances began with Chen Yimin, followed by Wang Shanfang. Furthermore, the perpetrator appeared to be well acquainted with the road surveillance, suggesting they were either a local resident or had previously scouted the area. Stepping into the inner room, the findings matched the scene investigation results in Lu Sheng's possession. At the entrance lay a pair of men's leather shoes and women's slippers, indicating that Chen Yimin had left in slippers while Wang Shanfang had donned regular shoes. On the table were half a bottle of beer, a pair of chopsticks, and a pile of leftover bones, alongside some snacks. It was now autumn and winter in Jiangxi province, where few would venture out in slippers. What pressing matter could have compelled Chen Yimin to hurry? He hadn't even finished half a bottle of beer. Had they examined the phone records from the day of the couple's disappearance? They had, revealing two numbers that had called in from a landline, with the perpetrator having concealed their identity meticulously, avoiding detection by surveillance cameras. Lu Sheng fell into contemplation, suddenly inquiring, "They are both 35 years old and still without children?" Rural areas here are quite traditional. Among the greatest filial piety is to have descendants. Given the couple's financial standing, it was improbable that they had reached their 30s without starting a family. Chapter 54. The day's journey, the nearby detectives were taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lu Sheng had posed such a question, and could only respond blankly. No. None? Lu Sheng suppressed his doubts, and, accompanied by a team of detectives, meticulously examined Chen Yimin's residence, leaving no corner overlooked, including the bedroom. No signs of struggle or any indications of a search were discovered. Lu Sheng turned to Li Wei and requested, "I need the complete itinerary and call records for the day of the two individuals' disappearance." "Certainly, no problem," Li Wei nodded, having already conducted preliminary investigations but found no leads. Zheng Qian, take a few people and conduct detailed interviews with the neighboring residents and nearby shops, particularly inquiring if any suspicious individuals have been loitering around Chen Yimin's home in the past month. Additionally, could you have our technical department analyze this cigarette, but to see if we can extract any evidence from it? Understood. Lu Sheng continued. Contact the reporting individual, Wang Defa. I wish to clarify some details with him. In the conference room, Lu Sheng and Chao Qi sat side by side, facing the reporter, Wang Defa. Upon learning that the police sought him out, Wang Defa hurried to the precinct, eager to assist in the investigation. "Officer, has there been any news about my sister and her husband?" "Please remain calm," Lu Sheng said, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes as he slid a cup of water towards Wang Defa. "My surname is Lu. You may call me Officer Lu. I wish to discuss the events of the day in question." Upon his first glance at Wang Defa, Lu Sheng's discerning eye perceived an unsettling rhythm, indicating that Wang had engaged in illicit activities previously unnoticed by law enforcement. However, it remained unclear if there was any connection to the disappearances of Chen Yimin and Wang Shanfang. "I see," Wang Defa replied, somewhat disheartened. Yet he recounted the events of that day. "Early that morning, I called my sister, but there was no answer. We had arranged for a driver to transport a shipment, and later, when I contacted the driver, he informed me that my sister and her husband had become unreachable since around 3 o'clock the previous afternoon. I sensed something was amiss and inquired among relatives and friends, but no one knew of their whereabouts. They had previously traveled long distances, but it was unusual for them to leave their phones off for an extended period. Concerned, I decided to visit their home to ascertain what had transpired. I brought along a few relatives and classmates. Since I often visited them, I had a spare key. However, after searching the house, I found no sign of them, prompting me to report the situation to the police. Did you notice anything unusual upon entering? Lu Sheng probed. Think carefully. Unusual? Wang Defa hesitated, glancing at Lu Sheng. I'm not sure if this counts as unusual, but when I arrived, I noticed that the lights and the television in the inner room were still on. So I turned them off. They are usually quite frugal, so this was rather uncommon. Sheng nodded, recognizing that this indicated the couple had left in haste. What urgent matter could have compelled them to do so? He felt that unraveling this mystery would significantly advance the investigation. Why at their age? Have they chosen not to have children? Sheng suddenly inquired. A pair of eyes intently observed the subtle shifts in Wang Defa's expression. A child? Wang Defa sighed. In their youth, they were preoccupied with earning money, and now they desire a child. But alas, age no longer permits it. At 35, she is already considered a high-risk mother. Giving birth entails certain risks. Do you know? Sheng presented a hospital inspection report, placing it before Wang Defa. Your sister has been pregnant for a month, hasn't she? What? Wang Defa was momentarily taken aback, picking up the report from the table to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, how could they not have informed me? Officer, you must locate my sister and her husband. This is a matter of life and death. Suddenly, Wang Defa extended his arm, tightly grasping Sheng's clothing, tears and snot streaming down his face like a torrential flood. Sheng's expression stiffened as he silently withdrew his arm. Very well, let us conclude for today. We will notify you immediately should we have any good news. All right, Officer Liu, I appreciate your assistance. Watching Wang Defa depart the conference room, Sheng instructed Chao Qi, arrange for a few individuals to monitor Wang Defa's subsequent movements. After lunch, everyone took a brief respite before continuing their respective tasks in the afternoon. Although the case had not made any substantial progress, at least it was no longer stagnant as before. Meanwhile, Li Wei organized the itinerary and call records he had gathered and submitted them to Sheng. According to our investigation, we discovered that Chun Yimin had visited the city center on the morning of his disappearance, then drove to the factory around noon to pick up a female colleague before returning home. The itinerary was quite straightforward, so much so that the police found it nearly impossible to pursue. The couple held a minor stake in a building materials processing factory in the county and occasionally visited the site to assess production. This detail had already been uncovered by the police. We also investigated the female colleague, who merely accepted a ride and had no romantic involvement with Chun Yimin. Top, top, top. Sheng unconsciously drummed his fingers on the table. He now understood why seasoned detectives like Jian Zhenghua found themselves ensnared in this case. They were still unclear on the motive for the crime, and the clues were pitifully scant. Robbery? To date, Wang Defa had not received any ransom calls. Revenge? Everyone within the couple's social network praised their character, leaving no opportunity for enmity. Or perhaps a crime of passion. This was also ruled out by the police, as the couple's relationship had always been harmonious. I need to ascertain the purpose of Chun Yimin's trip to the city, Sheng suddenly declared. His current task was to deduce the perpetrator's motive based on the information at hand. Chapter 55, Wang Defa's anomaly in the conference room. All assigned tasks had been completed. Sheng gathered everyone together to hold a case analysis meeting. Seated at the head of the table, he faced the case analysis board, where 3 names were inscribed above. Chun Yimin, Wang Shanfang, and Wang Defa were initially involved in the case. On the day of Chun Yimin's disappearance, he went to the city to collect a debt of 10,000 yuan from a man named Tan Yuan. He also visited a factory because someone had placed an order for a batch of goods and had provided him with a deposit of 40,000 yuan. As for Wang Shanfang, his activities that day were rather mundane. He spent the morning at the store and returned home on his electric bicycle around noon. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Zheng Qian's face. This implied that Chun Yimin had been carrying 50,000 yuan in cash on the day he vanished. Sheng's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired whether this sum had been verified with the bank, questioning if it had been deposited. Li Wei shook his head, indicating it had not been. Later, I took a team to the scene, and even in the missing person's home, we found no trace of the cash. In 2010, 50,000 yuan was a substantial amount. There were no signs of a break-in, suggesting that the money had indeed been taken out by Chun Yimin himself. At last, the case had developed a lead, and the motive for the crime had become increasingly clear. Who knew about the cash in Chun Yimin's possession? Only 2 individuals, the debtor and a business associate of Chun Yimin. Both of these individuals bore significant suspicion regarding the crime. What were the names of the individuals who ordered goods from Chun Yimin? There were two: the payer, Chai Xiangming, and the introducer, Ding Penghai. Although Ding Penghai was labeled as the introducer, he essentially acted as Chai Xiaoming's follower. Zheng Qian. Was there any progress in interviewing the neighboring residents? Lu Sheng turned his gaze toward Zheng Qian. Indeed, there was a significant discovery. The room filled with anticipation as the attendees perked up, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with eagerness. They feared neither hardship nor fatigue. They only dreaded the absence of direction in their efforts, floundering aimlessly like headless flies. According to the recollections of the neighbors, on the morning of Chen Yimin and his wife's disappearance, around 11 o'clock, 3 men dressed as migrant workers had appeared at Chen Yimin's doorstep. These men appeared to be in their 30s or 40s and had disembarked from a bus, carrying numerous bags. Upon alighting, they gathered at Chen Yimin's residence, playing cards, seemingly waiting for someone. Could it be that these 3 workers, in dire financial straits, learned of the substantial amount Chen Yimin carried and were tempted to rob him? Chao Qi expressed some skepticism. Tempted by wealth? Zheng Qian shook his head, stating that investigations revealed these 3 individuals were outsiders working in the area and had no acquaintance with Chen Yimin, making it unlikely that he would have willingly engaged with them. Lu Sheng felt a tinge of disappointment, but acknowledged the necessity of interrogating these 3 individuals for any additional clues. Were the cigarette butts found at Chen Yimin's doorstep analyzed? The forensic officer nodded, confirming that a complete sample had been extracted and was prepared for entry into the database for comparison, with results expected by noon. Gao Qi, did you observe any unusual behavior from the reporting party? Wang Defa? The eye of justice reacted to Wang Defa, leaving an air of uncertainty regarding the role he played in the unfolding case. Now, let us visit the 3 locations where the migrant workers were employed. Have they resigned? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing that they had arrived too late. These 3 workers had packed their belongings and left a day after the incident. Is this lead severed? Do we have any basic information about these individuals? Furthermore, do you know where they have gone? This remains unclear. The person in charge shook his head and replied, I only know they are from Sichuan. You may inquire with Lao Tan for more details, as he was the one who introduced them. Lao Tan? Which Lao Tan? He is Tan Yuan, involved in labor dispatch in the city. Most of our workers come through him. You can seek him for further information. Tan Yuan? Once again, Tan Yuan, who had previously given Chen Yimin 10,000 yuan, is now linked to the suspicious migrant workers. Lu Sheng immediately categorized Tan Yuan as a prime suspect. He prepared to summon Tan Yuan. At noon, shortly after the tavern opened, a man strode in with purpose. He ordered the most expensive liquor available and then pulled out a pack of Panda cigarettes, indulging himself in smoke. Oh, the bartender, evidently an old acquaintance, couldn't help but tease. Wang Defa, where did you find the fortune? You usually hesitate to buy good brands. How come you have fine cigarettes and liquor now? Just trying to make a living, Wang Defa replied, handing a cigarette to the bartender with a smug expression. I'll be calling a few brothers over to drink, so make sure to serve the best. The recent distress over his sister and brother-in-law's disappearance had been weighing heavily on him. I heard your sister and brother-in-law went missing recently? The bartender inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Wang Defa sighed, his face clouding with concern. The police have been at it for days, and still Haven Tea found them. The brother-in-law was his livelihood. On the surface, he appeared to be collaborating in business with Chen Yimin, but in reality, he merely relied on his sister's family for sustenance. He was not cut out for business himself. Take it easy. The resolution rate for missing persons cases like this is quite low each year, the bartender remarked. Carefully holding the cigarette, he couldn't afford to smoke in his ear. In the conference room, Lu Sheng received the results from the cigarette butt analysis. This Yin Hua Mao has a criminal record. The swift match in the police database indicates he had previously been entered into the system. Yes, Zheng Qian nodded. This individual had served time for robbery. Often, law enforcement keeps a close watch on released convicts due to their high likelihood of reoffending. He should know Chen Yimin and his wife, right? How could he have left a cigarette but at the scene? On the day Wang Defa reported the incident, he was also called in. Lu Sheng nodded. If he was acquainted with Wang Defa, it would be entirely normal for him to be called in as well. Just then, Chao Qi, who was monitoring Wang Defa, returned. Team leader Lu, a significant discovery has been made. We found that Wang Defa has been making substantial expenditures at the Whale Tavern, and his choice of tobacco and alcohol brands has notably escalated. Chapter 56. The Scene? Substantial expenditures? Lu Sheng had already investigated Wang Defa's family situation. It was not merely a modest living, but rather a struggle to meet basic needs. A brand like Panda cigarettes would typically be far beyond his means. Following the disappearance of his sister and brother-in-law, he suddenly has access to a considerable amount of unexplained funds. Coupled with the earlier reactions from the Eye of Justice regarding him, Wang Defa's suspicions are increasingly mounting. As the brother of Wang Shanfang and a business partner, it is not surprising that he is aware of the cash reserves held by his sister's family. Furthermore, since Chen Yimin and Wang Shanfang have no heirs, it is reasonable to speculate that he could potentially inherit their assets after their passing. Upon learning of Wang Shanfang's pregnancy, it would not be unreasonable to consider that he might have been driven to commit a heinous act. Should we interrogate Wang Defa? Gaoqi Yingguit? Lu Sheng waved his hand, suggesting they observe for a while longer. Additionally, verify with the bank to ascertain the source of Wang Defa's substantial funds. Understood. Swiftly, through the diligent efforts of the police, the suspicions surrounding Tan Yuan, Chai Xiangming, and Ding Panghai were promptly dispelled. All three had solid alibis between noon and 3 o'clock on the day of the incident, which were confirmed by the authorities. Consequently, the case once again reached an impasse. Reluctantly, Lu Sheng summoned Wang Defa to the police station once more. This time, Wang Defa appeared noticeably anxious. "Officer Lu, have you made a breakthrough in the case?" he asked. "No," Lu Sheng replied. "I brought you here to inquire about your whereabouts on the day of the incident and what you were doing." Lu Sheng reviewed the key points of the case. All evidence seemed to point towards Wang Defa, and if he could not provide an alibi, his suspicions would only deepen. "I was at home playing cards with a few friends from noon until the afternoon. They can all vouch for me," Wang Defa insisted, furrowing his brow. "Is the police now suspecting that I killed my sister and brother-in-law?" "Mr. Wang, please do not overthink it. This is merely a routine inquiry." Lu Sheng reassured him with a smile, urging him to relax. "Our investigations have revealed that you have recently acquired a significant amount of unexplained money. Can you clarify the source of these funds?" Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's expression changed dramatically, and he stammered, "I borrowed it from a friend." "Surely the police have no jurisdiction over that?" Observing Wang Defa's demeanor, Lu Sheng's suspicions only intensified. "Could you kindly provide the identity information of this friend? I need to verify it." Wang Defa hesitated, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter a name: Chai Xiangming and Ding Panghai. "These two individuals?" Lu Sheng exchanged a puzzled glance with Chao Qi. "How much did you borrow?" 15,000. "By the way, do you know Inhua Mao?" Lu Sheng suddenly inquired. "Inhua Mao? Who is that?" Wang Defa scratched his head, perplexed. "If you do not know him, how come you called him to the home of Chen Yimin and his wife on the day of the report?" As he spoke, Lu Sheng handed Wang Defa a photograph of Inhua Mao. "Do you not recognize him?" During the investigation into the social connections of the Chen Yimin couple, the police did not find any mention of Inhua Mao. This suggests that it is highly probable that this individual was brought there by Wang Defa. Currently, Wang Defa claims not to know this person. So, what was Inhua Mao doing there? Merely spectating? Upon glancing at the photograph, Wang Defa suddenly realized this individual was indeed brought by Lei Zi. Lei Zi? That would be Lei Yuqing, a friend of my brother-in-law Chen Yimin, with whom he shares a close bond. "Could you elaborate on Lei Yuqing?" Wang Defa nodded, returning the photograph as he spoke slowly. "Lei Yuqing's family has a particularly close relationship with my brother-in-law's family. The two families frequently gather for meals together, and I often join to partake in their hospitality. They assist one another in both trivial and significant matters. Notably, Lei Zi's wife grew up alongside my sister, and their bond is exceptionally strong. After my sister's family went missing, he was even more anxious than I was, tirelessly searching for information." Lu Sheng keenly detected an undertone of animosity in Wang Defa's voice and raised an eyebrow. "Your tone suggests a strained relationship with him, does it not?" Wang Defa Sigit. "There is no reason to conceal the truth. I have never been fond of Lei Yuqing, and his reputation within our circle is rather unsavory. It is rumored that he has previously served time in prison." In the conference room, Lu Sheng was diligently jotting down notes on the case analysis board. Based on the current leads, Wang Defa appeared to be the primary suspect. Although Yin Hua Mao had left behind an unfinished cigarette at the scene, he was among the first to arrive, which seemed somewhat justifiable. This lead appeared to have reached a dead end. Nevertheless, they could not convict Wang Defa based solely on this evidence. Team Leader Lu. The investigation results regarding Yin Hua Mao and Lei Yuqing have come in. Really? Lu Sheng exclaimed with delight. Were there any critical discoveries? During our investigation, we uncovered that the two were former cellmates, and at the time of the police's social inquiry, Lei Yuqing claimed to have been drinking with Yin Hua Mao. If they are accomplices, then this alibi is rendered invalid. Moreover, we found that Yin Hua Mao had rented a house the day before the incident, yet he did not occupy it. He claimed it was for a friend who came to work in the area, but according to the landlord, no one had stayed there during this time. Lu Sheng was taken aback. Unusual behavior often conceals ulterior motives. There must be something amiss with Yin Hua Mao's actions. Accompanied by several colleagues, Lu Sheng contacted the landlord and stealthily entered the house rented by Yin Hua Mao. The location was quite remote, with few neighboring homes. Upon opening the door, Lu Sheng's heightened senses were immediately overwhelmed by a strong metallic scent of blood. It was unmistakably the odor of human blood. The other detectives maintained their composure, proceeding with their systematic search. The room appeared to have been thoroughly cleaned, immaculate and devoid of any dust. Are you certain no one has stayed here? Lu Sheng inquired of the landlord. Oh, I distinctly remember visiting several times and knocking, yet no one answered. The landlord was puzzled, as the condition of the house hardly suggested it had been unoccupied. Lu Sheng moved lightly, fully equipped, and began to wander about. The room was evidently subjected to deliberate manipulation. A lingering scent of blood permeated the air, though the bloodstains themselves had vanished. Had it not been for Lu Sheng's extraordinary sense of smell, he might have overlooked it. Suddenly, as he reached the corner, his discerning eye flickered. He slowly bent down and picked up a long strand of hair, examining it closely. Chapter 57. The suspect is killed. Captain Lu, we have detected a substantial amount of blood here. I have found several fresh cigarette butts. Soon, amidst the thorough search, other forensic personnel began to make additional discoveries. In a room that had been meticulously cleaned, how could there be fresh cigarette butts? If Lu Sheng were the perpetrator, he would never have left such obvious evidence behind. What brand of cigarette is it? Panda. Panda? Is it Wang Defa again? But why would Wang Defa be in the residence rented by Yin Hua Mao? Their relationship hardly qualifies as acquaintances. Lu Sheng's intuition hinted at an underlying mystery. Preserve the evidence. We shall conduct further examinations. The landlord, standing outside, observed the commotion within, wearing a face of despair. In such a small county, properties were already difficult to rent, especially given the poor location. Normally, when someone expressed interest in renting, he would eagerly rush to accommodate. Yet now, a murder had occurred within, and he likely faced financial ruin. Conduct a meticulous investigation. Leave no corner unchecked. This criminal is cunning. Understood. Upon returning to the police station, the technical team worked tirelessly, ultimately succeeding in extracting all remaining evidence from the scene. Comparisons revealed that the blood belonged to the missing person, Wang Shanfeng, while the cigarette butts matched Wang Defa's. As expected, all overt evidence pointed towards Wang Defa. Yet Lu Sheng sensed something amiss. The scene was unnaturally pristine. The perpetrator's methods suggested they were indeed a habitual offender. However, as the police delved deeper, they uncovered both overt and covert clues linking Wang Defa to the case, as if someone were intentionally framing him. After all, according to the information relayed by Chao Qi, Wang Defa had only begun smoking Panda cigarettes in recent days. It seemed implausible that he would venture to such a remote location merely to smoke a few puffs and leave behind the butts. Nevertheless, these remained personal conjectures. Law enforcement required solid evidence to proceed. Chao Qi, take a few officers and bring Wang Defa in for questioning. Lu Sheng gently set down the comparative data in his hands. The rest of you, accompany me. We will apprehend Yin Hua Mao and Lei Yuqing. When investigating a case, an abundance of theories is welcomed, but the lack thereof is a concern. Although Lei Yuqing currently appears innocent, The presence of Wang Shanfang's blood in Yin Huamao's rented residence necessitates his interrogation. Understood. It was now midnight, yet the faces of the detectives remained vibrant with energy, as if they had been invigorated with enthusiasm. They followed Lu Sheng step by step in solving the case, eliminating all suspicious individuals, leaving only 3 remaining. Without a doubt, the murderer must be among these 3. In Longhu village, Lei Yuqing, an outsider, committed a crime years ago and, not wishing to face the consequences, chose to escape to a distant land where he was unrecognized, seeking work. By a twist of fate, he met his wife and decided to settle in Longhu village. Yin Huamao, a former cellmate of Lei Yuqing, came to him upon his release and with Lei Yuqing's assistance, found employment nearby. Both men were of a lazy disposition, yearning for wealth, often engaging in petty crimes, and their reckless characters earned them notorious reputation in the area. Perhaps due to this, Yin Huamao did not reside in the staff dormitory, but instead rented a small flat adjacent to Lei Yuqing's home, becoming his neighbor. All evidence suggested that the suspect could be a vicious criminal, necessitating caution and, if required, the implementation of forceful measures. Their first target was Yin Huamao. Although it was unlikely he possessed firearms, Lu Sheng remained vigilant, for a sudden counterattack could lead to unnecessary casualties. Bang! Without any pretext of checking the water meter, an absurdity in the countryside where such devices did not exist, Lu Sheng forcefully kicked the door open. A squad of armed detectives entered in quick succession, rushing through the courtyard and into the room to conduct a search. Fortunately, rural doors are typically weak against thieves, and Lu Sheng's powerful kick sent the door askew. A minute later, a report came in. The search was complete and no suspects were found. No suspects? Lu Sheng's brow furrowed. Had they fled? In the dead of night, where else could they possibly go? Had they anticipated the news and fled in fear of retribution? Thoughts surged through his mind as he instinctively activated his super sense of smell, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood. The room was filled with a mlang of odors, but the scent of blood was not pronounced. Following this trail, Lu Sheng stepped outside to the courtyard. Before him lay a large patch of freshly turned earth beneath a great tree, the heavy scent of blood emanating from it. "Dig it up," he commanded. The 2 detectives behind him sprang into action, swiftly using their tools to uncover the loose soil, revealing a corner of fabric. "Is there someone?" The remaining detectives' faces paled, hastening their digging. Soon, all debris was cleared away, and a male corpse emerged, none other than their target for the evening, Yin Huamao. There were no visible wounds aside from signs of blunt force trauma to the back of his head, the blood scent originating from his body. The corpse's temperature was around 34 degrees Celsius, with rigor mortis already setting in, indicating a time of death approximately 3 hours prior. Lu Sheng conducted a brief examination, easily estimating the time of death. Having visited numerous crime scenes, one can certainly discern the time of death with relative ease, akin to having observed a pig run without ever having tasted pork. Generally speaking, a corpse's temperature decreases by approximately 1 degree per hour, with rigor mortis typically setting in after 13 hours post-mortem. Secure the scene and transport the body back to the precinct. "A few of you accompany me to Lei Yuqing's residence," Lu Sheng commanded decisively. Chao Chi had already informed him that Wang Defa had been summoned to the interrogation room. If the case implicated Wang Defa and Yin Huamao as co-conspirators, then what could have incited Wang Defa to turn against Yin Huamao with such lethal intent? Was it a dispute over the division of spoils? Furthermore, was a span of 3 hours sufficient for Wang Defa to commit murder, conceal the body, and return? Lu Sheng remained uncertain, yet he felt he was drawing ever closer to the truth. Chapter 58, the underground casino inside the interrogation room. Wang Defa, who had been summoned multiple times, could no longer contain his frustration. His face darkened throughout the proceedings. On a frigid day, anyone would be irritable if abruptly roused from a warm bed. If the police fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation this time, I will certainly file a complaint. Wang Defa furrowed his brow, glaring at the interrogating officer with palpable indignation. Little did he realize, compared to his previous interrogations, the atmosphere this time was markedly different. The officer disregarded Wang Defa's emotional outburst, adhering strictly to procedure. Wang Defa encountered resistance and could do little more than respond in a subdued tone. After documenting his basic information, the officer's expression turned serious. "We have uncovered leads regarding your sister Wang Shanfan's disappearance." "Really?" Wang Defa's demeanor shifted dramatically, a glimmer of hope illuminating his features, only for the officer's next statement to plunge him into despair. "We found information concerning you at the scene." "What?" Wang Defa screeched, vehemently denying the accusation. "This is impossible. How could I harm my own sister?" Bang! The officer slammed the table, his voice rising sharply. "How is it impossible? You became greedy. Your brother-in-law's family has heirs, and unable to inherit the fortune yourself, you resorted to thoughts of murder and theft? The police have gathered irrefutable evidence. I advise you to cease your futile resistance." "What greed? Moreover, I was unaware that my sister was pregnant." Wang Defa lamented, feeling utterly at a loss for words. "Then kindly explain the source of your substantial, unexplained wealth." "We have verified that Chai Xiangming and Ding Penghai lent you 10,000 yuan, yet the figures do not align. Do you take the police for fools?" The officer's piercing gaze bore into Wang Defa, as if attempting to see through him. At this, Wang Defa faltered, a look of distress crossing his face. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly stammered, "That money was actually my winnings from an underground casino." It turned out that Wang Defa had a penchant for gambling, albeit usually indulging in small bets for amusement with friends. Through his brother-in-law, Chun Amin, he had fortuitously come to know Chai Xiangming and Ding Penghai. On the surface, these two individuals appear to be engaging in legitimate business. However, beneath the facade, they were entangled in the illicit operations of an underground casino. Wang Defa, upon his initial encounter, quickly succumbed to its allure and, under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, soon amassed his first fortune. Unexpectedly, before he could indulge in his newfound wealth, both his sister and brother-in-law mysteriously vanished. An underground casino? The two detectives exchanged glances, taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, the apprehension of Lei Yuqing proceeded smoothly. Once brought to the police station, Lu Sheng swiftly obtained the interrogation results concerning Wang Defa. The underground casino? Lu Sheng found himself in a state of bemusement. It turned out that the reason for the Justice Eye's reaction stemmed from this very matter. It must be noted that this individual's concealment had led the investigation down a convoluted path. After a brief explanation, Lu Sheng escorted Lei Yuqing to the interrogation room. With Wang Defa's suspicions cleared, and the murder of Yin Huamao looming large, Lei Yuqing naturally emerged as the prime suspect. Moreover, it seemed that time had been too fleeting. The handling of Yin Huamao's body was remarkably rudimentary. Once the coroner's report emerged, identifying the murderer would be a straightforward endeavor. The corpse serves as the most faithful witness. "Pray tell, why did you murder the Chunamin couple?" Lu Sheng inquired, taking a direct approach with the suspect, whose justice I was pulsating vigorously before him. Given the evidence currently in the possession of the police, the clues pointing towards Lei Yuqing were scant. As Lu Sheng pressed him for answers, Lei Yuqing hesitated momentarily, his complexion turning ashen. Ultimately, as if resigned to his fate, he replied wearily, "What else could it be? Money." Lu Sheng was taken aback. He had merely posed a simple question, yet he had inadvertently extracted the suspect's trump card. He resolved to maintain the charade. "Warranty you the best of friends?" "Friends?" Lei Yuqing scoffed. "It was merely a facade. Chun Yimin's business was substantial, yet he never shared any profits with me. He spent his days feigning the role of a good-natured benefactor. That morning, I happened to encounter Chun Yimin returning from the city. After a brief conversation, I learned he had several tens of thousands in cash. Coincidentally, I had arranged to meet Yin Huamao for drinks that afternoon. And you know how it is for someone like us, who has tasted the thrill of quick money. It's impossible to return to earning an honest living. Thus, we conspired to execute a grand scheme. That very afternoon, I called Chun Amin, claiming I had a lucrative business opportunity for him. He, without a hint of suspicion, brought the money directly. The outcome, as you can imagine, was inevitable. During the ordeal, he pleaded for mercy, assuring us he would not contact the authorities. But only a fool would believe such empty promises. We swiftly strangled him to death with fine wire, fearing that his wife might learn about our meeting. We deliberated and decided to lure Wang Shanfeng as well. To ensure Wang Shanfeng would not doubt our intentions, we drove their family van, deliberately avoiding surveillance, and fabricated a story about Chen Yimin being inebriated, asking her to come and assist him. We then employed the same method to dispose of her. Now, where did you bury their bodies? Lu Sheng squinted his eyes and instinctively probed further. In Shaoling village, Lei Yuqing provided an address, which a nearby detective quickly noted down. The detectives outside the interrogation room swiftly mobilized to seek the body. With a cigarette butts at the crime scene deliberately placed by you? Indeed, it was none other than that fool Yin Huamao, who had the audacity to use his real identity when renting a house. Noticing the police's growing suspicion towards Wang Defa, I thought it prudent to scatter some of his cigarette butts at the scene, thus obscuring your vision when the police arrived. At this point, Lei Yuqing's tone was tinged with irritation. What should have been a flawless crime was marred by a careless blunder from a hapless accomplice, exposing a significant flaw. So, is this your justification for murdering Yin Huamao? Lu Sheng inquired solemnly. Spare me your nonsense. At this, Lei Yuqing, fueled by an unknown vigor, erupted into a tirade. That wretched scoundrel deserved his fate. I took him in out of kindness, and in the blink of an eye, he turned against me and set his sights on my wife. Chapter 59. What about the two ladies I introduced to you last time? Based on Lei Yuqing's testimony, the police successfully located the bodies of Chen Yimin and his wife, and following a forensic examination, the preliminary cause of death was determined to be mechanical asphyxiation. Additional details aligned perfectly with Lei Yuqing's account. Moreover, multiple fingerprints and skin tissues belonging to Lei Yuqing were found on Yin Huamao's body. In light of this evidence, the Ronglin County Public Security Bureau decided to place Lei Yuqing under criminal detention. Furthermore, during the investigation, an unrelated case of illegal gambling emerged. Upon receiving the information, the Ronglin police swiftly deployed a significant force to dismantle the underground gambling den, apprehending over 20 individuals involved and seizing illicit gambling funds exceeding 320,000 yuan. The subsequent series of operations unfolded seamlessly. Ultimately, the investigation, fraught with twists and turns, was successfully concluded thanks to Lei Yuqing's confession, leading to the discovery of Chen Yimin and his wife's bodies. Their tragic fate stemmed fundamentally from their indiscretion in choosing friends. Lu Sheng doubted that the couple was unaware of Lei Yuqing's reputation in the neighborhood, yet they maintained a close relationship, even extending unconditional trust. The simple principle of not flaunting wealth seemed to elude Chen Yimin, despite his years of experience in the business world, which was indeed regrettable. Nevertheless, this stirred a sense of vigilance within him. Unlike his previous role at the Baiyun police station, where he was regularly exposed to the public while mediating community issues, now as a member of the criminal police team, he encountered the most ruthless criminals daily. For the safety of his family and friends, it became necessary to keep his identity confidential. Even during routine operations, the team's protocol mandated undercover outings. He accessed the system panel. Name: Lu Sheng. Position: first-class officer. Strength: 26 skills, mighty fist, minor proficiency, superhuman sense of smell, intimidation, stamina. Eye of Justice. Attribute allocation points 0-1. An additional skill has been added to the skill column, and the attribute allocation points have also increased by 0-1, marking all the gains from this case investigation. The night was tranquil, with the bustling streets of late autumn alive with voices. Everywhere, the vibrant lights and the shouts of vendors filled the air. Energized, Lu Sheng invited his mentor, Yu Tiangong, along with several colleagues from the Baiyun police station, to a private room for a feast. Although he had transferred from Baiyun police station, it did not signify the end of their connections. After all, once a disciple, forever son, Lu Sheng was not one to forget his benefactors. I've heard you recently cracked a significant case in a criminal investigation unit? Yu Tiangong remarked with a beaming smile, his heart filled with pride. Following the case of the corpse in the dry well, Lu Sheng had been transferred to the criminal investigation unit, and it was initially believed he would have to wait a while before making his mark. Yet, he swiftly solved a peculiar disappearance case. Although this case fell outside the jurisdiction of Baiyun Police Station, it had reached his ears. The scene was remarkably clean, leaving behind almost no clues, and the incident occurred in a remote, unmonitored village, leaving even Captain Jian Zhenghua in a quandary. That is hardly noteworthy. It was merely that Captain Jian had laid a solid foundation, so the investigation didn't require excessive effort. Lu Sheng waved his hand, filling everyone's glasses before raising his in a toast. I departed hastily last time and didn't have the chance to bid you all a proper farewell. I would like to apologize during this meal. With that, Lu Sheng downed his drink in one go. He was not one to indulge excessively. The alcohol was mild, and he showed no signs of change after the first glass. Too polite, too polite. We are all part of the same system. We shall undoubtedly support one another in the future. They laughed heartily. The first time I laid eyes on young Lu, I knew he was destined for greatness. It's a pity that old you got ahead of me and reaped the rewards. What old you? Soon, he will be addressed as Deputy Director Yu. The group chuckled, raising their own glasses in unison. Lu Sheng's rapid ascent within the ranks of the Roman county system was unprecedented, and with multiple nominations from higher-ups, it was wise to foster these connections. Indeed, Yu Tiangong was riding this wave of fortune himself. Have you been promoted, master? Lu Sheng asked in astonishment, then smacked his forehead. With how busy I've been lately, I haven't even had the chance to celebrate with you. Allow me to pour myself a cup of self-punishment. In China, the position of deputy director of a police station is directly linked to one's duties and is typically independent of rank. Yet one must at least hold the rank of a level 3 inspector. This meant that Yu Tiangong had ascended from a first-class officer to a level 3 inspector. You may find it unsurprising that you are unaware, as the appointment was only announced today. Previously, I too was kept in the dark. Yu Tiangong hastily intercepted Lu Sheng. For even if the alcohol content was low, excessive drinking could be detrimental to one's health. Master, do assist me in bearing this burden, will you? Lu Sheng replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes, deftly sliding half a cup of liquor into Yu Tiangong's glass. Among those present were familiar faces, and the drinking culture in Lushur was rather subdued. Thus, the dining experience was not overly formal. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng's sudden playfulness, Yu Tiangong merely smiled calmly, raising his cup to clink against Lu Sheng's before downing it in one go. You rascal! After a couple of sips to cleanse their palates, the dishes were nearly arranged, and the group began to feast joyfully. The atmosphere in the private room was soon filled with merriment. By the way, did you have a proper conversation with those two young ladies I introduced you to last time? Yu Tiangong suddenly draped an arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder, grinning as he inquired, "Introduced young ladies?" Lu Sheng paused, momentarily halting his chewing. "Master, when did you introduce me to anyone?" Hearing the hint of gossip, the others engaged in lively chatter nearby, eagerly perked up, seeking to glean more. With a playful thump of his chopsticks onto the bowl, Yu Tiangong teased, "Have you forgotten so quickly? Those two middle school teachers." "Oh," Lu Sheng calmly swallowed his food, finally recalling. "Them? I haven't been in touch much since then." Although they had reached out to him a couple of times, he had been perpetually occupied, rarely responding. Whether it was due to his lack of replies or their heavy teaching workloads, they gradually ceased to initiate contact. In the world of adults, where profound emotions are scarce, the quest for companionship is not solely reliant on Lu Sheng. This back and forth had almost made him forget about it entirely. Chapter 60. The new appointment at 10 o'clock in the evening. Amidst the remnants of their meal, the group departed in high spirits. The attendees exhibited restraint, having not indulged excessively, though Yu Tiangong appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet. "Everyone, please take care on your journey home." Lu Sheng supported Yu Tiangong as he bid farewell to each individual. Roman County is quite small. We shall be home in just a few steps, so there's no need for you to see us off," Old Gu remarked, casting a glance at the somewhat inebriated Yu Tiangong. "You should focus on taking care of old Yu. He resides in Unit 608 of Building 3 in the Fondo community. And your master's wife should be home by now." "All right." Lu Sheng nodded helplessly. He had anticipated Yu Tiangong's enthusiasm for drinking today, which had led to his current state. "What are you saying, Old Gu? Help me up. I can still drink," Yu Tiangong mumbled, seemingly catching fragments of the conversation through a fog of inebriation. "Master, You're drunk. Let me take you home. I am not drunk. In my youth, I never feared anyone at the Bayun police station when drinking. All right. You're not drunk. Let us just head home, Lu Sheng replied, resigned. Yu Tiangong's behavior, influenced by the alcohol, was quite unrestrained. You rascal, what can I say to you? Refusing to seize opportunities one provide, it's no wonder you remained single for life. Yu Tiangong insisted he was sober, yet his unsteady gait and tightly clenched grip on Lu Sheng's clothing belied his words. Is it that you cannot come to terms with my single status, master? Suddenly, Yu Tiangong raised his head, a flicker of clarity crossing his features. You wouldn't be harboring intentions towards my daughter, would you? She is only in the 2nd grade. Lu Sheng. Before he could muster a defense, Yu Tiangong's head lolled, and he collapsed against him, muttering incessantly. She is only in the 2nd grade. Hailing a cab by the roadside, Lu Sheng carefully assisted Yu Tiangong into the vehicle, a pungent aroma of alcohol swiftly enveloping the interior. Oh dear, looking like this, please don't vomit in my car, the driver remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Yu Tiangong. Taxi drivers dread encountering inebriated passengers, as cleaning up vomit is arduous and can disrupt subsequent fares. Understood, master. If he inadvertently vomits in the car, I will cover any costs. Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. All right, young man, where to? The Fondo community. Successfully delivering Yu Tiangong to his doorstep, the door was opened by a poised young woman. Hello, is this Yu Tiangong's residence? The woman hesitated, noticing the unconscious Yu Tiangong leaning on Lu Sheng's shoulder, and quickly nodded. Yes, that is old you. Greetings, madam. I am Lu Sheng. My master dined with us this evening and inadvertently drank too much. I took the liberty of bringing him back to you. I hope you won't take offense. Lu Sheng took a few steps forward with Yu Tiangong, smiling as he introduced himself. Lu Sheng? Song XN's gaze lingered on Lu Sheng's face for a moment. You must be the apprentice that old Yu frequently speaks of, the one who has cracked several major cases and ascended from auxiliary officer to first-class officer? If my master hasn't trained another officer named Lu Sheng, it must be you. Come in and sit for a moment. I've often heard old Yu mention you. Today I finally get to meet you in person. Song Xin exclaimed with excitement, stepping aside to invite him in. No, madam, given my master's current state, I would want to impose. I'll visit another day. Lu Sheng dared not enter. In accordance with local customs, entering would necessitate brewing tea and providing snacks, leading to idle chatter that could easily extend for a couple of hours. Very well, today is indeed somewhat rushed. Next time, let me know in advance, and I'll ensure to properly host you. Song Xin managed to take hold of Yu Tiangong's limp form, expressing her gratitude to Lu Sheng. She is only in the 2nd grade. Yu Tiangong continued to murmur incoherently. What? Song Xin strained to hear, leaning closer, but Yu Tiangong fell silent. Witnessing this, Lu Sheng felt a pang of awkwardness and quickly bid farewell, hastily exiting the scene, apprehensive that Yu Tiangong might utter something indiscreet in his drunken stupor. The following morning, Lu Sheng arrived at work, as usual. Barely settled into his seat, he was summoned by Director Wu. His colleagues were not surprised. Before Lu Sheng joined, a vice captain from the criminal investigation team had been reassigned to another county as the head of the team, leaving the position vacant. Initially, the crowd was curious about who would ultimately assume the position of vice captain. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng's remarkable rise rendered this silent battle devoid of suspense. Only Li Wei gazed reluctantly at Lu Sheng's departing figure. However, the newly arrived Lu Sheng was evidently unaware of the intricate dynamics at play and was left pondering why Wu Mo suddenly wished to see him. Upon entering Director Wu's office, Lu Sheng was surprised to consistently find Jian Zhengguo present. Did you summon me for any particular instructions? He inquired. I wouldn't dare to call an instruction, but there's indeed a piece of good news. Wu Mo chuckled, gesturing for him to take a seat. Good news? Lu Sheng was somewhat bewildered by Wu Mo's words. The case had only recently been solved. Any reward should still be undergoing processing, he thought. Yes, indeed. I have been advocating on your behalf regarding the previous cases, and now I can assist you in applying for second-class personal merit from the city, Wu Mo stated, brewing a pot of tea with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Any personal honor during times of peace was a rare treasure. Within the public security system, personal awards range from commendations to third class, second class, and first class merits, culminating in honorary titles, which were further divided into national-level second-class and first-class hero models. The rarity of a second-class merit required no further elaboration. Of course, this would require some time to process. But there was indeed a tangible reward awaiting him. Another reward? Lu Sheng felt a surge of excitement. Wu Mo turned to the ever-silent Jian Zhenghua, remarking, "After all, he is your subordinate. It's best you convey this news." "Very well." Jian Zhenghua nodded with composure. After thorough discussion within the Bureau, it has been decided to appoint Comrade Lu Sheng as the Vice Captain of the Criminal Police Brigade in Rongan County. Chapter 61. May swords and guns be stored, and horses roam the southern mountains. Vice Captain, Lu Sheng received the appointment document from Jian Zhenghua, his heartbeat quickening. Had he really been promoted and given a raise just days after joining the criminal police team? Although the appointment letter contained merely a few lines of standard text, it appeared exceedingly pleasing to him. "Director Wu, Team Leader Jian, my experience is still limited. Will this not cause dissent among others?" he remarked, though his lips were already stretched into a wide grin. "You rascal." Seeing Lu Sheng's expression, both men shook their heads and chuckled, "Though you claim reluctance, your body betrays your true feelings. All right. Your abilities and achievements are evident to all. Your exceptional promotion to Vice Captain is a result of comprehensive consideration by the Bureau, and the organization has always encouraged the rejuvenation of our public security personnel. You young people possess nimble minds and adapt to new concepts much more swiftly. We will keep this appointment simple, foregoing any formalities. Once your second-class merit is finalized, we shall celebrate your accomplishments properly." Lu Sheng nodded obediently, expressing no objections and pledging his complete allegiance to the organization's arrangements. The entire criminal investigation team comprises merely 2 deputy leaders, with the other currently on a business trip. Thus, it can be said that he occupies a position in the team that is second only to one. Seemingly pleased with Lu Sheng's response, Director Wu offered a few words of encouragement before releasing him from the office. As Lu Sheng gently closed the door behind him, Wu Mo sipped his tea, soothing his nearly parched throat. Such lengthy discourse requires at least a decade or 2 of experience. "Zhenghua, you should pay more attention to this young man. He possesses a plethora of fresh ideas, and perhaps you might learn a thing or 2 from him." "Ha ha. Indeed, it appears I may find myself following in his footsteps to glean some knowledge." Jian Zhenghua chuckled, shaking his head. At the very least, he had indeed been somewhat negligent regarding the case of the missing Chun-Min couple. Be it luck or capability, Lu Sheng undeniably possesses a measure of talent. Upon exiting the director's office, Lu Sheng made his way directly to the political department to handle personnel changes. This was not his first time. He navigated the process with ease, as everyone inside spoke pleasantly and conducted their tasks efficiently, completing the necessary procedures in no time. Upon returning to the criminal investigation team, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of colleagues, led by the ever-enthusiastic Chao Qi and Zheng Qian. "Team Leader Lu, what did Director Wu summon you for? Is he promoting you, increasing your salary, and introducing you to a wealthy heiress, setting you on the path to success? I just saw Team Leader Lu heading toward the political department. Could it be that our criminal investigation team is about to welcome a new deputy leader?" Observing the eager expressions of his colleagues, Lu Sheng smiled and raised the appointment document in his hand, instantly causing an uproar. "Wow, my revered Lu Sheng, you're remarkable. This is unprecedented for our criminal investigation team." As autumn slowly faded and winter approached, time passed swiftly. By November, many pedestrians on the streets donned their winter attire. Recently, the region of Rongan had been peaceful and serene. As a criminal investigator, Lu Sheng did not have to patrol the neighborhood daily like the grassroots officers at the police station, resolving disputes among neighbors. However, this did not imply that they could lower their guard. Each day was spent on standby, continuously learning or processing previous case files. If there were new developments in previously shelved cases, a portion of the police force would be allocated to follow up. In Rongan, The crime-solving rate struggled to remain above the passing line, with the archives overflowing with years of unresolved cases. Some might only see resolution with the advent of future technological advancements, while others could potentially remain cold cases indefinitely. After committing their heinous acts, the perpetrators often vanished, living out their days in peace before eventually meeting their end. As a police officer, Sheng naturally yearned to eradicate all criminals, restoring a state of peace where weapons are secured and horses roam free in the mountains. Alas, reality often diverges from one's aspirations. Another day passed in tranquility. At 5 in the afternoon, Sheng concluded his workday. Upon returning home to find his parents absent, he decided to prepare dinner himself. He meticulously chopped vegetables, mixed the ingredients, and soon, several steaming dishes emerged from the kitchen. It has been a while since I last engaged in this. It seems my skills have not dulled. From a young age, Sheng was instilled with the belief that cooking is an essential life skill, irrespective of one's familial status. Both Lu's father and mother are adept in the kitchen, though Lu's mother excels in culinary endeavors, resulting in her more frequent participation, while occasionally, Lu's father lends a hand. The sound of keys turning in the lock resonates, followed by the familiar voice of Lu's mother. "What has inspired you to cook today?" Sheng peeks from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Dad, Mom, you're back. Come help with the dishes and serve the food. Just a moment. I'll wash my hands and be right there." After a brief flurry of activity, the family finally gathers around the table. From now on, let your father do the cooking. You need not meddle. Just as Lu's mother takes a bite of the dish, she shoots a glare at Lu's father, hastily shoveling another spoonful of rice into her mouth. Is his cooking truly that unpalatable? Sheng, somewhat incredulous, quickly takes a bite to assess the flavor. It is well-balanced, savory, and delightful. Suddenly, Sheng notices an unusual expression on his mother's face and discreetly signals to his father. "Did you irritate Mom today?" Lu's father offers a wry smile, but remains silent. "Mom, what is the matter? Surely my cooking isn't that bad?" Sheng inquires. Bien Ho-Hot scoffs, producing a red booklet from her belongings. "I have been deceived by your father for years, who has consistently praised my culinary skills. Look, this is what I unearthed from the wardrobe this morning." Sheng takes a look and gasps. "A professional chef certificate. It's just that my skills have become rusty." Lu's father quietly defends himself. "Huh." Bien Ho-Hot responds with a cold laugh, continuing to eat. To avoid being caught in the crossfire of their domestic squabble, Sheng silently devours the delicious meal before him. He understands that this is simply their way of interacting. Perhaps in the next moment, they would reconcile. Should he interject, the attention would undoubtedly shift to him, and as an ungraduated student, he could easily be targeted for his academic performance. After entering the workforce, finding a girlfriend and settling down would also serve as ammunition against him. Ultimately, the tense atmosphere of the meal dissipated. "I'll wash the dishes." Lu's father suddenly stood up, eagerly volunteering, and swiftly began to clear the remnants from the table. Chapter 62. A startling inquiry. "Do you have any recent contact with Zhao Li?" Just as Sheng was about to rise from the table, Bien Ho-Hot called out to him with a grave expression. "Zhao Li." Sheng shook his head. "I haven't been in touch for quite some time. Once he makes a decision, he is as resolute as a bull. Since their last encounter in the neighboring county, he had blocked all means of communication with her. Maintaining contact serves no purpose. Severing ties is often the best course to avoid unnecessary complications." Upon hearing this, Bien Ho-Hot furrowed her brow. "Then why is her mother still spreading rumors about you?" Being in the same city implies that there are relatives scattered across various counties. "Rumors? What rumors are they spreading about me?" Sheng asked, perplexed. His breakup with Zhao Li had been amicable. What rumors could possibly tarnish his reputation? Moreover, doesn't her family consider the implications for their daughter's future prospects in marriage? Your questionable personal conduct and the way you abandon their daughter shouldn't affect your work, right? Bien Ho-Hot expressed her concerns. In bureaucratic positions, the greatest fear lies in attacks on one's personal character. "It's nothing. Such baseless rumors won't impact me." Sheng replied, somewhat speechless. He had long perceived Yi Rong as a troublesome individual. When she accompanied Zhao Li to his home, she had been nothing short of difficult. and during discussions about the betrothal gifts, she had made exorbitant demands. Lu Sheng had never held any affection for this woman. He wondered what scheme she was concocting today to malign him from afar. That's good. I truly cannot comprehend. Her daughter is on the verge of engagement, and yet she continues to create such a ruckus. Engagement? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. In the archives, Lu Sheng borrowed a case closure file and found a clean corner to delve into it. A complete closure file documented the cause of the case, its development, the department that filed it, the investigation process, and the personnel involved, among numerous other details. It contained a comprehensive chain of evidence and remarkable logical coherence, from which Lu Sheng gleaned considerable knowledge. Recently, he often found himself immersed in the archives. During this time, some long-standing cases had triggered system tasks. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, not only was it impossible to secure sufficient evidence for a conviction, but even identifying the suspect was a challenge, making it difficult to initiate any investigative work. Ultimately, these cases dwindled into obscurity, resulting in failed tasks. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's phone vibrated in his pocket. Noticing the stillness of the archives, he tread lightly towards the exit. "Hello, Lu Sheng? Are you free this weekend? I'd like to take you out for a meal," came the cheerful voice of Yi Shihui. "Weekend?" A gentle smile crossed Lu Sheng's face. "I should be free. I eagerly await your esteemed presence." "Great. It's settled then. I'll be attending a wedding at a relative's house for the next couple of days. Once that's over, I'll come find you," Yi Shihui replied with a laugh. Their relationship was on the cusp of breaking through the unspoken barrier. All right. A thick fog enveloped the morning, the icy air seeping into his sleeves. In the unheated southern climate, such weather could be quite tormenting. Lu Sheng practiced a few rounds of the Daijing boxing, his body radiating warmth as a comforting flow coursed through his limbs. Recently, he had weighed himself and found he was already at 85 kilograms. From a distance, he appeared robust and vigorous, undeniably a young and handsome man. As soon as he arrived at the police station, his phone rang incessantly. Checking the screen, he saw the caller ID, Officer Luo from Sheng County. This was the officer he had met during the corpse disposal case. They had exchanged contact information as a token of gratitude for his assistance. Last month, he had even treated Officer Luo to a meal. What could the officer want this time? Was he returning the favor? "Hello, Brother Luo. What brings you to call me?" "Lu, it's like this. There's a case here that might require your assistance in investigation." "Assistance in the investigation?" Lu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. "What kind of case could possibly involve me?" "What case?" "In a tragic massacre, we discovered frequent phone calls with you on a survivor's mobile device." Lu Sheng felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped, his mind going blank as a dreadful suspicion emerged. "What is the name of the survivor you mentioned?" "Yi Shihui." Taking a leave from the bureau, Lu Sheng immediately drove to the Sheng County Public Security Bureau. During the journey, he managed to regain his composure. Officer Luo was already waiting in the conference room. What exactly transpired? Why did Shihui suddenly encounter misfortune? Where is she now? Upon meeting, Lu Sheng's inquiries came forth like cannon fire, catching Officer Luo somewhat off guard. "Hold on, Lu. Let's not rush," Officer Luo said, sliding a cup of water towards him. "May I ask what your relationship with Ms. Yi Shihui is?" "What relationship?" Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. A blind date? That seemed rather cold. A boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Perhaps they had not reached that stage yet. Or maybe something akin to close friends. "We are good friends," he finally replied. Officer Luo nodded. "Since we have not been able to reach her family, we need to gather some information from you. Do you know her parents?" Lu Sheng shook his head. Their relationship had not progressed to that level. "She is still in a hospital receiving treatment. Please don't worry. Now, tell me about the case." Officer Luo nodded, then brought over a whiteboard. It displayed several photographs from the crime scene. This morning at 6 a.m., multiple bodies were discovered in room 308 of Unit 2 in the Shugguang community. "Wait, what did you say?" Lu Sheng's eyes widened. That location was unmistakably the residence of Zhao Li's family. "Shugguang community," Officer Luo repeated, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Is there a problem with that location?" "Nothing. Please continue." Lu Sheng gestured dismissively, though his heart was restless. Even though their relationship had ended, it did not mean he wished for her demise. Hearing the tragic news left him saddened. This was, after all, the moral duty of a police officer. According to the preliminary assessment by the coroner, the four individuals had died around 9 p.m. the previous night, with the cause of death attributed to massive blood loss from a severed carotid artery. The murder weapon was a kitchen knife, and the perpetrator's fingerprints had been collected. The corridor surveillance footage did not capture the assailant's face, but based on leads from witnesses, a man named Zhao Hao is a prime suspect, and we are currently comparing his fingerprints. Is Zhao Hao currently detained at the bureau? I wish to speak with him. Lu Sheng inquired, frowning. With Yi Shihuai still in hospital, he was eager to understand the motive behind this man's actions. Weren't they already engaged? No, Officer Luo said, awkwardly shaking his head. We have sent someone to summon him. How did you manage to collect his information? Several years ago, this individual was embroiled in a significant brawl. And due to his father's connections, coupled with his minor status, he was not subjected to administrative detention, although the public security authorities did record his identification information. Knock, knock. Knock. Officer Luo. The door to the conference room was abruptly rapped upon, interrupting the conversation between the two. Come in, Officer Luo said indifferently. The comparison results are in. A police officer entered, carrying a stack of documents. It's out? The two individuals in the conference room exchanged a flicker of excitement. What are the results? Were the fingerprints matched? They were matched, the officer nodded. Wonderful. With sufficient evidence, the police could even convict the suspect without any testimony. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Officer Luo's phone rang, and he smiled apologetically at Lu Sheng. It seems there are updates regarding the apprehension of Zhao Hao. Brother Luo, we might be short-staffed here. What? Short-staffed? What is happening? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Officer Luo abruptly sprang from his seat. When we arrived at Zhao Hao's residence, he was already gone. However, as we were descending the stairs, we ran into him. The moment he saw us, he fled into a convenience store. And the situation is spiraling out of control. Zhao Hao has taken an employee hostage and is quite agitated. All right, you all stabilize him first. I will notify the armed police and a negotiation expert. Officer Luo hastily ended the call. A hostage situation, just moments after a massacre occurred. If the hostage were to be harmed, even if Zhao Hao were ultimately apprehended, he would likely face severe reprimand from his superiors. Brother Lu, I may have to excuse myself for a moment. There's been a complication during the arrest. After tucking his phone away, Officer Luo's demeanor turned serious. May I accompany you to observe? Lu Sheng had overheard the phone conversation. Although he was not part of the Shuiyan County Police, as a police officer, he could not stand idly by. Furthermore, he had experience dealing with hostage situations. Officer Luo appeared hesitant. Brother Luo, do not forget how I earned my promotion. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. Men, after a few drinks, tend to shed their inhibitions. A bank robbery case? Officer Luo's eyes brightened momentarily before he shook his head. This time is different. Last time you were a hostage, and the robbers were unaware of your identity, thus posing no threat to you. I shall see if there is anything I can assist with. As a public servant, I cannot remain a passive observer, Lu Sheng stated earnestly. Though the circumstances were different this time, who said he could not enter as a hostage once more. Observing Lu Sheng's earnest expression, Officer Luo reluctantly nodded. All right. 20 minutes later, Lu Sheng arrived at the scene with the main team. What's the situation? While the armed personnel were setting up, Officer Luo inquired of his colleagues surrounding the area. Where is Zhao Hao now? The officer pointed towards the open door of the convenience store. This fellow is quite astute, taking hostages and hiding behind the shelves. Even if one were to attempt a shot, they would likely struggle to find a clear line of sight. Officer Luo furrowed his brow, observing the gathering crowd from a distance, some even capturing the moment on their phones. Should this situation be mishandled, it could become an indelible stain on the reputation of the Water County Police Force. Taking the megaphone from the negotiator, Officer Luo spoke in a grave tone. Zhao Hao, I am Luo Hongyi from the county's criminal police team. I assure you, if you release the hostages safely, we will accommodate any of your demands. He understood precisely what Zhao Hao sought at this moment, a sense of security. Having killed 4 individuals in a fit of passion the previous night, it was improbable for an ordinary person to mitigate the repercussions swiftly. Zhao had become a frightened creature. Otherwise, he would not have fled upon encountering the police. Thus, Luo Hongyi offered him a promise. Even at this juncture, if Zhao Hao demanded immunity, it was likely he would comply. As for the credibility of such a promise, that was another matter altogether. Not to mention the police's authority regarding immunity. Even if they had it, it would be inconceivable to grant it. The balance of good and evil could not be reconciled, especially given the severity and continuity of his criminal actions. And as for trustworthiness, it was laughable. What credibility could one demand from a criminal? To show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. I want a car, fully fueled, and you all need to step back. It would be best to lower the weapons aimed at my sniper. After a prolonged silence, just as Luo Hongyi believed Zhao Hao was preparing for a standoff, a voice blared from within the convenience store. He was hiding at the back of the store, making it difficult for the sound to carry without the megaphone. That can be arranged, but you must ensure the hostage's safety. At this moment, the convenience store was surrounded by a multitude of armed personnel, with several snipers aimed at the interior. Should Zhao Hao show himself, he would be instantly shot. Help me, Uncle Police. This time, it was a girl's voice. In order to escape safely, Zhao Hao had no choice but to concede to the police. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly cautious, unwilling to reveal even a hint of his presence, leaving the snipers, who had already found their angles, in a state of frustration. I will give you 10 minutes to prepare. There must also be 100,000 yuan in cash in the car. Do not attempt to deceive me, or you know the consequences. Observing the unfolding situation, Lu Sheng's brow slightly knitted. He realized they could not continue to be led by the nose. In hostage situations like this, every additional minute could lead to unforeseen complications. One could never predict the actions of a desperate criminal in the next moment. He swiftly seized the megaphone from Luo Hongyi's grasp. I am Lu Sheng. We have met once before. I wonder if you recall? The last time he encountered Zhao Hao. The latter had been intoxicated and had clashed with a traffic officer. On his way here, he had inquired. Zhao Hao had merely been detained for a few days for driving under the influence, while some of his associates had fared poorly, evidently due to the influence of his father's connections. Inside the convenience store, Zhao Hao clutched the hostage's hair with one hand, his face glistening with oil, hair disheveled, and veins protruding from his neck, his eyes betraying a savage temperament. It was he, the one who had humiliated him in front of his comrades. Chapter 64. The exchange. What would happen if a person were suddenly diagnosed with a terminal illness? Some might choose to travel, exploring the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland. Others might opt for a secluded place, quietly awaiting death. Yet, there are those who would seek vengeance against those who have caused them harm or discomfort. Zhao Hao now embodied this latter mindset. Although he had narrowly escaped imprisonment due to his father's influence, several of his companions had not been so fortunate, tarnishing his reputation in the area and leaving him with few allies. Now, facing inevitable demise, dragging Lu Sheng down with him seemed like a plausible option. With this thought, Zhao Hao raised the megaphone and shouted, I remember you. If you want me to release the hostage, you must come in and take their place. He discarded the megaphone and drew a kitchen knife from the shelf. The resistance of men and women is not the same, especially when facing a police officer. Outside, Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Was this opportunity truly presenting itself? This individual seemed to align perfectly with his own intentions. However, Luo Hongyi quickly interjected, reminding them that there was no rationale for a hostage exchange. Seeing the conflicted expression on Lu Sheng's face, he cautioned, Officer Lu, please do not act impulsively. The cunning and ruthlessness of criminals cannot be underestimated. Nearby, the county bureau leader hastily added, this is unacceptable. You are currently a prized asset of Wu Mo. If something were to happen to you here, we would face dire consequences. In such a situation, they had no knowledge of what weapon the criminal possessed, and rushing in was exceedingly perilous, although it was unlikely that he had a firearm. Do not try to dissuade me. Lu Sheng waved his hand, his expression resolute. As a police officer, I cannot stand idly by while there is a chance to prevent a criminal from threatening the safety of innocent lives. I appreciate your concern, but the lives of the hostages take precedence. Even if Zhao Hao did not propose it, he would volunteer himself. Some matters simply required a person to take action. Brother Lu, you need not persuade me further, he stated calmly before raising the megaphone. All right, I am coming in now. Unarmed. You must ensure the hostage's safety. Upon hearing this, the police present recognized Lu Sheng's determination, their gazes towards him imbued with newfound respect. Zhao Hao swallowed nervously, his throat dry, and remained silent. Lu Sheng strode confidently into the convenience store, displaying none of the trepidation expected of a potential hostage. Rather, he resembled a general heading into battle. Just as Lu Sheng stepped through the threshold, Zhao Hao's voice rang out once more. Raise your hands. Remove your outer clothing. Step forward slowly. This time, he did not use the megaphone. Lu Sheng surmised that Zhao Hao had armed himself. Clothes are off. Lu Sheng shouted loudly, his footsteps gradually moving, providing Zhao Hao with ample reassurance. They advanced inside, stopping in front of the fourth row of shelves. Then Lu Sheng clasped his hands behind his head and crouched down facing the shelves. Zhao Hao's speech was noticeably calmer and more organized. Lu Sheng complied with each instruction. With a sidelong glance, Lu Sheng finally discerned the current situation. In the last row of shelves, in the corner against the wall, a disheveled Zhao Hao clutched a glistening kitchen knife, his bloodshot eyes fiercely glaring at Lu Sheng's back, while his other hand grasped the long hair of the hostage. The hostage appeared to be a student taking a temporary job. Clearly frightened, her unadorned face was streaked with tears, her expression somewhat contorted. I have delivered what you asked. Can you release the hostage now? Lu Sheng, seeing Zhao Hao's reluctance to comply, couldn't help but voice a reminder. Given the distance between them and his current position, he could not possibly intervene before Zhao Hao struck. If the other party harbored intentions of taking a life as a shield, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Hao, too, was a man who valued trust. Although he had never received an education and had mingled in society at a young age, leveraging his family's connections to exert influence, he was nonetheless influenced by countless gangster films, understanding that in this world, one must uphold their word. If he claimed he would kill your entire family, he would. If he promised to release someone, he would do so. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, Zhao Hao complied, dragging the girl closer and shifting the knife to rest against Lu Sheng's neck. You may leave, Lu Sheng remarked coolly, feeling the chill of the blade against his skin. Thank you, the girl stammered, her voice trembling as she fled toward the exit in a panic. Looks like the surname Lu has fallen into my hands now. Zhao Hao mused, disregarding the girl. Even with two hostages, he found himself unable to manage the situation alone. May I inquire why you wish to kill Zhao Li and her entire family? Lu Sheng maintained an unusual calmness, not needing to turn around to envision Zhao Hao's grimace. Why? Zhao Hao scoffed. A bunch of insatiable fools. I truly regret getting involved with that family. Then why did you attempt to harm Yi Shihuai? Yi Shihuai? Who is that? Zhou Li's cousin. As soon as he learned of the trouble surrounding Yi Shihuai at Zhao Li's home, he had already made that connection. Oh, you mean that cousin who was staying over? In my rage, I didn't even notice. Recollecting the events of the previous night, Zhao Hao still felt a surreal quality to it. He had harmed others, but had never truly taken a life. Yet, prolonged exposure to the darker side of humanity instilled a certain bitterness within him. When faced with exceedingly frustrating circumstances, that bitterness would erupt unexpectedly. What precisely had transpired? Considering Yi Rong's demeanor, it was not impossible for the bride price to be suddenly raised. However, as a wealthy second-generation individual, it was unlikely he would resort to violence out of embarrassment. They could simply call off the wedding. Zhao Hao nearly choked on his words. Just then, the unexpected occurred. Lu Sheng, who had been holding his hands on his head, suddenly seized the knife poised at his neck, and before Zhao Hao could react, the blade had shifted into Lu Sheng's grip. Zhao Hao's eyes widened as he was about to speak, when Lu Sheng suddenly rolled on the ground and swept out with one arm. Bang! A tremendous force struck Zhao Hao's legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng clamped Zhao Hao's head between his legs, wrapped his arms around his opponents, and twisted at an unnatural angle. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Zhao Hao let out a piercing scream as his arm quickly fell limply, his face paling visibly. Chapter 65. Yi Shihuai has awakened. Zhao Hao had grown up fighting and brawling, his robust physique accustomed to such skirmishes. Yet he never anticipated that such a simple twist from Lu Sheng would render him unconscious. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, harboring a bit of pent-up energy, exerted his full strength. At this moment, Lu Sheng's strength attribute soared to 27, nearly 3 times that of an average adult male, a truly formidable force. Typically, individuals trained in combat rely not merely on brute strength to overpower several ordinary people. Instead, they strategically position themselves to create one-on-one or one-on-two scenarios. Moreover, a skilled fighter can effectively harness 10 units of strength to deliver 6 or 7, or even 8 or 9, while an untrained individual may only manage 3 or 4. Thus, individuals possessing 2 or 3 times the strength of an average adult male are rare, and Lu Sheng could undoubtedly be deemed a powerhouse in this regard. Confirming Zhao Hao's unconsciousness, Lu Sheng finally released his grip and stood up, letting go of the arm that had assumed a peculiar position, and beckoned someone from outside the convenience store to enter. After ensuring the young girl was comforted, Luo Hongyi led a group inside, only to gasp in shock upon witnessing the scene within. Surely, that arm must have been broken. Such audacity is commendable, befitting someone bold enough to confront 2 armed robbers head-on. Those present were informed of the perilous situation inside the convenience store by the hostages, who had managed to counterattack even while being held at knife point. Carrying Zhao Hao back to the police station, Lu Sheng no longer needed to concern himself with the subsequent interrogation. Thus, the hostage situation at the convenience store finally came to a close. Good news soon followed. The hospital reported that Ms. Yi Shihui had passed the critical period. After receiving a call from the hospital, Luo Hongyi quickly informed Lu Sheng. Upon learning this, Lu Sheng drove directly to the county hospital. On the 3rd floor of the inpatient department, room 305, with a basket of fruit in hand, Lu Sheng finally laid eyes on the woman he had been thinking of, Yi Shihui. She lay pale as paper on the hospital bed, her eyes tightly shut. The once vibrant and alluring flower now appeared wilted, stirring a pang of heartache within Lu Sheng. Exchanging a brief greeting with the female officer guarding the door, Lu Sheng stealthily entered, careful not to make a sound that might awaken her. Placing the fruit basket down, he lingered quietly for a moment, observing her steady breathing and normal vital signs. Just as he resolved to leave, a piercing scream reverberated in the room. Yi Shihui bolted upright from the bed, her eyes wide with fear, and only calmed when she recognized Lu Sheng still present in the room. Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes. Yi Shihui, filled with surprise, called out and immediately threw herself into Lu Sheng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. How did you get here? I thought I would never see you again. Feeling her tears soaking through his shirt, Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment before placing his hand gently on Yi Shihui's soft back, whispering, "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yi Shihui sitifenit, het kriz grozin ludiv. The sensation of escaping from death was unparalleled. Back at the Public Security Bureau of Shuiyan County, Lu Sheng received the interrogation results from Luo Hongyi. It turned out that yesterday was the day Zhao Li and Zhao Hao were engaged. The dowry had been settled, and Zhao Hao requested to stay overnight at Zhao Li's home, to which Yi Rong readily agreed. Little did they know, that evening, Zhao Li, citing her traditional values, insisted they must wait until marriage to consummate their union. In his youthful fervor, Zhao Hao disregarded this and attempted to force the issue, only to be interrupted by Yi Rong, who threatened to demand an increased dowry. Initially, the situation seemed manageable, but when Yi Rong warned Zhao Hao that if he was unwilling to pay, she would report him, his anger erupted. A brawl ensued, and despite his youth, Zhao Hao found himself overmatched. In a fit of rage, he stormed into the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and wreaked havoc with even Yi Shihui, who had been hiding in a room, unable to evade the chaos. After hearing the full account of the incident, Lu Sheng felt a profound sense of disbelief. This tragedy was entirely avoidable, a consequence of the greed exhibited by both Yi Rong and her son, Zhao Zhe. The southern November was bitterly cold, and Lu Sheng's heart felt equally frigid. As a doctor, he faced life and death daily, As a police officer, he confronted the darker facets of human nature: greed, ignorance, and malice. Finally, he comprehended why the logistics department established a psychological counseling room. Not only criminals but frontline detectives also required periodic emotional support. Thankfully, Lu Sheng possessed a resilient mental fortitude. Otherwise, frequent exposure to such events might have led to severe distress. At the municipal police headquarters, in the conference hall, a multifunctional space capable of accommodating 100 people, an assembly was underway, filled to capacity, with Lu Sheng among the attendees. He had received notification that the second-class merit he applied for through WuMo had been approved. Coincidentally, it coincided with the annual awards ceremony held by the Municipal Bureau. As he surveyed the room, the gleaming ranks of officers almost blinded him. Counting, he realized that among them, he was the lowest-ranked first-class officer. However, following today, he would transform into a newly minted third-class inspector. Dressed in his uniform and sitting upright, he stood out in the crowd, having once been a target due to his striking appearance. Once the leaders of the Municipal Bureau took their seats at the podium, the meeting commenced. Lu Sheng spotted Director Luo and Deputy Director Zhou Tianxiong, who was responsible for criminal investigations. Comrades, the purpose of this meeting convened by the Municipal Bureau is to honor those among us who have valiantly labored on the front lines, expressing our gratitude for their exceptional contributions in serving the people. First, I ask all to rise. A synchronized sound resonated through the quiet meeting hall as the crowd stood, their expressions solemn. We now commence the first item of the assembly, a moment of silence to pay tribute to the public security personnel who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, safeguarding the lives and property of the people of Lushur and maintaining peace and stability. Hats off. Ceremony concluded. Through trials and tribulations, we have emerged stronger. The past year has tested the resolve of our public security work as we faced and overcame numerous challenges. Our frontline officers have persevered through wind and rain, traversing north and south, diligently carrying out their duties. We have shouldered heavy responsibilities and forged ahead, successfully cracking a series of major criminal cases. Next, I invite the leaders of the Municipal Bureau to present awards to the exemplary collectives and individuals. Please welcome the representative of the collective awarded third-class merit to the stage. Now, may the representative of the collective awarded second-class merit come forward. Next, we invite the recipients of third-class merit to step up. A cascade of names echoed from the host's lips, predominantly belonging to the top-ranking units in the city. Now, we invite Lu Sheng, the recipient of second-class merit, and Yu Zhuang to the stage. Upon hearing his name, Lu Sheng sprang from his seat, striding purposefully towards the podium. Meanwhile, Yu Zhuang also marched up confidently. Lu Sheng recognized him. Yu Zhuang, a narcotics officer, had overseen the resolution of multiple drug trafficking cases. Recently, he had been stabbed 3 times while engaging with criminals. But fortunately, he was swiftly taken to the hospital and saved. Standing beside him, one could faintly see the white bandages beneath his uniform. Director Luo, with a warm smile, approached Lu Sheng, adjusting his collar and replacing his shoulder insignia, before adorning both men with their second-class merit medals. On behalf of the Lushur Public Security Bureau, I confer upon these 2 individuals the second-class merit medals, expressing gratitude for their remarkable contributions to the cause of public safety. Serving the people is our duty. Chapter 66, Resignation. No longer a journalist. In a southern winter, snow rarely graces the ground. The surroundings were enveloped in a blanket of white as Lu Sheng, adorned with a 4-cornered star insignia, exited the Roman County Public Security Bureau, exhaling a puff of white mist. This day was particularly cold. Guess who I am? A melodious voice, akin to a refreshing spring, flowed into Lu Sheng's heart as a pair of warm little hands gently covered his eyes. A smile crept across Lu Sheng's lips. Sure why. He removed the hands, shielding his face, and turned to embrace the warm presence behind him. What brings you here? Aren't your hands cold? Yi Sure why, her crystalline eyes sparkling, smiled brightly. Not cold. I held them for a long while before taking them away. Lu Sheng felt a warmth in his heart, and his smile widened. Moreover, I've already resigned from my position in the city. You've resigned from that job as a journalist? But you were doing so well. Lu Sheng expressed his surprise, knowing how dedicated Yi Shihuai was to her work, having now relinquished a year-long pursuit of her career. Yi Shihuai, with a radiant smile, expressed her newfound understanding of various matters following her recent experiences. She yearned to draw closer to him, thus contemplating the pursuit of a teaching position, aptly utilizing her teaching qualification obtained during her school years. After her brush with mortality, she gained clarity and desired to make a modest contribution to society. After much contemplation, she concluded that becoming a teacher suited her best. Moreover, being an academic overachiever, she possessed ample confidence in her abilities. That sounds good. I respect your decision, Lu Sheng nodded. By the way, have you discussed this with your family? During Yi Shihuai's hospitalization, Lu Sheng had diligently visited her after work, and upon learning of the situation, his mother had prepared several bowls of chicken soup for him to deliver. Their relationship had been steadily progressing, naturally leading them to become a couple without any dramatic rescues or convoluted love-hate entanglements. Everything unfolded so effortlessly, as if it were destined. I did. My parents said it's my choice, and teaching seems quite good. Witnessing their daughter in such a state had instilled a sense of apprehension in her parents, and the unpredictable nature of a journalist's life seemed far less reassuring than the stability offered by teaching, prompting their wholehearted support. All right, let's go for a meal first. After changing into appropriate attire, they entered a restaurant where Lu Sheng chose a secluded booth in a corner to avoid any disturbances. Once seated, they were enveloped by the warm atmosphere. Having walked quite a distance, Yi Shihuai felt a bit warm and set her coat aside, revealing her graceful figure. Lu Sheng then noticed that she wore a white turtleneck sweater that elegantly accentuated her curves. As her boyfriend, he felt at ease admiring her beauty. What are you looking at? Yi Shihuai, aware of his gaze, blushed like a blooming flower. Of course, I am admiring my beautiful girlfriend. Lu Sheng replied with a playful smile, averting his gaze. Now, let us order. I presume you must be hungry. He draped his arm around her shoulders and called for a menu from the waiter. ID like this, and this. He ordered several dishes, including a large bowl of white rice. Do you think you can finish all this? Yi Shihuai looked at him in surprise. Lu Sheng patted his chest confidently, of course. No problem. With the enhancement of his martial arts training, his appetite had notably increased. Well, I have a smaller appetite. I'll just have those few light dishes. Yi Shihuai replied, nodding in agreement. Through their time together, and the confirmation of their relationship, they had gone on more than one date, gaining a comprehensive understanding of Lu Sheng's character beyond his role as a police officer. Lu Sheng was righteous, sunny, unconventional, and considerate, almost the epitome of a perfect boyfriend. Rest assured, you've just been discharged from the hospital, so you shouldn't eat anything too rich. I ordered only light dishes, he smiled, gesturing reassuringly. As Yi Shihuai gazed at Lu Sheng, whose smile radiated like the sun, her eyes grew warm. She stepped forward to embrace his arm, resting her fair cheek against his shoulder. Lu Sheng felt only the softness of her touch and a faint fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. The dishes arrived promptly, forcing the pair to reluctantly part ways to satiate their hunger. The following day happened to be Saturday, a time when the office was devoid of pressing matters, rendering overtime unnecessary. Thus, the two decided to drive into the city. They explored the amusement park, experiencing nearly every attraction available, including the haunted house. To be honest, Lu Sheng had never visited an amusement park before, so he was surprised that his first experience was shared with Yi Shihuai. Shall we watch a movie tonight? He suggested. Sure. Which one? She asked, eager for his decision. Emerging from the haunted house, Yi Shihuai was still somewhat shaken, tightly clutching Lu Sheng's arm and biting her lower lip. Regardless of her bravery, a girl's instinctive fear of ghosts prevailed. I get to decide? Lu Sheng replied with a mischievous grin. In that case, I shall select the late-night showing. All right. Unaware of the implications of his choice, Yi Shihuai bobbed her head eagerly like a chick. Let us first indulge in some hot pot. In the winter, hot pot is the quintessential dining choice. After satisfying their appetites with drinks and a hearty meal, the two emerged from the hot pot restaurant, their faces reflecting contentment. Suddenly, The sharp trill of a phone interrupted the moment. Lu Sheng glanced at the screen, noting it was an urgent call from Jian Zhenghua. His demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness. A call at this hour could only signify an emergency. I'm currently in the city. Is something amiss? He answered. Lu Sheng, return immediately. A case has arisen. Chapter 67. An old case? Imitation or a reenactment of past events. On November 25th, at 9:30 in the evening, the biting chill of winter enveloped even the southern regions, where one could still feel the piercing cold. Upon receiving the news, Lu Sheng hastily drove back to Roman County, changed his attire, and swiftly arrived at the crime scene. This location was a semi-wild area near the countryside, adjacent to a vast industrial zone where the power company resided. Ordinarily, such places are seldom frequented. However, at that moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered, creating a lively scene. It took Lu Sheng a considerable effort to push his way through. Crossing the police cordon, he spotted Jian Zhenghua, whose face was etched with concern, alongside his busy colleagues. A middle-aged woman sat despondently on the ground, sobbing, while two officers surrounded her, inquiring about the situation. What's happening here, Team Jian? Lu Sheng asked, casting a glance around the tumultuous crowd, which buzzed like a swarm of flies, overwhelming his senses. He suspected that half the county had come to witness the unfolding drama. The nights in a small county are typically tranquil, devoid of the relentless grind of urban life, where the hustle and bustle of a city are replaced by leisurely strolls, especially following the recent economic development that rendered the streets indistinguishable from daytime. Consequently, many people relish the opportunity to wander aimlessly. You should take a look. I am on duty today. I received an emergency call from a worker in a nearby industrial area who reported seeing a female corpse in this vicinity. As I headed to the scene, I called you back. Jian Zhenghua furrowed his brow, standing resolutely against the biting cold wind. The results of the on-site investigation had yet to be revealed, yet an ominous premonition loomed within him. Lu Sheng followed his instructions and approached the scene, only to be startled by what he saw. The body lay with its head facing south and feet north, in a supine position, arms extended outward and legs drawn together. She was clad in a down jacket and a turtleneck sweater. At that moment, the sweater had been pushed up to her chest, exposing even her undergarments, leaving her entire body vulnerable. The lower half was adorned with black cotton pants, pulled down to her knees, and a white down jacket draped over her lower body. What truly astonished Lu Sheng was the crescent moon engraved on the corpse's forehead, seemingly etched there with a small knife. The Blood Moon murder case? This notorious series of murders had gripped the Lushur area, characterized by the crescent moon mark on the foreheads of each victim. It had instilled widespread fear among the populace of Lushur, making them hesitant to venture outside at night. However, it had been 5 years since the last incident in the Blood Moon case, and now it had resurfaced in Roman County. Have you recalled that case? Jian Zhenghua stood beside Lu Sheng, staring blankly at the body lying on the ground. He had been one of the investigators during the infamous Blood Moon case. But due to technological limitations and various constraints, the case had ultimately been shelved and locked away in the archives. Lu Sheng nodded, having immersed himself in the archives recently, leaving a profound impression of the case upon him. Usually, in random murder cases like this, the perpetrator leaves behind minimal traces at the scene. Why then would they go to the lengths of branding a crescent moon on the victim's forehead? Was it a provocation to the police? Or did it carry some special significance? Perhaps the perpetrator was part of a criminal organization? These theories circulated at the time, yet none could arrive at a definitive conclusion. However, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the body being carefully lifted. He shook his head. This bears some differences from the Blood Moon case. She was not decapitated. The victims of the Blood Moon case were all females, some showing signs of violation, and they shared a grim commonality. Their heads had been severed. Furthermore, the murder weapon was an exceedingly sharp instrument, which the police had yet to uncover. This point was precisely what troubled me. Thus, I cannot dismiss the possibility of someone mimicking the crime. Such cases are exceedingly vexing, presenting challenges that rival the original perpetrator of the Blood Moon case returning to commit further atrocities. Typically, those who imitate crimes do so out of curiosity after encountering certain records. They lack a clear motive for their actions. as well as the necessary disposition and qualities for such heinous acts. At that moment, Lu Sheng's system experienced another transformation. Mission issued. The Blood Moon murder case reenacted. The headless corpse case instills terror. Has the original perpetrator resurfaced? There are still individuals who deliberately imitate the crime, seeking to unearth the perpetrator and unravel the truth of the case. The task fund. Inspiration 3 times. Task reward. Passive inspiration. Task deadline 7 days. Note: in the midst of this perplexing case, when thoughts become ensnared in a dead end, inspiration can assist in dispelling the fog, guiding one toward the path of truth. Early the following morning, in the county bureau, Jianzhonghua convened an urgent case analysis meeting. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Every seasoned detective with over 5 years of experience was deeply etched with memories of the sensational Blood Moon murder case. The perpetrator, acting alone, had rendered the nights of Lucier notably quiet, forcing numerous entertainment businesses to cease operations. Ultimately, only the passage of time could mitigate the impact. Even criminal investigation experts from the province expressed their inability to assist before the case was sealed. The municipal bureau had made several attempts to reopen the case, but all efforts resulted in futility. Surely, everyone is aware of the severity of the situation. Bureau chief was already reported to the municipal bureau, and a new investigative team will soon be established. However, we cannot remain idle, since this crime occurred within the jurisdiction of Roman County. We must impart a profound lesson to the criminals. Jianzhonghua regarded the solemn assembly before him, his expression grave as he spoke briefly, then shifted his gaze to the forensic expert beside him. Director Jiang, the examination of the body is entrusted to you. Director Jiang nodded slightly, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake. The deceased is Du Yulian, female, age 23. With the consent of her family, I conducted a preliminary autopsy last night. The victim bore visible external injuries, indicative of a struggle with the perpetrator, though not severe. There was subcutaneous hemorrhaging at the neck, clearly the result of strangulation by the assailant. The preliminary determination is mechanical asphyxia as the cause of death. However, no fingerprints of the perpetrator were recovered from the surface. An examination of bodily fluids revealed the presence of seminal stains, along with minor abrasions and mixed soil, suggesting that the victim had encountered some form of assault prior to her demise. Based on the analysis of gastric contents, the estimated time of death was approximately within 2 hours post-meal. The assailant was able to easily subdue the victim during their struggle, leading to her mechanical asphyxia, indicating a remarkably strong adult male. Consistent with the assessments made back then, Jianzhonghua murmured, "I do not possess further insights. I merely relay the clues gathered from the body. The specifics of the case require your investigative acumen," he added. Chapter 68. Layers of Doubt. What special significance lies here? Regardless, with the perpetrator's bodily fluids present, a comparison within the system should yield results. Why has the case not yet been solved? A young detective muttered from the corner. Do you believe the assailant from that past case left no information behind? With the updates to our database, we conduct comparisons almost annually, yet we still find nothing. The perpetrator's information has never entered the police system. An older officer shook his head in response. You are still too young. The assailant is an individual of remarkable self-control and deviance. Based on the evidence left behind and the brutal methods employed, criminal investigation experts constructed a profile of him. The perpetrator is an adult male, approximately 1.7 meters tall, likely a local resident of Lu City, possibly having suffered from negative experiences with women. His demeanor is reclusive, and he harbors a pessimistic outlook on life. He exhibits a simultaneous fascination with women's physicality and an intense loathing for them. Meanwhile, 2 individuals in the audience are engaged in hushed whispers. While on stage, Jianzhonghua has initiated a report on the deceased's social connections by the police. The victim, Du Yulian, a 22-year-old woman and the sole daughter of the Du family, is employed at an electric company. She left home for work at 1:30 p.m. on November 25th and departed from her office at 4:30 p.m., leaving behind unfinished snacks and an unlocked computer. At 5:30 p.m., her father had visited her, but upon learning she was at the cinema, he paid no further attention. Du Yulian had a straightforward social life, well-liked at her workplace, with no known enemies, and was romantically involved with a boyfriend named Peng Yongxin, who works in the radiology department of the county hospital. According to Du Yulian's parents, the couple had a quarrel a few days prior, and Peng Yongxin had not visited her since. After listening to the police investigation, Jian Zhenghua pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, what are your thoughts? Lu Sheng glanced at Jian Zhenghua's eager expression and proceeded to analyze without hesitation. The presence of unfinished work and unopened snacks on Du Yulian's desk indicates she was likely called away unexpectedly at 4:30 p.m., suggesting the possibility of an acquaintance being involved in the incident. It would be prudent to interview her colleagues to ascertain who summoned her, as well as to review the victim's call records. Lu Sheng articulated these basic investigative strategies with confidence, thoughts that Jian Zhenghua had certainly considered as well. However, a question lingered. Du Yulian graduated from a vocational school. She likely does not meet the hiring standards of the electric company, right? It is widely known that her parents used connections to secure her position there. A police officer interjected promptly. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the norm in a society where relationships can outweigh merit. Li Wei, take a few individuals and interview Du Yulian's boyfriend. Be sure to inquire about the nature of their conflicts. A team was dispatched to scrutinize all surveillance footage from the vicinity of the crime scene between 4:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Another group was assigned to visit the victim's school to investigate if Du Yulian had any feuds or suitors. As commands were issued, the majority of the criminal investigation team swiftly dispersed throughout Roman County. Captain Jian, I would like to revisit the archives to see if any valuable clues can be unearthed. Lu Sheng, not assigned a task, volunteered eagerly. Since the perpetrator has resurfaced, there may be overlooked details in the case files that could provide answers. Excellent. Jian Zhenghua replied promptly, knowing Lu Sheng possessed a unique perspective that might yield unexpected insights. The first case occurred on September 12, 2003. The victim, named Yao Xinting, was 24 years old and had her head severed, with a crescent moon engraved on her forehead, showing no signs of assault. The second case transpired in March 2004, involving a 25-year-old corporate employee named Yi Xinxin, who had successfully passed the National Tax Bureau examination, also exhibiting no signs of violation. The third case unfolded in June 2004, August 2004, and on October 25, 2005, with the victim, Yu Yushan, a female teacher at a local high school, revealing evidence of assault prior to her death. Lu Sheng noted that the perpetrator had not assaulted the victims before 2005, and the interval between the first and second cases was the longest. According to the autopsy report in the files, the first victim's head was severed with a bone-cutting instrument, suggesting the assailant possessed a modest familiarity with human anatomy, likely having self-studied medical knowledge. From the second case onward, the assailant's technique became increasingly refined, with clean, almost surgical cuts. Lu Sheng found it perplexing. To effectively sever a person's head in one stroke is no simple task, as depicted in television dramas. It requires not only immense physical strength, but also an exceptionally sharp blade. Individuals who meet both criteria are exceedingly rare. Given the police's capabilities at the time, they could have easily ruled out several suspects. Yet investigations revealed that these individuals had alibis. Why did the assailant leave a crescent moon mark on the victims' foreheads? Did it hold some special significance? Lu Sheng was utterly baffled. All the victims were in their 20s, of similar age, with no apparent social connections. They varied in appearance, and the assailant's acts of violation occurred solely in 2005. Why had there been no such actions prior? The enigma was overwhelming, akin to an entangled ball of yarn, becoming increasingly convoluted the more he pondered. With a cup of instant noodles in hand, Lu Sheng spent the entire day in the archives. At that moment, the officers who had been out on inquiries began to return. Jian team, one officer reported, based on our investigation, we discovered that at the time of the incident, Du Yulian's boyfriend, Peng Yongxin, was on duty at the hospital, corroborated by his colleagues, which effectively eliminates him as a suspect. However, he provided us with a crucial lead. Du Yulian had pursued a male student during her school years. Additionally, her parents found several letters exchanged between them while sorting through her belongings. Chapter 69. Naturally, timid Jian Zhenghua received a thick stack of letters from Li Wei and began to peruse them with great care. Was it a case of a woman pursuing a man? Most of the letters were returned, signed by Du Yulian, filled with desperate pleas and entreaties. Except for one letter from a boy named Li Yu, which conveyed a message that they were not meant to be together and urged her to cease her pursuit. The officers nearby found it quite intriguing. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across a mountain. A woman pursues a man through a veil. It was rare to witness a girl relentlessly pursuing a boy without success. Did Li Yu conduct an investigation? After Jian Zhenghua glanced through all the letters, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Was the quarrel between Du Yulian and her boyfriend the cause of this? Li Bei nudda. Taking a sip of water during a brief pause, he exchanged opinions with colleagues who investigated at the school and discovered that their emotional entanglement was indeed quite complex. After a moment's hesitation, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he continued, according to Du Yulian's roommate. She had been pursuing a boy named Li Yu during her time at school. Li Yu had shown no interest in her. However, Du Yulian also had admirers, including her current boyfriend, Peng Yongxin. Faced with unreciprocated affections, Du Yulian eventually agreed to be Peng Yongxin's girlfriend. Our investigation revealed that Li Yu had a solid alibi at the time of the incident. Lu Sheng, listening nearby, felt somewhat speechless. In simpler terms, this was merely a tale of love and hate between infatuated individuals. What was the roommate's reaction upon hearing of Du Yulian's death? Lu Sheng suddenly inquired. Since their school followed a 32-week academic system, the dormitory housed 4 students, 2 of whom were out on internships. We only managed to meet one roommate. The others were interviewed via phone. However, their responses were rather indifferent, indicating they did not interact much with Du Yulian. Interestingly, some classmates mentioned that the roommate still in school had a good relationship with Du Yulian, often seen together heading to the cafeteria. Yet, such friendships, although seemingly close, do exist in a superficial manner, and many people fear getting entangled in trouble. Du Yulian's social connections were quite straightforward. She was of good character, and the police could find no leads. Could it be that the true mastermind behind the Blood Moon case from years ago has resurfaced? Lu Sheng pondered, utterly perplexed. The case had thus fallen into a stalemate. At this moment, a technician from the forensic department announced that results had come in regarding the fluid analysis. The sequences extracted from the fluid had successfully matched in the system. Jian Zhenghua's expression instantly brightened as he snatched the report from the officer's hand and scrutinized it. Xiaqin? Yes, this Xiaqin. The officer pointed to the photo documentation handed over. This guy is a frequent visitor to the detention center, notorious in our area. Where is he now? He is employed at an electronics factory in the Rongan County Industrial Park. Although feeling something was amiss, Jian Zhenghua was elated to finally have a lead in the case. What are we waiting for? Gather a few people and follow me. The arrest process was smooth, with the cooperation of the factory management allowing the police to easily enter the dormitory building. Upon reaching room 301, they found everyone fast asleep. When the cold handcuffs were fastened around Xiaqin's wrist, he was abruptly awakened. What are you doing? I've been a law-abiding citizen lately. He initially wanted to erupt in anger, but upon seeing the multitude of people in the room, he swallowed his words. There were too many to provoke. Law-abiding? Li Wei scoffed, roughly pulling him from the bed. Be compliant. What is your name? Xie-sun. Xiaqin perceived Li Wei's menacing demeanor and felt a surge of indignation, leading him to utter a falsehood without hesitation. After all, he had not committed any crimes recently. What was there to fear? Xie-sun? Li Bei baozha. Taken aback, had they perhaps apprehended the wrong individual? His gaze shifted toward the factory leaders accompanying him. Xie-sun? Why not call me Zhang Wuji? Lu Sheng stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority. Indeed, I am called Zhang. Xiaqin initially intended to jest, but upon meeting Lu Sheng's commanding gaze, the remainder of his words faltered. I am Xiaqin. We are from the county criminal police team. Do you understand why you have been detained? The mention of the criminal police sent a wave of terror through Xiaqin. Typically, he only engaged in petty theft, dealing with local police, and had never encountered the criminal police before. His seasoned experience instantly informed him that he was in serious trouble. Dear brothers, police officers, What crime have I committed? Police officers? Lu Sheng observed Xie Qin's scruffy appearance, momentarily at a loss for words. Reluctant to speak, are we? Then we shall escort you back to the station. In the interrogation room, Old Zhang was questioning Xie Qin while Jian Zhenghua and Lu Sheng sat outside, keenly observing every nuance of the interaction. Team Jian, I believe it is prudent to compare Xie Qin's bodily fluids with those from the Blood Moon murder case. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhenghua nodded in agreement. Do you harbor suspicions? Indeed. I have reviewed the case files and am aware that the database updates annually to compare against known offenders. Xie Qin is a habitual criminal, a familiar face at the precinct. If he were the murderer, there would have been no activity from him over the past 5 years. Inside, Old Zhang's interrogation was underway. Yet Xie Qin continued to protest his innocence. Officer, I truly did not go anywhere last night. It was payday, and the factory granted a night off. So I certainly spent the evening drinking alone. He had heard of the murder that had occurred near the industrial park, involving a young girl, and he had felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting that a woman of 25 or 26 should be single. Little did he know that fate would soon entangle him in such a grave matter. This murder was of an entirely different caliber than his usual skirmishes at the precinct. Who would drink alone? Old Zhang scoffed. Do you think I will believe such nonsense? Who drinks alone? You aren't a heartbroken youth. Bang! Old Zhang slammed the table, employing a mix of intimidation and persuasion, his voice fierce. We have discovered your bodily fluids at the crime scene. Are you still going to deny it? The gravity of this statement sent a jolt of fear through Xie Qin, leaving him in a state of shock. Officer, please do not frighten me. I am naturally timid. Chapter 70. The murder re-emerges. I confess, after receiving my paycheck yesterday, I sought to unwind. You see, my 20-plus years of singlehood have not been easy. So I ventured into a dark alley to find a milk tea vendor, he said, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Surely you understand? Who can vouch for your claims? Old Zhang, however, was not in the mood for frivolity. With a stern expression, he directly inquired. Regardless of the truth of the matter, there was undeniable evidence of Xie Qin's bodily fluids found within the deceased, leaving no room for refutation. Logically, this could already serve as grounds for prosecution in court. Proof? Xie Qin was taken aback. The alley was dimly lit, and once it was over, everyone just walked away. Where could I find someone to testify for me? He felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the police might conclude he was the murderer. Lu Sheng, what do you think? Jian Zhenghua had been observing Xie Qin's expressions and movements. As an experienced investigator, he could discern a lie at a glance. His inquiry into Lu Sheng's opinion reflected his own inner uncertainty. Based on his observations, Xie Qin showed no signs of deceit. However, this was merely a subjective judgment and did not hold weight in court. I haven't seen any signs of lying. Perhaps we should temporarily detain him and see if any new developments arise. Lu Sheng's assessment aligned closely with Jian Zhenghua's. If Xie Qin was innocent, then where did the bodily fluids found in the deceased come from? Moreover, he had no alibi to offer. Even if the tea vendor rushed to the police station to vouch for him, it would not completely absolve him of suspicion. The entire sequence of events unfolded swiftly, providing ample opportunity for Xie Qin to commit the crime. Within the conference room, the detectives furrowed their brows, including both team leaders. They had apprehended the key suspect, Xie Qin. Even if he were not the true perpetrator of the infamous Blood Moon murder case from years past, he was undoubtedly the murderer in this instance. Yet, both Jian Zhenghua and Lu Sheng sensed something amiss. At that moment, Jian Zhenghua received a call from the municipal bureau. Hello, Director Luo, what instructions do you have? Stepping out of the conference room, he left behind a group of bewildered and concerned detectives. They were not surprised. The emergence of such a sensational case would inevitably attract the attention of the municipal bureau and even the provincial department. Lu Sheng sighed, picking up pen and paper to jot down notes. He had contemplated the case file for quite some time. The critical details were ingrained in his mind, and he knew each victim's information by heart. Unable to restrain himself, he began to list them in his notebook. After a while, the group in the conference room, shrouded in smoke, finally awaited Jian Zhenghua's return. Everyone, the municipal bureau has sent instructions. Upon hearing the directives, The expressions of the detectives gradually relaxed. It was likely that experts in criminal investigation would be dispatched, as such a case, affecting the entire city, was beyond the capacity of the local police in Ronan County. They would not need to stand in the limelight, bearing all the pressure. It was decided that a new investigative team would be formed for this case, and the criminal investigation experts were already en route. Director Luo had specifically instructed that Comrade Lu Sheng would lead this investigative team, appointed as the team leader. Boom! The assembled individuals stared in astonishment at Lu Sheng. This was no trivial case. While it was understandable to send down criminal investigation experts, appointing Lu Sheng as the team leader was an unexpected move. Lu Sheng was utterly bewildered. It seemed that Director Luo intended to place him on the hot seat. With Captain Jian Zhenghua present, it was inconceivable that he would be called upon. However, Jian Zhenghua surveyed the room and slowly stated, "This is an arrangement from the higher-ups. We are to obey orders. This is discipline. Group Leader Lu, I entrust you with this case." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng rose, standing tall and straight, and saluted earnestly. "I shall not disappoint the expectations of our leaders." In the dead of night, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by a biting cold wind that stung the skin. Old Wang, filled with excitement, took a shortcut in his taxi after picking up a lucrative fare at the city train station, heading to Ronan County without using the meter, far more profitable than merely transporting an individual. "Hey, driver, which way are you going? It's pitch black. I've never been here before." A young woman's voice echoed from the back seat. She felt a twinge of fear as the year-end approached, and she had heard unsettling news from home. "Don't worry, young lady. You just returned from working outside, right? This is a newly built road, and the streetlights and surveillance cameras haven't been installed yet. You are the last passenger, and I've taken a shortcut to ensure you get home as swiftly as possible," Old Wang replied confidently. Having driven a taxi for over a decade, he was well acquainted with every route in the county. Not using the meter allowed him to save on fuel costs. Earning money was challenging these days, especially with 2 children at home needing school fees. The girl fell silent, turning her gaze toward the depths beyond the window. With such heavy rain, if she were to get out, she would find it impossible to return home, especially late at night when hailing another cab would be difficult. Just as both felt a slight sense of reassurance, the taxi, which had been speeding along, suddenly jolted as if it had collided with something. Startled, Old Wang quickly hit the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. "What happened?" Old Wang asked, alarmed as he engaged the handbrake. "It seems I might have hit something. I hope it's not someone's pet pig." The impact felt far greater than that of a typical household animal. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be a person? No, he had to get out and check. He had seen too many cases where timely medical attention could save a life. Trembling, Old Wang opened the car door without even grabbing his umbrella, turning to the young woman in the back seat. "Please wait here. I'll see what is going on." Without waiting for her response, he hurried to the rear of the car. With only the car's headlights illuminating the scene, Old Wang discerned the outline of what he had just struck. Lying across the center of the road, he could vaguely make out the form of a woman, her limbs and torso twisted in a grotesque manner, her head missing. The rain mingled with blood, and the foul stench assaulted Old Wang's nostrils. "My God!" At the sight, Old Wang let out a chilling cry, collapsing to the ground. Drenched and trembling, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the lifeless body. "I've killed someone." Chapter 71. 2 distinct cases. In the southern part of the city, on the newly constructed road, thunder roared and lightning flashed as torrential raindrops fell like bullets. The blaring sirens of the police car reverberated through the air, harmonizing with the thunder that rumbled ominously. A cordon was established, mercifully deterring any onlookers from gathering in this dreadful weather. Lu Sheng's mood was dismal, even worse than the inclement conditions surrounding him. The torrential downpour at the crime scene signified that any trace of evidence would be washed away completely. "We found the victim's head," shouted an officer conducting the scene investigation, lifting a severed head from the grass by the roadside. The cut was clean, and beneath the disheveled hair, a crescent moon was disturbingly apparent. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Lu Sheng and his fellow officers. Another case linked to the Blood Moon murders. However, the suspect, Xie Qin, was already detained in custody. making it implausible for him to strike again. Jianjing's expression was grim. The criminal investigation expert dispatched from the city had yet to arrive, and another murder had occurred in Roman County. It seemed that this time, the perpetrator of the Blood Moon case had chosen Roman County as his battlefield. A team was assigned to thoroughly investigate the scene, piece together the body, ascertain the cause of death and identity of the victim, and search for any residual clues nearby. The remaining personnel were instructed to return to the precinct and await further orders. As the current head of the Major Crimes Unit, Sheng commanded the investigation, with even Captain Jian Zhenghua obliged to follow his lead. Captain Jian, please inform the higher-ups about the situation tomorrow. I suspect these two cases may not be the work of the same individual, Sheng asserted. Jian Zhenghua nodded in agreement, clearly sharing Sheng's sentiments. Do not feel overly pressured. After all, even with the full resources of the city's public security system 5 years ago, this case remained unsolved. Sheng's expression turned serious as he declared with fierce determination, the times are advancing, and technology is evolving. The more the killer commits, the greater the likelihood of exposing their flaws. We will surely bring them to justice. As the on-site investigation concluded, the clock edged towards 6 in the morning. All criminal police personnel were utterly exhausted, drenched and working under high-intensity conditions. Even the sturdiest of bodies began to falter. Sheng waved his hand, granting the investigation team a reprieve for the morning. At 10 o'clock, in the conference room, the identity of the victim was swiftly uncovered. Zhang Jing, female, 25 years old, unmarried, a Chinese language teacher in her second year at the county's second high school, had not returned home after finishing her evening self-study session at 9:30. As Sheng sifted through the case files, a photograph slipped from the documents, revealing Zhang Jing's serene and tranquil visage, having participated almost entirely in the scene investigation. He was not shaken. Perhaps due to the lighting, the developed photograph's background appeared dim, imparting a chilling atmosphere that accentuated the blood moon upon her forehead. Upon closer inspection, it differed somewhat from the crescent on Du Yulian's forehead. The crescent on Zhang Jing's forehead bore smoother lines, exuding a bizarre beauty. This further convinced Sheng that the individual who murdered Zhang Jing was the true mastermind behind the Blood Moon killings, while Du Yulian was merely an imitator. Consequently, the case itself became increasingly intricate. However, the ultimate truth would await the results from the technical department's examination. Within the body of Zhang Jing, the on-site investigators similarly discovered the presence of male bodily fluids. Have the statements of the taxi driver and the female passenger been recorded? Sheng rubbed his temples and then turned to Zhang Qian. Given the suddenness of the incident and the late-night timing of the report, many detectives had not had adequate rest. Only Sheng, possessing a certain vigor, remained remarkably alert. The taxi driver posed no issues, and the testimonies of both individuals were largely consistent. However, there was something amiss with the female passenger. Something amiss? Yes. She claimed to be engaged in the garment business in Dongguan and was carrying a significant sum of cash. Yet, when I posed several basic questions regarding the clothing industry, she stammered and evaded, diverting the conversation. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, the officers present immediately grasped the implication. Team Leader Liu, the criminal investigation expert from the city, has arrived. An intern officer suddenly burst into the conference room to report to Sheng, who occupied the main seat. Upon hearing this, Sheng glanced at his watch. It was precisely 10:30. Estimating the time closely, he promptly stood up. Everyone, let us revisit the personnel assignments from yesterday and conduct further investigations. Zhang Qian, please coordinate with the technical department and the forensic team to expedite their results. In the afternoon, the case analysis meeting continued. In the conference room, in addition to the police from Roman County, there was now a stern-looking middle-aged man present. Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment. The newcomer, though introduced as a criminal investigation expert, was merely the deputy director of administrative affairs from the municipal bureau, here merely to demonstrate the leadership's concern and to inspect the progress of the work. It seemed that even the city bureau had little faith in the resolution of this case. Nevertheless, Sheng was unconcerned with the identity of the visitor. His sole objective was to solve the case and apprehend the perpetrator. Let each subgroup report on the progress of their assigned tasks, and the results of their inquiries. Forensics. Please begin with the autopsy findings. Lu Sheng wasted no time, directly assigning personnel for on-site reporting. The deceased, Zhang Jing, upon preliminary autopsy, was determined to have died from a very sharp weapon, her head severed in a single blow. There were no signs of restraint on her limbs, indicating she was decapitated in a moment of freedom before being assaulted. Evidence of blunt force trauma was present, and the estimated time of death was between 9:30 and 10 o'clock last night. The act of murder preceded the assault. Lu Sheng instinctively narrowed his eyes. The perpetrator was becoming increasingly depraved. Upon comparing the bodily fluids, we found a substantial match with the suspect from the Blood Moon murder case. But there was no successful match with Xie Qin. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Though mentally prepared, the conclusion was still jarring. The two cases were not the work of the same assailant. However, in light of the circumstances at the scene, we have made another discovery. Another discovery? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing toward the deputy director. What discovery? Even considering the heavy rain at the time, the volume of blood at the scene suggests that this was definitely not the initial crime scene. The surrounding officers' faces lit up at this statement. If this was not the primary crime scene, the transportation of a nearly intact corpse would undoubtedly necessitate the use of a vehicle. By reviewing the road surveillance footage, the perpetrator's movements could be unveiled, correct? Team 2, have any suspicious individuals been identified in the road surveillance? After 9:30, considering the habits of this small town, it is rare for anyone to be out and about, especially in such inclement weather. Chapter 72, I understand. Since Xinjiang Road is newly constructed and located near the industrial park, it is infrequently traversed by pedestrians. Consequently, the road surveillance only captured the beginning and end of the night, revealing only a few students in school uniforms riding electric bicycles after 9:30. Chao Chi, the team leader, presented screenshots from the footage. Due to the infrared night vision, the images were rendered in black and white. As several concentrated clips were displayed, Lu Sheng quickly sensed something amiss. Why was there no footage of Zhang Jing entering Xinjiang Road? Wait a moment. Just as Chao Chi was about to explain, Zhang Qian suddenly exclaimed, "Pause that." Chao Chi, perplexed, watched as Zhang Qian snatched the remote control from his hands, rewinding the footage to point out an electric bicycle entering the road. The license plate on that electric bike belongs to Zhang Jing. Are you suggesting that this student is riding Zhang Jing's electric bicycle? Lu Sheng scrutinized the surveillance footage closely. The torrential rain only captured a silhouette and a side profile of the rider, who was wearing a cap. It was discernible that beneath the raincoat, the student was indeed clad in the school uniform of the second high school, standing quite tall at over 6 feet. Do you see beneath the raincoat? There appears to be another individual. Zhang Qian indicated at the bulging form on the student's chest, which upon enlargement, revealed a human shape. Swiftly, they filtered through the second high school's roster to identify this student. The police exhibited remarkable efficiency, continuing their investigation late into the night, while also conducting inquiries regarding Zhang Jing's social connections within the school. At 10 o'clock that evening, in the case conference room, Deputy Director Wen Haobo remained in the background, refraining from offering opinions, merely observing the development of the case. Initially, the others found his presence somewhat unusual, but as they became engrossed in the proceedings, they gradually overlooked the Deputy Director's existence. The results of the investigation were far from promising. The police had not identified any individuals among the second high school students resembling the perpetrator in the surveillance. Furthermore, there were no negative evaluations regarding Zhang Jing's social relations. She was well liked among colleagues and students, with no known adversaries. All the officers had begun to form a consensus in their minds. This appeared to be a random act of murder. Director 1, would you care to share a few words? Before the meeting commenced, Lu Sheng extended an invitation to the usually silent Wen Haobo. Me? Wen Haobo paused in surprise, waving his hand. I am merely here on behalf of the Municipal Bureau, armed only with my eyes and ears. I shall not intervene. Young Lu, you may proceed as you see fit. Lu Sheng nodded, accepting the invitation, and turned to the third team members who had been dispatched in the afternoon. I have heard you made some progress. The leader of the third group, Ho Gaofei, nodded in acknowledgement, Based on the directives from this afternoon's meeting, we have successfully located Zhang Jing's electric bicycle in a nearby village beneath Xinjian Road. It appears the perpetrator is quite cunning. Lu Sheng has developed a newfound understanding of the assailant's meticulousness, selecting locations that are either sparsely monitored or entirely devoid of surveillance, indicating a familiarity with the terrain of Roman County. Have we found the primary scene? Yes, we have. Upon arrival at the site, it was evident that the police had promptly cordoned off the area. This was a narrow pathway, seldom frequented by pedestrians. Lu Sheng had a modicum of knowledge regarding this location, as County No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools are relatively old establishments during the initial planning of the roads. Future economic development was not considered, resulting in the surrounding roads being quite narrow. However, with the increase in student numbers and subsequent road redevelopment, this path has fallen into disuse, rarely traversed by anyone. Lu Sheng recalled Zhang Jing's profile. She had previously been a student at No. 2 middle school, so her familiarity with this path was not surprising. Aside from a conspicuous spray of blood, the remnants of evidence had been washed away by the recent downpour. Despite exhaustive searches by the on-site personnel, no further discoveries were made. Decapitation, Lu Sheng mused, stroking his chin, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the gnarled trees flanking the pathway. Although the surveillance footage was somewhat unclear, the figure of the assailant could be vaguely discerned. The individual was indeed tall. If one were to attempt severing a person's neck with a blade, it would not be an easy feat, a sentiment that Lu Sheng did not underestimate. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Lu Sheng's mind, as if he had grasped something elusive. He focused intently on a barely perceptible indentation on one of the gnarled trees and stepped forward, his keen instincts igniting. As he turned over the damp soil, a short nylon line came into view, typically used for fishing tackle. I understand now. Lu Sheng hastily retrieved photographs from the case files, meticulously comparing them with victim information. Finally piecing the puzzle together. The electric bicycle. Almost every victim was associated with one, and the circumstances of the scenes were remarkably similar. There were either 2 utility poles or 2 trees flanking the locations. Now, the murder weapon loomed large. However, Lu Sheng's revelations did not end there. Civil servants, teachers. Civil servants, teachers. He enumerated these traits, and suddenly his mind erupted with clarity. The profiles of these victims were strikingly similar. All were young women who had recently begun their careers within the system. What could have provoked this assailant? Lu Sheng was now thoroughly unsettled. The moon. Severing heads. Does this not resemble the case of Bao Gong and the beauty? It seemed the perpetrator fancied themselves as Bao Gong, judging the victims as if they were Chun Shimi. Leader Lu, Xie has vital information to disclose. Just then, an officer abruptly summoned Lu Sheng from the archives. Xie, please wait for me. I will be there shortly. In the interrogation room, Xie sat anxiously in the interrogation chair. Stop right there. Just call me comrade officer, Lu Sheng interjected, somewhat exasperated. I understand you have significant information to share with us? Xie solemnly nodded. Comrade officer. You mentioned that my bodily fluids were found at the scene, correct? After much contemplation, I am convinced that the young lady has framed me. However, without her identity, we have no means to pursue this matter. Even if we wish to investigate, we are at a complete loss. Lu Sheng had considered this possibility as well. Even if they managed to identify her, the lack of evidence would necessitate her release. I used to be a regular at the precinct, relying solely on my skills. After exiting the interrogation room, Lu Sheng sought out Zhang Qian. Go to Xie dormitory and retrieve a certain item. Subsequently, he rushed to Jian Zhenghua's office. Captain Jian, I have made a groundbreaking discovery. Jian Zhenghua, surprised, exclaimed, which case are you referring to? Of course, both cases have yielded clues. Chapter 73. Lu Sheng's thoughts 2 cases? Jian Zhenghua's body tensed, and he paused his writing, gazing at Lu Sheng in astonishment. He understood that Lu Sheng, being of a steady temperament, would not jest during such a critical moment. He promptly inquired, what clues do you have regarding the Blood Moon murder case? Lu Sheng pursed his lips in a slight smile and laid out his thoughts clearly. Initially, as I reviewed the case files, there were several points that perplexed me. Typically, a murderer possesses a motive, If it were a random act, that would be one thing, but it is evident that this perpetrator is not acting without reason. What then is the motivation behind the murders? There must be a rationale behind it. Secondly, regarding the method of murder, aside from the uneven incision on the first victim, the others were all beheaded with a single strike. This is not a martial arts novel. Where would one find such extraordinary strength and weapons capable of such precision? Jian Zhenghua nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had pondered these questions in the past, but had never reached a definitive conclusion. Hearing Lu Sheng articulate these thoughts, he recognized that Lu Sheng must have arrived at some answers, so he remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. Thirdly, why did the murderer sever the victims' heads and imprint a crescent moon on their foreheads? What connection or significance does this hold? Fourthly, why did the crimes committed prior to 2005 solely involve murder without any violation of the deceased? Lu Sheng systematically enumerated his inquiries, his eyes sparkling with intensity. I believe that if we can resolve these questions, the true culprit will naturally come to light. Jian Zhenghua remained silent, opening a can of Red Bull on the table and handing it to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng accepted it and drank deeply, akin to a thirsty beast. At first, I too was bewildered, but once I laid out all the crime scenes and the identities of the victims before me, each question began to unravel itself. Let us first discuss the methods of murder. The perpetrator's selection of targets is not arbitrary. Each victim has met their demise during their commute, and the crime scenes are consistently characterized by the presence of 2 utility poles or 2 trees. Furthermore, the victims were all utilizing electric vehicles or scooters. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhenghua felt a flicker of realization, as if something ephemeral had crossed his mind, yet he remained at a loss. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Surely, you have your suspicions, Team Jian, Lu Sheng remarked with a slight smile, unveiling the enigma. It is inconceivable for an ordinary individual to behead someone with a single stroke. And the absence of any binding injuries on the victim's limbs suggests that external force was likely involved. This brings me to the object I discovered at the scene. What object? A fishing line attached to a fishing rod. If the line is securely fastened along the victim's path, it could easily sever a person's head while they are riding at high speed on an electric vehicle. Lu Sheng's gaze was cold, reflecting the chilling malevolence of the murderer, which was utterly abhorrent. So, it was like this: Jian Zhenghua suddenly grasped the situation, his understanding illuminating the darkness of confusion. He murmured softly to himself, but what could his motive be? This necessitates a discussion of the identities of the victims. Lu Sheng presented the meticulously prepared documentation before Jian Zhenghua. Civil servants, teachers, civil servants. With each page turned, Jian Zhenghua's heart grew colder. Are these all individuals within the system? Indeed. Lu Sheng sighed heavily. The murderer was effectively enacting justice in the guise of Baogong, treating these victims as Chun Shimi would treat Baogong. This was a narrative from a television drama, yet it had been gruesomely transposed into reality. In other words, the killer had an emotional entanglement with one of the victims. Jian Zhenghua suddenly awoke to the truth. As a seasoned detective, Lu Sheng merely needed to make a suggestion for the connections to become apparent. The fact that the murderer left no bodily fluids at the crime scene in 2005 indicates that he was embedded within the social network of a previous victim. If the police were to exercise even a modicum of caution during their investigation, they would easily uncover his identity. Lu Sheng finished the last of his drink, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. Team Jian, your thoughts align closely with mine. However, I believe even more firmly that the true killer is the boyfriend of the first victim, a girl named Yao Xinting. It is improbable that he would have emotional ties to so many girls. It is likely that after murdering Yao Xinting, his psyche became increasingly deranged. In these peaceful times, many individuals have never even had the opportunity to wield a knife against a chicken, let alone comprehend the act of murder. Most merely speculate, believing there would be both psychological and physiological stress. Yet some individuals are born as demons. For them, killing is as mundane as slaughtering a chicken or duck, and they may even become addicted to it. Lu Sheng was convinced that the murderer likely belonged to this category of individuals. With Jian Zhenghua's endorsement, Lu Sheng swiftly mobilized the police resources, quickly uncovering the address of Yao Xinting's last boyfriend before her death. Li Xinkong, male, 30. Lu Sheng was astonished, indeed. This man resided in Rong'an County. By coincidence, he and Xie were employed at the same electronics factory. It suddenly struck Lu Sheng that the uniforms at Hanson Electronics bore an uncanny resemblance to the school uniforms of Second High School. He recalled seeing such garments hanging in the dormitory during the apprehension of Xie. This revelation deepened his suspicions regarding Li Xinkong. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, Zheng, Qian, Chao Qi, accompany me to Hanson Electronics. The operation did not unfold smoothly. Upon their arrival at Hanson Electronics, they were met with a resignation notice. When did he leave? Lu Sheng inquired. This morning, the manager replied, his throat dry with anxiety. With a string of murder cases consecutively linked to them, it was clear that fear had gripped the factory workers. There were many electronics factories in the world. If unrest prevailed here, employees would naturally seek employment elsewhere. It was likely that a considerable number would depart in the coming days. Do you know where he resides? Lu Sheng pressed. He didn't stay in a factory dormitory. He received housing allowances and rented a garage outside. Very well. Do you have his specific address? Upon hearing this, the manager promptly provided a series of addresses. Lu Sheng, known for his swift decisiveness, immediately led his team towards Li Xinkong's residence. Though one lead had turned out fruitless, he felt compelled to investigate further. Chapter 74. A series of encounters at Xiangxi Garden. Lu Sheng and his team, dressed in plain clothes, drove to the entrance of the community. As they disembarked, they encountered a group of young men, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Among them was a man wearing a black cap, obscuring his features. Upon noticing the imposing presence of Lu Sheng and his companions, the man instinctively lowered his cap and quickened his pace, nearly brushing past Lu Sheng. Don't move. Police! Lu Sheng bellowed suddenly. The group reacted like startled birds, instinctively crouching and covering their heads, except for the man in the cap, who broke from the crowd and sprinted onto the main road in a panic. Lu Sheng had sensed something amiss. His justice eye had been thrumming with urgency upon seeing these individuals, particularly the furtive behavior of the man in the cap. He intended to stop him for questioning. After all, the justice eye merely offered a hint, lacking the formality of procedural justice. Yet the man, guilty and anxious, took flight upon Lu Sheng's command. Even the foolish could perceive the anomaly. Before Zheng Qian and the others could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Lu Sheng propel himself off the ground, and in an instant, he was 7 to 8 meters away, his hand grasping the man's shoulder. Feeling the sudden movement, the man instinctively turned, locking eyes with Lu Sheng's cold gaze. A chill running down his spine. It's you? Lu Sheng exclaimed as he recognized the man's face, a wave of elation washing over him. This individual was, without a doubt, their target, Li Xinkong. What fortune! Lu Sheng shouted triumphantly, and before the man could retaliate, he executed a low sweep, causing Li Xinkong to lose his balance and fall unceremoniously to the ground. Li Xinkong, you are the one we seek. Lu Sheng had already seen Li Xinkong's appearance. Although he had made some attempts at disguise, how could he possibly evade Lu Sheng's piercing gaze? Had he arrived even a moment later, the suspect before him might have slipped away unnoticed. Li Xinkong, Zheng Qian, and the others were taken aback, leaving a few to watch over the crouching, head-holding group of young men, while the rest crossed the street to present a bracelet to Li Xinkong, who sat dejectedly on the ground. Should we still go to his home? Of course. Why not? There might still be clues hidden there. Lu Sheng gazed at Li Xinkong's naively honest demeanor and let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Li Xinkong's expression turned grim, revealing an indescribable sorrow on his face. What about those people? Chao Qi asked, pointing at the group of young men. Let us call the nearby police station to handle it. We'll leave 2 people to keep an eye on them. Lu Sheng waved his hand, his keen sense of justice responding to the individuals, albeit mildly, indicating that they were likely engaged in petty crimes. With instructions given, Lu Sheng and his team escorted the ashen-faced Li Xinkong directly into the residential complex. They entered a single room converted from a garage, and as soon as the door opened, a pungent emlang of odors assailed Lu Sheng's senses, nearly overwhelming him. Upon entering, His keen sense of justice began to pulse wildly. Several detectives cautiously navigated the heaps of trash, donning gloves as they began their search. Among the refuse, a roll of bloodied fishing line was discovered, which was evidently the so-called weapon. You were planning to flee, weren't you? Zhang Qian observed the disarray, noting the signs of a frantic search, with clothes carelessly folded on the bed. A rather heightened sensitivity indeed. Li Xinkong's countenance soured considerably upon seeing the fishing line being unearthed. When he heard Zhang Qian's taunt, he remained silent, stubbornly standing still and coldly watching the bustling crowd. In the interrogation room, old Zhang and Li Xinkong exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with silence. After a prolonged pause, old Zhang hoarsely declared, "Even if you refuse to admit it, we have already found the murder weapon in your room. Denying it is futile. Your obstinate resistance is meaningless." Li Xinkong continued to regard old Zhang with cold indifference, his silence steeped in obstinacy. He understood that having taken so many lives, whether he confessed or not, his fate was sealed. There was no escape. If he could cause the police some trouble before his demise, that would indeed please him. After several minutes of stalemate, the detective responsible for recording the proceedings couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for old Zhang. He was the ace of the interrogation team at the Roman County Public Security Bureau. Surely, he would falter here? Old Zhang stared intently at Li Xinkong, their gazes clashing like sparks in the night. In that case, old Zhang's demeanor suddenly shifted, his face thawing like ice under the spring sun. "Since you refuse to confess, we shall endure this together." With that, old Zhang turned away, striding out of the interrogation room. "By the way, during this time, make sure he is well fed and cared for, but our interrogation work must not cease. This obstinate criminal, Zhang, has encountered no fewer than 800 individuals in his interrogation career, and he certainly possesses methods to deal with them. However, times have changed. There is now an emphasis on procedural justice and law enforcement under the scrutiny of sunlight, but that does not imply a lack of strategies." Before Li Xinkong could reveal a victorious smile, another detective entered the interrogation room behind Zhang. Name? Gender? A series of procedural questions ensued, to which Li Xinkong complied obediently, oblivious to the intentions of these officers. Yet, when the inquiries turned critical, he fell silent, refusing to speak. The interrogating officer, undeterred, continued to press on. Hours slipped by, and the detective departed the interrogation room, replaced by another. The same routine repeated itself, and, as a day and night passed quietly, Li Xinkong remained tight-lipped, though his spirit had noticeably waned. Throughout this ordeal, the police did not neglect his sustenance, providing him with meals regularly. Yet the relentless rotation left him no opportunity for rest. Lu Sheng had heard of a method for training falcons, known as enduring the falcon. The police's current approach bore a striking resemblance to this technique. Li Xinkong proved to be a stubborn individual, managing to endure 2 nights of this relentless interrogation, while several officers opted to make makeshift beds outside the interrogation room. Lu Sheng felt a mix of urgency and frustration. Should I enter and confront him? He halted the approaching Zhang, asserting that he had never feared anyone when it came to staying awake. Running his fingers through his thick hair, Lu Sheng smiled at Zhang's puzzled expression and remarked, "After all, he is a young man. He excels at staying up late." Zhang paused, feeling a touch of gratitude. "Then I must trouble you, Captain Lu." With a smile, Lu Sheng strode directly into the interrogation room. Chapter 75. To such an extreme. Wishing everyone a happy new year, even if you refuse to confess. The bodily fluids left at the crime scene are sufficient to implicate you. Lu Sheng plopped down in chair, a cold smirk adorning his face as he regarded Li Xinkong. With hunched shoulders and a gaunt frame, he appeared tall, yet his countenance bore a certain lewdness. The records indicated that he was 30, yet he looked more like someone in their 40s. Li Xinkong remained reticent, staring blankly ahead, his gaze failing to focus on Lu Sheng. It was evident that he had deduced the police's intentions and was determined to resist to the bitter end. Lu Sheng remained unfazed. One of the metrics for assessment within the precinct was the confession rate of criminals, and naturally, the police hoped fervently that Li Xinkong would confess willingly. Thus, he commenced a casual conversation. "How many family members do you have?" Where did you attend high school? How did you come to know Yao Xinting? How many years have you known her? Why did you suddenly turn against her? This repetitive dialogue flowed effortlessly from Lu Sheng, who could continue speaking even if Li Xinkong chose not to respond. As the hours passed, and he grew parched from talking, he would take a sip of water before resuming his verbal onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, 2 nights had already elapsed. Whenever Li Xinkong seemed on the verge of closing his eyes to sleep, Lu Sheng would rouse him from slumber. Old Zhang and his companions also desired to rotate Lu Sheng, but he firmly rejected each of them. Observing Lu Sheng's vigorous demeanor, they had no choice but to abandon their intentions. However, it was Li Xinkong who suffered greatly. After several sleepless nights, his mental state was stretched to the limit. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression vacant, and his head buzzed incessantly, sustained only by sheer stubbornness. I remarked, "What purpose does your relentless exhaustion serve? At most, it merely burdens us." Lu Sheng continued to ramble, his words falling upon Li Xinkong's ears like a swarm of flies, instantly causing a splitting headache that overwhelmed him. "You have won." Li Xinkong perhaps could no longer endure, letting his eyelids droop as he spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, the lethargic recording officer beside him instantly perked up, straightening his back, while Lu Sheng maintained an expression of calm, showing no signs of fatigue. "Now, please recount your criminal activities." Li Xinkong nodded, glancing at the imposing Lu Sheng, feeling a wave of defeat wash over him as he recounted his emotional journey. It turned out that Li Xinkong and Yao Xinting had begun their romance in middle school, a classic case of a good girl falling for a delinquent. As expected, Yao Xinting successfully gained admission to a prestigious high school, while Li Xinkong could only attend a vocational school, hoping to learn a trade for a meager living. Having been accustomed to a life of idleness, he struggled to acquire any skills and ended up working after 2 years at the vocational institution. Remarkably, despite the passage of years, the couple remained together. Although Li Xinkong was aimless and often worked sporadically, he always made a point to spend the majority of his meager earnings on Yao Xinting. Being a girl who had yet to step fully into society, she was naturally touched and, while nurturing their relationship, managed to secure a place at a distinguished university. Having faced the harsh realities of life, Li Xinkong understood the immense potential of his girlfriend, who hailed from a prestigious university. He recognized the value of being in a relationship with someone of her caliber and resolved to treat her even better, believing that by being kind now, they could rely on each other in the future. Thus, he surrendered his entire paycheck each month, keeping only a small allowance for himself. Although his salary was modest, it represented a significant sum for Yao Xinting, and the sentiment attached was profound, drawing them even closer together. However, everything changed once she graduated and entered the workforce. Reflecting on the past, Li Xinkong, who had previously appeared drowsy and dispirited, now burned with indignation. After all, Yao Xinting, being from a prestigious university, immediately earned a salary that far surpassed his own. The girl who had long resided in her ivory tower began to encounter the world. While their outward affection seemed unchanged, an undercurrent of condescension began to seep into their relationship. After a year of work, Yao Xinting successfully passed the civil service exam and subsequently proposed to end their relationship. This was a blow Li Xinkong could not bear, as he had staked his future on her, and he immediately employed every means at his disposal to cling desperately to her. Yet, Yao Xinting was no longer the naive girl she once was. She had developed a heart of stone through her experiences in society. Coupled with the whispers of her family, she resolutely rejected Li Xinkong's pleas for reconciliation. This left Li Xinkong feeling as though there was no hope left in his life, leading him to contemplate a tragic end alongside his former lover. At that moment, he was engrossed in the popular television drama Bao Qing Tian, reflecting that Yao Xinting resembled Chen Shimi. Alas, there was no Bao Qing Tian to pass judgment upon her. So he resolved to take on that role himself, envisioning the execution of this unworthy woman. After murdering Yao Xinting, he initially planned to end his own life, but was deterred by the thought of pain from cutting his throat, fear of drowning in a lake, and the futility of hanging himself. Lu Sheng, upon hearing this, could not contain his scorn. Li Xinkong, oblivious to the mockery, continued his narrative. After failing to commit suicide, he lived in constant fear, yet perplexingly. The police did not come seeking him. He speculated that Yao Xinting had likely said little about him to her family. Thus, the authorities did not suspect him. Lu Sheng had perused the records concerning Yao Xinting's parents and found a stark contrast to Li Xinkong's account. They were merely aware that Yao Xinting had a boyfriend named Li Xinkong, but knew nothing of the duration or nature of their relationship. They simply stated that the couple had long since parted ways, remaining ignorant of Li Xinkong's obsessive pursuit. Even Yao Xinting's relatives and friends were unaware of this romance. Lu Sheng suddenly realized that perhaps even Li Xinkong himself was oblivious to the fact that during their time at school, Yao Xinting had looked down upon him, viewing him merely as a financial resource, which explained why those around him were unaware of his existence. He reflected on the abundance of women like Yao Xinting in the world, unfaithful and ungrateful, particularly those within the bureaucratic system who, once elevated, felt invincible. After months of silence, he began seeking a new target, resolved to eradicate evil. Unforeseen consequences ensued, and as the years passed, by 2005, he had not engaged with any women since his breakup with Yao Xinting. After each murder, he found himself succumbing to temptation, despite knowing it would leave evidence. He simply could not resist. Having shared this lengthy account, Li Xinkong felt parched and licked his cracked lips, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Though they were headless corpses, they had just died, still warm, much like ordinary people. Chapter 76. Is there another true culprit? Wishing everyone a happy new year. Then why did you kill Du Yulian? She shouldn't fall within your target range, Lu Sheng inquired, deliberately feigning ignorance. Du Yulian? Li Xinkong paused momentarily before letting out a derisive laugh. I did not kill her. I had originally intended to wash my hands of this life. But unexpectedly someone impersonated me to commit a crime. To avoid being associated with that disgrace, I was compelled to eliminate that female teacher. An hour later, Lu Sheng emerged from the interrogation room, his expression grave, and was immediately surrounded by waiting officers, including Jian Zhenghua and Wen Haobua, leaders from the Municipal Bureau. Team Leader Lu, your prowess in enduring the trials of interrogation is something we few can match. Old Zhang scrutinized Lu Sheng, noting his unwavering vitality, and was filled with profound admiration. Indeed, he had gone several days without rest. Even a body forged of iron might struggle to withstand such strain. The detectives involved in the questioning also held him in high esteem. They had been observing from outside, aware that the suspect would ultimately confess. Yet the endurance displayed by Lu Sheng was unprecedented, especially considering the lack of fatigue visible on his face. It was nothing short of remarkable. Little Lu, perhaps you should return to rest for a while. Such a valiant contributor like yourself must not falter now. Wen Haobua placed a comforting hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, his heart filled with gratitude. The change in his demeanor since arriving at the precinct was palpable. His gaze towards Lu Sheng was increasingly approving. No need. Lu Sheng's expression of gravity softened, and he shook his head with alacrity. Thank you for your concern. But there remains a loose end regarding this case that requires my attention. Though the weight of Li Xinkong's confession burdened his heart, he felt it inappropriate to show any sign of distress in front of his superiors. A loose end? We just heard from the surveillance regarding Du Yulian's case. It was not Li Xinkong who committed the crime. I have already apprehended the true culprit, Lu Sheng succinctly explained, then maneuvered through the crowd to face Zheng Qian. Have you brought back the person I asked you to summon? They are already at the precinct. The officer replied. Is there anything you need me to assist with? Ruan Yinghua, who had been growing impatient, felt her irritation dissipate upon seeing Lu Sheng. Youthful admiration often leads to infatuation. Encountering a handsome figure such as Lu Sheng instantly brightened her mood. This phenomenon transcends gender. Hello, you may call me Officer Lu. Lu Sheng offered a warm smile as he gestured for Zheng Qian to take a seat across from him. Officer Lu, Ruan Yinghua addressed him dutifully, lowering her gaze while occasionally stealing glances at him, embodying the demeanor of a compliant girl. Were it not for the hints provided by the Eye of Justice, Lu Sheng might have found it hard to believe that this girl was capable of committing such a heinous act as murdering her roommate. The purpose of your summons today is regarding the murder of Du Yulian. Lu Sheng spoke methodically, all the while observing Ruan Inghua's expressions. While he was no expert in micro-expressions, his extensive experience allowed him to perceive nuances with great clarity. As anticipated, upon hearing Du Yulian's name, Ruan Inghua's countenance betrayed a hint of discomfort. Wasn't this already addressed? I wasn't particularly close to Du Yulian, she replied. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet I have heard that the two of you were inseparable during your time at school. How is it that you claim to be unfamiliar with one another? That was in the past. We had a falling out afterward, Ruan Inghua replied nonchalantly. Oh, what caused the rift? Officer Liu, you know how it is in a girl's dormitory. There are always various intrigues and rivalries. She deflected smoothly. In a girl's dormitory, there are 4 girls and 5 cliques. Lu Sheng understood that Ruan Inghua was adept at evading direct answers, cleverly utilizing societal stereotypes about female dormitories to sidestep the core issues at hand. He is indeed a master of cunning. Without lingering on the matter, he directly inquired, "Where were you between 4 and 6 o'clock on the afternoon of November 25th? Did I not mention? I was sleeping in my dormitory." Ruan Inghua responded with unyielding composure, revealing not a hint of a flaw. For a student to maintain such poise is quite remarkable. Nonsense, Zheng Qian exclaimed loudly. We reviewed the surveillance footage outside the dormitory and clearly saw you exiting at 4:20 p.m., not to return until evening. Initially, Lu Sheng harbored mere suspicion, but after viewing the footage, he had confirmed Ruan Inghua's culpability. All right, I was out on a date with my boyfriend, Ruan Inghua stammered, quickly changing her story. Surely, this is not a matter for the police. After all, it's normal to feel embarrassed about spending the night with my boyfriend. Lu Sheng discreetly shook his head. Her excuse was indeed impeccably crafted. It was highly probable that she had genuinely been on a date that evening. However, the specifics of the timing were likely not something her boyfriend had meticulously remembered. Furthermore, given her brazen demeanor, it seemed she and her boyfriend had already coordinated their testimonies. We found traces of sedatives in Du Yulian's body, and we discovered you made a purchase of sedatives at a pharmacy. How do you explain this? After the forensic examination of Du Yulian's body yielded this somewhat unexpected conclusion, it effectively contradicted previous assertions. If the murderer were an adult male, why would he administer sedatives to Du Yulian? Moreover, Du Yulian bore no signs of restraint, indicating that the act was committed by someone familiar to her. Am I not allowed to have insomnia? Ruan Inghua visibly faltered. Lu Sheng smiled faintly, refraining from engaging in a debate, and simply placed a photograph of Xie before her. Do you recognize this person? No. Ruan Inghua hastily glanced and vehemently denied. She had checked. Even if she had been involved with Xie, after 24 hours, the police would find it difficult to gather evidence. When she committed the crime, she wore gloves, fearing not the courtroom, certain that a steadfast denial would suffice. Is that so? Perhaps you should take a closer look? No. Ruan Inghua's resolve was unwavering. Then how is it that he possesses your belongings? Lu Sheng, remaining calm, produced an item from his person. Ruan Inghua, who had been maintaining her composure, suddenly changed expression. My student ID. Instinctively, Ruan Inghua reached for her body, recalling that on the day she went to the hotel with her boyfriend. She intended to use her student ID for a discount, but ultimately could not find it and did not think much of it thereafter. After all, it was only useful for train travel or sightseeing. She never anticipated it would end up in the possession of the police. Indeed, you ought to be well aware of what transpired that night of November 25th. Why would your student ID be found in Xie possession? He stole it from a young lady. Lu Sheng observed Ruan Inghua with an impassive expression. To speak of Xie, one might say he is consumed by lust. At that moment, he opportunistically pilfered a student ID from Ruan Inghua, intending to leverage this identity to coerce her, perhaps hoping for a discounted price or even free services in the future. After all, even those who sell milk tea must maintain their dignity in this day and age. Had he not endured some hardships in the detention center, he would have stubbornly persisted. Ruan Inghua's expression darkened, her demeanor fluctuating between clenched teeth and a murderous aura. Lu Sheng and Zheng Qian exhibited remarkable patience, leisurely observing Ruan Inghua's personal performance. After a prolonged silence, Ruan Inghua finally relinquished her struggle, as if all her strength had been sapped, collapsing into the chair. Indeed, I killed Du Yulian. Once the interrogation concluded, Lu Sheng felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Typically not one to smoke, he requested a cigarette from Zheng Qian, lit it, and took a deep drag, as if expelling the darkness lurking within human nature. The essence of the case was straightforward. Du Yulian and Ruan Yinghua were not only roommates, but also classmates, with their homeroom teacher, Tan Jibin, having connections at the electric company. For years, Ruan Yinghua had exerted tremendous effort to curry favor with Tan Jibin, even sacrificing her own integrity, all in hopes of securing a position at the electric company after graduation. After all, in this society, it is challenging to achieve success without a respectable education. Ruan Yinghua was acutely aware of this reality. However, she never anticipated that during a conversation with her roommate and close friend Du Yulian, she inadvertently divulged this information. At that time, Du Yulian remained inscrutable, only to later stealthily seize the opportunity. With her beauty and figure far surpassing Ruan Yinghua's, the lustful Tan Jibin naturally knew whom to choose, promptly discarding Ruan Yinghua in favor of Du Yulian. On the day of their graduation internship, Ruan Yinghua, who had been kept in the dark, finally awakened to the truth. Unwilling to accept her fate, she had sought out Du Yulian for a confrontation. But their emotional intelligence and cunning were on entirely different levels, and she was quickly outmaneuvered by Du Yulian. Overwhelmed by rage, she could no longer contain her fury and began plotting her revenge against Du Yulian. She initially pretended to sell milk tea, extracting bodily fluids from Xiaqin, and then relentlessly lured Du Yulian out, enticing her to drink a beverage laced with sleeping pills, after which events unfolded seamlessly. Believing her plan to be flawless, she thought that even if the police traced the evidence back to her, there would be none. Yet, she failed to account for Xiaqin, a master of petty theft, who unwittingly swiped her student ID. This tragic incident was merely a consequence of entangled interests. Was Ruan Yinghua wrong? She had devoted her years in school to ingratiating herself with Tan Jibin, even sacrificing her body. Ultimately, her efforts were in vain, a reality that would strain anyone's composure. As for Du Yulian, her roommate and supposed friend, she secretly undermined Ruan Yinghua, snatching away the opportunity that Ruan had painstakingly acquired. Was Du Yulian in the wrong? Morally, she was unequivocally at fault, yet legally, she stood unassailable, and her crimes did not warrant the death penalty. In the wake of 2 consecutive incidents, Lu Sheng encountered the most grotesque shadows of human nature. The mutual exploitation among friends and the lack of honesty between lovers revealed a disturbing reality. The clever machinations ultimately led to tragic consequences. Once the 2 individuals confessed, the subsequent events unfolded with relative simplicity. Upon the arrival of the news regarding Ruan Yinghua, Du Yulian, and their homeroom teacher Tan Jibin at the school, the administration responded swiftly, imposing immediate sanctions on Tan Jibin. They proclaimed that he was merely a temporary worker, asserting that issues of teaching conduct and ethics were entirely unrelated to the school, attributing it solely to personal actions. Nevertheless, in an effort to rectify the school's atmosphere, Tan Jibin was dismissed, serving as a cautionary tale for both faculty and students. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng could only chuckle, finding it rather pedestrian. Meanwhile, the case of the Blood Moon murders had been resolved. Before departing, Vice Director of the Municipal Bureau, Wen Haobua, expressed high praise for Lu Sheng and the work of the Roman County Public Security Bureau. He concluded with an enigmatic glance directed at Lu Sheng, leaving him perplexed. Following a series of notifications sent to the families of the victims regarding the conclusion of the investigation, many spontaneously gathered at the Roman County Public Security Bureau, presenting banners of appreciation. The once quiet criminal investigation unit was now bustling with activity. However, Lu Sheng remained oblivious to all of this. At the behest of the Bureau's leadership, Lu Sheng was granted a 2-day leave, coinciding conveniently with the weekend, totaling 4 days off. His life as a police officer had become quite gratifying, devoid of endless overtime, and occasionally punctuated with breaks, although cases could still be demanding at times. Upon returning home, Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, and soon the accumulated fatigue surged forth like a tide, plunging him into deep slumber. Even with the presence of the energy skill, He was still but a mortal, susceptible to exhaustion after several days and nights of toil. Once his taut nerves relaxed, he would fall asleep almost instantly upon touching the pillow. During this interval, the system panel underwent subtle changes. Name: Lu Sheng. Position: third-class police officer. Constitution: 27 skills: mighty fist, minor mastery, super olfactory sense, pressure, energy, eye of justice. Sudden insight: passive, attribute points allocated. 0.3 Li Xinkong and Ruan Yinghua each contributed 2 attribute points, and Lu Sheng's recent promotion added another. Moreover, the system appeared to have transformed the original strength category into constitution to provide a more intuitive representation of Lu Sheng's physical changes. The two concepts were closely related. Strength did not manifest from thin air. As he slept soundly, time slipped away gradually. The following morning, Lu Sheng was roused by the urgent ringing of his phone. The caller ID read, Wang Chengrun, a high school classmate. Surprised, Lu Sheng reflected on how, in this era where everyone sought to venture into the world, he was the only one from his class remaining in their hometown. It was only December. Surely, companies would not be closing for the holidays so soon? With a heart full of questions, Lu Sheng answered the call. Hello, is this old Lu? Before Lu Sheng could respond, Wang Chengrun's words burst forth like cannon fire. Are you free? Come over here to hang out. The machine is ready. Same old place. Chapter 78. Almost unrecognizable in clothes upon exiting the internet CAF. It was already midday. Wang Chengrun continued to spout frivolous remarks, evidently still entangled in the recent gaming escapade. Lu Sheng retrieved a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to him. Though he himself was not a frequent smoker, he had discovered that a cigarette could easily bridge the gap between him and the public during work-related engagements or interviews. A realization he had come to during his last outing, prompting him to procure a pack the previous evening. Well, look at you, old Lu. You seem to be doing quite well, even indulging in fine cigarettes now, Wang Chengrun remarked, somewhat astonished as he accepted the cigarette, deftly lighting it. By the way, how long has it been since we last met? Facing the biting cold wind, Lu Sheng exhaled a plume of white smoke and playfully chided. What are you putting on airs for? We gather for dinner every winter break. It's just that last year, we were all preoccupied with our own affairs, which is why we didn't cross paths. Since graduating from high school, their connections had dwindled to a select few close-knit groups, while the rest of their classmates seldom congregated. Each phase of life brings forth its own unique experiences, and no matter how familiar one may be with another, the passage of time inevitably erodes those bonds. Indeed, Wang Chengrun conceded, last year, everyone was either busy with internships or grappling with their theses, leaving no room for gatherings. A hint of melancholy washed over him as he mused. This year seems even more challenging. We're scattered across the country. Has it only been a short while since we last met? Why have you suddenly become so sentimental? Lu Sheng observed, noting the noticeable maturity in Wang Chengrun, as if the light in his eyes had dimmed during their brief separation. Why have you returned so early? Did your ventures not pan out? Not at all. I got a hefty dose of reality right after graduation. I'm merely back to recuperate for a spell before plotting my next move. Wang Chengrun waved his hand dismissively, his expression inscrutable. Let's not dwell on that. Let's go grab a meal. It's on me. Seeing the unease on Wang Chengrun's face, Lu Sheng refrained from pressing further. Then I shall ensure you treat me generously, he replied, and the two ambled towards Genie Plaza. The howling cold wind stung their faces, akin to a blade's edge. By the way, what prompted you to become an auxiliary police officer? Wasn't the company where you interned quite promising? Wang Chengrun expressed genuine curiosity regarding Lu Sheng's journey. Lu Sheng, a computer science major, though not from a particularly sought-after field, had ventured into the burgeoning tech industry, which boasted a commendable employment outlook. In his final semester, he had secured an excellent internship. However, on the very day he received his diploma, Lu Sheng unexpectedly resigned and returned to his hometown, taking up the role of an auxiliary police officer. This decision baffled not only his parents but also his friends and classmates. As they drifted apart in the wake of their respective careers, Wang Chengrun had lost touch with Lu Sheng's current circumstances, only recalling him as one of the few familiar faces in their expansive county during his brief return home. A fresh graduate likely struggles to find stability, he pondered, a sense of shared understanding emerging within him. All is well. Initially, I intended to serve as an auxiliary police officer temporarily, while preparing for this year's national and provincial examinations. Lu Sheng extinguished his cigarette and casually discarded the butt into a nearby trash bin. The system's arrival had been rather abrupt. I missed both the national and provincial exams and could only take on the role of an auxiliary officer. To my surprise, after a month in this position, nothing had changed. How is the preparation going now? With the exam looming, a single successful attempt would be quite comfortable. I once harbored ambitions of earning a fortune elsewhere, but little did I know, I was the fool in this scenario. Wang Chengrun sighed. Lu Sheng opened his mouth to speak, only to notice a gathering of people at the intersection ahead. Driven by the instinctive habits of a police officer, he moved closer, with Wang Chengrun closely trailing behind him. With his impressive physique, he easily pushed his way through the crowd. Oh dear, an elderly man lay on the ground, his murky eyes scanning the surroundings, his body rigid, showing no apparent injuries. In a swift motion, Lu Sheng rushed forward to inspect the situation, his speed catching those nearby off guard. Hey, young man, be cautious. First, take a photo for evidence. Otherwise, you might end up losing your pants. Someone called out, and even Wang Chengrun, who had followed closely, was taken aback, finding himself grasping at thin air. Madam, are you all right? Do you need help getting up? Lu Sheng crouched down, concern etched on his face. Just as he spoke, the elderly woman, who had been groaning on the ground, suddenly transformed, her face contorting with rage as she displayed an unexpected agility for her age, grabbing Lu Sheng's coat. It's you little brat. You hit me and now want to flee. As her words fell, several individuals emerged from the crowd, ranging in age, with the youngest being a youth sporting bleached hair, standing right beside Lu Sheng. Let go of my grandmother. You little rascal, just pay up for the damage. We want to extort you. A few thousand will suffice. A middle-aged couple approached to grapple with Lu Sheng, while the young man joined the fray. They were seasoned con artists, having returned to their hometown during the holidays, eager to pull off a scam for some pocket money. What are you doing? Attempting to extort someone in broad daylight? With so many witnesses, have you no shame? Wang Chengrun exclaimed, his urgency causing him to lapse into Sichuan dialect. He had studied there in university and picked up some local expressions. Indeed, this young man is merely trying to assist you, and yet you bite the hand that feeds. I see clearly now. These individuals are professionals in the art of deception. Enough talk. Let us call the police. Onlookers who had witnessed the entire scene began to voice their condemnation against the group. However, the culprits remained unfazed, as their moral compass had long since been discarded. Once the police were involved, they could entangle the matter for days or even weeks, a time commitment that most individuals could scarcely afford. Furthermore, with the elderly lady being 70 years old, the law would struggle to hold her accountable. Her tears and theatrics would surely bend others to her will. Any rational individual would opt for compromise, avoiding financial losses to avert disaster. This sequence of events has proven effective time and again. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, coupled with the incessant chatter of several individuals before him, Lu Sheng's face betrayed a hint of exasperation. Rising to his feet, he prepared to produce his police badge. Although the elderly woman appeared sprightly, her strength was no match for Lu Sheng, who effortlessly freed himself from her grasp. He had been crouched down, facing the old lady, and those nearby had difficulty discerning his features. Upon turning, the young man with dyed hair was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Officer Lu, is that you? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on." Chapter 79. My back teeth are almost ground to dust, unrecognizable with your clothes on? Wang Chengrun was taken aback, and the surrounding crowd fell silent, their expressions a mix of confusion as their gazes flitted between the two. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on the young man, intending to grant him another opportunity to articulate himself correctly. Officer? The elderly woman on the ground and the middle-aged couple exchanged startled glances, an ominous premonition dawning upon them. As anticipated, the young man, realizing his blunder, hastily apologized. I misspoke. Officer Lu, I'm just not used to seeing you without your uniform. And what is this all about? Lu Sheng shot him a piercing glare, an aura of immense authority emanating from him, instilling fear in the young man, already possessing an intimidating presence. Coupled with his position as the deputy captain of the criminal police team, he naturally exuded an extraordinary level of intimidation towards someone like the young man. This is just a misunderstanding. We were merely having a bit of fun. I mistakenly identified someone. And you see, my grandmother is quite elderly and has poor eyesight. The young man quickly diverted, attempting to regain control of the conversation. He recognized Lu Sheng, the deputy captain of the county's criminal police team, having crossed paths with him the previous day at Sheng Garden, where he witnessed Lu Sheng apprehending a murderer with a group of officers. Fortunately, their instinctive reaction to huddle together had not led to any trouble. The officers had merely asked a few questions before allowing them to return home. Having fun, Lu Sheng scoffed coldly, uninterested in further entangling himself with his family. Noticing the elderly woman adeptly rising from the ground, he promptly took out his phone, stating, "Wasn't someone supposed to have knocked your grandmother down? I will call the police for you." With that, he dialed Lao Ji's number, recalling that this area fell under Lao Ji's jurisdiction. After a brief wait, Lao Gu arrived swiftly at the scene, accompanied by two auxiliary officers, Lao Xiong and Lao Hu. "Lu, how did a busy officer from the criminal police team suddenly get involved in a case of staged accidents?" Lao Hu jested, unable to contain his amusement. Lu Sheng had become a legend at Baiyun Police Station. Even decades later, tales of his exploits would likely continue to circulate. In a matter of months, he had ascended from a mere auxiliary officer to the position of deputy captain of the criminal police team, a feat unprecedented. It's quite the predicament. I was simply walking along the road, intending to lend a helping hand, and unexpectedly found myself embroiled in this farce. Lu Sheng replied with a wry smile. "Olga, I leave this in your capable hands. I have some matters to attend to, so we shall dine together another time." After exchanging a few pleasantries with several individuals, Lu Sheng turned and made his way outside. Not only were there numerous onlookers who could attest to the events, but the nearby surveillance cameras had already captured everything. The situation was straightforward. As for the documentation, it could be supplemented later via electronic records over the phone. Wang Chengren stood there dumbfounded, watching Lu Sheng execute this series of actions until he was pulled back to reality by Lu Sheng's gentle tug. Is the auxiliary police so revered? After much contemplation, he finally settled on the term revered to describe it. A young man from society should not be so intimidated by a mere auxiliary officer, should he? This recent spectacle nearly upended the worldview he had constructed over the past 20 years. Observing the older policeman approaching, who appeared to show considerable respect towards Lu Sheng, he pondered whether he should also consider becoming an auxiliary officer. While he had heard that transitioning to a full position was quite challenging, it would also allow him to prepare for the civil service examination. Auxiliary police? It seems manageable, but I have long since secured a full position. Secured a full position? Wasn't it said that achieving that was exceedingly difficult? You have only been at it for a few months. Wang Chengren was filled with bewilderment. Could it be that Lu Sheng's family had connections within the police system? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Otherwise, he would have made arrangements much earlier. When filling out his application, he should have chosen a police academy and pursued the public security examination directly. Indeed, securing a full position is challenging. But I wasn't particularly fortunate. While at the bank, I inadvertently encountered two wanted criminals during a robbery. Lu Sheng recounted his experiences over the past few months succinctly. Aside from the case at Shengji's steam bun shop, the other cases had already been made public after their resolution, so there was no fear of any leaks. In Huagua, citizens possess a certain right to information. My goodness, your past few months have been more thrilling than my entire life. It stirs my blood and makes me want to join the police force. Wang Chengren stared at Lu Sheng in astonishment. Each incident more bizarre than the last. Truly a spectacle to behold. Excellent. When the time comes, we shall join forces and make waves in the police realm. Lu Sheng jested with a smile. Well then, I shall need to latch onto your success. Wait a moment. According to your account, you are now the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team? Lu Sheng nodded with a smile. Goodness, it seems you have risen to the top among our classmates. I will have quite the tale to tell when I step out. The two continued their light-hearted banter until they arrived at the dining venue, a beef hot pot restaurant. I wonder if the flavor remains as delightful as it was 2 years ago. It should be the same. This time, I shall order 10 beef tendons. My goodness, can your constitution handle that? 10 beef tendons. What would a single man like you do with them? Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The incident between Lu Sheng and Zhao Li had nearly circulated throughout the entire class group, and naturally, Wang Qingren was aware. I just recently started dating a new girlfriend. Huh, do you think I would believe you? You don't even have a draft for your tall tales. The following day, in Lu Yishou hot pot restaurant, Wang Qingren gazed in astonishment at Yi Shihuai, with bright eyes and a gentle demeanor, nestled in Lu Sheng's embrace. Old Lu, you truly deserve a reprimand. One can indeed enjoy the bliss of being single, yet you have secretly found a partner who is remarkably beautiful. Wang Qingren felt as though he might shatter his molars in frustration. However, Lu Sheng remained unperturbed, smiling amiably at his old classmate. After a simple round of introductions, the three engaged in a lively conversation while dining. Yi Shihuai, meanwhile, remained silent, gazing at Lu Sheng with eyes brimming with affection. Introducing one's significant other to friends and family is a testament to the deepening of their relationship, subtly indicating Lu Sheng's earnestness in this romance. By the way, are you planning to take a break for a while and then seek employment after the new year? Lu Sheng dipped some beef tendon into sauce and heartily devoured it, completely ignoring the couple's display of affection. Wang Qingren sipped his tea to quell the spiciness and leisurely responded, I'm considering starting a small business. My family has helped me secure a tobacco retail license. Goodness, Lu Sheng exclaimed, looking at the unruffled Wang Qingren with admiration. You truly are impressive, my friend. Chapter 80. A gift delivered to your doorstep during these days off, devoid of Wang Qingren's meddling presence. Lu Sheng spent most of his time entwined with his girlfriend. The warmth of family life, coupled with a stable job, embodies the ultimate dream of any man. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting. The holiday swiftly came to an end, and Yi Shihuai was preparing for her exams full-time, continuing to reside in the city. As the only child in her family, and having saved a little from her previous year of work, she was well-equipped to focus entirely on her studies. After breakfast, feeling rather bored, Lu Sheng opened the system panel and was delighted to find several additional attribute points, his smile widening with glee. He decisively allocated them to his physique, instantly elevating himself to a little superhero with a score of 3. Coincidentally, he bumped into Jian Zhenghua just as he stood up. Lu Sheng, good morning. I haven't seen you in days. Jian Zhenghua appeared to be in high spirits, his smile unwavering. Good morning, Captain Jian. Lu Sheng observed Jian as he walked away. Puzzled, he pulled over Zheng Qian, who was sitting in front of him, and curiously inquired, Has anything good happened while I was away? He. Zheng Qian winked at Lu Sheng. Isn't it obvious? Good fortune is knocking at our door. How could Captain Jian not be happy? Good fortune? Lu Sheng was bewildered. Chuckling, could it be that Captain Jian is getting a promotion or a raise? How did you know? Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback, then gave Lu Sheng a thumbs up. You truly are the brains of our Roman County Criminal Investigation Team. You guessed it right. Lu Sheng, staring at Zheng Qian's admiring expression, was momentarily speechless. Do you believe me if I say I was just taking a wild guess? That was the Red Moon murder case. The resolution of such long-standing cases is exhilarating news for the police force in Lu City. As a key participant in the case, Captain Jian is bound to be promoted. Otherwise, do you think the previous director would merely came for a formality? Zheng Qian bit into a steamed bun, his face full of intrigue. Since the notorious human trafficking case at Shengji's steamed bun shop, nearly all the police officers in the Roman County have removed meat buns from their breakfast menus. In the short term, the price of pork in the entire Roman County has seen slight fluctuations. This is a result of the police's conscious efforts to contain the situation within certain bounds. Has Captain Jian left? Are we to expect a parachute appointment for the new head of the criminal investigation team? Lu Sheng slapped his forehead. Oh, right. We still have a vice captain. He should be back from his business trip soon, right? That remains uncertain. Lu, you might as well contend for the captaincy. Your abilities and contributions are well recognized by all. Don't speak nonsense. I have just been appointed as vice captain. Lu Sheng chuckled and turned his attention back to his tasks. The resolution of the Hanyue case has had a significant impact citywide, prompting the Municipal Public Security Bureau to hold a press conference that greatly deterred some criminals. Wu Mo, the director of the Roman County Public Security Bureau, was even nominated for commendation at the municipal meeting. This time, the criminal investigation team has truly made a name for itself across the city, sparking a wave of support for young officials. Lu Sheng, in particular, has gained considerable notoriety. That evening, Lu Sheng remained at the police station on duty for the night. Around 8 o'clock, he glanced at the darkening sky, stretched lazily, and began to wander casually around the precinct. Passing by the reception desk in the lobby, he was stopped by a female officer. "Captain Lu, could you cover for me for a moment? I need to use the restroom." Noticing her urgency, Lu Sheng stiffly nodded. Nature calls, and there was little he could do about it. After he had barely settled in, it seemed that Lu Sheng's detective instincts kicked in, as a suspicious-looking man peeked in from outside, and upon seeing no one around, he cautiously entered. "Officer, I need to report crime." Lu Sheng looked taken aback, his sense of justice tingling, and he scrutinized the man before him. Dressed in a black down jacket and appearing to be in his 30s, he was broad-shouldered and robust. "What's going on? Are you up to no good?" "Officer, I need to report crime." Receiving no immediate response from Lu Sheng, the man tentatively inquired again. Regaining his composure, Lu Sheng forced a professional smile and asked, "What seems to be the problem? Please tell me more." Unfamiliar with the reception procedures, he had no choice but to adhere to the interrogation protocol. As he spoke, he logged into the internal police system on the computer, feeling that the man's face looked somewhat familiar. Could he be from a wanted poster? Upon hearing this, the man plopped down in the chair opposite Lu Sheng. "It is as follows, officer. For the past few days, I have been receiving fraudulent calls on my mobile phone, with the caller insisting that I am wanted by the Public Security Bureau and urging me to surrender at the police station. Who would believe such nonsense? Consequently, I promptly blocked the number, only to find that the individual had switched to another number and called me again. I am truly at my wit's end and can only seek your assistance." Lu Sheng maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "Could you kindly report those two phone numbers? I will assist you in investigating." 0208-311-6688. The man replied slowly as he opened his phone and read out the number. Lu Sheng's eyelids flickered as he checked the system. This was no scam call. It was evidently a number from the Guangzhou Public Security Bureau. "Have you ever been to Guangzhou?" A smile graced Lu Sheng's face, and his intuition grew stronger. "Yes, I have. I used to work there, and I just returned a few days ago as the new year approaches." The man chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Understood. May I trouble you to provide your ID number?" "Sure. It's 362421. Lu Sheng entered the ID number into the system, and a fresh warrant for arrest suddenly appeared. After carefully comparing the photograph, he confirmed its accuracy, and a broader smile spread across his face. This was a stroke of fortune. Chen Weilin, male, 33 years old, from Lusher, Jiangxi Province, is wanted for causing a rib fracture during a physical altercation with a vendor on November 26, 2010, and is currently at large. Chapter 81. An international case. Chen Weilin, is it? Lu Sheng stood up with a cheerful demeanor, walked around the front desk, and approached Chen Weilin. With a swift motion of his hand, a shiny silver handcuff appeared on Chen Weilin's wrist. Through numerous cases, his proficiency in this technique had become exceptional. "Was this, officer?" Chen Weilin stared in bewilderment at Lu Sheng's smooth actions, momentarily lost for words. "Chen Weilin, you were involved in a physical altercation with a vendor on November 26th in Guangzhou, resulting in a rib fracture. The police have issued a warrant for your arrest." Observing the dazed expression on Chen Weilin's face, Lu Sheng realized that he was entirely unaware of the situation. "Wait, my mind is a bit muddled. Please let me think for a moment." Chen Weilin shook his head and patted his cheeks, as if trying to awaken from a dream. After feeling the sharp sting of reality, he slowly raised his gaze to Lu Sheng and asked, "So, am I currently wanted?" Lu Sheng nodded with a smile. "What do you think? Then, I suppose this means I am surrendering, doesn't it?" Chen Weilin slumped into a chair, his expression one of despair, and his tone tinged with regret. "I only gave him a light kick. How could it have resulted in a broken rib?" He stood at approximately 1.8 meters tall, quite impressive for the southern region, complemented by a robust physique that would have made him a formidable warrior in ancient times. It was reasonable to assume he possessed considerable strength. If his opponent had been someone with a frail constitution, it would not be surprising for a kick to result in 1 or 2 broken ribs. Lu Sheng gazed at the self-pitying figure before him and surmised that it was not an intentional display. He could only offer a semblance of comfort, stating, "This predicament should not be too grave. Perhaps, in due course, you could negotiate a settlement with the involved party." "What on earth is happening?" The female officer, having just returned from the restroom, stood agape at the sight of Chun Wei-lin, who was weeping inconsolably in the lobby. She hurried over to Lu Sheng and inquired. Lu Sheng succinctly recounted the events, leaving the officer in disbelief as she stammered, "Captain Lu, this is truly remarkable. You've gained another point in your attributes. The mundane rhythm of life resembles grains of sand. The tighter one clutches, the more swiftly it slips away. As the year draws to a close, even the criminal investigation team finds itself in a flurry of activity. Many workers return home during this season, rendering their households the most prosperous they have been all year, which unfortunately attracts the attention of thieves. While petty theft might be manageable, the real concern lies in potential conflicts escalating into more heinous crimes such as robbery and murder. Law enforcement personnel also yearn for a peaceful holiday season, which has led to an obvious increase in patrol frequency. "Director Wu, is there something you require of me?" Lu Sheng entered the director's office, adeptly pouring himself a cup of tea, and asked with a cheerful smile. The familiarity he exhibited often serves to foster rapport with his superiors. Wu Mo seemed to appreciate Lu Sheng's affable demeanor, as he was indeed one of his most formidable subordinates. He casually took a sip from his cup, chuckling, "Is it not permissible to invite you over for tea and conversation if there are no pressing matters?" "Of course, Director Wu, I am at your service." Lu Sheng promptly gestured, grinning broadly. However, Wu Mo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "I did indeed summon you for a matter of significance, though it is not I who seeks your assistance." Lu Sheng's brow furrowed in confusion. "Not you? I haven't heard of any recent cases in Roman County. Could it be that an old case has resurfaced with new leads requiring my investigation?" Here's the situation. Wu Mo organized his thoughts momentarily, his demeanor grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Sheng. 10 days ago, an international incident occurred in Xuanyang City. The term international incident immediately seized Lu Sheng's attention, prompting him to straighten his posture and regard Wu Mo with anticipation. Due to the involvement of foreign nationals, the matter has attracted considerable scrutiny, even drawing the attention of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The provincial department is taking it very seriously, having swiftly assembled a new task force with a deadline for resolution. Lu Sheng nodded inwardly. Indeed, such international cases, if mishandled, could provoke diplomatic disputes. Although our nation currently stands resolute against any adversary, it invariably affects our international standing. Nevertheless, since a task force has been established and a week has already elapsed, one would presume the case to have been resolved by now. What is the purpose of my summons? Wu Mo discerned Lu Sheng's perplexity and smiled. If the case had been resolved, I would not have called you here. The provincial department set a deadline of 7 days, which has now passed, and the task force has reported their findings as an unfortunate accident. Lu Sheng refrained from interjecting, as he was still unfamiliar with the case's details and hesitated to draw any conclusions. However, it is evident to any discerning individual that this case is far from an accidental incident. The responses from a special investigative team clearly cannot silence public speculation. And now the government has exerted pressure through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Following your successful resolution of the Blood Moon murder case, the provincial department has begun to scrutinize your actions more closely. The implication from above is clear. You are to be temporarily reassigned to lead the investigation of this case. If the provincial task force is unable to resolve the matter, it appears that the complexity of this case is rather unexpected. Should you accept this case? If you successfully solve it, your future prospects will undoubtedly be bright. However, if you fail, Director Wu, may I first peruse the files? Certainly. The documents detail the sequence of events surrounding the case. 10 days prior, On December 16th, the Public Security Bureau of Shenyang City received a distress call reporting a fire aboard a cruise ship on the Gan River. Approximately 20 minutes after the call was received, local firefighters and relevant departments swiftly dispatched boats to the area of the incident. Regrettably, by the time the firefighters arrived, the massive vessel had been completely consumed by flames, its structure unrecognizable, with only the lower deck's fire still smoldering, thick smoke billowing up from the river. Once the remaining flames were extinguished, the firefighters found no trace of tourists or crew members aboard the ship. At that point, the vessel had taken on significant water and was tilting precariously. Just as the police were concluding that the individuals aboard had jumped overboard to escape, they received a message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There were 24 foreign tourists on board. Liu Sheng felt a sense of helplessness. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the safety of foreign tourists had a profound impact on diplomatic relations, compelling the police to intensify their search efforts, alive or dead. They had to find them. However, if they had escaped, the tourists should have taken the life jackets and rings with them. Yet, according to the photographs in the files, the safety equipment aboard had been utterly destroyed. With lingering doubts, Liu Sheng continued to examine the records. Following intensified search and rescue operations, the provincial government even deployed aircraft, speedboats, and over 1,000 personnel to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding waters, but to no avail. Just as despair began to set in, the police responsible for clearing the cruise ship brought forth news. Chapter 82. Shenyang City Special Investigation Team in the recently cooled lower deck. Multiple bodies were discovered, a total of 32, including 24 nationals. This was a grave situation, since the establishment of diplomatic relations between Huagua and the foreign nation. Interactions had become increasingly frequent, with sporadic incidents of nationals being harmed locally. However, never before had so many individuals perished in a single incident. After meticulously reviewing the case files from start to finish, Liu Sheng remained silent for a moment, only to be interrupted by the system's notification sound. Mission released. Bodies on the cruise ship, impacting diplomatic relations between two nations, identify the perpetrator, solve the case, and display the might and strength of a great nation. Mission funding. Dragon Roar Iron Cloth Experience Card, 30 minutes. Mission reward. Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, beginner. Mission deadline, 7 days. Will you accept the mission? Merely perusing the case files yielded little insight. Nevertheless, Liu Sheng resolved to undertake this case. Director Wu, I am willing to take on this case, but I would like to bring along 2 individuals, as I have grown accustomed to working with them. Liu Sheng contemplated for a moment before raising his head to speak. Who? Chao Qi and Zheng Qian. No problem. Those 2 lads are indeed fortunate. Ha ha. Rarely does a small-town detective have the opportunity to engage in such a major case. This time, not only will Chao Qi and Zheng Qian gain invaluable experience, but the connections they will forge with influential figures during the investigation will be a significant asset. I shall prepare now and aim to depart today, as time is of the essence. Of course, 4 hours later, Liu Sheng, accompanied by Chao Qi and Zheng Qian, arrived at the Public Security Bureau of Shenyang City. Awaiting them was Liu Jingping, the former deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team, now a regular member. As for the original team leader, he had been dismissed entirely. Due to his deputy position, he was not held accountable. This made Liu Sheng secretly relieved. It seemed that leading a team was not as easy as it appeared. Chao Qi and Zheng Qian stood behind Liu Sheng, hardly daring to breathe, as they were in the presence of formidable figures in the law enforcement community. Team leader Liu. Upon seeing Liu Sheng disembark from the vehicle, Liu Jingping was momentarily taken aback, then quickly greeted him with a smile. I have long heard of your esteemed name, but I did not expect the renowned team leader Liu of the Jiangxi police to be so young. He was a key member of the first squad in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Shenyang City Public Security Bureau. The division comprised 10 squads and several departmental units, each responsible for different types of cases. Liu Jingping's squad was tasked with solving major cases. The members of the Special Investigation Team were all distinguished individuals from the Jiangxi region, boasting numerous solved cases throughout their careers. Frankly, most of them were somewhat dismissive of Liu Sheng, the young detective from a small county. However, no one displayed their true feelings on their faces. They warmly welcomed Lu Sheng, eager for any success in solving the case. Regardless of the complexities of the world, the commitment to serving the people remains unchanged. Officer Lu, greetings. I am Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng took the initiative to shake hands, then introduced his companions. These are Chao Qi and Zheng Qian. We will be colleagues working together. I hope we can unite our efforts to solve the case in the shortest time possible. Lu Sheng's decision to bring Chao Qi and Zheng Qian was not merely for their development. It was essential to have reliable partners while handling cases beyond their jurisdiction, as lacking capable hands would lead to numerous obstacles. Rest assured, Team Leader Lu, we will fully cooperate in this investigation. Although they had not previously met, they shared a common objective: to solve the case and deliver justice to the victims. The members of the Special Investigation Team responded in unison, a reassuring gesture for Lu Sheng. He had initially worried that his youth and lack of experience would hinder his ability to command the seasoned detectives. Lu Sheng engaged in polite conversation with the crowd before being ushered into the project team meeting room. Upon sitting down, he turned to Officer Lu Zhongping and inquired, "Officer Lu, could you please elaborate on the current progress of the case?" As the former team leader had been dismissed, Lu Zhongping was undoubtedly one of the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the developments of the case present in the room. Lu Zhongping nodded, his expression noticeably grave. Although Team Leader Li initially reported it as an accidental incident, the scene reveals numerous inconsistencies and many aspects fail to hold up under scrutiny. There was considerable division within the team at the time, yet the majority of us firmly believe this is unequivocally a criminal case. As Lu Sheng listened attentively, he nodded frequently, taking the opportunity to observe the 30 individuals present, who, despite exhibiting spirited demeanors, clearly carried the weight of exhaustion in their eyes. Originally, the deadline set by the authorities was 7 days, but now, with Lu Sheng's sudden arrival, only 5 days remained. The international media pressure was immense. Leaving the provincial department with no choice, the members of the Special Investigation Team were feeling the strain acutely. The tour boat had been brought to the shore, and the 32 bodies on board had been prepared for burial, with the coroner providing a comprehensive autopsy report. As he spoke, Lu Zhongping handed over the prepared documents to Lu Sheng. Upon briefly reviewing a few pages, Lu Sheng easily identified several discrepancies. Why were some bodies partially carbonized while others remained intact? If this were an accidental incident, shouldn't the entire body be incinerated? Why did some corpses exhibit severed limbs? Such injuries would not typically arise from standard fire, would they? These successive inquiries struck at the heart of the case. He discerned that such a blatant criminal case could be misrepresented as an accident, suggesting that the previous team leader, realizing his inability to crack the case, sought to obfuscate the truth. The atmosphere shifted as the others felt a chill upon hearing this. While identifying these issues was not particularly challenging, the fact that Lu Sheng could glean so much from a mere glance demonstrated his genuine expertise, contrasting sharply with those who merely bore titles without merit. Recognizing this, the team members set aside their initial dismissiveness, regarding Lu Sheng with a newfound gravity. Has the scene been secured? Lu Zhongping nodded affirmatively. The tour boat of the crime scene is now docked at the pier. Team Leader Lu, you may inspect it at your convenience. Lu Sheng glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Having been on the move, he had long since digested breakfast and now felt a pang of hunger. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for a meal. Let us proceed to the scene first. Bring the documents. Zheng Qian. Chapter 83. Reconstructing the scene at the site. Lu Sheng gazed at the tour boat, reduced to a mere iron shell by the flames, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he approached. The vessel was substantial, comprising 3 levels. The uppermost deck was an observation area, the second housed the cabins, and the third served as the hold, designated for storing diesel and provisions. Ah yes, the boat operated on diesel fuel, which has a flash point of 220 degrees Celsius, making ignition by match nearly impossible. Notably, the hold was where the bodies had been discovered. Lu Sheng surveyed the surroundings. The perimeter of the boat was guarded by low railings, and in the event of a fire, it would be all too easy to tumble into the sea. Seeking refuge in a lower cabin was a decision that defied the very logic of survival. The lower cabin was off limits, and at that moment, it was engulfed in the fiercest flames, which is why the bodies were not discovered immediately. Lu Zhengping led Lu Sheng and a few others into the lower cabin. At that time, it was filled with water, and the bodies floated eerily on the surface. The sight was shocking. Within the cramped lower cabin lay 32 corpses. Without Lu Zhengping needing to articulate it, Lu Sheng could already envision the horror of the scene. Upon entering the lower cabin, a pungent smell of gasoline assaulted his nostrils. With his acute sense of smell, Lu Sheng easily discerned the gasoline left at the scene. It was evident that diesel, which is notoriously difficult to ignite with a lighter, was the fuel for the boat. So the presence of gasoline at the crime scene was puzzling. Were any valuables found at the scene? None, aside from this battered iron container. There were no signs of valuable items, although some jewelry and coins were discovered hidden within the soles of shoes and in undergarments. Were there no body searches conducted? Lu Sheng glanced at the deck of the lower cabin, where numerous unexplained holes were present, not appearing to be marks left by fire. A rough count revealed at least 100. Given the length of time since the incident and the subsequent fire, almost no residual odor remained, making it difficult for Lu Sheng's heightened sense of smell to yield any significant findings. The origin of the fire must have been the lower cabin, considering the strong scent of gasoline and the particularly charred condition of the area, leading to an inescapable conclusion. Lu Zhengping nodded, affirming that their assessment aligned closely with this hypothesis, adding that there was one detail missing from the records. He gestured towards the ladder they had just descended. Typically, boats like this utilize iron ladders, which, logically, should withstand significant flames. However, during their examination of the scene, they found none. The current ladder was wooden, placed there by the police for the sake of convenience in their investigation. Lu Sheng noticed that the vicinity where the ladder was positioned bore particularly prominent char marks, indicating that this was evidently a point of arson. What was the weather like on the day of the incident? As Lu Sheng wandered the lower cabin, his mounting suspicions grew in tandem with the details recorded in the files. The weather on that day? Lu Zhengping was perplexed by Lu Sheng's seemingly irrelevant query, but made an effort to recall. I believe there was heavy fog and a light rain falling. Lu Sheng nodded, and suddenly his intuition stirred. A piece of charred plastic in a darkened corner caught his attention. Upon picking it up, he discovered some illegible, scorched writing, which he could not decipher. With a sense of resolve, Lu Sheng quickly reached a conclusion in his mind. This was a heinous armed robbery. It was no wonder that the original leader's explanation of the incident failed to convince the higher-ups. It was an affront to their intelligence. Having formed a preliminary judgment regarding the case, Lu Sheng and the members of the Special Investigation Team are now tasked with unraveling the mystery and identifying the perpetrator. The on-site investigation constitutes a crucial component of this endeavor. However, the opinions among the officers present at the scene appear to diverge significantly. According to the forensic autopsy results, there are evident signs of struggle among the deceased prior to their demise, with many exhibiting blood hemoglobin concentrations soaring between 40 to 60%, suggesting they were tragically engulfed by flames rather than being victims of murder followed by incineration. The firefighting department of Xianyang City concurs with this assertion. Listening to the various viewpoints, Lu Sheng could not help but furrow his brow. It was apparent that the previous team leader, faced with a stagnation in the investigation, had reached an intellectual impasse, hastily concluding that this incident was merely accidental. Indeed, the victims had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning amidst the inferno. Those who had raised doubts exhaled in relief, sensing that the newly appointed leader endorsed their prior conclusions. Yet, Lu Sheng pivoted the discourse, emphasizing that the myriad of existing ambiguities required thorough elucidation. Firstly, why has the portable iron ladder, weighing several dozen kilograms, vanished? If this were an accident, the ladder would logically remain in situ. The absence thereof implies deliberate action by another party, intent on trapping the individuals aboard in the lower hold. Secondly, there's a distinct smell of gasoline aboard the vessel, and the diesel fuel used for the boat is insufficient to ignite a fire. Where then did the gasoline originate? Thirdly, what accounts for the numerous unidentified holes, over 100, in the lower hold. These are evidently not marks of combustion. Fourthly, with no combustible materials present in the hold. How could it be the starting point of the blaze? The assembly fell silent. Those who had previously questioned the findings rendered speechless, realizing these critical inconsistencies had been overlooked in the haste to close the case. Sheng shook his head. These queries are indeed straightforward to address, and I can even reconstruct the scene of the incident. Why are the corpses partially charred, yet partially intact? I recall that the case file indicated the bodies were floating on the water surface, correct? Lu Jinping nodded in affirmation. The members of the special investigation team cast curious glances at Lu Sheng. Why would there be standing water in the lower hold? I hypothesized that the water did not enter due to the vessel being consumed by flames, but rather that the assailants deliberately opened the fire hydrant, attempting to drown the passengers. However, upon realizing the insufficient water depth, the perpetrators resorted to alternative means. As he spoke, Lu Sheng pointed to the area where the iron ladder was originally positioned, noting it had sustained the most severe charring, likely one of the ignition points. At that time, the lower hold was already inundated. The assailants could only commence the fire from this location. The presence of standing water explains why the bodies exhibit a juxtaposition of half-charred and half-intact states. Chapter 84. Indeed, there is. The group understood suddenly. Had the fire caused breaches in the hull, allowing river water to seep in and submerge the bodies, they would have appeared entirely carbonized rather than displaying a peculiar state of being half-charred and half-normal. Yet, this raises further questions. None of the individuals bore signs of having been assaulted, nor was there any evidence of struggle at the scene. It is noteworthy that the majority of those aboard were young men. Moreover, if the armed assailants were indeed robbing, why were their possessions not pilfered? Lu Sheng's remarks failed to completely quell the doubts. Everyone had perused the autopsy report, noting that one of the female corpses exhibited minor fractures. Perhaps she fell in a state of panic, Lu Jinping suggested. Lu Sheng nodded slightly. I concur with that perspective. Lu Jinping appeared taken aback, and the other officers gasped in astonishment. Was there a back and forth between an accidental incident and an armed robbery? Nonetheless, I remain steadfast in my previous assessment, which precisely provides us with clues regarding the perpetrator. Why do the other bodies lack signs of violent harm, while this particular female corpse bears a slight fracture? Was she somehow unique? Did the assailants harbor particular animosity towards her? Not at all. The only plausible explanation is that it was purely accidental, possibly due to her overwhelming fear, causing a loss of bodily control, resulting in a fall from a height and the subsequent fracture. The assailants did not engage in violent confrontation with the individuals on the vessel. It is important to note that the ship contained numerous items, such as kitchen knives and rescue axes that could serve as weapons, and the assailants did not conduct forced searches. Why is that? Their objective was solely to rob. Indeed, why? A robber ought to take everything they can. The answer is singular. The number of assailants was too few, likely comprising only 2 to 3 individuals, who were hesitant to provoke the passengers excessively. After all, among the 32 individuals, 2/3 were able-bodied men, and any conflict would likely yield unfavorable outcomes for the assailants. Then the question arises, given their significant numerical advantage and access to weapons, why did these individuals not offer any resistance? The officers instinctively displayed expressions of contemplation. I surmise that these assailants must have possessed firearms, instilling fear among those on board. I can now roughly reconstruct the scene that unfolded. Lu Sheng, pointing towards the upper deck from the entrance of the lower hold, speculated. A gang of 2 to 3 armed individuals boarded this vessel and used firearms to drive all passengers down to the lower hold. Due to the disparity in numbers, the assailants deceived these individuals into believing they sought only to rob and not to harm. Hence, the passengers complied with their directives and descended the iron ladder to the hold. During the process of herding them, a female tourist panicked and inadvertently fell, resulting in a fracture. Once the assailants had driven everyone into the lower hold, they promptly removed the iron ladder and attempted to activate the fire hydrant to drown the passengers. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory, compelling them to pour gasoline from the second level into the hold and subsequently ignite it. Then, Lu Sheng retrieved a series of photographs from the files and pieced them together, beckoning the others. Take a look at the distribution of these bodies. Notice any discrepancies? Lu Jingping and the other officers leaned in closer, and Zheng Qian suddenly exclaimed. If viewed from the direction of the iron ladder, it appears that the male corpses are positioned in front, with the female corpses behind. Precisely. Lu Sheng cast an appreciative glance at Zheng Qian. In the face of calamity, the innate emotions of humanity compel us to protect the vulnerable. The distribution of the bodies clearly indicates that the men took the initiative to shield the female passengers, guiding them away from the flames or conflicts with the assailants. This suggests that upon realizing the killer's intent to silence witnesses, the passengers attempted to resist. However, the iron ladder had been withdrawn, and with the firearms in the assailants' hands, their efforts were inevitably in vain. After a moment of contemplation, the assembled police officers suddenly raised their heads, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment. They discerned that, following Lu Sheng's explanation, everything seemed to correspond with the evidence at the scene, as if he had personally witnessed the events unfold. Do we have any leads on the perpetrator? Lu Jingping inquired impatiently. No matter how coherent the logic, if they were unable to solve the case or apprehend the culprit, it would all be for naught. At this, every officer present fixed their gaze intently on Lu Sheng. The ability to reconstruct the scene so vividly from mere documentation and a brief investigation was impressive. In that moment, all members of the special investigation team were captivated by Lu Sheng's prowess. This was merely the first day. No, more accurately, it had not even been half a day, and Lu Sheng had already unraveled a significant portion of the conundrum that had them stumped. There are indeed clues, Lu Sheng remarked as he began to stride away from the lower deck, making his way toward the deck above. The others, perplexed, followed closely behind. By this time, the sky had darkened somewhat, and a thin mist had risen over the river, significantly reducing visibility. Typically, in armed robberies, assailants conceal their identities to avoid detection, and it is rare for them to commit murder, especially when they are outnumbered. Lu Sheng recalled his first encounter with a bank robbery, where the robbers, Xiao Xingwen and Xiao Xingwu, had not worn masks, but that was because they were already wanted fugitives, unconcerned about being recognized. Therefore, it is highly probable that the assailants were familiar with the crew or that their accents would easily reveal their identities. Aside from the foreign tourists on board, the remaining crew members were all nationals of Huagua. This area of water is vast, and the prevailing weather conditions severely limit visibility. Thus, two conditions are essential to locate the direction of the tourist boat amidst the foggy expanse of the river. Lu Sheng extended a finger, stating, first, one must possess an intimate understanding of this body of water. Second, whether rented or owned, one must have a swift vessel, like a speedboat, capable of navigating the river. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch up with the tourist boat. Following this analysis, one could surmise a relatively clear profile of the assailants, could they not? There were 23 assailants, armed with firearms, likely local individuals well versed in the surrounding waters. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. The crowd regarded Lu Sheng with an odd intensity, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Astonishment. In such a brief span, not only did they reconstruct the crime scene, but they also rendered an accurate depiction of the perpetrator. However, they understood that if this case were to be likened to a final examination, Lu Sheng had already delineated the scope of the test. Yet achieving a perfect score would not be an effortless task. Merely possessing these clues still left the investigative range somewhat broad. Captain Lu, do you have any additional leads? Lu Jingping now addressed him with genuine respect. Certainly. Chapter 85. I trust you, you wretched soul. Lu Sheng raised the plastic fragment he had just retrieved. This is what I found in the corner moments ago. It still bears the scent of gasoline. According to my hypothesis, it must belong to the assailant's plastic gas canister. The fact that they carelessly abandoned it on the boat suggests that the perpetrator was unaware that the fuel used for the vessel was diesel. This further corroborates that they were not accustomed to operating a pleasure craft, perhaps being involved in other aquatic occupations. Moreover, it is likely that the assailant sustained an injury, most probably a burn. Lu Jingping was momentarily taken aback. He had merely posed a tentative question, not anticipating that Lu Sheng would indeed possess further clues. However, Captain Lu, how can you deduce that the assailant was injured, particularly by burns? Lu Sheng smiled slightly and waved the charred, curled plastic in his hand. Through the recent scene reconstruction, we can ascertain that this gang of criminals is quite cautious. Perhaps they decided to eliminate all 32 individuals aboard the vessel simply to avoid revealing their identities due to accents or other telltale signs. Yet, why would such individuals leave behind a gas canister? Do they not fear the slightest chance that it might not have been consumed by the fire? I surmise that something transpired during their departure that greatly agitated the assailant, causing them to neglect to take the gas canister. In such a scenario, it is highly probable that they were injured. As for why it would be burns, it is rather straightforward. The only substantial threats at the scene were a fire or human error. The crew had already been tricked into the hold, rendering them powerless to pose any threat to him. Following Lu Sheng's thorough analysis, the intricacies of the case began to surface. Now, it was time to return to the police station, regroup, rejuvenate, and prepare for a large-scale investigative operation. Lu Sheng slowly surveyed the area. After a prolonged period of exertion, the weariness was evident on everyone's faces. A fatigued tiger is far less formidable in a confrontation. Yes, Captain Lu. After a brief meal, Lu Sheng promptly gathered the members of the special investigation team and assigned detailed tasks for the search operation. With the tags of local aquatic workers, speedboats, 3-person gangs, burn injuries, and shotguns as references, the targets for investigation became markedly clearer. Given the heightened attention from higher authorities regarding this case, Lu Sheng had access to a considerable deployment of police forces. In an instant, the local towns along the coastline and county-level public security agencies swiftly mobilized to engage in the investigation. Lu Sheng had no doubt about the accuracy of the targets. However, one concern lingered. Had the assailants already fled with the loot, considering that more than 10 days had passed? Under the intense accumulation of manpower and resources, early the next morning, the members of the task force received promising news. We have thoroughly screened the waterway operators along the coast who possess personal jet skis. Chao Chi handed Lu Sheng a stack of documents. A total of 3 individuals own private jet skis, primarily engaging in rental services. Typically, those involved in such businesses must register with the relevant authorities and obtain an operating license to commence their activities. However, one establishment had its license revoked due to non-compliance with regulations. Revoked? Does that imply they have ceased operations? Not quite. On the contrary, they are still operating quite well. Operating well? In what manner was their non-compliance manifested? Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. According to the regulations, every individual renting a yacht must register their identity card details, and renters must be at least 18 years of age. Here, one can rent simply by paying, and there are also inadequate security measures in place. They had narrowly avoided a safety incident previously. Let's have breakfast first. Lu Sheng casually grabbed a variety of buns and fried dough sticks from the table and handed them to Chao Chi. We should call a few people and head over together. By the way, what is the suspect's name? Xiao Er. Based on Lu Sheng's conjecture, the assailants likely comprise 2 to 3 individuals. If Zhou Er is involved, he must have accomplices. Thus, to avoid alarming them, Lu Sheng planned to conduct the investigation in plain clothes. Second brother jet ski, Lu Sheng, accompanied by Chao Chi and Zheng Qian, stood beneath a crooked sign, peering inside. To avoid raising suspicion, Lu Sheng ultimately decided to bring only 2 companions. It was already 9:30 in the morning. The shop's entrance was half ajar, and a gust of chilly wind swept through, rustling a few dried leaves on the ground. Clearly, the proprietor had yet to rise. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Sheng signaled to Zheng Qian, who immediately understood and began to knock forcefully on the iron gate. Who is it? It's early morning. Can't one get some sleep? Moments later, a man with a disheveled hairstyle emerged from the partially opened iron gate, bundled in a military coat, visibly shivering from a cold. In the south, where there is no heating, the indoor and outdoor temperatures are nearly identical, making getting out of bed akin to facing a punishment for many. Zoer was no exception. You must be the owner? Lu Sheng approached confidently, extending his hand toward Zoer. Yes. What do you want? Zhou Er eyed Lu Sheng with suspicion, refraining from shaking hands and instead huddled even tighter into his coat. I heard you have jet skis available for rent. How do you charge for that? Lu Sheng remained unfazed, slipping his hands into his pockets. The two companions nearby moved closer, subtly forming a circle around Zhou Er without him noticing. Upon hearing there was business at hand, Zhou Er's demeanor visibly softened. Boss, given the shabby state of your place, can the safety and quality of your yachts be guaranteed? Zheng Qian adeptly chimed in. When we venture out for leisure, our foremost concern is safety. In this dreadful weather, should one fall in, it would be a near-death experience or at least lead to a severe illness. Chao Chi also echoed in agreement. Hee, there is no need to worry about safety issues. I have guests visiting daily, and my jet ski undergoes a thorough inspection after each use. With his hands pressed together, Zhou Er exhaled into his palms and then resumed his search in his pockets, muttering softly, this cursed weather. Why don't you take us to inspect the machine? That way, we can feel more at ease, Lu Sheng suggested at an opportune moment. No problem. Xiao Er readily agreed. Such customers were not uncommon. After all, these laymen could not discern any significant details, merely seeking a sense of reassurance. Zhou Er turned and walked towards the warehouse. At that moment, Lu Sheng and his companions were instantly invigorated. Boss, why is there a patch of missing hair on the back of your head? This could impact your image. Lu Sheng casually inquired. Oh, that? Zhou Er instinctively touched the bald spot on his head. A few days ago, while gathering firewood, some sparks accidentally landed on me. Well, you do seem a bit unfortunate. Sparks landed on you? Do you expect me to believe that? Could sparks really cause such a large patch? Chapter 86. The lead disrupts. Another accomplice? Trembling with apprehension, the trio navigated the jet ski around the river before hastily returning to the police station. They were well aware of Zhou Er's dubious dealings. Should misfortune strike, all three would be in peril. Nonetheless, to avoid arousing Zhou Er's suspicions, they braved the situation. The jet ski and the burn marks clearly aligned with Zhou Er's profile, elevating him to the status of prime suspect in Lu Sheng's mind. However, the existing evidence was still insufficient to convict Zhou Er, as it stemmed solely from Lu Sheng's conjectures. The most pressing question now was, who was the other accomplice? Captain Lu, we have made new discoveries regarding the investigation into Zhou Er. New discoveries? Lu Sheng accepted the summary report from the task force member. Through our investigation into Zhou Er, we have unearthed two significant findings. First, according to the gas station employees, Zhou Er purchased 3 barrels of gasoline the day before the incident. Locally, it is customary to take the barrels after purchasing fuel, but they must be returned afterwards. However, Zhou Er only returned 2 barrels and was vague when questioned, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Aren't the gas station barrels made of metal? They originally were, but many individuals seeking a quick profit refused to return the barrels after taking them home. Consequently, the gas station had to substitute with plastic barrels to cut costs. The officer replied with a rueful smile. Being a local from Xuanyang, he felt a bit embarrassed discussing such matters in front of outsiders. Another suspicious detail. Our financial investigation into Zhou Er revealed that he purchased his jet ski on loan, with debts amounting to 80,000 yuan, and the repayment period is due in 2 months. Given his current financial standing, he is utterly incapable of repaying it. Wait! Lu Sheng abruptly halted his perusal of the report, interrupting the officer's account. He pointed to a line within the document and asked, Is Zhou Er planning to sell his jet ski? Indeed. The officer nodded, contemplating. I was just about to say, he took out an 80,000 loan to purchase that jet ski, and within less than 3 years, he is selling it for a mere 30,000. Isn't that a tremendous loss? Lu Sheng's expression turned grave as he suddenly stood up, exclaiming, This fellow is planning to flee. Flee? The nearby officers exchanged astonished glances. Lu Sheng had no time to elaborate. He immediately summoned the members of the special task force currently at the police station. Everyone assembled, swiftly gearing up for action to apprehend Zhou Er. Given the urgency of the situation, it was evident that Zhou Er was plotting his escape, and Lu Sheng could no longer afford to be cautious. Yes, the members of the task force were visibly excited. There was no doubt that capturing Zoe would mean the case was nearly solved, reaching about 95% completion. Remarkably, it had been less than a day. Lu Sheng had only arrived from Lu City the previous afternoon, and already there had been a significant breakthrough in the case. Of course, such efficiency was largely attributed to the tireless efforts of the grassroots police officers who had been conducting overnight interviews, as Lu Sheng had merely provided a general direction. The suspect was likely armed, so everyone prioritized their own safety. Second brother jet ski, due to the suspect being armed. Lu Sheng prudently requested the dispatch of an armed police unit. Is the suspect inside? Li Yunlu scrutinized the half-open iron door, signaling for the armed police to proceed with cautious steps, surrounding the entire premises, securing both exits. He was the captain of the armed police unit, possessing far more experience in apprehending armed gangs than Lu Sheng. Indeed, Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. They had not left empty-handed that morning. They had at least familiarized themselves with the terrain surrounding Zoe's residence. Engaged in the jet ski rental business, Zoe's home was notably situated near the shore. A two-story building where the ground floor served as a workshop for repairing machinery, while the upper floor was for living. Adjacent to the back of the house was a single-story warehouse, typically used for storing jet skis. Lu Sheng learned that this was an illegal structure. As they entered through the half-open iron door, they found no sign of Zoe. Perhaps he has gone back to sleep? Lu Sheng calculated the time. They had departed around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now approximately 1:30. Noticing the absence of anyone on the ground floor, Li Yunlu crouched low, ascending the stairs, inhaling deeply before tossing a flashbang upstairs. Bang! A blinding light erupted from above. Yet strangely, Lu Sheng heard no screams or cries. Surely, one wouldn't sleep so soundly as to miss this commotion. A sense of foreboding crept into Lu Sheng's mind. After the disorienting effect of the flashbang, fully armed officers surged upstairs, their weapons steady and ready. The instant any movement was detected, they would be prepared to neutralize the suspect. However, the scene that awaited them upstairs left everyone in disbelief. Shower Voshtet. Lu Sheng dashed forward to inspect the body, his brow furrowing deeply. The corpse still exuded warmth, with a conspicuous bullet hole visible on the forehead, a penetrating wound inflicted by a shotgun from the back of the head. One could surmise that mere moments after he had departed, Zoe was brutally murdered. Am I exposed? Lu Sheng replayed the series of his interactions with Zoe in his mind, quickly dismissing such a notion. This was a premeditated act. Captain Lu, we have not discovered any valuables related to the national identity on the yacht. Zhang Qian and Chao Qi were meticulously searching the room, yet found nothing. No looted possessions were uncovered. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. Did a dispute over an unequal distribution of plunder ignite murderous intent? Now, the most crucial lead had been severed. They could not even ascertain whether the accomplices were one or two individuals. Lu Sheng activated his super sense of smell and soon detected two unfamiliar scents lingering on Zoe's body. The odors were faint, making it impossible to identify the suspects amidst the vast sea of humanity. Furthermore, the location where Zoe resided was exceedingly remote, likely devoid of any witnesses. Chapter 87. Interception by land, sea, and air. This was the consequence of his inexperience. He had not anticipated the assailant's brutality exceeding his imagination. He had just departed, unable to dispatch anyone to closely monitor Zoe, and the perpetrator had already begun the grim task of silencing him. First, secure the scene, Captain Li. I appreciate your efforts in coming here. Lu Sheng rose, offering a sheepish smile to Li Yunlu. He had initially anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to discover that the primary suspect had already met his demise. What a turn of events. Li Yunlu nodded, refraining from uttering any reproachful words. After all, nominally, Lu Sheng was still his temporary superior, and all actions needed to align with the Special Task Force's directives. He gestured to his armed team members, who quietly retreated from the second floor. They conducted a thorough search of the premises. Given the urgency, the murderer could not have cleaned the scene entirely. Lu Sheng waved his hand, and several officers surged forward to continue their examination of the room's contents. They had departed Zoe's location at 11:30. and merely 2 hours had elapsed since then. China's stringent firearm regulations made it unlikely that Zhou Er had access to weapons. It was highly probable that the firearm was a homemade gun or a hunting rifle. The silencing effect was evidently inadequate. However, Liu Sheng had not heard any disturbances during his departure that morning, nor had he heard gunfire upon approaching the scene. Thus, the timing of the incident was significantly questionable. Chao Qi, check the back warehouse. Is the speedboat still there? Liu Sheng, frowning, surveyed the room. Zhou Er's residence was relatively secluded, seldom traversed by others, and Liu Sheng had not observed any unfamiliar pedestrians or vehicles on his way. How then did the assailant make their escape? There must be a route by land, sea, or air. The answer was apparent, and what he needed now was to have Chao Qi confirm it. The room on the second floor is rather cramped, roughly the size of an average living room. Against the wall, a single bed is positioned, and the surroundings are quite disordered, devoid of any evident signs of struggle. Clearly, Zhou Er was taken down unawares. Liu Sheng's discerning eye suddenly flickered, navigating through the bustling figures, and he picked up a few strands of hair from the ground, sifting through them until he was left with several that bore a resemblance to the scent lingering on Zhou Er. He carefully packaged this, as it could very well be a remnant left by the perpetrator, and handed the hair to Liu Jinping. After a brief hesitation, Liu Jinping accepted the hair, placing it into an evidence bag he carried. He had heard of Liu Sheng, this rising star, and had a cursory understanding of the cases he had solved, yet the specific details eluded him. Thus, he was unaware of Liu Sheng's extraordinary sense of smell. A normal individual loses an average of 70 to 100 strands of hair daily. In this room, the hair is abundant. So how can one ascertain that this is left by the assailant? However, given that Liu Sheng was now his direct superior, he complied without protest. After all, to undermine a young person publicly might adversely affect the investigation's progression. Rest assured, Officer Liu, our team leader's sense of smell might surpass that of a police dog. Zheng Qian whispered, discerning Liu Jinping's skepticism. More sensitive than a police dog? Although Liu Jinping harbored doubts, he certainly regarded it with heightened seriousness. The olfactory network within a canine's nasal cavity covers nearly 160 square meters. If Liu Sheng were to possess even half the effectiveness of that, it would be astonishing. Such individuals are not unheard of. Team leader, the jet ski in the warehouse has vanished. Vanished? Liu Sheng's eyes brightened at once, signaling to Chao Qi and Zheng Qian. We need to inform headquarters immediately. I require a helicopter and 3 speedboats. The perpetrator cannot have fled far. Zhou Er had only purchased 3 barrels of fuel at the gas station recently. When they rented the jet ski in the morning, the fuel tank was already full. Zhou Er had also disclosed that the fuel in the tank was the last from his shop, and he had yet to return to the gas station for refueling. Given the morning's commotion, Liu Sheng estimated they had consumed nearly half of the fuel. Based on the jet ski's fuel consumption, the 2 culprits could not have gone far. As for why Liu Sheng deduced there were 2 perpetrators, it was because he had previously detected 2 unfamiliar scents on Zhou Er. Indeed, the sun shone brilliantly. The hazy mist over the river dissipated, revealing a surface as smooth as a mirror from an aerial view. A jet ski sped across the water, sending up a spray of white froth, with 2 young men sporting long hair laughing heartily on board, one of them carrying a hunting rifle on his back. By their feet lay 2 bulging bags of urea casually piled. Lao Wang, it seems we are running low on fuel. Chen Xian suddenly noticed the nearly empty fuel gauge, breaking into a cold sweat. If they ran out of fuel here, it would truly be a dire predicament, beyond any help from above or below. What should we do now? Wang Hong exclaimed, instinctively grabbing the 2 bags of urea beside his feet. Within this situation lies a multitude of electronic devices which, if submerged in water, would undoubtedly be rendered useless. The treasures scavenged from that yacht extend beyond mere gold and silver trinkets. They encompass a plethora of valuable electronic products as well. It is evident that these foreigners are not lacking in wealth. I am aware of a nearby location to approach. Chen Xian responded in a resonant voice, swiftly altering their course, and, relying on his familiarity with the vicinity, soon identified a suitable docking point. Buzzing. At that moment, A roar of an engine erupted from behind the jet ski, the sound growing increasingly louder as it drew nearer. The two instinctively turned their heads, only to be struck with terror. A young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, piloted the jet ski, with two figures seated behind him, brandishing handguns aimed directly at them. Police. The same thought raced through the minds of the duo. The individuals ahead proclaimed, "You are surrounded. We advise you to lay down your weapons and refrain from futile resistance." Sheng, while maneuvering the jet ski, sought to undermine the assailant's psychological fortitude through dialogue. Having only recently joined the police force, he lacked the rigorous training typical of those from conventional police academies. Furthermore, his previous station had little need for firearms, resulting in his relatively weak shooting skills. In addition, China maintains stringent regulations regarding firearms. Even officers on duty must adhere to a demanding protocol when armed. On this occasion, he was unarmed. Thus, he entrusted the task of shooting to Zheng Qian and Chao Qi. As for the jet ski beneath them, it had been rented from another establishment. Under the pressing circumstances, he bypassed several procedural steps and, by presenting his officer's badge, alleviated much of the hassle. Chapter 88. The Dragon's Roar and Iron Shirt Technique. Surrounded? The duo instinctively scanned their surroundings, only to find an emptiness devoid of any shadows, let alone an actual encirclement. "I wouldn't believe you if you were the last person on Earth." Chan Xian spat into the water, only for a carp to leap up and swallow his saliva. Though momentarily taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. "Old Wang, keep your eyes on those three. Do not let them approach." "No problem." Wang Hongfeng seized a shotgun and fired a warning shot into the air, the sound echoing. Though his aim was not precise, hitting beside the jet ski, it was sufficient to instill caution in Sheng and his companions. "What shall we do, Liu?" Zheng Qian queried, remaining vigilant and ready to fire. The distance between the two parties was considerable. Their marksmanship had yet to reach such proficiency. If possible, they preferred to return with two live captives. "No need to rush," Sheng replied calmly, accelerating the jet ski to its maximum speed. "Those two won't be able to flee far. Their fuel cannot match ours, and they will have to come ashore eventually." In truth, he had discerned the assailant's intentions. Maintaining a safe distance while employing a strategy of attrition would suffice. Damn it! After deliberately circling an extended distance, Chan Xian also grasped Sheng's strategy. This was an open ploy. They had no alternative options. "The fuel is nearly depleted. If we do not dock soon, we shall indeed be trapped upon this water." Although those three policemen are merely posturing, he firmly believes that reinforcements are en route. Damn it, let us gamble everything. One may perish, but one shall not remain dead for eternity. Chun Xian gritted his teeth, slightly altering his course to follow the intended route. Ahead lay a dense forest, the perfect refuge. Perhaps, with their familiarity of the terrain, the two brothers could elude the three policemen trailing behind them. Sheng followed closely, aware that the true spectacle was about to unfold. Steadying himself with one hand on the steering, he retrieved the walkie-talkie from his person. "Attention all units. Attention all units. The suspects have fled towards the forest. Prepare to intercept." A resounding acknowledgement echoed through the device before silence reclaimed its space. Sheng nodded in satisfaction, keeping a distant watch on the criminals. Moments later, the distinct roar of a helicopter reverberated from above. Chen Xian and Wang Hongfeng were momentarily dumbfounded as the already dwindling throttle strained to descend further. "Good heavens! They have even deployed a helicopter to catch us." Panic surged within Chen Xian. "Old Wang, shoot that helicopter down." Having killed so many, he was certain they would face dire consequences. Old Wang remained silent for a few seconds, his expression sorrowful. "Brother, have you been watching too many anti-Japanese dramas? Do you genuinely believe a shotgun can bring down a plane? Perhaps we could try targeting its fuel tank?" This time, Wang Hongfeng did not respond, and Chen Xian wisely refrained from pressing further, concentrating on piloting the speedboat. "Listen up. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons. Resisting is futile and your only path to survival." A voice blared from the helicopter's speaker. Chen Xian suddenly felt a pang of regret. They should have charged into the bustling city, Perhaps capturing a hostage or two could have afforded them a chance to escape. Of course, they were reluctant to surrender. How dare they expect us to yield? Wang Hongfang, however, was agitated, raising his shotgun and firing several shots into the sky. Soon, two criminals successfully reached the shore, abandoning the speedboat and scrambling into the forest with their plunder. The helicopter hovered relentlessly above them, akin to a piece of stubborn chewing gum, refusing to be shaken off despite their attempts. Lu Sheng and his companions also made landfall. I will proceed ahead. You two follow at your own pace. Lu Sheng leapt from the speedboat. His physical prowess allowed him to navigate the forest with ease. Lu, you don't even have a firearm. Zheng Qian exclaimed, quickly grasping Lu Sheng's arm. Though they had trailed behind Lu Sheng, they had served in the police force for many years. Their shooting skills, while perhaps not impeccable, were competent. They recognized Lu Sheng's exceptional abilities. Yet before joining the force, he had been merely an ordinary university student with no experience handling firearms. Moreover, his rapid advancement left little time for training, and he had seldom fired a real weapon. The crux of the matter is that the bulletproof vest is of little use. If struck by a bullet, the situation becomes dire, leaving no time for contemplation. Although unarmed, the vest he donned, along with the 30-minute duration of the dragon's roar iron shirt, bestowed confidence upon him. The efficacy of a flawless dragon's roar iron shirt against bullets intrigued Lu Sheng. Previously, during the bank heist, Xiao Xingwen had demonstrated the terrifying power of the perfect Golden King fist, which had transformed him into a mere shell of a man. Upon later learning the details, Lu Sheng discovered that after being sent to the hospital, Xiao Xingwen's injuries had rendered him nearly incapacitated. Before Zheng Qian and Xiao Qi could react, Lu Sheng had already become a fleeting shadow, disappearing among the dense foliage. With the helicopter providing navigation, even if the two criminals fled to the ends of the earth, they would be tracked down. This was untenable, with such a presence overhead. The police could be converging upon them from all directions. Chun Xian gasped for breath, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. What shall we do? Wang Hafang, burdened with the urea bag, felt the heat rising above him. We must discard this load. We cannot run far with it. What? Wang Hongfang hesitated. We find ourselves in this predicament because of these items, only to ultimately achieve nothing. Honestly, anyone would feel a sense of loss. There is no time. If you wish to be apprehended by the police, continue carrying it. However, I shall not assist you further. Chun Xian felt a pang of regret, but understood the necessity. As long as we have this firearm, we can seize a second opportunity, just as we did the first, with a blend of encouragement and urgency. Chun Xian swiftly persuaded his companion. All right. Wang Hongfang gritted his teeth and tossed the urea bag into a nearby pit, where it was quickly swallowed by the underbrush. He remained hopeful that should they escape, they might return to retrieve it. Chun Xian, feeling a similar sense of loss, followed suit. The roar above grew increasingly distinct. The armed personnel in the helicopter began attempting a landing. Stop. Chapter 89. Capture and bring to justice. As the figures ahead became clearer, Lu Sheng steadied himself, his voice resonating through the mountain forest like thunder. Coupled with the skill intimidation, it left the two men momentarily dazed. It's that cop. Instantly alert, they raised their shotguns, ready to fire. Upon witnessing this, Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he rolled aside just as bullets struck the ground where he had stood, creating shallow craters. Despite possessing the 30-minute experience of the dragon's roar iron shirt, he was reluctant to feel the sting of gunfire. The deafening roar above echoed ominously. The two men exchanged glances at Lu Sheng, then, without a second thought, shouldered their firearms and fled at full speed. If they allowed the armed personnel from the helicopter to land, there would be no escape. Lu Sheng observed their retreat. With a focused gaze, he unhesitatingly activated the 30-minute experience card for the Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. As a potent airflow erupted from his pores, causing his garments to swell. Faintly, a low chant seemed to echo in his ears. The Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, reputedly created by the legendary master Zhou Tong of the Song dynasty, who was also Yu Fei's mentor, when mastered to perfection felt akin to donning attire forged from iron. impervious to the force of external blows. Before long, the armed police preparing to land from the helicopter beheld a scene that left them astounded. Seemingly frozen in place by the recent gunfire, Lu Sheng suddenly sprang into action, his stature appearing to expand significantly, as the uneven ground beneath him felt as stable as solid ground. The two assailants, sensing the shift behind them, instinctively fired 2 shots at Lu Sheng. The armed officers distinctly observed that these bullets struck Lu Sheng's chest, yet the sound that followed was a resounding clash of metal. What on earth? Wang Hongfang's eyes widened in disbelief. Being relatively close to Lu Sheng, they had a clearer view. Though clad in a bulletproof vest, Lu Sheng stood unshaken after being hit at such close range. Instead, he charged forward like a ferocious bear unleashed, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. This moment was beginning to shatter their understanding of reality. A biochemical warrior from a movie? A superhero? For a fleeting instant, the two men stood frozen, hesitating to fire again. Lu Sheng, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts. With only 30 minutes on the experience card, the overwhelming power surging within him made him feel almost inflated, as if his muscles and bones were filled with an intangible gas. There was no time for hesitation. In the face of adversity, the brave shall triumph. Chun Xian roared, raising his shotgun to fire another shot at Lu Sheng, with Wang Hongfang closely trailing behind. The armed police in the helicopter were on the verge of panic. Lu Sheng was the leader of this special task force, and should anything happen to him under their watch, he feared he would struggle to justify it to his superiors. The prior scene had already been dismissed as an illusion in his mind. Lu Sheng strode confidently towards the bullets. The two assailants had only one chance to shoot. If he could withstand it, subduing them would be merely a matter of will. Bang! Bang! This time, the observations were clearer. The metallic bullets struck Lu Sheng, penetrating his bulletproof vest only to seem to collide with an iron plate, lingering momentarily before falling helplessly to the ground. You! Chun Xian stared in astonishment, ready to fire again. Alas, he had no opportunity left, as Lu Sheng swiftly maneuvered behind them, extending his large hands like a fan to lift both men effortlessly as if they were mere chickens. At this moment, Lu Sheng's height was roughly estimated to exceed 1.90 meters, while the two assailants barely surpassed 1.60 meters. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng brought his arms together, causing the heads of the two men to collide forcefully, resulting in a dazzling burst of stars before they succumbed to unconsciousness. A brief silence followed. Chao Qi and Zheng Qian pursued closely behind, panting heavily, with wisps of smoke curling above their heads. The two stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, nearly igniting a conflict. After all, they were armed bandits. The chaotic scene before them clearly bore the marks of a fierce struggle. Had Lu Sheng truly subdued these assailants with his bare hands? Surely, he must have been wounded, yet was still holding on bravely. With this thought, they rushed forward, assessing Lu Sheng's condition. Are you all right? Lu Sheng had already exited the state of dragon roar iron cloth, rendering any unusual signs invisible to them. The Xuanyang Public Security Bureau reported that the two captured suspects had been transported to the hospital, where they were diagnosed with mild concussions. However, the police had located a discarded bag of urea in the dense forest, containing items that closely matched those reported missing by passengers on a pleasure boat. Jewelry, precious metals, and a camera were laid out on Lu Sheng's desk alongside the detailed profiles of the two individuals. Chun Xian, male, 25 years old, a high school dropout, currently unemployed, had frequented establishments such as dance halls and had a history of petty theft. He had been sentenced to 2 years for theft 2 years prior and had only recently been released. Wang Hongfang's background was quite similar. Both were former cellmates. How are they recovering? Are they able to undergo interrogation now? Lu Sheng inquired, closing the dossier and glancing at Lu Jingping. Zheng Qian and Chao Qi had been assigned to guard the suspects at the hospital. The doctors indicated there were no issues, yet the suspects persistently feigned headaches and refused to cooperate. Lu Jingping cast a helpless glance at Lu Sheng. To have won against 2 armed criminals in unarmed combat was remarkable enough, but to have rendered them concussed was truly impressive. His admiration for this young officer had reached new heights, both in terms of investigative prowess and physical capability. Officer Liu, would you be interested in joining our team in Xuanyang? We can reserve the position of deputy captain in our criminal investigation brigade for you. Liu Jingping said with a smile. He had been commissioned by the director of the Xuanyang Public Security Bureau to recruit Liu Sheng. Such talent was far too valuable to remain in a small county. After all, it was all in service to the public security efforts of Jiangxi province. Regardless of where one served, I sincerely appreciate your kind offer, Officer Liu, but I must respectfully decline for now. My experience is still quite limited, and I wish to gain more practical experience at the grassroots level, Liu Sheng replied. Chapter 90. The Turbulent Hearts of Men Under the Bright Lights of the Interrogation Room. Liu Sheng fixed a serious gaze upon Chen Xian, while Zheng Qian diligently recorded the proceedings. Interrogations may be delayed, but they are never absent. No matter how much the suspects might evade responsibility, the day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. As the head of the Special Investigation Team, the final responsibilities of this high-profile international case rested squarely on Liu Sheng's shoulders, marking the conclusion of this sensational affair. Name? Chen Xian. Gender? Male. Chen Xian felt somewhat intimidated by Liu Sheng, likely due to witnessing the scene where Liu Sheng shielded himself with his own body against bullets. Not only he, but anyone would be left in astonishment. However, that was merely a fleeting moment of glory. Liu Sheng was acutely aware that he was not capable of such feats at present. Even after the completion of the task, he would merely possess an entry-level iron cloth skill, while the experience card provided by the system represented a flawless level, elevating his physical attributes to an extraordinary degree, almost bordering on the supernatural. In truth, with the bulletproof vest he was equipped with at the time, it would have been feasible to withstand a shotgun's bullets. However, the average person often suffers secondary injuries due to the deformation of the vest. Theoretically, given the distance and the high speed involved, the impact would be akin to a motorcycle colliding with a person, potentially resulting in fractures or internal injuries. Yet, when the bullet struck Liu Sheng, he did not even flinch, which understandably left the two individuals speechless. Even later, under coercion from his superiors, Liu Sheng underwent imaging tests at the hospital, which revealed no issues. Now, confess and recount the events of the crime, he was prompted. Liu Sheng did not engage in lengthy discourse. His gaze simply turned cold. There were 32 corpses aboard the vessel, and aside from the 24 nationals, there were still 8 fellow countrymen. As a police officer from Huagua, it was only natural for him to seek justice for those tragically lost compatriots. Seemingly intimidated by Liu Sheng's piercing gaze, the blusterous words that had been on the tip of the other man's tongue suddenly lost their flavor. He was, after all, a petty thug, and despite a few years of reformation in prison, he had shown no signs of redemption, instead exhibiting increasingly reckless behavior. His prison experience had seemingly become a badge of honor in his circles, leading him to harbor little respect for the law or human life. You should be well aware that we have caught you red-handed. No matter how you deny it, the facts of your crimes remain unchanged. Noticing the other party in a daze, Liu Sheng assumed this individual was merely following in the footsteps of his predecessors, continuing to resist. After all, apart from the valuables discovered in the urea bag at the scene, nearly 6,000 in cash and various expensive jewelry and watches have been found in their homes. Officer, there's no need to be so fierce. It's just a few countrymen who were killed, Chen Xian responded, snapping back to reality with a sheepish grin. You know, I just got out of prison not long ago, lacking education and burdened with a criminal background, making it impossible to find a legitimate job. I can't even get hired as a security guard. While I might have some street cred, being broke feels no different from being a pauper. Moreover, my parents have severed my financial support. At this juncture, Wang Hongfang was released, and I had developed a good rapport with him during our time together. We exchanged idle banter, and to my surprise, he genuinely believed that I held some significance outside. As you're aware, officer, the police have intensified their crackdown on organized crime, and individuals like me no longer find it as easy to navigate. He paused momentarily and continued, when we met, it was inevitable that we would share a sense of disillusionment. Fueled by youthful fervor, I had recently heard from Zhou Air about a group of affluent foreigners loitering nearby. Under their guidance, the three of us conspired to see if we could procure some funds. Lu Sheng nodded, recognizing that Zo'er indeed had a motive for the crime. His jet ski was acquired through a loan, yet due to a series of complications, he lacked the necessary documentation, which inevitably affected his business. The daunting prospect of repaying the hefty loan left him seeking shortcuts to financial gain. We had learned a few things while incarcerated, even crafting 2 makeshift shotguns. Zo'er had been making a living on the water for many years and was more familiar with the local waterways than I, a native. With his jet ski, executing our plan presented no significant challenges. The group of foreigners did not make a concerted effort to conceal their activities. After all, we no longer live in an era dominated by water bandits, and it was unlikely anyone would suspect foul play. At that time, the river was shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility abysmal. However, thanks to Zo'er, we successfully located the group of foreigners. Initially, we were somewhat intimidated as they were robust individuals, having grown up on a diet of beef and milk. Fortunately, we were armed, which deterred them from taking reckless actions. What followed aligned closely with Officer Lu Sheng's deductions. After a tense standoff, the crew aboard the vessel was compelled into the hold. They had no intention of resorting to murder and wearing masks. They were not concerned about revealing their identities. The communication was primarily entrusted to Wang Hongfang, the outsider. However, Zo'er, in his clumsiness, inadvertently revealed a flaw that led a local crew member to recognize him. After all, Zo'er was a businessman. They operated in the same circles and inevitably crossed paths. With no other option, they resolved to eliminate him. Fortunately, they had anticipated this scenario during their planning and brought along 2 barrels of gasoline as a precaution. Due to his exposure, Zo'er faced a reprimand from his accomplices and suffered a minor burn on his scalp while setting the fire, leaving him in a foul mood. Ultimately, the trio parted ways on unhappy terms. Officer, be fair. Can't you reprimand this fellow for his reckless conduct? As he grew animated, Chen Xian became quite eloquent, even seeking solace from Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng refrained from responding, while Chen Xian, dismissing his own discomfort, continued to speak at length. This individual is quite intriguing. Although he recounted the events without reservation, it was evident he was deliberately downplaying his own culpability, consistently portraying himself as a mere accomplice. He frequently emphasized that it was Wang Hongfang who orchestrated the plan, while Zo'er merely facilitated the arrangements. In summary, attributing blame to the deceased and Wang Hongfang seems entirely justified. Lu Sheng refrained from interrupting and exposing his underlying intentions, merely observing the other's performance in silence. As Chen Xian's enthusiasm waned, he finally spoke coldly. So, why did you feel compelled to eliminate Zo'er? It was not Wang Hongfang. That fellow claimed we possess firearms. Why should we allocate so much to Zo'er? Initially, we agreed on a distribution ratio of 3-3-4, with both Wang Hongfang and I receiving 3 shares, while Zo'er, due to his familiarity with the surroundings and ability to provide safe water transport, obtained 4. We had no objections at first. However, once the matter concluded, Wang Hongfang's temptation ignited our greed, and events unfolded naturally. After all, having already committed multiple murders aboard the vessel, one more or one less made little difference. Having said that, Chen Xian cautiously glanced at Lu Sheng's expression. And who specifically among you executed the deed? Wang Hongfang. Chen Xian replied, almost instinctively. It was that bastard Chen Xian who killed Zo'er. The answers from Wang Hongfang and Chen Xian aligned closely. Yet in this context, Chen Xian emerged as the instigator. Both maintained their respective positions, each harboring their own clandestine calculations. With the interrogation nearing its conclusion, the case on Lu Sheng's end reached a temporary resolution. The outcome had already been relayed to the provincial department and even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the moment the 2 were apprehended. Consequently, the head of the provincial criminal police team, Zhong Ruijin, personally arrived in Xuanyang City. Who is Lu Sheng? Zhong Ruijin, a middle-aged man exuding an overwhelming amiability, bore a slightly rotund visage, his eyes almost squinting into slits. Yet, the occasional glimmer of sharpness emanating from him was somewhat intimidating, a testament to the authority he had cultivated over time. Silently mocking the squinting eyes, Lu Sheng stepped forward from the welcoming crowd and saluted earnestly, reporting, "I am Lu Sheng." Zhong Ruijin approached, his smile growing ever more congenial as he slightly widened his eyes. "Well done, young man. Are you interested in developing your career at the provincial department?" This was an overt olive branch presented in public, a significant endorsement. Should Lu Sheng acquiesce, he might find himself comparing that directive to see who would reach Roman County first. The assembly was taken aback, with the head of the criminal police team, Zhong Ruijin, making such a statement. It was evident that he did not intend for Lu Sheng to merely run errands, but rather to nurture him for a promising future. In the crowd, Lu Jinping felt a twinge of regret. Had he persisted a little longer the previous day, Lu Sheng might have agreed. Even a brief stay in Xianyang City could potentially enhance their police department's influence at the provincial level. However, Lu Sheng ultimately declined the offer. A swift promotion was not necessarily advantageous for him. He had insufficient grounding, having only joined the police force a few months prior. The provincial department is brimming with talent, and even if Zhong Rui advances with his words, he is likely to merely play a minor role. It is far more prudent to tread steadily, for opportunities will surely abound in the future. To my surprise, Lu Sheng declined so decisively. However, Zhong Rui remained unfazed, confident that with Lu Sheng's abilities, joining the criminal police corps would be an inevitable outcome, and by then, he would undoubtedly excel even further. Accompanied by Chao Qi and Zheng Qian, Lu Sheng embarked on his journey home. Suddenly, he recalled that Yi Shihuai's parents resided in Xianyang City, yet he had no intention of visiting them. Such a gesture felt premature. Meeting the parents could wait. Their relationship, while smooth sailing, had not yet progressed to that stage. Even during Yi Shihuai's hospitalization due to an injury, he had not met her father or mother. Yi Shihuai was aware that Lu Sheng was on a business trip in Xianyang City, and they spoke on the phone each night, sometimes exchanging simple goodnight wishes, other times sharing snippets of their daily experiences. Naturally, Lu Sheng refrained from disclosing any details pertaining to the case, unless it was already solved and made public. Yi Shihuai did not press him to meet her parents. She understood that when the time was right, everything would unfold organically. This was an unspoken understanding unique to them. Upon returning to Roman County, the atmosphere among the criminal police team was exuberant. After all, the impact of the case was profound, claiming a staggering 32 lives. Director Wu Mo publicly commended Lu Sheng, basking in the reflected glory of Lu Sheng's achievements, which brought prominence to Roman County. As a director, he shared in this honor. The days that followed were relatively tranquil. Perhaps that is the essence of life. Intense excitement interspersed with moments of calm. During this time, two significant events occurred at the Roman County Public Security Bureau. The vice captain of the criminal police team, who had been away on business, returned. Lu Sheng had only ever heard his voice without having met him. His name was Long Jiani, a rather uncommon surname, as Lu Sheng did not know anyone by that name in Roman County. The other significant event was that Lu Sheng received a second-class personal merit award. An entire criminal police team was also honored with a collective third-class merit award. Jian Zhenghua and Wu Mo were all smiles, their faces beaming with pride. Jian Zhenghua had already made plans to depart, but the specifics of his appointment would not be finalized until after the new year. These accolades would serve as his political capital in the future. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and soon the New Year's day approached. As the holiday neared, they found themselves increasingly tense. The workload had not significantly increased, but the atmosphere was steeped in the traditions of the season. Yi Shihuai, who was preparing for exams, frequently came to visit, sometimes bringing soup from the city, whose taste was not exquisite, but nonetheless won Lu Sheng's mother's favor for this future daughter-in-law she had yet to meet. Gradually, the entire bureau became aware of her presence, leading to the gatekeeper often inquiring, "Has your girlfriend come today?" Lu Sheng felt no aversion to this attention. Instead, he found himself delightfully pleased. Such is the sweetness of being in love. Time flies, and the years pass mercilessly. Time swiftly approaches the new year, yet the anticipated busyness has not materialized. After all, the duties of criminal investigators diverge somewhat from those of the officers at the precinct. with the latter's tasks being relatively less fragmented. Lu Sheng, during his break, has not remained idle. Winter in Rongan County seldom brings snow, particularly in the past 2 years. It seems Lu Sheng has not witnessed the beauty of snow for quite some time, let alone the heavy snowfalls typical of the North. In earlier days at school, a rare flurry of snow would prompt a scene where Southerners marvel at the snow while Northerners observe the Southerners' wonder. After practicing his boxing techniques for a while, Lu Sheng began to emit steam from his body, followed by a 10-kilometer morning jog. His current system panel is approximately as follows. Name, Lu Sheng. Position, 3rd level inspector. Constitution, 34. Skills, Great King Fist, minor achievement. Super smell, pressure, energy, eye of justice, sudden insight, passive, dragon roar, iron cloth, beginner. Attribute points, 0. His encounter with 2 criminals in a previous case contributed 0. 2 to his stats. And the beginner level of dragon roar, iron cloth has similarly elevated his constitution to 34. Lu Sheng feels as though he could fell a bull. However, the veracity of this claim remains untested. The beginner level of Dragon Roar Ironcloth merely imparts a sensation of increased toughness, and the distance to achieving bulletproof capability is still considerable. Chapter 92. Illness. Upon concluding his morning exercises, Lu Sheng received an unexpected phone call. Yi Shihua was unwell. After a brief wash-up and bidding his mother farewell, he hurried to the city. When Yi Shihua called, her voice was hoarse and heavily nasal. Based on the symptoms she described, Lu Sheng consulted a pharmacy briefly and purchased some granules and fever-reducing medication. He possessed a key to Yi Shihua's home, but had yet to find an opportunity to visit. She came from a well-to-do family and had some savings, residing in a well-decorated 2-bedroom apartment. Fortunately, even in the city center, the housing prices were not exorbitant. The entire apartment was styled in a minimalist fashion, and the living room was tidily organized. Many people present a polished exterior but lead chaotic lives behind closed doors. Some might perceive Yi Shihua as rather dull, for she neither frequented bars nor danced in nightclubs, possessing beauty yet failing to capitalize on it. However, Lu Sheng felt a sense of kinship between them. A beautiful relationship, in essence, fosters mutual growth. Knock, knock, knock. Gently tapping on the bedroom door, a familiar voice emerged from within. Come in. Lu Sheng responded and entered, smiling. Aren't you afraid of what sort of villain might come in? Oomph. Yi Shihua wrinkled her nose slightly. My boyfriend is a policeman. Villains would steer clear of me. Lu Sheng shook his head in amusement. Observing the girl lying in bed, stubbornly maintaining her bravado, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Yi Shihua was clad in a thick nightgown, her nose slightly reddened, explaining her heavy nasal tone. Most likely, her sinuses were congested. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and she seemed devoid of energy, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. How are you feeling? Is the cold getting any better? Fortunately, Yi Shihua possesses a hint of pride, consistently projecting an image of an urban elite to the outside world. It is only in the presence of Lu Sheng that she is willing to reveal her more vulnerable, feminine side. Despite her nasally tone, Lu Sheng can still discern the playful tone in her voice. Closing the bedroom door behind him, he approached the bedside, slowly crouching down to retrieve the medicine. This is amoxicillin capsules for inflammation, and these are Shao Chai Hu granules. I know you dislike taking medicine, but this powder is relatively more palatable. Yi Shihua struggled to rise from the covers, leaning against the headboard with a beaming smile as she gazed at Lu Sheng, her pupils reflecting his image, her nose suddenly feeling a bit teary. Life is filled with small, poignant moments. No one's effort should be taken for granted. Even the love of parents or a partner is not a given. The fact that Lu Sheng could rush from Rongan County at the crack of dawn after a single phone call was undeniably moving. Since graduating from university, she had lived independently in this unfamiliar city, enduring illness like a solitary wolf, quietly nursing her wounds. She hesitated to call her parents, knowing that if they discovered she was unwell, they would likely rush over from Shenyang City. Yet, a wanderer away from home often shares only good news, concealing worries. In this once strange city, which had felt so lonely, the sudden presence of someone who cares brought a sweetness that was hard to articulate. In her drowsiness, Yi Shihai absorbed none of Lu Sheng's words, and soon leaned back against the headboard, surrendering to sleep after a night of discomfort that had deprived her of rest. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, her body instinctively relaxed, allowing her to drift off peacefully. Lu Sheng shared several precautions, but there was no response from her. Looking up, he noticed that the girl had already fallen asleep, a smile lingering on her face. After a moment of surprise, he gently brushed her forehead. Fortunately, there's no high fever. He prepared a kettle of boiling water and busied himself in the kitchen, cooking a pot of millet porridge, setting aside a bowl to cool for when she awoke. Eat something first. In her hazy state, Yi Shihai heard a gentle male voice nearby. She opened her eyes to find Lu Sheng holding a steaming bowl of millet porridge close to her, the steam rising to create a soft haze around his features. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Illness often brings forth a flood of emotions. After skimming the surface of the porridge, Lu Sheng cautiously blew on it to ensure it wasn't too hot, then brought the spoon to Yi Shihai's lips. It should be cool enough now. Give it a try. He gestured toward the medicine on the bedside table, suggesting that after eating, she should take her medicine for a quicker recovery. To conquer the virus, one must rely on their immune system. Medication merely accelerates the process. In his memory, Lu Sheng realized he hadn't caught a cold since entering junior high. Yi Shihai nodded, taking a sip. The soft, sweet millet porridge transformed into a warm stream, flowing into her stomach. With patience, Lu Sheng fed her spoonful by spoonful, ensuring she consumed every last bit. Subsequently, Lu Sheng prepared the medicine, and the cool boiled water he had ready was brought forth. Good. You'll recover more quickly after taking your medicine, and then I'll treat you to something delicious. Instinctively, Lu Sheng spoke in a tone meant to soothe the child. Yi Shihai's cheeks flushed. She did not refuse and obediently drank the medicine, swallowing each capsule one by one with water, much like a child. She had always loathed taking medicine. Throughout her life, she had never been able to simply swallow pills like others did. Let us rest for a while after taking the medicine. I want to leave today. I'll showcase my exceptional culinary skills. Having just taken a medicine, she felt drowsy, her eyelids drooping as she fell asleep once more. Caring for a patient isn't particularly burdensome. It simply requires a bit of thoughtfulness. Under Lu Sheng's attentive care, Yi Shihai's complexion gradually improved, becoming much more radiant. Illness descends like a mountain, but departs like a thread unwound. Even a slight cold cannot be fully overcome in just a couple of days. During the New Year holiday, Lu Sheng essentially stayed by her side. As Yi Shihai's health improved slightly, she ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand, creating a warm, familial atmosphere between them. Chapter 93. Natural Progression on January 3rd. The few remaining days of the holiday were drawing to a close. Under Yi Shihai's playful coaxing, although she had not completely recovered, he took her to a hot pot restaurant. The restaurant was renowned for its Sichuan Chongqing hot pot, a true representation of the region's famous culinary style. The broth was authentically flavored, and the ingredients were offered in a self-service manner. They found a cozy booth that provided a sense of privacy. Yi Shihai was delighted, perhaps even happier than she had been in recent days, despite still being unwell. Shortly after they sat down, the broth was served, and the rich aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air. Yi Shihai eagerly volunteered to select the ingredients. You're still unwell? Lu Sheng gently grasped her hand. Oh, it's fine. You've been taking care of me these past few days, Yi Shihai replied, lightly freeing herself from his hold with a radiant smile. I merely have a cold. It's not as severe as a fracture. Every act of care is reciprocal. She was not the type to be solely a taker. Lu Sheng chuckled softly, shaking his head in acceptance, allowing her to go. Before long, Yi Shihai returned with a stack of ingredients, causing Lu Sheng to pause in surprise. She had chosen boneless chicken feet, radish slices, beef, lamb, and asparagus, everything he adored. Automatically, his gaze shifted to her face, where her bright eyes and radiant smile revealed her joy. They had dined together numerous times, yet their hot pot outings were few and far between. He was curious when she had memorized his favorite dishes. Lu Sheng was a reserved individual when it came to emotions, and this trait extended to other aspects of his life as well. occasionally dining out. He wouldn't overtly express his fondness for certain foods. To remember Lu Sheng's preferences in such detail was indeed remarkable. What are you daydreaming about? Help me with these. Seeing Lu Sheng lost in thought, Yi Shihui playfully rolled her eyes at him. She was balancing 3 or 4 plates, each heaped with ingredients, and after their numerous outings, she had developed a keen understanding of his hearty appetite. Huh, all right. Regaining her composure, Lu Sheng accepted the plate from Yi Shihui's hand. The hot pot began to bubble, and the two of them commenced their hearty feast. As he savored his meal, Lu Sheng inquired, "Would you like something to drink? Shall I fetch some beverages for you?" Yi Shihui's complexion, a delicate blend of white and rosy hues, glistened with a light sheen of perspiration on her forehead. Having agreed beforehand to indulge in hot pot, she had opted not to apply much makeup. Nevertheless, her striking features and radiant skin bestowed upon her an enchanting charm that surpassed her peers. "How about some beer?" she ventured tentatively. "Beer?" Lu Sheng paused momentarily, taken aback. Due to the nature of his work, he seldom drank alcohol during outings, mindful of potential unforeseen circumstances that might require his attention. "Drinking can complicate matters," he mused, dismissing the idea. "Never mind, I still need to drive back to the county tonight." "Oh," Yi Shihui responded, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. "Then why not stay the night? Keep me company?" Upon uttering these words, she felt a warmth spreading across her cheeks. Although Lu Sheng had been attentive to her needs over the past few days, they had maintained a respectful distance, residing in separate rooms. Her suggestion was, in essence, a bold invitation. Lu Sheng momentarily halted his movements, his mind struggling to grasp the implication. Yet, a flicker of delight ignited within him. Sure, why not? As the hazy steam drifted upwards, Yi Shihui's cheeks flushed deeper, resembling verses plucked from poetry. "Why not go get the drinks?" Lu Sheng promptly understood. Ordering several bottles of beer, they savored the hot pot and sipped their beers, occasionally glancing at the bustling scene outside, the winter chill kept at bay by the glass. After a couple of beers, the rosy glow on Yi Shihui's face became even more captivating, akin to a delicate blossom. She gently cupped her cheeks, then fanned herself as a refreshing breeze seemed to disperse some of the warmth. Lu Sheng chuckled, taking the initiative to serve her a piece of beef. "Take it easy. Your cold hasn't fully cleared up yet, and too much beer can upset your stomach." Lu Sheng's tolerance for alcohol was modest. He had never truly been intoxicated. Although university gatherings often involved dining out, his roommates were not heavy drinkers, focusing primarily on the meal. Since entering the workforce, this had been even less of a concern. He felt fortunate that society often equated smoking and drinking with a man's prowess, an association many find distasteful yet feel compelled to accept and even promote. Such is the irony of life. Burp, Yi Shihui let out a soft belch, quickly covering her mouth in embarrassment. Seeing Lu Sheng's amused expression only heightened her shyness. "When you plan to return to Xuanyang City?" Lu Sheng feigned ignorance of her earlier outburst, attempting to redirect the conversation. Sometime later," Yi Shihui replied casually. In truth, she was reluctant to leave, intending to return the day before New Year's Eve. This return would likely mean they wouldn't see each other again until the 7th or 8th day of the new year, marking the longest separation since they had defined their relationship. Thus, she wished to minimize that duration as much as possible. As Lu Sheng observed the girl's indifferent expression, his professional sensitivity led him to surmise her thoughts. Yi Shihui placed a perfectly cooked slice of meat from the dipping sauce in her mouth, and then raised her glass, suggesting, "How about we toast?" "A toast? Why not just share a cup of wine?" Lu Sheng felt a playful spark. "Share a cup of wine?" Yi Shihui seemed taken aback, but quickly displayed great interest. "Sure," she exclaimed. "Oh, I was just joking. No, we must drink." Laughter erupted between them. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, both wore slightly tipsy expressions. They could not drive, leaving the car parked for the night, intending to retrieve it the following day. Strolling under the streetlights, the warm glow enveloped them like a veil of twilight. Upon returning to their residence, they took showers to rid themselves of the lingering sense of hot pot and alcohol. Of course, separately. "I'm a bit afraid of the dark. Can you come keep me company tonight?" Yi Shihui bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Despite her usually calm and bold demeanor, she felt a twinge of shyness, awkwardly concocting a ridiculous excuse for her fear. Lu Sheng paused, scratching his head, then broke into a silly grin and followed Yi Shihua into the bedroom. Morning arrived. A faint light painted the horizon, and the early rising insects had already been devoured by birds. Lu Sheng, with a touch of reluctance, withdrew his arm from beneath the girl's head. There was no romantic allure. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of alcohol, or perhaps they simply hadn't been entirely well. Initially intending to chat and ease their fluttering hearts, they found that Yi Shihua fell asleep after just a few exchanges. Unable to rouse her, Lu Sheng sighed and turned off the light to sleep himself. Opportunities would abound in the future. Having reached this point, everything would naturally unfold. Gazing at Yi Shihua's fluttering eyelashes, he placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead and began to rise and prepare for the day. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 6 o'clock, ample time to make it to work by 8. After preparing breakfast for Yi Shihua and leaving her a note, he drove towards Rong County. Last night, he had driven Yi Shihua's car. Chapter 94. A home invasion? The work of the criminal investigation team was rather mundane, especially in a small county like Rong and where major cases were rare. However, minor incidents did occur. As Lu Sheng was now the deputy captain, he was mostly spared from active duty, spending the majority of his time at the precinct. Thus, his days were primarily filled with study and reviewing old cases assigned from above. The responsibilities within the criminal investigation team had become distinctly delineated. One morning, after finishing breakfast, Lu Sheng powered on his computer to commence the day's work, only to receive a call from the command center. Generally, regardless of where the call was directed, the command center would route it to the appropriate functional department based on the nature of the case. Civil disputes are typically referred to the local police station, where officers generally lack the capacity to handle criminal cases. In the previous incident involving the Shengji steamed bun shop, the case was promptly transferred to the criminal investigation team of the county police department. However, due to Lu Sheng's swift actions, by the time Jian Zhenghua arrived with his team, the case was nearly resolved. This particular incident is somewhat unique. A young woman reported over the phone that she had been assaulted in her home. This matter could be serious or trivial, but primarily, since the incident occurred within her residence, it was naturally classified as a criminal case by the command center. Surveying the surroundings, the spacious office was sparsely populated, primarily with administrative staff, while other colleagues were out on assignments. With the year-end approaching, various nefarious elements in the county were emerging, aiming to prey on the citizens' finances, resulting in a proliferation of theft cases. Sighing, Lu Sheng summoned Zheng Qian, who had been engrossed in the archives, as protocol mandated a minimum of 2 officers for field duty. This was why the entire criminal investigation team appeared somewhat diminished at this time. Lu Ye, what do you need? Upon hearing Lu Sheng's call, Zheng Qian hurried over eagerly. Generally speaking, being in Lu Sheng's company often ensured some benefits, even if he couldn't partake in the main rewards. He had enjoyed numerous such advantages, even earning a third-class merit award. There's a case. Join me for an outing. Lu Sheng shut down his computer and drove Zheng Qian to the location provided by the command center. The distance was short, and given the compact size of the county, they arrived within minutes. This area was part of the old city, with aging residential buildings adorned with lush ivy. With his keen eyesight, Lu Sheng could even discern some cracks in the walls. Previously, this area was bustling with street-style commercial housing, lacking security personnel, allowing police vehicles to drive straight in and park at the entrance. While he was unaware of the specifics, the case's transfer to the criminal investigation team suggested it was likely more than a mere domestic quarrel. Upon locating the entrance of the building, they noted that the complainant resided on the 6th floor without an elevator. Zheng Qian observed that the surveillance in the stairwell was inadequate. Although time constraints played a role, it was evident that most commercial housing in Rong County shared this lack of security. Room 602. After confirming the address, Lu Sheng and Zheng Qian activated their body cameras and knocked on the door. When the door opened, they were greeted by a woman who appeared to be around 26 years old. Her features were unremarkable, yet her adept makeup enhanced her appearance significantly. She had a striking figure and wore a loose-fitting tank dress, which was quite bold for this small county. However, after a brief assessment, Sheng noticed no visible signs of injury that would suggest an assault. Was this a false alarm? Maintaining his composure, Sheng displayed his police identification. "Hello, I am a police officer. We received your call and have come to ascertain the situation." He was dressed casually, as many officers in the criminal investigation team often don civilian attire for operational convenience. "Police?" As the woman beheld Sheng's appearance, her eyes instantly brightened. She quickly stepped aside to invite him in, saying, "Please come in. I truly appreciate your effort in making this trip. This police officer is rather striking, isn't he? I wonder if he is single." She even began to indulge in a flurry of fanciful thoughts. "Hello, may I ask your name?" After they settled down, Sheng got straight to the point. His instincts told him that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. She likely had not been entirely truthful. After pouring water for both of them, the woman casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze frequently drifting towards Sheng. "I am called Wang Zai. Wang Zai? Which Za?" Zhang Qian, who was taking notes, asked instinctively. "Oh, it's the Za from the jujube tree. There are 2 trees in front of my house. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree, so my grandfather named me Wang Zai. As anticipated, Wang Zai was quite talkative, her demeanor as bold and vibrant as her attire. "You reported that someone assaulted you at home. Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Sheng, a seasoned investigator accustomed to handling major cases, was unbothered by Wang Zai's unabashed gaze. "Oh, it's nothing serious." Wang Zai nodded, leaning forward slightly. "The person didn't actually hit me. He merely took 200 yuan from me, which isn't really robbery." Sheng maintained his composure, though he couldn't suppress a frown at her contradictory statements. "Your account seems somewhat disjointed and incoherent. Are you suggesting, Ms. Wang, that you filed a false police report? According to regulations, this could lead to an administrative detention of 5 to 10 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. Upon witnessing Sheng's serious expression, Wang Zai felt a pang of anxiety. "No, I did not file a false report. Although he didn't hit me, he did take 200 yuan from me. I only called the police in a fit of frustration because I was feeling unwell this morning, and I didn't expect you would actually come." At this, Zhang Qian raised his head, observing the flustered Wang Zai with mild astonishment. She seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. By using the term robbery, which occurred in her own home, she had, in strict terms, already constituted a case of burglary. Regardless of whether the amount stolen was 1 yuan or 100, the societal implications were exceedingly severe. "Ms. Wang, I urge you to recount the events in detail." Chapter 95. Do you not grasp the seriousness of the situation? At this moment, Wang Zai no longer felt inclined to admire the handsome officer. The expressions on the faces of the 2 policemen made her realize that the situation was more complex than she had initially thought. Thus, she cautiously began to explain. "It's really not a big deal. I just hope you police officers can warn him to stop bothering me." Zhang Qian remained silent, while Sheng offered a neutral smile, encouraging Wang Zai to continue. It seemed that Sheng's calming demeanor eased her tension considerably, facilitating a much smoother exchange thereafter. Both Sheng and his companion came to understand the intricacies of the situation, which was not particularly complicated, tracing back to a month prior. Wang Zai, having graduated from vocational college, was employed as a clerk in a factory in Rongan County. Although her salary was modest, the local cost of living was similarly low, and with her family having purchased 2 apartments in the area years ago, her life was relatively comfortable. However, her misfortune began when she encountered a former classmate named Huang Yubin at her workplace. Despite having lost touch over the years, the bond forged during 3 years of camaraderie in middle school lingered. Huang Yubin, with his charming tongue and knack for winning the affections of women, rekindled their acquaintance. Wang Zhaozhou learned of Huang Yubin's recent endeavors, which primarily involved working odd jobs in various electronics factories. Huang Yubin, lacking both wealth and physical appeal, had been single for quite some time, yet his interest in Wang Zhaozhou began to blossom during their conversations. Initially, he concealed his intentions, inviting her to dinner under the guise of friendship. Wang Zhaozhou, not suspecting any ulterior motives, readily accepted the invitation. Following their meal, Huang Yubin insisted on escorting her home, which seemed reasonable at first. However, upon reaching her building, he proposed ascending to her apartment, prompting Wang Zhozhou to suddenly realize his intentions and firmly refuse. Having received a higher education, she held certain standards and had remained single for a considerable time. Truthfully, she found Huang Yubin unappealing. Rejected, he departed in disgrace, and Wang Zhozhou assumed the matter was concluded. Yet, a few days later, Huang Yubin sought her out once more. He began with a heartfelt apology and offered to take her out for dinner as a gesture of goodwill. Although initially resistant, Wang Zhozhou was eventually swayed by his persistent entreaties and sincere demeanor, leading her to acquiesce. After a satisfying meal, Huang Yubin once again proposed going upstairs. She reiterated her refusal, but this time, having consumed some alcohol and influenced by the inherent differences between the genders, she found herself unwillingly pulled upstairs by him. Seizing the moment, Huang Yubin suggested they engage in a primal exploration of life's mysteries. At this point, Wang Zhozhou finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Regaining her composure, she rushed to the kitchen, retrieved a knife, and held it defensively. Startled, Huang Yubin had no choice but to abandon his advances. Ultimately, in a fit of humiliation and anger, he demanded that Wang Zhozhou reimburse him for the cost of the previous 2 meals. At that moment, I was bewildered. Before I could react, he rummaged through the bag left on the sofa and took 200 yuan in cash before fleeing. Last night, I had indulged a bit too much in drink, and, after securing the door, I collapsed into bed. This morning, as I reflected on the incident, my anger intensified, prompting me to make this call to the police. Wang Zhozhou offered an awkward smile, seemingly embarrassed by the incident in front of the handsome man. Now, having regained my composure, I realized it was not a significant matter. Although he had willingly treated me to those 2 meals, I was certainly not in need of his modest contribution and could return it without issue. Coming from a well-off family, she was not the type to be petty. "Officer, could you please just warn him to refrain from harassing me in the future? I don't need that 200 yuan. That is not permissible." Lu Sheng's expression turned stern. Burglary and attempted robbery. The definition of burglary involves entering a dwelling, which is relatively isolated from the outside world, to commit robbery. Most importantly, both burglary and attempted robbery are public prosecution cases. Even if you do not wish to pursue it now, it is too late. Wang Zhozhou's complexion immediately turned pale with fear. She suddenly regretted her decision. If Huang Yubin were to end up imprisoned, would he seek revenge upon his release? Lu Sheng glanced at the notebook where Zheng Qian had taken notes and handed it to Wang Zhozhou. After she confirmed the details were accurate, he produced an ink pad and requested her fingerprint. "Do you know where Huang Yubin resides?" "I don't know," Wang Zhozhou replied, somewhat distracted, then nodded again. "He should be in the dormitory of our factory. Are you Huang Yubin?" Following the directive of the factory leadership, Lu Sheng and Zheng Qian located Huang Yubin. He was a man approximately 1.7 meters tall, with long hair and a side-swept fringe, sporting an unshaven face and a cigarette dangling from his lips, walking with an air of indifference. "Looking for me? Who are you, you little rascal?" Huang Yubin's attitude was somewhat arrogant. He had never shown respect to the factory's leaders, believing that there were many other places to work, and he was not reliant on this one. "Police." Zheng Qian revealed his badge expressionlessly, and Huang Yubin's previously arrogant demeanor immediately faltered. Clearly, this man had something to hide. "What can I do for you, officers?" He rubbed his hands together, a forced smile creeping onto his face. Could it be that they had discovered his last encounter with his sister? That couldn't be. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, even recalling childhood memories of peeking at a widow bathing. "You know Wang Zhozhou, correct?" "Wang Zhozhou." Huang Yubin's expression changed drastically. Up until this morning, everything had seemed fine, and he had thought the matter would simply fade away. At worst, he would just avoid that woman in the future. He never anticipated that the police would come knocking at his door. Unable to suppress a forced smile, he recalled that he and she were classmates from middle school. At this point, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. In his eyes, their interaction was merely playful banter. He had not committed any acts against Wang Zhozhou that would warrant police involvement, or so he thought. We suspect you of attempted burglary. Please accompany us, the officer stated. Hearing this, Huang Yubin felt as if struck by lightning, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared ahead, his mind momentarily blank. The terms attempted burglary echoed relentlessly in his thoughts. Zheng Qian produced a silver bracelet and deftly placed it on Huang Yubin's wrist. The icy sensation jolted him back to reality, and he nervously exclaimed, "Officer, surely you must have made a mistake. I only took 200 yuan, and I did nothing to her. Whether or not a crime has been committed is not for you to decide." Lu Sheng interjected, silencing Huang Yubin with a stern look. "Then who decides?" Huang Yubin mumbled, his composure unraveling. "The law." The county police department came to reply. "Zheng Qian, please proceed with the documentation." As Lu Sheng and Zheng Qian entered the interrogation room, Huang Yubin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The atmosphere was far from reassuring. "Could the officers spare a cigarette to calm my nerves?" he asked. Lu Sheng and Zheng Qian exchanged glances before producing a cigarette from their pockets. He had saved a spare from his last pack, yet had hardly offered any from the first. "Do you have a light?" Huang Yubin inquired. Zheng Qian furrowed his brow and tossed him a lighter. Sometimes, to coax a confession from a suspect, they were willing to accommodate minor requests. Nervous and flustered, Huang Yubin struggled to light his cigarette, the nicotine coursing through him as he exhaled a thin plume of smoke, slightly easing his agitated heart. "Now, tell me about last night's events." "The corridor surveillance captured everything clearly, so don't even think of lying," Lu Sheng said calmly, observing Huang Yubin as he began to regain his composure. In truth, there were no cameras in the corridor, but most people rarely noticed. With alcohol clouding his judgment, Huang Yubin soon abandoned any thoughts of deception. Regardless, he had indeed trespassed into Wang Zaizao's home. After organizing his thoughts, he cautiously began last night and proceeded to recount the events of the previous evening in a manner akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Naturally, he sought to downplay his criminal actions in his narrative, insisting that he had not forcibly entered but merely intended to ensure Wang Zaizao, who was intoxicated, was safe. He claimed she had half-heartedly agreed to his presence, asserting that he had no intention of harming her, merely intending to frighten her a little. This was the most compelling justification he could muster. The rest of his account mirrored Wang Zaizao's version of events. "Officer, I treated her to dinner twice and gained nothing from it. Do you think I should take that 200 yuan? As if clarity dawned upon him, Huang Yubin's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. He had ventured into the world after graduating from middle school, and though the years had not been squandered, he had honed a skill for conversing with both the genteel and the sinister. Lu Sheng, fully aware of this individual's duplicitous nature, chuckled knowingly. The line between truth and deception is often razor thin. A mere alteration in the narrative can lead one far astray from the original tale. "I heard you even resorted to using a knife?" Lu Sheng inquired casually. "It wasn't me who wielded the knife. It was that crazy woman, Wang Zhaozhao. She was likely inebriated and not thinking clearly," Huang Yubin retorted defensively, puffing out his chest. "Why use a knife? Do you believe such far-fetched excuses?" Lu Sheng's voice grew stern, his gaze piercing. Upon meeting Lu Sheng's intense stare, Huang Yubin instinctively flinched, his complexion alternating between pallor and a flush of anxiety. The pressure he exerted resembled a psychological intimidation akin to that found in a game. It was not intended to drive one to madness. Rather, it imbued Lu Sheng with an aura compelling others to follow his lead, causing the weak-willed to unwittingly divulge their innermost thoughts. Just as a student might instinctively reveal their true sentiments when questioned by a principal, Lu Sheng had previously encountered only the most hardened criminals, whose psychological fortitude rendered them impervious to intimidation. Huang Yubin, however, was different. Despite his silver tongue, he predominantly mingled within the lower echelons of society, where a degree of reverence for authority still lingered. Consequently, under Lu Sheng's intimidating gaze, he found himself stammering an admission of guilt. "Indeed, at that time, I was simply trying to play cards with Wang Zhaozhao, and that's why she threatened me with a knife." Lu Sheng let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing at the now bowed head of Huang Yubin. "And then, in a fit of rage, you snatched 200 yuan from Wang Zhaozhao's bag?" Glancing nervously at Lu Sheng, Huang Yubin shivered again and nodded, burying his face deeper in shame. All right, let us confirm the details and sign here. As the interrogation neared its conclusion, Zheng Qian approached Huang Yubin, presenting him with a recorded statement. Huang Yubin hastily scanned it, finding no objections. After all, despite his reckless demeanor, he had never encountered the police before and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the process. With a swift flourish, he signed his name. Officer, how long do you think I will be sentenced for this? Huang Yubin asked, his expression betraying his apprehension. Zheng Qian replied, That's not a decision we can make. It depends on the court's ruling. However, considering your cooperative attitude and the fact that Wang Zhaozhao has expressed forgiveness, the sentence should not be too severe. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Qian began to analyze the situation for him. To speak frankly, the consequences of such cases primarily stem from inadequate legal education. For instance, in rural areas, individuals may unwittingly capture a nationally protected animal for consumption, and even when the case reaches the court, a judgment must still be rendered. What appears to be a mere dispute of 200 yuan, in essence, carries grave implications. Such occurrences are infrequent, primarily because most individuals typically opt to report to the authorities. Thus, he can only provide some candid advice. Wang Zhaozhao's understanding? Huang Yubin was taken aback. Chapter 97. The Jewelry Store Burglary. On January 25, 2011, as the Lunar New Year approached, the celebrations were set for February 2nd, leaving only a few days until the holiday. The morning in the small town remained tranquil, devoid of the bustling chaos characteristic of a metropolis's steel forest. Embracing the crisp air, Lu Sheng jogged along the sidewalk, maintaining a steady breath. Remarkably, his attire remained dry, and his face bore little sweat. After completing a 10-kilometer run, his pores seemed to open wide in an instant, and a hazy mist escaped, causing vapor to rise from his head while torrents of sweat poured from his skin. Goodness, has this young man transcended to immortality? The elderly gentleman exercising in the morning gaped at the swirling fog around Lu Sheng, nearly tripping over a stone in his path. Chuckling softly, Lu Sheng continued on his way to the park. After concluding his daily physical training, he sought a secluded corner to practice a few routines of the Great Diamond Fist. As for the Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt, although Lu Sheng had made some progress, further cultivation required a combination of medicinal intake and external application, along with forceful strikes from another, a partner he could not readily find. Upon reflection, he realized that this method was not only time